Greetings, esports fans. We're in Radiant Romania in the beautiful city of Bucharest for day 2 of the second season of PGL Wallachia.
And Smiling Knight is ready to go for further targets. They get the Viper Strike down on towards the Dark Seer. Smiling Knight takes out Nam and Seneko finishes off Force.
Oh, way too aggressive.
And now the drag back onto the 4 of them. AVULUS, they can chase down more. They're in onto Bengen.
Oh, devastation.
Now the Chaos Meter to jump in, but Fly pops the BKB. Bignum is down. Sammy is low.
Sammy?
Emo is chasing. Sammy, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place. Sammy is...
Sammy.
Emo getting shredded. He'll get the cheese off in time though. Sammy gets blown up by Fly. Skill back play from Fade. Gonna allow them to take down Zill first, but now Emo jumping in with a big Sonic Wave, taking down Fade on the Magnus. Problem is Emo, he might die to boot. He'll get a Yule Sip off just in the nick of time, but the Aether Remnant is gonna lock him down, and Emo will go down. Sammy picks up a triple kill, but he is down.
The mana burn.
Up and down. Yeah, he's out of mana. He's going to go down. They catch him by the creeps, and now the backup comes in, though. They're ready to turn.
Oh, huge arena.
Down onto the 3 of them. Analog in with that newly picked up BKB, tearing them apart. Now Heroic can continue to collapse in on the rest of them. Parker jumps up.
This game's done.
I think so.
This game is so painful to watch, actually.
It's been a painful day so far for Azure Ray. If somebody steals this kill, they're out the squad. There it is. Rampage for Parker.
This Medusa, Costa Bile, runs out of mana for his first life, looking like he's in pretty big trouble, and he's gone. Illich also in huge trouble. Going down surely with his Medusa illusions and does drop. It's Pippi still trying to fight. He's out of BKB though. Pippi's going to jump in for the Vortex. Disruption will save Yuma. Meanwhile, Costa Bile, he's gone.
The jump forward Nande, that's the refresher, but it's broken immediately, and now he turns to hit way too much. But now Reen, jump forward, everybody shows up dead. Stampede, run forward, and they get demolished. That is a dead CM triple kill, looking for an ultra. They move on in, buybacks on everybody, Golem down. How much do they have in the take? Nande out, trying to get it in with the Wukong's command, but it's not going to be enough.
Icarus dive. Everybody, man, GH. Scouting Mount, BKB, Pierce the Veil, Time Zone used. They're going to go for the Muerta. Gets the egg. The Primal Roar is going to be onto the Primal Beast. They go for the Assassinate. The BKB is going to run out on this Muerta in just a second, but they already got the kill in a miracle. All right, they get the Pulverize off this time. Do they have the damage? The Snowball, and it's going to be through onto the Primal Beast.
Oh, that damage.
RC's just dead so quickly.
The damage is out though when Dark Willow is dead. That's the buyback, but they're in really far. 33, he's down low. The jump forward shot is gone. Just like that, he's out of there. They jump in with 33. That's the BKB. They want to try and control him, but the Doom turnaround just right on top of Ursa. Oh, they're just getting picked apart here. One by one, they're all falling apart.
The Lucent Beam on a BZM. He's down to about half health. Throws the Gleipnir out while they're in the Wukongs. They get the kill on a Dark Mago. The right click's coming in from BZM. Now they'll drop the Eclipse, but Kataro's dead. GG is called, and Na'Vi take game number 1. Kataro's gonna die. There's the black hole. Oh, there's a nice BZM anyway. There's no point in even getting a little bit stressed out about this BZM storm. It's a full team wipe. GG is called.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of PGL's Wallachia season number 2. We're on to our 3rd day of the group stages, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix joining you for another day. Jonathan, welcome back. So you must be feeling damn good.
That I am. We've had a lot of up and downs for a lot of these teams, and, you know, our group stage is starting to shape up. We've got a few teams that are already 2-0, a lot more teams in the middle of the pack taking 1 win series, 1 loss series, and a few teams down at the bottom not finding a win just yet. Those are our teams now on this 3rd day that are in the firing line. We'll cover those matches later on. For now, we do have some of those middle of the pack teams again. Some of those 1-1 teams still needing 2 wins, still having leeway to lose at least 1 more series before they start to get really worried
about their journey here in Wallachia, and that should lead to some very exciting games here.
It certainly should, John. We've already got a draft on hand as well, but we'll go into the standings quickly and have a look at what the hell's going on. As you can see, Team Falcons at the top, followed by Heroic, Tundra, AVULUS, and well, everyone else is currently 1-1 so far. But the top 4 is pretty set in stone right now, considering they have not dropped the series. And well, I can't say I'm too surprised by these standings. Schedule, John.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you'd expect. And again, for us here, we're starting off on the secondary stream with Alliance up against Nouns, followed by MOUZ up against Na'Vi, into the bottom 4, where you've got Waska, Infinity, and Beast Coast, and Apex Genesis lined up for us in this secondary stream. Of course, there is a main stream as well, but I believe we have a couple of those 2-0 teams playing up against each other, so you can see who is set to go into the playoffs off the back of those series already here in Day 3. One of those beauties with the Swiss format, right, where you get teams that are kind of at the same power level, kind of at the same momentum coming in. And this one, again, is going to be a very interesting one. Alliance up against Nouns. When you and I saw Alliance on day number 1, they looked pretty fantastic. They dropped that one game, which honestly they probably shouldn't have dropped in the first place. Nouns got off to a rougher start, bouncing back in day number 2 up against Infinity in very strong fashion. So this is going to be a great little peek at what Alliance can bring out. Again, up against a team that's been together for a relatively long time. Nouns had no changes post-roster shuffle, and we can take a look at that draft as well if there are any big adjustments. Alliance do manage to ban out the Ench, Doom, the Naga Siren, and the Snapfire. For the side of Nouns, they do take care of the Enigma and the Beastmaster, so taking care of some of Skylark's big heroes on the off lane. They do leave options that Alliance love. Pudge, the Warlock Pudge combinations there, the Bristleback first pick that we've seen a few teams dip into now in Day 2 is still up there as well for Alliance if they want to dig into that.
And no Shadow Demon ban for Nouns is in. I mean, they've got first pick. I'm pretty sure Fly would happily take a first pick Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon's been very, very potent as of late, just so strong in lane, so strong with the save of disruption. Everything about Shadow Demon right now is very nice. And Nouns, do they want to take it? Well, of course they do, Jonathan. It was left alone.
Yeah. Again, like Shadow Demon's still the top contested hero in this tournament so far. It has dropped a little bit from ubiquity to like 95% presence in our picks and bans overall across all of our games. Still up there as a top priority hero. Can't fault Nouns for going into it. We saw what Fly did yesterday with that Shadow Demon. He did do a lot of work for his team. I do like that Alliance just open up safe as well into the Hoodwink. We've seen how much a Hoodwink can crush lanes. It's a very solid pickup for Desire to just get into first. We've seen his performances on these Hoodwinks. We saw him go in a long streak from the laning phase with his Hoodwink before. So he knows it's in and outs. It's still really strong in lane despite getting touched down a couple of times. And you still tend to go for the tree bounce, of course. You do have a lot of just even solo poke harassment on the enemy support.
Certainly is still a nice support. Bans to come out now from both sides once again. This will be a really fun series as well. Like, we've seen both these sides have shown like a lot of brilliance from each other, but it's now they get to go up against each other, and this should be a real fun one as well for the fans, right? Because there'll be a lot of fans from EU looking at Alliance, a lot of fans from NA looking at Nouns. And I think these two teams probably are quite evenly matched. So I'm expecting a close series, if not a 3-game series between these two teams. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it as I say this, John, but I do expect it to be a good one, at least for our first series. As we do see the Morphling ban out from Nouns. See where else they want to go with this, but yeah, looking forward to a good series here, John.
That I am as well. I do agree. And again, it's down to the format we do have here for Wallachia, right? Like this Swiss format allows winning teams to face up against each other, teams that are kind of going up and down to face up each other again. And it just evens out the power level. Wherein, you know, in traditional group stage formats, maybe it's a little bit lopsided. There's one team or two teams that just absolutely crush everyone else. And here you get to see everyone play against each other in, again, a power ranking that outside of the first stage starts to really feel very balanced. So, again, day 3 of the groups, this matchup should look pretty good. Our next matchup is looking interesting as well. But I am keen on seeing if Alliance are going to go into some of those creative picks, right? Like Bristleback is something that they've done a couple of times. A few other teams have been pulling out the Bristle as well in Pause 1. They have really enjoyed their Warlock pickups here on the side of Alliance. They're not going to dip into that yet. They'll start with Nature's Prophet first. So I'm curious which way they go with the NP. We've seen NP mid come out every now and again. NP safe lane can still work. And they did protect it to an extent by taking care of the Enchantress and the Doom, so the Ironwood Treant should still have impact regardless. I'm curious which way Alliance will want to bring this, because it does feel like a very much the Mobay hero. Last time we saw Alliance play, this was his mid, and it doesn't feel like it loses out in a lot of mid lane matchups, despite the nerfs that the Ironwood Treant has taken.
Well, we're going to see a Pango pick up from Nouns. Nothing too shocking coming out. I do wonder whether they want to try and find some form of a laning solution here for the Prophet, like against that Greater Treant. Do you want to pick up like a POS 4 Mirana or something, or even a POS 1 Mirana, even though the hero itself doesn't look quite as amazing as it once did? You know, just to be able to get rid of that Greater Treant, because it is a big headache to try and deal with in the laning stage, that's for sure. Let's see if Nouns do want to try and prioritize something that can just delete that creep. On Alliance's end, I do also wonder now, do they go back for that Warlock pick that we saw last time around? Because they did have a Prophet in that draft, and that Wrath of Nature plus Fatal Bonds was a very painful combination if you did get caught in it.
And it is. I don't think Nouns will be dipping into anything to deal with Ironwood Treant. Again, they should be expecting it for Mobay mid. The Pangolier can kind of deal with that lane. They'll go with a Chen as their solution instead, just in case. So you can always Holy Persuasion the Treant to join your side, of course. They've got some good pacing coming out here from Nouns. A lot of durability. And they have great saves with Hand of God, with the Disruption. You've got a tanky Pango that can go mid or off still for Gunner and Copy. And it's a great foundation to build upon. So already looking pretty solid from Nouns. It's a little bit surprising you and I don't get to see the Chen as often. We used to see this hero first phase banned every single time. And I believe, in the last TI, it was only really Team Zero that was known for running it. So I'm keen on seeing how much Nouns can maximize on this Chen. There's that Warlock you were mentioning. Of course, Alliance has loved this hero. Now the question is, will you double down and go for something like Bristleback or Pudge? Are you going to go this route here for Alliance?
I like Pudge. I mean, it kind of fits the bill. No, they're going to go Bristle. Well, there you go, Jonathan. You called it. Bristleback is here, which it also works very well. I mean, I can't say it's a bad hero as long as it's not a POS 5 Bristleback, which it definitely isn't for Alliance. POS 1 Bristleback, though, I mean, as you can see, John, win rate-wise, it hasn't done the best. But I like the way it's going to be drafted into this draft of Alliance. Because, again, Fatal Bonds plus Wrath of Nature plus Quill Sprays coming out. It is a lot to deal with. And he is against the Chen as well, so it does give you some nice ways of just dealing with the creeps as you approach the mid-game here for Alliance.
Yeah, it just gives you a lot of ways of stopping, say, the push outright from Nouns. I do like that Nouns go straight into the Shadow Fiend for themselves, so they've got a high-tempo sort of core here now for Nouns to play off of. This should just be Yuma's hero on the safe lane. It's a good way to magically burst down this Bristle if you can kind of just line up your Requiem from the front side. And it can also kind of go Silver Edge if need be here for the side of Nouns if they feel that as a necessity to kind of try to hold back this Bristleback. Its tempo is just a lot higher. I think you can match the Bristleback's early item tempo with the Shadow Fiend depending on what build-up we see here from Yuma. We have seen a lot more right-click Shadow Fiends coming out, of course. But I think that can still match up. It's just a matter of can you kite around a Bristle? Can you find the backline, prevent the Warlock from, say, lining up for that big Fatal Bonds into all the combinations you have here, which can be massively painful. And can you sustain through that with your Chen? It does feel like there's a lot of back and forth. There's some aura item timings here from Nouns that you'd want to see come out. Say, Guardian Greaves with your Chen, or even just the mech with your Chen is going to feel very impactful here. And that is something we've seen Chen's, with a little bit of jungle space, just farm up really damn fast, of course, with his creep army. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue to find that spacing here for Nouns.
Quite a lot of thinking about these bans now from Alliance. They get rid of the MOUZ, so they're not 100% sure exactly where this Pangolier is going. I mean, in fairness, it might just be a guaranteed mid-Pango, because against Bristleback Warlock, you're not going to have the most fun in the laning stage if you are playing that off-lane Pango.
Yeah. I feel like the Pango matchup versus NP is pretty fine anyhow. I think that's playable for Copy. I'm curious if he's going to buck the trend and go for double jump on mid, but we've seen so much more Thunderbolt. We can't really fault players for going there. It just lines up to really easy kills at 6. You can just get these constant chain stuns with really no window to get out of it, no window to get a save. So I would like to see that coming out here for Pango. Would be a pretty nice game for Diffusal Pango as well, if you want to go that route. Bristleback with no mana is really not a threat. So that would be a really good way to go as well. Just back to the old Bristleback, the old Pangolier build-up instead of the most recent Echo Saber prioritization. It is looking like a very strong Diffusal game for the Pango. What's left here for Alliance? I mean, they are being taken... They're having their offlanes kind of being taken care of. The Monkey King flex ban is a good call from Nouns, considering how much we've seen that Monkey mid just crush a lot of matchups. And they will take care of the Pudge just in case the Bristle gets shifted onto the offlane. So they cover all their bases on Nouns. They see some of that Cheese Alliance pulled out. They don't want to have to deal with all of this AoE damage with the bonds.
I think that's a smart choice. Just in case, you know, because they don't really have the answers for that much control and damage. So they are going to go for the Sand King last pick for Nouns, and that could also be a mid Sand King or an offlane Sand King. We don't 100% know yet. See how Nouns do want to flex that up. I think I would probably prefer to just see the offlane Sand King here against the Bristle Warlock, but again, Nouns know better than we do. Alliance? How do you finish this off? Like, it still feels like you are lacking someone either mid or off. It is just up to them how they want to kind of flex these picks they've already made in the Prophet Bristle.
If you just went for a traditional carry here, would that still work out? Your team fight maybe lacks a little bit, but Luna kind of fits in still, doesn't it?
Well, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe like a mid-quap or something. You know, just kind of shift the Bristle off lane, or maybe even just shift the Nature's Prophet off lane. I don't dislike your idea either, John. It's just a lot of flexibility, and they're going to go for a DK instead. Very different.
Yeah, it's kind of the same idea as the Luna pick, right? Like, it's a hyper carry on the safe lane. It scales up nice and fast. It has a little bit less magic damage output here for Nande in comparison to the Luna, but you can still play with Fatal Bonds. You've got splash damage coming in, even on the on the Fire Dragon, of course, and it's just more damage spread around. Really nice tanky front lines here now as well for Alliance, with Skylark taking that Bristle back on the off lane. I like what Alliance has drafted up, but I feel like Nouns has managed to build themselves up enough magic damage to eat through this, and enough sustain to last true. Like, as long as Lelis can find his position and just save people when they are being committed on, or save someone caught out by, say, the Golem, allow your spells to fly through, your control on Alliance isn't really amazing, right? You've got Bushwhack, you've got Chaotic Offering. It's pretty much it until we see maybe a Gleipnir and Desire Mobe come in. So you're kind of free to dance around once that commitment is made by Alliance. For Nouns' part, this does kind of hinge on, again, maybe some quicker timings coming out for Fly on that Chen. A quick mech feels paramount here to withstand all of this early damage that it does look like Alliance will want to leverage. Again, Skylark on the offlane, if he does pop off, we've seen that Bristleback Ag's timing be very devastating once it kicks in. And you just tie that in with a connection with the Warlock. Like, if all of these heroes just collapse mid, or just go through the gate, get a Fatal Bonds off, chances are you're just dead on Nouns. If Skylark, again, just holds this ground.
It's going to be a very fun game, John. I like these drafts. I think it's going to be an action-packed game, especially after the laning stage. You can kind of see both teams spiking through the mid-game and just wanting to just go at it. So it might be it may be a slower laning stage into a very, very heavy kind of mid-game is what I'm anticipating between these two sides. Jonathan, do you have a preferred draft? Who's taking game one in your opinion based off the draft?
I like Alliance's draft. You know, I'm a believer when they draft this Warlock, even though, again, it's maybe not the most winning hero in their other series, but it's looked good. They always manage to draft around utilizing the Warlock Fatal Bonds. I think they've convinced me that this hero isn't dead. It just looks insane when you play it. And, you know, Fatal Bonds, it's not like it's been buffed up at some point. It's just been nerfed. Like, it was nerfed, what, 2-3 years ago? Warlock dies, and it's just kind of there. And they're still managing to utilize it really damn well. So I think as long as Alliance can clump up Deathball and just not get caught out by, say, a big Epicenter or a big Requiem, or some great rolls coming out here from Copy, you're in a very happy spot for Alliance. They're scaling. It's much more consistent. You've got the data to back you up. You've got this Bristleback as well, who can still scale like crazy. Very interesting here as well for Skylark. He does go for the Snot Rocket Facet. So most of the time we've been seeing red on the cores, but we do have at least consistent minus armor and slows being applied by Skylark when he is up front. That means no burst damage though, so maybe not the kind of play you'd want with the Fatal Bonds, but just more control to tie in. The potential there, Mike, is so fun. The goo plus upheaval sounds crazy.
I think because you want to play very aggressive, so I think it's the right choice to just go for Snot Rocket instead. Because you could just be so aggressive with this facet. It's kind of ridiculous, and it's like, you said it as well, right? Like, if you can channel an upheaval on top of it, just nobody's going to move. Everyone's just going to be minus armor and nobody's going to be moving, which is going to be incredible to watch if it does happen. Let's see, though. At the very least, I do agree with the facet choice of Skylark this game. I think it's going to be definitely the preferred choice. Of course, though, Jonathan, we'll start off with the mid lane. You're going to see Copy versus Mobay. Still should be a decent lane for the Pango, but it is against the Graded Treant, so, you know, Mobay should have an advantage no matter what.
They should still be able to control that lane. I don't think it's as soul-crushing as it once was. You know, the damage output of the Treant isn't as amazing. It's still manageable enough for Copy to wanting to be worried about Ardo's denies for Mobay. That doesn't change too much. Copy at least always has Swash and will have Shield Crash at some point to just bail out. I'm very curious again what Copy decides to build. With the Bristleback being offlane, perhaps the Diffusal isn't as big of a deal, so you could maybe afford to just go for your typical Echo Saber or just a Blink Axe Rush.
Gunnar gonna die. Nande able to secure first blood on the Dragon Knight already. So already a very strong start here against the side of Nouns. And I believe Lelis, he was going for a creep pull. He was just trying to drag the wave back towards their own tier 1 tower, and he does get away with it now, but it does cost the life of Gunnar.
That level 1 time for Sand King, not the comfiest. Already have that laning sentry as well. Spot out through the Sand Shroud. So you're not going to be the safest. This is going to be a very comfy lane for Nande, of course. You've got the healing to back you up here from Kidaro. You've got some cheeky enough plays with Fatal Bonds. I mean, you do have some cleave damage on hand. You've got Breed Fire, True to Creep Wave with Fatal Bonds on a hero. It is nice and consistent damage here from the side of Alliance, and there's not too much you can get done with Lelis. Allowance, I don't know.
You short on money, John?
Yeah.
You need an allowance, do you?
I could use something else entirely from someone else. Still, you know, it's going to take until maybe level 3 here for Nouns to take their allowance from Alliance. There you go. That's what we say.
Very good, John. I mean, I'm making fun of you. What's the odds I call Nande Nando about 20 times this game? Probably very likely, isn't it, John?
Yeah, you are very likely. You're always hungry, Michael Phoenix. To be fair,
I am.
No, that chicken is pretty damn good. I will give you that.
It's been a while since I went there, I must admit. Has been a while. Top lane, a bit of a jump onto Yuma. Desire does not have level 2, though. Ooh, it's a bit of a missed opportunity. If you had Bushwhack, that may have actually been a good attempt at Yuma's life. But, well, now he has level 2. So if he lands a Bushwhack, they probably could choose to get aggressive. But it does seem like Yuma now probably going to be pretty well aware that he needs to be a little bit cautious.
Just play a little bit further back. We've been seeing Skylark just running forward, popping that Viscous Nasal Go, knowing that he wins the economy trade in terms of mana cost. It's still fairly costly for the raises to fly out while you're running up. And it's still level 1 raises as well, so that is your window of opportunity to kind of get that done. Still seeing pressure on Gunnar down bot once more. And not much you can really do for Lelis to relieve that pressure. Gunnar has gone for Sandstorm and Stinger, so a 0-2-1 build. No way to try to go Burst Strike in and try to play with a Stinger. Just a little bit more passive for Gunnar. Into this lane, again, Nande is going to be very happy just farming up. This is a strong start for your scaling DK already.
Gunnar's having a really bad time as well. He might actually just be dead. Yeah, he is. Kadara with the Fatal Bonds and the level 2 Shadow are just doing so much work here down at this bottom lane, and Gunnar can just... he can't lane. I mean, you can already see Lelis just stacking up the triangle already, so, you know, it is what it is. He's going to have the catch-up farm eventually for this Sand King, but that is if it doesn't get intercepted.
Yeah, you're going to have to do some scouting work on lines. If they can get the space out, we haven't seen that be a top priority for a lot of teams. At the very least, they might be able to get away with snagging the large camp. That might be enough to just damage some of that early tempo. A little bit of poke up top here.
Ooh, Skylark. Gonna get hit by a blood grenade, but he's alright. Instead, Desire is the one that looks like he may go down, because Yuma just waiting for a raise, but 2 evasion. He evades 2 hits from the SF, which is very unfortunate. And that was a 15% chance of that happening, apparently, on each hit, so there you go.
All skill. That's called skill from Desire. You know, he desires to miss a shot, he will get it. It's in the name. That's all you need.
It is.
2-0 start for Alliance. That does force a full reset for Skylark. He's forced to walk back. Again, still stuck at level 3. Doesn't have Bristle back up yet, so he's not popping goo off everywhere just yet. He did opt to go for 1-2 for, again, a little bit more of a run forward presence here on the Bristle. But so far, the lanes for Alliance, again, looking pretty damn strong. Safe lane is going nice for Nande. Mid lane for Mobay, matching up nicely against this Pango of Copy. Although Copy, again, isn't lagging too far behind, as you'd see before. He is matching in denies and in last hits overall. So you're going to have that timing into level 6 here for the Pango to play with. Curious to see where the first roll is committed. They're still pressuring onto Skylark. Has to be a little bit cautious about wasting some HP. As Yuma now with level 2 raises can threaten the kill if he does go too far forward.
But I do appreciate how aggressive Yuma has been along with Fly. Like, they have constantly just been harassing Skylark away and just not allowing him to really start to dominate the lane. Especially considering Desire has left to just try and secure power runes, but nothing going to spawn nearby, sadly, for Desire. Copy will be able to pick up a very nice regen rune for himself in the Pangolier, and he does have that level 6 mark. So he could think about trying to go for a kill across the map somewhere. He could even think about Mobay. But instead, for now, he's going to hold out and just farm a little bit more. Though Lelis has come to set up. But the MP has already left the building. Meanwhile, Alliance trying to take some stacks away, and Kadara's just basically doing it on his own. Oh, you love to see it. It's working out very nicely for them. Gunner's going to rotate eventually. And does get some of the creeps, but it's still pretty rough here for Gunner.
Yeah, not the best feeling in the world. And they did rotate a couple of heroes onto mid right as the TP was up from Bay. They do isolate Skylark for a moment.
Well, the Snot Rocket saves him. Yuma could not keep up with him after all those goos came out. Instead, they're going to have to settle for Desire. Nice Rolling Thunder here from Copy. And he will be able to secure the kill himself. So a nice little rotation from the Pangolier. But they do miss... Oh, the Bristle. I was about to say they missed out, but Skylark just ran back into them. Because he's got no TP, apparently. Whoopsie daisies. Skylark having to run the old-fashioned way, and sadly just forgot to buy an extra TP. Warlock, Golden Drop is there. Yuma in big trouble. He's going to try to fight back, but realizes he cannot get away. He will die. And that was the Black Grimoire committed by Kadaro to allow that Golem Drop.
Yeah, opts to pop it early, wants to play momentum for his team, of course. I do want to point out as well, when they were clearing the stacks, that was why the Wrath of Nature was popped. They had Fatal Bonds up in the stacks. I'm surprised they didn't scout forward into the Ancients to try to clear that out as well. But happy enough with at least one of these stacks being taken out early. That did lead to no presence coming out for Mobay to help up top, but still, with the Golem up, a little bit of a steady siege that you don't really have an answer for here on Nouns. Looks like they're just going to have to give up on this top lane and allow Alliance the space to kind of try to contest top form. Cut off the source for Yuma's scaling timing, you know, into that usual Dragonlance, maybe Mask of Madness coming out here for the right-click SF, and just kind of put a dent in it. Still, Gunner does manage to clear out the Ancients, still in a happy place for the Sand King, despite maybe a bit of a slower laning start. Number 3 in that fort right now for good old Gunner, rushing the Bloodstone. So we'll want that added AoE first and some sustain true. Again, tying into the strengths of Nouns draft. You've got a Chen, eventually Fly will find a mech, and of course have Hand of God. With a Bloodstone up on top of that for Gunner, it's going to be pretty difficult to kill off the Sand King as long as he's in the Sandstorm and if Epicenter is running as well.
Kadaro taking a bit of damage mid lane, but he's going to be alright. Wrath of Nature going to clear out most of the creep wave, but Fly is going to bring his own small army in. So it seems like they are going to make the attempt onto the Prophet, but Mobay is able to get out just in the nick of time. And of course, that tier 1 mid tower, it's not really taking too much damage here from Fly. Again, the creep wave was cleared out by the Prophet, so really nothing to be done here, but they are still looking for a fight. Desire desperately trying to get the D-ward off, and does. But gets a bushwhack on a copy to boot. Copy easily gets the swashbuckle to the low ground, is going to be just fine. But the attempt onto the mid-tier 1 tower, which is what Nouns really wanted, is not really working out.
No. And this is, again, just space out. Free space for Nande to farm down bot on the DK. Very fast farmer, of course, with that cleave, with a splash damage on the Fire Dragon. No one contesting. You've got room now for Skylark to start building up as well on this Bristle, rushing a pipe after the power treads first. So he's going to have a little bit more presence as well once that's up and running. Is still playing a little bit forward here, though.
They do find Skylark. Requiem, it's not really doing too much. Skylark actually still running. The Snot Rocket just pumping out all those goos, and Yuma, I think, just killed himself here. They'll get Skylark, but it's not really worth the trade at all. And oh, this is why I like this Snot Rocket facet, John. You try to jump this guy, but with a Prophet who can TP in whenever, it's very hard to not die with him.
Yeah. You just kind of melt. You have to respect the minus armor, the added max goose stacks you have. And you really don't have any items right now on the SF to help with that durability issue. Maybe a little bit unfortunate. Desire finds both kills, but we are used to seeing this from Desire on his Hoodwink. Again, I recall a game that we were watching from Alliance where Desire was, what, 7-0 in the first 10 minutes? So the investment in him is not the worst thing in the world. He can and is going for that Atos to try to get some early hold to provide some additional control for his team that they do lack outside of Golem and Dragon Tail here. And that is going to be a big boon for Alliance to try to keep that tempo up. Still a little bit of a smoke out from Nouns. We are getting Diffusal build up for Copy, and see if they can get a movement out here with Gunner joining in.
They're going to try and wrap around into the triangle. They barely missed out on Mobay. A lot of stacks being taken here. This is the perfect time if they can intervene. They are going to make it to the high ground, though. Gunner does have his smoke broken. He is just going to take the Watcher. Rolling Thunder was popped by Copy, and it's not really going to matter at all. And they won't be able to really contest the Ancients either, as they were already taken here by Nande. And now Alliance, seeing the Rolling Thunder down, they want to try and force a fight. But Nouns have successfully retreated. But Alliance get away with pretty much all the farm they had in that triangle. So nobody really loses. I suppose Nouns do waste a bit of time in a Rolling Thunder, but that's pretty much it.
And again, you're pretty happy here on Alliance. You're just free farming on Nande. Even if they try to move forward, they can't really catch you out. Good defensive wards being set up here from the side of Alliance to just watch into that ramp area just a little bit, even down by mid as well. It's just very hard to try to smoke and force it and break it on the ramp. Enough time to respond there for Alliance. They're getting some free room out for Skylark to, again, try to scale up on this Bristle. Bottom network core right now, but Bristle doesn't take too long to catch back up. I do like that Nouns has been identifying this Bristle as a weak point up top. It just feels like they need a little bit more before that movement is necessarily a safe move. They just need a little bit more burst damage. Again, we haven't seen big commitments out yet from Gunner outside of that smoke play that doesn't line up too much. The Bloodstone just basically one part away now. So that key timing is going to be online at that point. He probably still needs a blink, considering that gap close isn't particularly amazing, and you kind of need to pop Sandstorm in the right spot. And blink is a little bit more necessary on the Sand Shroud facet because, well, you're committing to an area straight up instead of just being able to run up with your Sandstorm. A 5-3 start in this slower game is favorable for Alliance. Nouns still has their power spikes lined up, of course. You have scaling left on your Shadow Fiend. You still have this full Diffusal to come out from Copy, which can simplify the chase down and prevent the spell spam coming out here from Skylark once that's up and running. You do have some to sustain slowly being built up, level 6 up on Fly. He is opting for the drums first over the usual mech rush we see on our Chens, so not as much sustain as you'd want to see perhaps here for the side of Nouns, but a lot more potential with a push at the very least, which, again, we are still kind of lacking on Nouns. Tier 1 bot is still standing somehow. Mid, they've poked it a couple of times, still very healthy. Need to start finding some objectives here soon for Nouns, just to, again, apply some pressure onto Alliance, because they're just farming into everything very well.
But they are. Alliance getting pretty much everything they could ask for in this game. It's going to be scary. In the next 5 to 10 minutes, Alliance should be pretty confidently moving onto Nouns and trying to get some aggressive plays going. I mean, they've already got the blink on the way for Nande to boot, so the initiation is online now for the Dragon Knight, so he can always join his team if he does wish. Just pick up an amp damage rune. Lelis will throw out the Demonic Purge, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. Yuma is kind of nearby Skylark, so they could think about the Bristle, but Skylark lets him know that he knows he's there. And we saw what happened last time. Like, Skylark's probably the last guy you can really confidently jump as 2 or 3, because he can just turn with his team after the Snot Rocket does, you know, kind of kick in. And they are actually going to go to a smoke here for Alliance, so it seems like maybe they want to try and use Skylark as bait. There is going to be a scan on top of Alliance, but I imagine Nouns might just assume it's the Bristleback. But Nouns, they are retreating into their own dire triangle, so not really allowing an opening for Alliance. In fact, they're going to smoke up themselves now.
They've got that Bloodstone ready on Gunner. They want to reveal it in a massive way. Just need to get that catch in.
Well, here we go. I mean, they're coming right into Gunner, who could get a very nice Burrow Strike. Nande going to move into the Sand King. They will stun up the Dragon Knight, and Nande, already losing half his HP to the epicenter, is just getting deleted. Oh my, that was not anywhere near as hard as I thought it would be. The DK Warlock are both gone, and well, that'll open up the mid-tier 1 tower now. They even have a siege creep to abuse here. This top lane, they're going to try and jump Skylark, and Skylark this time around would not have the help incoming. In fact, Copy was the one who had the help.
Yeah, it's down to just these item spikes again for Nouns. They get the Bloodstone plus this full Diffusal up for Copy. Just a really strong Diffusal game. Cutting off the support spell spam, cutting off the Bristle and his threat with Quills. Just simplifies matters greatly. Mid is being sieged. There's time for a TP and the deny from Desire. Fortunate for Yuma not getting cleanup, but still opening up the map. This is something we needed to see from Nouns, and they do manage to take that 2k lead away. This is when we need to see Nouns just constantly play around their cooldowns now. Whenever they've got Epicenter or Rolling Thunder, they've got to look for kills.
Mabey looks very dead here. If they can find him, that is. Lilis not getting very lucky with the Shadow Poison. Oh, he barely gets it now, but it's too late. You know, funnily enough, that was the change that was recently made. The vision with Shadow Poison was reduced by 100. And that actually cost Lilis, because the first one he threw was right on the edge of finding that profit.
Yeah, might have been enough to just get that targeting out. Gunner was just there ready for the Burrow Strike. Miss out on a pretty big kill, but they are still getting that invasion off anyhow in the jungle, pressuring down bot, shoving into waves. There is still some breathing room here for Alliance. It's a little bit more clumped up, of course, and they are still needing a lot more. At this point, you're probably almost considering BKBs, although
they'll make a jump on the Pango. Copy does not get the Rolling Thunder. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, of course. He was still just guaranteed to die to the right click of Nande. A very nice kill, though, for the side of Alliance, able to pick off the mid Pangolier, and this is their timing. This is when they want to be aggressive, so they will start to move on to that tier 2 tower, but the Glyph is going to force them away.
Yeah, just play a little bit cautiously. Again, there is some concern for, say, if Gunner and if Yuma manage to line up the Epicenter Requiem. It's just an overwhelming amount of magic damage. Your pipe from Skylark is almost done, so that can help mitigate some of it. My bigger concern for Skylark is still this Diffusal coming in from Copy. Like, yes, it's still annoying getting free goose being launched at you, but without the follow-through of this Quilt Spray, the Bristle alone can't really soften you up for the rest of the team. The minus armor still plays nicely into the NP, but whether or not you have enough damage when there's turnaround potential from Nouns at that point remains to be seen. Still, pipe fully done now, as mentioned for Skylark. And for the side of Alliance, I mean, they still have Chaotic Offering. Again, there was some hesitation last time around from Kidaro while we were seeing Nande get jumped. So they do still have their one big team fight spell ready. They just need to kind of find an angle in. Their forward vision not really showing them too much just yet. The side of Nouns still trying to get that scaling onto Yuma. Would love that Ags as well and Copy for even more Diffusal swashes in the middle of these rolls. Almost at the timing as well for Gunner to have that full Shivas. Again, not opting for the blink this time around. A bit of a chase out.
Gonna get caught. Yeah, Mabey just gonna jump in and easily catch Fly. Nothing he can do about it. Another nice pick off for Alliance. So he does make the wards pretty obvious here from Alliance, but obviously Nouns gonna have trouble to get there and delete them in time anyway. Mid-tier 2 tower now under siege from Skylark, though top lane they have made the jump onto Nande, who's been kind of left alone. Desire's the only one there trying to help him out. They will try to TP the Prophet in, and in fact Nande, he's still just going to survive anyway. They never really got the epicenter off for Gunner, so the damage output was not high enough to take down Nande. And in the meantime, the tier 2 mid tower does end up going down.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to just, again, needing this Ags up and copy to actually have some more swash damage done. Him alone is not going to be enough to get commitment out from Gunner. It's a little bit more difficult. Again, without a blink, they have to be already in a position where Gunner can just walk up Burrow Strike. And it was just a little bit too far out. The DK just a little bit too tanky. And that's without inting like the full Sanj up. That's without inting like a BKB even being formed up here yet by Nanda. He only has the Yasha blink plus an armlet to toggle true. So slightly concerning for the side of Nouns, but still in a, again, a very even game so far, 7-6. I just feel like if Nouns don't start to take these fights in the next 5 minutes, you start to get a little bit concerned for that timing into the late game.
Well, now he's looking to go maybe through the bottom lane and hunt down Mobay. He's going to try and go through the twin gates, and looks like, in fact, he's not even going to twin gate. He's just going to teleport with his own spells, and Nouns not able to find the kill they really wanted. They could look to start setting up for the tier 2 bottom tower, but it is still pretty early for that. Roshan's also an option for Nouns, and they are in position to try for it, and it seems like they will. You do have an SF after all, so it's probably will advise you go for the early Roshan attempt. An Alliance, they feel like they've got the style of draft to try for these Roshans themselves, especially around this timing, but they are going to go for the Tormentor instead, and it seems like they don't really have an idea that Roshan's even happening.
Yeah. It's not the quickest Rosh for the side of Nouns, but they've got enough space and time to just clear it out. Again, this is big for Nouns. It allows them to play into their earlier power spikes with that quick BKB up on Yuma with the Aegis up as well. So this is when we need to see Nouns again work it up against Alliance. Alliance just free farming are already 3k ahead. You are again getting a lot of space to try to scale up in Skylark. He is just going full Aurus on her Bristle. So just wanting to tank through everything, maximizing the Snot Rocket, getting those debuffs off for the rest of the team to clean up on. Nande is probably already just has enough for the full Sanj and Yasha out. We'll actually go back for the BKB first. I like that switch up here on our DK. Understands it's really only Magical Burst and the chain stuns that can kill him off. With a BKB up, you're cutting into a lot of your damage output on the side of Nouns. And you're not going to have the control to deal with that DK. So, again, for the side of Nouns, this Aegis needs to line up to more than just farm here. They are looking to pressure onto mid, maybe get a swing around up towards top, but they are just poking at a greater treant that they do convert. Still enough information for Alliance to bail out. And if you don't start to find something in the next 4 minutes with the Aegis up, again, I just don't know what you do about this DK late game. Like, yes, SF scales, but we've seen it happen before when the DK just free farms into, say, a Daedalus down the line. It feels near impossible to stop a DK once he does get that farm going and, say, 40 minutes in. That's a scary point for Nouns.
Well, it doesn't feel like Nouns are intending on waiting too long, I'll tell you what. They go through the tier 1 top tower, and it seems like they'll stick around for the tier 2 top tower here with Yuma. Nice and easy with that lasting presence. Well, the tower's gone, John. It doesn't seem like there's much of a defense to come. They will use the upheaval of a Kadaro, send some minor Imsim, but that's going to be about it. They freely allow it to go as now top lane. They're having a look for the Bristleback, but Skylark does get the TP out. And again, Alliance, they are not chasing for any stragglers. They're just allowing Nande the space. Of course, Nande and Mobay both farming very, very efficiently right now. BKB up on the Prophet, and now they'll go for a gank attempt. Smoke is up. Mobay just waiting in the fountain for the TP in. And in fact, Yuma is the closest target to them, but now Gunner is. So they've got an option for the Sand King. They're avoiding Gunner for now. Keep in mind, he does have the Bloodstone, but they are going to jump in with the stun and try to blow him up ASAP. Heals do come in, but it's not enough. A very strong pick off here for Alliance.
down. A rather unfortunate one for Nouns to lose as well. They do manage to get Fly's gem off the back of that, passing it to Gunner because he's the tanky front line. And they lose 900 gold on top of that kill. And now you can just kind of clean up the map off of this forward vision that Nouns we're trying to set up and find a tier 2 off the back of it. And I just like this read again from Lions. They understand what these BKBs do for them. There's no threat. Like right now, your damage is just really Requiem Epicenter. The right clicks of the SF, not really scary yet. Yes, the minus armor does help buff it up. It's not like the instant burst damage that you're seeking out here on Nouns when these team fights do break up. A 6k lead building up now for Alliance, and Nouns for their part, despite taking tier 2s, have just not been able to find the pickoffs to allow more pressure in. They don't care for the map being shrunk down just a little bit here on Alliance's end. They know how durable they are. They know how much their Nature's Prophet can just split push as well, be a nuisance around the map, giving them room on the other cores to just farm the opposite side. And for Nouns, again, they still have Aegis, but it's only a minute left. Yuma now is going for a break source with that Silver Edge. Issue is you can only break one of two heroes, either the Bristle or the DK. If you don't break Nanda, he's going to be tanking these fights. If you don't break Skylark, you have to deal with Goo. And only breaking one of them just... it means you have to find them kind of isolated. So, which, again, has been a little bit of a struggle here for the side of Nouns to do.
Well, they are grouped up here, Nouns, but again, they're not really smoking up. They're just hanging by the mid lane to see if somebody will show up to go for an easy pick-off. Nouns, they're heading down through the bottom lane once again. Skylark is around the area, but he's not underneath vision yet. But he's running towards an observer ward, but it is his own ward anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And so no real action to come out. Again, both teams just seemingly avoiding each other for now. Alliance, though, is certainly starting to take over in the net worth department now, 4k ahead. In fact, make that 5. Nande still confidently sitting in that top net worth spot right ahead of Mobay. And Daedalus is up next for the Dragon Knight, so damage issues are slowly disappearing here for Alliance. You start to question whether Nouns are going to have enough in the tank to try and get through this later game. So the game pace has really started to shift quite a bit. I mean, it looks like they are going to try for the bottom tier 2 tower. But I don't really see that changing too much unless they intend on going high ground anytime soon.
And they're not going to dig into high ground without that Aegis. Just expired on Yuma. Likely to just wait for next Roshan in 2.5 minutes. We'll see that timer, of course. Again, a steady siege coming out from Yuma. Not really any care on Alliance. They know what they can do. Just look at Mobay's position, cutting that bot creep wave already, preventing any sort of future move onto the high ground. You've got Skylark just tossing out the hairball to slow down the creep wave as well to clear it out before high ground can commence. Maybe a flank onto mid. This could be their opening here on Nouns.
They don't seem to want it though. They don't seem to really want the fight. They are backing off again. Very calm and composed style of game thus far. Just 8-6 is a scoreline here between these two teams. And Skylark's almost got a full Crimson Guard up now. Like, you're going to probably start having damage issues on Nouns' end if you're not too cautious. And Mobay's working towards an Assault Cuirass, so even more armor to come in. What have we got on Nouns? Like, we've got a Silver Edge being built up on Yuma, so you're going to have that nice break against Skylark. Ags coming out for Lilith soon. BKB for Gunner. So nothing too game-changing apart from maybe the BKB for Gunner. The Silver Edge, it almost felt like they didn't really need it, in fairness. Like, Skylark's been dealt with quite a few times now in this game, and I don't know if they actually need the break, to be fair.
I feel like they still do. Again, it's when you go into these big 5v5s, yes, your teamfight control is great, but you have to contend with two heroes that are very tanky up front. This will help you deal with one of them at the very least, and just insta-burst them. I think the break's actually more important onto Skylark, because this Bristleback will get the job done even if he dies, as long as he's popping Bristleback. You take away that passive, then he's not applying Quill, he's not applying Goo, he's not applying minus armor debuffs to soften them up for Nande, or for Mobay to prey off of, and you take away the impact of that Bristleback entirely outside of the Auras. So it's still pretty necessary. I would say the big timing that Nouns had is actually this Blink and Gunner that they just farmed up during the Aegis. Again, just not able to utilize this jump in. They have double blink up on Pango Sand King. They're just not able to find any isolated heroes. Alliance, again, are not playing by their tier 2s. They're just playing the lanes, utilizing this NP, utilizing the fact that Warlock can also freely shove lanes with Upheaval and Ag Shard. And it's just hellish right now for Nouns. This is not a position you want to find yourself in when you've got two very nice tempo, tanky frontline initiators and one sort of good scaling core on SF. Like, Yuma is just going back for the full Daedalus now over that Silver Edge, maybe recognizing that the break probably just won't help as much as they'd want, so try to go for the burst play. I don't know if that burst play is going to be enough with this Crimson Guard up and into the BKB for Skylark with these BKBs lined up already on the side of Alliance. They've got Roche opened up for themselves here with the just the Chrysalis up on Nande and Mobe showing up. Not going to take too long. Nouns still having to fix top lane to walk into that area, are showing mid instead. So it's going to be a nice second Aegis here for the side of Alliance with the Roche banner. One good team fight, that's all it takes, and you plop that banner down, high ground's going to be ripe open for you here for Alliance to take.
I mean, they could probably go right now if they really want to. I say right now, they might just wait for the full Daedalus to be up on Nande, which he's gotten about 100 gold. There you go, he'll have it up very soon. In fact, I said 100, it was 300. Math not doing too well today, but it doesn't matter, Jonathan. I mean, Alliance still well and truly in the lead of this game. And the game seems to have gone according to plan. I thought we'd see a lot more action around the 20-minute mark, but it just has not been the case. Alliance happily completely avoiding Nouns, and Nouns have kind of done the exact same thing. And now, with the Daedalus up on Nande, they are going to smoke. BKB in the backpack. So they'll just throw it back in after the Aegis is gone here for Nande, if he needs it. Zgunner, mid lane, has been spotted. They'll wrap around through the Dire Triangle first here. See if they can find a squishier target. No one quite yet, but there's your jump in. Gunner, he gets a very nice bow strike to start, but he has still been caught. Here comes the cavalry to try to help him out, but Gunner is down. A great start for Alliance is now Yuma trying to run, but being slowed up so much by these goos. He'll get up to the high ground, but Lelis cannot say the same because he is dead. They go for more now. Skylark, still fine, but Copy gets the Rolling Thunder up, moving into the Dragon Knight, but where's the damage output? Nobody is there to do damage. Copy now getting Gleipnir up. Bushwhack not going to quite land, so he is able to get out of there. It's now Gunner. He's going to pop the Epicenter, but the Gleipnir is going to lock him down and cancel it. So he never gets it off. It will remain off cooldown. And Nouns do successfully hold high ground. As Alliance, they've seen enough. They got a buyback out of Gunner. They'll come back another day.
They got buyback forced out. They forced out a couple of BKB uses as well, although they did have to pop more base. Not the best situation for Nouns, and that's not even Gunner setting up for them, right? That Gunner blinked back from the lane right into that smoke, tries to burst strike out on top while the rest of Alliance were still there, and just gets bursted down. It's very fortunate for the side of Nouns that Kidaru just threw out the Golem very early on. I think if you held onto Golem when you killed off Gunner, that would be a different story on the high ground. That would definitely be a fight you take on Alliance to push for more. They'll play it safe. They know it's a tin ice right now for Gunner. It's going to slow down this BKB timing he wants to work for himself. And you are seeing the issues here for Nouns. Just, I get what, I get why first Aegis ends up being a farming Aegis, but with this kind of lineup, it just doesn't feel good to play the farm game up against this draft of Alliance. 10k lead, 10-6, smoke out again. No chaotic offering, but almost unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to find a very, very free pick-off. Fly, unfortunately, running into the Dragon Knight. Copy's actually gone for a Rolling Thunder to try and escape from this, and he will immediately TP out. Gleipnir will not lock him down, as he had still plenty of time in the Rolling Thunder to get away. So Fly is down now, but he does have buyback. Alliance want to try and at least force that buyback. Here we go. Tier 3 tower under siege. Nande. He'll get a lot of work done here, but they are now lacking a creep wave. And that's it. They'll leave again. A very, very conservative play by Alliance, but it is working. And if it's working, John, you don't need to fix it.
I mean, you do have to fear the high ground defense potential of Nouns. Burst Strike Requiem can feel really good in that area. Gunner.
Now, speaking of Epicenter, it does come in. Kadaro Well, he's going to die, but that's just a +5 Warlock. Kadaro, he'll just tank the gank, and there you go. He'll voice line him from the graveyard as well.
I mean, that's pretty massive commitment. It's not the longest cooldown in the world, but it's a minute 20 where you don't have to care for Gunner's presence now, for the most part. Again, you're very reliant still on Magical Burst on the side of Nouns. One of your big Magical Burst tools is gone. So it's a very safe time for Alliance to just play their own game. 40 seconds until Aegis expires, though, so that window for Nande is closing out at the very least. And Nouns Nande's all alone. They're looking for a longer flank here.
We're not alone anymore. They are going to smoke up with Nande. Smoke on smoke scenario between these two teams. Fire Strike is in. They've already found one in the Bristleback, and Skylark, he's getting a lot of goos out already. Here comes the cavalry to try and help him out, but Skylark is down. Meanwhile, though, they have caught both supports. Fly and Lelis both down now. Not a good start here for Nouns. They need to get the hell out of there. Yuma will TP away with the BKB, but the chase is on for Gunner. Desire, he'll miss the bushwhack, but he's got the vision, so he'll get the Gleipnir off onto Gunner, and Nande will be there to follow up, though. Gunner no way, you're sanking TP. Sandstorm TP rather, and it doesn't work. They have the detection, they'll get the job done.
You can just see the issues that line up. You jump Skylark, sure, but all of those quills coming out, the massive commitment you have to make just to kill this offlane Aura built Bristleback. It's just not worthwhile. The rest of your supports are left in the back. You're softened up for the follow through with how long those goose stacks do last. And the idea from now, it's missed its timing. Alliance, they have full control. I don't see any way coming back here for Nouns right now unless you get ultra farmed up on Yuma, or you just start to find some isolation plays here from the side of Alliance.
Oh, they'll get a range Rax, but they're not going to stick around for the melee barracks. Dragon Form on cooldown for another 20 seconds here for Nande, but they are just going to transition with the Roshan banner into the mid-tier 3 tower instead. Just protect the siege creeps is all they really want. And Nande is going to have Dragon Form back up in just a moment. Just another 5 seconds. So you can go all over again. Do they stay mid? Do they go high ground on the top lane? Bushwhack, not going to land on Yuma. Range Rax is down once again in the mid lane. And with the siege creeps protected, they can't really protect these melee barracks unless they go and deal with them. Nande's going to jump in. A beautiful bushwhack here from Desire. And Yuma is down a poot. Oh my, Nande is just feeling pretty uncontrollable at this stage. They're still going to try and fight here with Copy and the Rolling Thunder, but it's just doing not enough. Here comes Gunner, but he's immediately jumped. The TP does nothing. More buybacks incoming from Nouns, but Yuma's here now. Oh, he gets the Requiem off, but it does nothing. Yuma will drop. That's a dieback immediately here for the SF. GG is called. Rampage for Nande to finish off this game 1.
Yeah, spectacular showing out from Alliance, but I have to say here, Nouns had a window. Nouns had a timing. Double blink timing up on your Pango and Sand King. First Aegis coming out for free. Sieging onto tier 2s, not being able to rotate onto any heroes from Alliance while they're just scattered around the map. Alliance just had a much better understanding of what they had to do with their draft, and they managed to utilize that draft much better than Nouns did this time around. They outplayed them, they dodge out all of these smoke plays, they scale up, they have that confidence to scale up with the DK safe lane. They know what Skylark's supposed to do. If Skylark gets stripped, who cares about Bristle? He's got Snot Rocket. He's still gonna get the job done. This is that one jump they did, the long smoke around when they saw Nande exposed. No, they want the Bristle first. Exposed backline, TP in, full commitment onto Bristle, nothing left for everyone else. It's just a little bit messy from now. It's a hard game to play with this kind of draft, to be fair. But Alliance just kind of slowly crushed him down here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, in that last highlight you saw as well, like that Snot Rocket, they do jump him, but there's 3 heroes that have been slowed to an absolute crawl, and Kadaro just happily drops a golem right on top of their heads with an upheaval. They just couldn't rejoin the fight in time. It's just, the facet's absolutely ridiculous. By the time you kill the Bristleback, he's added 6-7 stacks of nasal goo to you. There's just nothing you can do about it either. It's unbelievable here from Alliance. A very nice draft indeed, and I mean, props to them. You know, they played slow, John, but slow does get you there. And, you know, if that's what it takes to win game 1, then so be it. Nouns, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure this one out. Because it certainly did feel like they missed their timings. And of course, you know, maybe a bit of a shift up in draft here to resolve things. But it certainly did not look too flash hot here for Nouns.
No, it didn't. It feels like when you're up against Alliance, you have to actually ban out this Kidaro Warlock. Like in this game, maybe it doesn't show up as much, but even the small things, right? Like Kidaro Fatal Bonding the stacks in the triangle to get the Rat of Nature down onto it to clear out one stack. That impacted Gunner's farm. Stalled out the Bloodstone, which end up stalling out the Shivas and the blink timing, so the aggression just took longer on Nouns when they wanted to play faster. I feel like this hero has to go. Like, our standout player, of course, is Nande. He did a fantastic job farming up, having confidence in his team, and just knowing which angles to take in these fights. But overall, I think as a whole, Alliance has shown us that they just know how to play their own game. Whether it's a fast-paced game when they're playing Pudge, a slower, moderate pace of game when they're having to stall out up against a very early tempo that Nouns brought out, they just had a good read. They know they could give out these tier 2s. They knew that they could just sacrifice Skylark as long as the auras come in. And for Nouns, it felt a little bit disappointing. You know, like, again, they hit these item spikes. You expect a little bit more to come out there from Copy and Gunner to try to play momentum. Alliance, I feel like that's more on Alliance being able to dodge out, but it also felt like Nouns didn't capitalize on their own moments as early as you'd want them to. And I think they're going to have to look at that going into Game 2 to play up here up against Alliance.
And speaking of Game 2, John, we'll head off to a short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Nouns versus Alliance. See you then.
Time for Focus Fire. It's just going to be 90 seconds of questions, and we're going to want to answer them as quickly as possible. And at the end, they're all going to be added to a leaderboard. Desire, it's time to dispel the memes. Are you ready to prove that you can be quick and fast in this question fire round?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, brilliant. Quick answer. That's what we like. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. How many heroes are in the game?
140.
Wrong. Which hero has the talent +1 252 damage?
Take this.
What did Yutaro change his name to earlier this year?
Rodan.
Weaver's time lapse sends you back in time. How many seconds does it send you back?
5.
What year was Void Spirit added to the game?
2018. No way.
How long does an Observer Ward last?
5 minutes.
Name me one item that builds into Oblivion
Support,
staff.
by the way. Huh?
Can you name one item that builds into Oblivion staff?
You mean Sage Mask or one component?
Good. Shadow Shaman and Lion both have a spell of the same name. What is it?
Check.
Yep. What type of damage does Witch Doctor's Death Ward do?
Magical.
Who has the facet Krill Eater?
What was it?
Who has a facet Krill Eater?
Cool later. Sound the demon, no.
No. Which hero has the highest strength gain?
Center.
What is the most expensive item to build in the game?
Not Rapier. Revenant, but...
No. Name one of Ringmaster's abilities.
Tame the Bee.
Yep. Who was the last Chinese team to win TI?
Tongfu, no.
No. Whose innate allows them to see Roshan's respawn timer?
See, what?
Sorry. We started to struggle a little bit, but yeah, you got some good answers in there. You don't know how long an Observer Ward lasts.
Wait, it's fine. 6 minutes.
6 minutes, yes, yeah. Yeah, Void Spirit added to the game. That was close, that was 2019. There's 125 heroes in the game, but yeah, overall, I think you did pretty well.
I was saying random stuff, some work, some...
I mean, you got some of them right. You got. I think you got a decent amount right. So yeah, we'll see how you do compared to the other players.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL's Wallachia. Of course, we are here for a best-of-3 series between Nouns and Alliance, and if in case you weren't watching game number 1, Alliance did manage to pull off quite a convincing victory, I would say, Jonathan.
Yeah, it looked really strong coming out from Alliance to get to play their own style once more. You know, we see them once again pick up the Warlock and pick a lot of stuff around it that just makes a lot of sense. So I'm curious to see what adjustments we see from Nouns. They did pick something high tempo. They went for the Chen draft that we haven't seen in a while. Went for the SF safe lane for Yuma. Off lane, Sand came for Gunner. The mid Pango for Copy. And again, it felt like that tempo just wasn't there for Nouns. They were trying to scout around, run forward. Just couldn't find the openings. Alliance just very disciplined, understanding that they could give away pretty much all their outer towers and just be happy with the game and just don't play into Nouns' own power spike. Do have that draft on hand though, and we do see the same openings coming out. The Shadow Demon coming out for the side of Nouns, and the Hoodwink once more here for the side of Alliance, with the Enchantress Doom, Naga, Snap being banned out by Alliance, and Nouns taking care of the Enigma, Beastmaster, and the NP. So at least removing the Nature's Prophet from Obey, but I feel like the tools are still there for Alliance. Again, no one wants to do it, but Warlock's still there. No one's ever going to ban that up against Alliance, or normally you'd never ban a Warlock. I feel like specifically against Alliance, you might as well do it, because it feels like they just know how to draft around Fatal Bonds. They know how to draft strong lanes with a Warlock just a little bit too well, that it feels like Nande gets a free ride.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, like, it has been very impressive from Kadaro. Like, the way he's been playing these Warlocks has been very nice, and even just the sustainability. Like, you can't really kill the enemy carry when there's a Warlock with Shadow Word just spamming it over and over again. It does become increasingly challenging, and well, as we saw last game, Gunner died twice in lane as well to the Fatal Bonds. Like, it was just very, very dominant in laning stage, and you know, as much as we meme about the Black Grimoire, just being able to pop it prior to your level 6 and get that golem in the middle of a team fight when they're not expecting it, it has really paid off quite nicely.
And it has. So, and they have the option for it. Of course, they're just going to pick it up. Why not? Is there anything that counters Warlock? Sure there are. You know, there are things that make his lane maybe a little bit less impressive, but I don't know if that's something Nouns will consider. Maybe... Again, they also didn't ban out combinations with a Warlock. They ban out very safe bans, you know, Skylarks. Beastmaster that we saw really pop off. It does make a lot of sense to take that out of the picture. The NP for Mobe. And this Centaur as well that can kind of tie in. Like Centaur with Fatal Bonds can be a bit scary. But Bristleback's still there. Pudge is still there for Alliance if they want to swing back for that. We'll see what Nouns responds with. Last time around, we saw them pick up Chin Pango at this point. So I'm curious if maybe they have the same confidence with that kind of draft, that kind of playstyle, and just find a way to actually apply that pressure onto Alliance while they're still trying to build up. Because it felt like, again, the idea was sound. We even saw, again, Copy going for Diffusal over the typical Echo Saber Ags Rush. Like, he had a good grasp. They all had a good grasp into what timings they had to play around here on Nouns. Just Alliance were a little bit too good in sneaking around the map and keeping the waves all shoved out. That's a cute little squishy.
I think you mean kawaii, Jonathan. Very kawaii squishy right there.
Good job. You're saying that because we have Sinya in chat? Yeah, you're trying to bring out the weebness here?
Oh, Sinya in chat. Hello, Sinya. Shout out to you. No, it wasn't because she's in chat, Jonathan. It's because it's kawaii. That's why I said it. You get upset every time I make a Japan reference. Every time.
It just sounds atrocious coming out from you.
Oh,
it does.
Is this the guy? Say tsunami for me, John. Pronounce tsunami.
Tsunami.
Are you Japanese, Jonathan, to pronounce it like that? To pronunciate the T? No.
No.
Okay.
But I say it like that. What are you going on to me about? Like you were saying it like, we're going to go in circles here, Mikey. What are in circles are the draft of Nouns, because they've got circles. They've got circles on hand. You know, they've got the arena circles. They've got the Bramble Maze circles. They've got circles all over the place for Nouns, which is fun to see. This is a very scary combination from Alliance now. Imagine Fatal Bonds with Tree Toss. Imagine Fatal Bonds with just Toss. That is not a fun time with Crash Landing Facet up. I like that pickup for Alliance. That should be Armor Bay Hero. Mind you, it's a 0% win rate hero, so maybe it's not that good, but I like it on paper. I like the theory crafting around it. It makes sense with what they have on hand here for the side of Alliance, at the very least.
Certainly does. but it hasn't won yet. So, you know, maybe this will be the game that Alliance makes this work. Shall see. 4th pickup for Alliance now. Still looking for 2 more core picks here for Alliance, and they are going to go down the Luna route. Fair enough. Luna has been popping up a lot, still proving to be very potent in this meta. Nouns, not to be outdone though, go right into a Storm, and it does already feel like a pretty good Storm game.
That it does. Your hard hold here from Alliance really isn't there. What, you have Chaotic Offering, which is a massive cooldown, Bushwhack, which is dodgeable for the Storm. Maybe a Blink Avalanche Toss is your best bet here on Alliance once that timing is up for presumably Mobe again on a mid-tiny. I'm curious what the last pick will be now for Skylark. I like the Luna. Again, it makes a ton of sense when you've got Warlock on hand. If the DK Warlock lane was hellish, sure, at the very least, the Luna's not as durable as the DK to get aggressive, but it does have a lot of good damage just flying through that. The Fatal Bonds will amplify that poke from the glaive levels even early on. So I like that solution here for Alliance to kind of have. Of course, you do pick a Luna into Shadow Demon. That can be a little bit annoying, especially as the game scales up. And grabbing your own Luna illusions, well, that aspect of disruption and, you know, illusions in general aren't as strong. It can be annoying with enough farm on Nande. So you do at least have that tool on the side of Nouns. What do they ban out? Are they thinking about banning the Bristle? Is that their concern right now?
No. Well, we'll see. They still have some more bans to go, but Nouns, for now, they'll get rid of the Visage. Maybe feeling like they've got the answers for the Bristle this game. You don't really, though, do you? Like, it's still seems like a decent enough offlane Bristleback game if Alliance wanted to take it once again. We shall see. Alliance. Like, you might want to figure out something for the Storm, though, because it does feel like it's a relatively free Storm Spirit game.
And it does. I don't see anything from offlane that gives you stable hold. This is a little bit quirky, but maybe Tidehunter with Shard? Like, the leash is pretty massive against the Storm. Tidehunter in general has felt really good. It can still play around with Fatal Bonds down the line. And it's 2 big teamfight spells in Ravage and Chaotic Offering. But just Blink Leash alone might be enough. The cast point on the Dead in the Water isn't that big, if I recall right. It feels pretty fast, at least from what I remember. So I think Tidehunter could be pretty viable. Like, Tidehunter Hoodwink lane is also very stable. I think the Bristleback's out of the picture, honestly, because they picked Mars. So at the least, you always make the Bristleback face forward when you are attacking him, or you can easily find the angle forward. So it's not going to be as durable. Do you see the Medusa ban out coming here from Alliance, just to ensure that no cheeky pickups come here for Yuma? It is looking honestly like a pretty stable Dusa game. You've got the protection of a Mars to worry about. Arena plus Stone Gaze is a very easy set of team fight to break out here for Nouns. I like that respect here from Alliance.
It is nice. One more ban to go from Nouns.
Nouns Esports turn to
They'll get rid of the Primal Beast. Final pick for Nouns. This will be the carry pickup we're looking forward to try and contest this Luna. Back to the SF. Okay. Interesting.
I don't mind it. What I really want to see is just this early activity from Nouns has to connect, right? And I think maybe one big factor in the last game for Nouns was this Bloodstone first over a Blink first for Gunnar, feeling like he can just engage in off the back of the Pango instead. It just never happened, right? Like, so we waited for Bloodstone into even the full Shivas before the Blink came in. And that timing was too stalled out. At least this time with Mars, it should just be a Blink Rush after Phase Boots, and then maybe a BKB on top, if not Aura, if you feel the need for it. So you can connect with your Storm, you can connect with your SF's early timings with Requiem, and that should lead to the early activity that Nouns was lacking a little bit in the last game. This is a much more balanced draft for all of these heroes to connect. So I don't mind the SF. Mind you, I think scaling into late game is still not going to be great. SF up against Luna is just, it's not a fun time. It really isn't. Luna just has so much damage from her innate, from not having to invest skill point into that. She can be right on top of you as well, although Requiem is going to be annoying. Once you have some like BKB, Luna's not really going to care about that magical burst. So it's really just down to what solution you have for Storm from your offlane, or what kind of hold you can hope for. It's still the Bristleback. So they just go back into it. I mean, again, the lane we saw there for Skylark up against Yuma, it looked solid enough. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It wasn't particularly amazing, to be fair, but he did just get space to farm up, and it's looking like Alliance are going with the same overall idea, right? Nande is going to need some farm. Skylark's going to need some auras. Your tempo is going to be coming out here from Mobe on that mid-tiny. I do worry about Copy, though. This looks like a very free game for Copy to dance around everyone on the side of Alliance. And as long as Gunnar or Yuma can connect in, especially Gunnar with blink timing, they should be able to run and gun a little bit better here on Nouns and actually get this draft online.
I do agree with that sentiment. It's going to be another interesting game too. I mean, Alliance obviously kind of following the motto of if it's not broken, don't fix it. I mean, why not? If it worked the first time, surely it'll work the second. Nouns have seen this before. They literally just played against this style of draft, so they should have a pretty decent idea of how to deal with it. But we shall see if they figured out an answer, because this will be game 2. Alliance 1 game away from getting a 2-0 victory here over Nouns, and Nouns, of course, trying to force this to a game 3 if possible. It should be fun. Hopefully a bit more action as well early on between these two teams, because this game was a little bit on the slower end, but, you know, again, it is what it is. You do what you need to do to win, John.
That you do. And again, the onus was on Nouns to actually play a little bit faster, which was just kind of stalled out with the item choices from Gunnar. Again, he was opting for like this bigger Sand King that could rely on someone else to initiate. This time as the Mars, he can set up for his team. So that is one big positive. Like once you get the blink timing on Gunnar, you get, say, the early Dragon Lance, maybe Mask of Madness up on Yuma, you should be able to start to make those connections. Copy can join in to get free Galvanized stack every now and again, and you can get the ball rolling there. I feel like the lanes, I don't think they've improved by that much. I think both sides have very even lanes still. It's really the mid lane that stands out to me. Copy should have himself a pretty decent time up against this Tiny. And overall, again, a very strong game here for the Storm because you don't have hard hold. You legitimately have, really just Golem drop that stands out. Maybe a Bushwhack if you can actually catch the Storm. Ideally, like your setup for the Storm is what? Lucent Beam into Bushwhack, which... Do you want your Luna that far forward into a Storm? You likely don't. So it's really difficult to see Copy getting punished too hard here if he does decide to go a little bit crazy earlier on. And I feel like that's going to be one big aspect for now. It's this connection for Gunnar and Copy. These two guys have to pop off and play a lot faster to apply that pressure onto Nande, prevent that scaling from the Luna to be actualized here from Alliance.
It should be an interesting game too.
Interesting.
If we see any early, yes, John.
We have the Victory Feast up, Mike. We don't have the No Vision in Arena, which is honestly, if you have no saves to block, it's pretty damn big. This additional regen, just how far forward Gunnar can play, is kind of amazing. So I actually like this. I thought coming into this, we'd actually see a little bit more of this, considering, especially if you're not playing against something like, say, Shadow Demon being the big one. It just has a lot of leeway for the Mars. So I like this change up as well from Gunnar, and that should mean, again, just more aggression can come in here from the end of Nouns once that blink timing's up.
Yeah, I do like that choice for Facet here for Gunnar. Makes enough sense. See, the sustain could be game-breaking as well in the right hands, and we'll see what Gunnar can get done with this Facet, as we are going to have a bit of a smoke break onto Mobe and Copy. Gunnar and Lelis, they've wrapped around through the Dire jungle. You are going to have Nande and Kadaro running towards them at the moment. I doubt you'll be able to really find a kill with just these two, though. It seems like they probably just want to get away with the bounty, and they were spotted here anyway, so Nande just going to kind of posture them away. Will still be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty rune, so a nice even start. Because we'll start with the mid lane. You're going to have Copy against Mobe once again on the Tiny versus Storm Spirit matchup. Either way, I think this should be relatively even. Like, sure, you can kind of abuse the static slide to dominate CS, but Mobe's a Tiny with tree grab, so it'll be interesting to see who does get the CS advantage in this mid lane.
And it is. I feel like there is a window for Copy to kind of leverage this up against the Tiny. Level 3 spike with, say, a 1-1-1. You get the double overload, you get a little bit of free damage with a Remnant, and you can slowly poke Mobe out by that level 3 timing. Level 1 to 2 should be fairly even. Again, you can just cleave through the creep wave, no problems from Mobe. Once he has Toss, he can maybe kind of angle out if Copy does step a little bit too close. Chances are a Storm doesn't really need to do that nowadays with Static Slide, of course. So you should be relatively stable on Copy. I'm curious to see if we will see more emphasis on the water runes themselves. You know, like especially at the 4-minute mark, try to deny one off from Copy or MOUZ can kind of change the dynamic on mid as well. We didn't quite see that opening last game around as the side lanes were much more tied in. So I think if Copy actually gets a little bit more emphasis for water rune secures, it should be able to, again, start to set him up for a faster 6 here.
Top lane as well. I mean, you're going to see Nande here along with Kadaro. Now, I wonder if they can actually kill Nande this time around on this Luna. Like, he is substantially squishier, I want to say, but again, with Kadaro around with Shadow Word, they may not even bother trying. Because it's just very hard to actually get the damage off, or at least chip away at Nande throughout this game.
And it can be. You do have some good poke potential here from the side of Nouns. With how close Nande has to get to CS, of course, you're in striking range for the Rebuke into the Spear. There's the Brambles that you can toss out to chain up. But the Creep Wave is in pretty good equilibrium here for Nande, getting some good control out. And again, you have the sustain coming out from Kidara to just help you anyway on Nande. As levels go up, of course, like say once you have your level 4 up with the 202 build, just even the slow poke out with Fatal Bonds can be quite annoying to play up against. If that is the way Kadar will want to do it, just shove out the wave. Can be one way to, again, make things slightly more uncomfy here for Gunnar.
That it is. We do have Yuma getting quite low down at the bottom lane. Skylark and Desire chipping away at the SFHP pool. They might even jump fly. They've got a full creep wave underneath this tier 1 tower. They've got the goo up on Skylark if they want to try and dive Yuma. But it seems like the low mana on Desire is kind of stopping them from trying to get aggressive. Had you had like enough mana for maybe a bushwhack, they probably would have made the jump in, but it seems like Skylark would rather just secure the farm for now. He'll pull a creep wave away. And I suppose it's fine considering Skylark didn't exactly have the smoothest lane last game around, so giving him a bit of a better start is probably going to feel quite nice.
And it will. Quicker timings on the aura buildup that we saw last time around for Skylark can activate Alliance a little bit quicker as well, so you don't mind that overall. And the kill threat can line up here from the side of Nouns. Disruption into Ray's setup is pretty sick. So you see some poke onto Desire. Not quite enough distance there for Yuma to leverage the rest, as it's right by the tier 1. But you can see maybe a smoother time overall for the SF as well, in comparison. At the very least, you're not going to get dived in as deeply by Skylark this time around in lane.
Mid lane copy's starting to get a little bit low. Mbaye has been relatively aggressive on this Tiny now. And Nande's farming very nicely as well in this Luna top lane, like 26 and 5 already in the CS department. Not that I'm exactly very surprised, because again, with this Warlock safe or rather POS 5 pick, it does feel like Nande can just stand very far forward and not really miss any CS. So already what's seemingly a pretty nice start for Alliance. It just feels like all the lanes are going pretty efficiently their way. Maybe the bot lane a bit slower, but even that's still going better for the Bristleback than it is for Yuma on the SF.
Yeah. And this is something that we've seen consistently out from Alliance. They just work their lanes out really well. They draft strong lane combinations that can hold up. And for now,
is out. Yuma's very far forward. He goes for the TP play out, but he can't make it. Desire and Skylark seeing the opening make the jump in, and the thing is, when you're that far forward as an SF, if you get caught with a bushwhack against this Bristleback, you are just gonna die.
Yeah. They get that timing perfect on Alliance, right as Fly's kind of trying to help up top, maybe looking for the setup. They notice the Shadow Demon's not around, they know there's no pull, so they figure Yuma's alone, we can punish. And again, like, we didn't talk about this too much, but Hoodwink plus Bristle, you can maximize the goo quite nicely with a physical output in lane for that Hoodwink. And Fly's just exposed to Bristleback solo. Not a fun time.
Oh, it is absolutely not. He's got no chance of really getting out of this one, poor old Fly. He is just going to die. Skylark taking the easiest kill of his life. And this is a substantially better start for Skylark here in this game too, which is kind of concerning if you are a Nouns fan. So again, Skylark was not having the greatest time last game in laning stage, but this time it has gone substantially better. And so, again, Alliance having a better start than last game around, I would argue, apart from maybe the safe lane, though mid lane, Mobay will get jumped. Lelis is going to be here with the Bramble Maze, but Mobay is still just going to be able to juke them out. In the meantime, bottom lane, there is another chase on Yuma, and it's hard to see him getting away because he's got no support incoming. He'll try with the Razors to at least trade. Skylark maybe getting low, and here comes Gunner. He's made it just in the nick of time. Even Nande getting caught now on the Luna, and this will be a huge loss for Alliance. Well, Gunner making it just in the nick of time, and even the arena drop now, but they do get copy out. Kadaro is the one in danger. Kadaro will go down, and even Mobay now rotating over does need to run. Luckily for him, he did have a haste rune, so he is able to get away, and Gunner didn't have enough mana to throw out another spear.
This time around, good punishment out from Nouns. Getting that rotation out from Gunner, getting copy in the right spot to start to get some punishment in. Fairly deep from Alliance. I think you would have been happy enough to just trade for Yuma, but Nande showing up as well without level 6. A little bit trigger happy right now in Alliance, and the punishment is severe. Still, Fly could be a nice freebie.
It certainly will be a nice freebie. Mobay will happily take that kill. Now, already Nouns, they're a bit more kind of on guard for these dives for Yuma. So able to punish last time, but Alliance surely would learn by now that you can't dive that deep any longer.
Yeah, likely not to do that again. Maybe getting a little bit overconfident from how tanky Mobay has shown us to be, which just would grow up with the Craggy now at 3%. It is a little bit harder to try to chip down on that Tiny, but the connection's just, again, not lining up in the same timing you'd want it here for Alliance. It's providing a lot of space out up top now, as Nande can just hug his top jungle. No real threat onto the tier 1. So that is something Alliance has fallen back on, the safe farm for the Luna. With no rotations into that area yet, still fairly early in the game, you can just start to scale up on this Luna a mite bit quicker than the SF will be for Yuma down bot. And he has his own safe area to farm. It's just natural pace of the Luna certainly outpaces the SF. SF a little bit too reliant on the raises to clear out. Smoke out though.
Well, they have found Desire, so Desire's kind of going to give this smoke away. Still does get a bushwhack on a Copy, and Copy's running a bit low on mana now. But he does still secure the kill onto the Hoodwink, as now Gunner rotating him with a very nice arena, catching out 2 of them. He will go right after the Bristle to boot. Skylark will drop, and Kadaro will closely follow. As Nouns, they will find another 3 kills down in this bottom lane. Tips coming out for Gunner.
And this is what we need to see from Nouns. This is what we need to see from them last game. More aggressive movement into the lanes, trying to shut down this aggression from the side of Alliance. You can see the just the counteraction of MOUZ into Bristle. As long as Bristle faces forward, you really don't care about Bristleback. They catch Nande out now as well.
Oh, they certainly do. Nande not going to be feeling too good about this. He'll pop the Eclipse, but it's not really doing enough. Golem drop is out. Gunner still alive though, still very healthy, and he'll find the kill onto the Luna. They're going to try and trade at least with the Mobay rotating over. And they will find both of them. So both Lelis and Gunner do go down off the back of the rotation from Mobay. And of course the Black Grimoire was committed so that Kadaro could drop that goal.
He actually committed it way earlier on. He used it as that gank down bot happened, with Gunner's great arena coming out there. Didn't quite have enough EXP then. Does have it now at the very least to make that play.
Yuma?
Still pressuring bot though.
Yuma just gets deleted. The thing is, as soon as they know Gunner is down and he can't rotate to save him, they just jump immediately. Mid lane, Mobay, he's been jumped on this Tiny, but a very nice Avalanche going to put a halt to it for now. Disruption though will hold him down. And there is no escape now for Mobay. 4 heroes surrounding him, he will drop. Another nice pickup for Nouns, like they are trading very efficiently this game too.
And they are. They're starting to get that punishment on this timing that we need to see from Mobay. This blink is what allows Alliance to start to play around. Without that tiny blink, your initiation is pretty much non-existent. Unless now it's again oversteps by a tree line for you to kind of line up for a bushwhack, which has been how they've been finding some of these pickoffs here on Alliance's end. Some room now to shove up top as well for the side of Nouns, so they can start to maybe threaten onto that top jungle or just take it over themselves. Of course, they did lose their bot already, so they do need to equalize by taking this. And no defense coming out from Alliance. And this time, understanding once again that the early team fights just kind of tied in a little bit too much 2 Chaotic Offering and a Blink Timing on Tiny, we'll just need to sit back and wait it out. Wait until these initial timings are met and just kind of let Nouns do what they want. Nouns, as long as they capitalize on this early tempo, this time around I can see them shutting out Alliance a little bit better. It's just, again, there are lots of concerns here for how much copy can get done. And once Gunnar hits the blink, that aggression from Nouns should also kick into overdrive. And he's going to have his blink around the same time as MOUZ, but the threat of a big arena is certainly a little bit bigger than the instant burst play onto 1 from MOUZ, so long as you're playing as a group here on Nouns. Some recovery coming in here as well for Yuma. Already has the Mask of Madness, so can just right-click farm through camps quite nicely. Has the Ancients nice and protected for himself. And again, for Alliance, it's just a matter of waiting. Stemming the bleeding, and again, just not giving Nouns the big kills they'd want to find. They'll go now with a smoke, though.
They shall. Gunnar and Lilith, they are cutting off the mid lane here. Alliance maybe not anticipating this rotation. Gunnar, another nice arena. He's found 2 targets. Terrorize is going to connect as well, so they'll run right into the walls as now the spear has been dropped. Gunnar doing so much damage, and MOUZ surely can't get out of this. He's still running. They do take down Desire and even Kadaro dropping in the mid lane. And MOUZ, he gets a nice avalanche toss, but here comes Copy. And that'll be your Tiny. Set to fall. Gunnar will claim the kill. And it's another perfect setup here with the arena. Gunnar just constantly hitting these 2-man arenas, and it's making it impossible for Alliance to really hope to fight back.
And again, it just goes back to the difference in heroes and the difference in playstyle that these heroes bring out. When he had the Sand King for Gunnar, he didn't opt for that faster blink. He wasn't looking for as many fights as he has been finding on this Mars. He gets the blink off from that fight. Even now, you can just even take these fights without the arena. Again, this Bristleback's not that tanky if he's speared up. Skylark will get the TP out in time, though, so they won't be able to find that nice, easy pick-off. But the threat is there. And again, for Alliance, it's not as comfy for them to sit back and farm when they do have stable frontline jump from Nouns that's willing to come in. Copy with a full Kaya up, has a little bit more mana sustain as well. A lot more output on our Storm. And again, this pivotal blink timing on Gunnar just allows him to be all over the place to set up these team fights.
Just a 1k net worth lead for Nouns, but certainly the pace of the game is in their favor. Alliance desperately needing to find some more farm here for Nande. Gunnar, he's going to run into Desire. Desire unable to get to the high ground with a sharpshooter. So that's going to be another nice easy pick off here. Lelis will take this one on the Dark Willow. Help him get a little bit closer to picking up that full Spirit Vessel on the Dark Willow. Meanwhile, a bit of a scan onto Kadaro. Looks like Fly was thinking about trying to go for that Wisdom Rune still, but realizes Kadaro's already there and does just decide to play the safer way and just back out.
Not really something you can safely jump in without spotting the rest of the Alliance heroes at the moment. And they do still have their own nice, safely tucked away Alliance. Again, not crossing the river for the most part here, having to play a lot slower this game around. They are still getting space out for Nande, keeping up although.
Yeah, I mean, MOUZ is going to be perfectly fine. There's not really much that comes out of this, apart from the rotations committed from Alliance. They are going to smoke off the back of this. They don't really want to waste all these TPs, and they'll try to make something happen. Radiant Triangle's already been cleared out by Yuma, so they're not going to find anyone in that area. Though Yuma might run back to them. Or Desire, he should be able to find him, but Yuma's Spidey sense is tingling. He does back off, still MOUZ dumps him for a nice avalanche toss combination right back into Desire. And Yuma is down. Of course, they will figure out there is a ward on the high ground now, but it doesn't matter. Alliance, they already got their value out of it.
They get the kill and they get the tier 1 mid. They can cut into the triangle a little bit quicker. Really good blink reveal out from MOUZ as well. Just so happens that even though they don't find that mid, again, he still has that blink, wants to use it in a big way, and this is where Alliance starts to get a little bit more of a footing out. Still Skylark.
And Skylark in big trouble. No chance to get out of this. His teammates are just way too far away. Very nice pickup now from Nouns. Copy remaining at the top of the net worth board on this Storm Spirit, and it has still been uncontested. Like this this Storm is having a very free game as they are going to try and move in and take down Gunner, and they do get him with the Eclipse. A nice pickup now for Alliance. But Nouns are bringing in numbers. They want to try for the Luna. In fact, they've got to jump in. Golem has been dropped, though. Copy. He needs a way out of this. Requiem will fly in. He jumps back in after Nande, and Nande will go down, but the toss out does take down Copy to boot. So you do lose the Luna, but you take the mid-storm away. The chase continues here from Desire and Kadaro, but there is just too much of a gap now for Alliance, so they will be able to just kind of get back to the farm game. And overall, that was a better exchange for Alliance. They got a lot of gold, especially out of that Copy kill.
They managed to get that position. And maybe Scarlark in a bit of a rough spot at the start, but the rest of the team are close enough to kind of get that follow-through fight. Great toss back to isolate Gunner. The arena with no spear just isn't as impactful. At that point, you really need that stun window to get that burst down here from the side of Alliance. And Copy just being so exposed up front. Like, again, I get the idea. They're still playing into their strengths here on Nouns, but it just felt like that connection for sure into the chaotic offering of Kidaro is just a lot harder to see. And we're starting to see some of that impact from all of this AoE with the Fatal Bonds. That damage spread coming through from just your combinations with Tiny and Luna. It is still devastating. And Alliance have just always find these combinations on the Warlock. Fly.
Yeah, he's been caught again. Desire setting up, though. The TP away is not going to be enough. Nice attempt from Desire, but just not quite... Oh, excuse me, rather Fly, but not quite there. Gunner being jumped by Mobay. He's got an amp damage rune as well, so it's a lot of damage on this MOUZ. Gunner, he'll drop the arena defensively, trying to get out. Mobay just trying to get close, but can't get there. Nande! Nande's gone down. Lelis and Copy, they were able to pick him off while they were chasing Gunner top lane, so a pretty big loss for Alliance, losing their POS 1.
Yeah, he was farming really aggressively across the river. There's vision here to punish from the side of Nouns, and they know all of that commitment was up top still.
Nice jump in from Obey. He clears out Copy again. You know, it was a free Storm game, but the Tiny's gotten to a stage now where he can blow you up in an avalanche toss, plus the double hit from the Echo Saber.
Yeah, it's just a lot of bursts. He still had the amp damage rune running as well on Mobay. Just not the best of timings to contest that rune from Copy. Did manage to maximize it fully here for our Tiny despite missing out on Gunner up top. They take another tier 1 on Alliance's end, and they have a slight net worth advantage. Very even game in terms of net worth, but considering what Nouns has drafted once more, right? You have an SF safe, you have this Mars offlane with the Storm mid. It still feels like the pressure is on Nouns to play a faster game. Instead, Alliance, they'll be able to find first Roche. And this time for them, if this ends up being a farming Roche, you're actually pretty happy about that. You, again, want to stall this game out on Alliance anyway.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're having a great old time here with this Roshan. Side of Nouns not going to be able to contest at all. There'll be the Aegis now for Nande, and certainly so. I do believe Nande will just use it as a farming Aegis unless a big fight breaks out, and maybe he can utilize it for a fight, but overall, if he's able to farm without dying for the next 5 minutes, I'm sure he'll be more than happy to exchange the Aegis for that, because he is still relatively behind when it comes to the net worth on this Luna. And Nouns, we'll see if they want to try and play defensively now. I think they may realize the Luna's probably just going to use this as a farming Aegis anyway, so they could probably still hope to go for some smoke attempts.
And they can. And they're also lining up for their own BKB timings here on Nouns. Triple BKB can at least stop the impact of Mobay, but look at Alliance already smoking off of this Aegis here.
Oh, I like it. Nande's not with them, but he is nearby. Looks like they're going to try and use Nande as bait at the top lane. Alliance smoking to the far left side of the map. They're going to see the Ancients being stacked. But Nouns, their Spidey senses are tingling. They realize something is a little bit wrong here, and they do actually smoke up themselves now. Their Ancient stack is currently being taken by Skylark. The Skylark will take care of those stacks, no problem. BKB now fully available on Yuma. So they want to try and go for the surprise reveal here with this SF BKB. A bit of hesitation though from Nouns, hoping somebody will show up and farm top lane. But nobody currently showing. Gunner's going to have a scout around. But the closest target to them is Kadaro on the tree line, and even if you found Kadaro, that's not really the target you're looking for. So it does seem like this smoke is not really going to work out for anything.
No, it doesn't. Maybe they find a courier. There you go. Some wards being taken out at the very least, as Kadar was trying to send it out. But really not much for their effort. At the least, you also don't reveal your BKB on Yuma, so that should still be a little bit of a surprise lined up here from Nouns. And again, you're not too far off from Gunner and Copy's BKBs either, within 100 gold now. So not too much longer to wait. And this is where things can maybe get a little bit more dangerous for Alliance. Again, they've been a little bit more reliant on Mobe to get this Blink Avalanche Toss combo off. With BKBs up, your only reliable stun at that point is a very well-timed Chaotic offering from Kidaro. He's not the safest yet in this game. He does need that Glimmer Cape up to ensure he can stay in the backline without being hunted down by Copy. And we'll see if they can start to find these vulnerabilities as that triple BKB timing is now officially up for Nouns.
Here we go again. All up to Gunner. Like he's been getting these great arenas this game thus far. See if we can find another one here for Gunner. Oh, he's going to run into the Tiny. That's a great target. He'll land the spear first. He'll hold on to the arena. Copy's going to zip right forward, but Mobe, he gets his BKB off. In fact, there's a lot of damage on Copy. Needs to retreat now in the storm, and he will do so as Gunner's running forward with his BKB, trying to find some more targets. Lelis will go down in the meantime. And everybody from Nouns, everybody else just TPs away as Gunner gets left behind. I wonder if it was worth just popping the arena for the tiny kill. The spear proving not to be enough, and the follow-up was there.
I mean, it's the only target they can find. It's a very high-pressure area when your smoke breaks in that triangle. So I get why they just instantly commit, and you get the quick BKB usage out as well from Gunner. At the very least, Copy managed to hold on to his own BKB use. The sad thing about that for Nouns, like they tried to salvage it, maybe look for a trade on Kidara. They couldn't even find the Warlock. He lived on like 50 HP. Lulla's gonna get the cleanup. So they really find nothing for their trouble. Aegis still stands. You reveal your triple BKB timing now to Alliance. So now they can kind of be a little bit more smart with Kidara's Chaotic offering golem usage when that BKB is committed instead. Not that Kidara's been getting bad golems off anyhow. They build their 3k lead up now for Alliance, and without the surprise factor of triple BKBs, there is still play for Nouns, but it's just at that timing, you know, once you hit 25 minutes going into 30, 35, it just feels like Alliance gets bigger and bigger. You start to scale up in more impactful ways for Nande. You start to go beyond just the aura build-up for Skylark at that point. Once the Crimson's up, he can consider something like the Ags coming in. Maybe not Bloodstone, as you don't really have the quilts to spam out, but perhaps a BKB. If not the Aghanims, you start to feel really nice on your Bristle as well as a secondary source of damage at that point. So it's concerning for now. It's that these movements, again, from Alliance are just ready for it.
Oh, zip forward Copy. He's going to try for a Bristle. Skylark, though, looking pretty tanky now. Of course, Skylark did have both his supports nearby, so he's able to easily escape. The times are getting tougher and tougher here for Nouns. So you are starting to run out of answers in terms of dealing with these tankier heroes, and of course this whole time Nande's been free farm. Nande now at the top of the net worth board in this Luna. And this is the precise position Alliance wanted to be in this game too. And you're getting to a stage where he's going to have the Kanda up, John, and I'll tell you what, I was playing a pub against this damn Kanda Luna earlier, and it is not very fun. It really is not very fun.
It's so painful. It's just insane that this specific combination... I mean, it's so funny too, right? Remember, months before TI, it was all about Luna as well with Conda build-up. It fades off.
Yep.
Right before TI, then people remember, oh, right, Luna Conda, that's a great thing. And then it just comes back in. It's like, I can't believe we never nerfed the hell out of this. And people just forgot about it. And it's just bad.
At least it's not so busted, but it just... When you can spam Lucent Beams in a team fight, it's just so painful over time.
It's also the matter of, I believe we saw Luna be really popular with Conda before we got Facets, right? So when people realized Lucent Beam Moonstorm was really insane, it just gave extra value to the Conda. Because you are just spamming Lucent Beams for extra damage on your right click anyhow. And in fact, it encourages this pseudo-hybrid reliance on Eclipse as well. So it just really ties the hero in for a lot of damage from every source, physical and magic. It's just a bit too much. It's kind of funny too, right? Like, before, we used to talk about Lina being the hybrid magic right-click carry. Now it's just back to Luna. Yeah, it's like Luna and Lina. What's up with these two, you know, one-letter change names that have almost the same kind of role nowadays?
True. Very true, John. Nouns. Grouped up still, but looking pretty... kind of afraid right now, Nouns, I think. Maybe assuming Lions might be coming for them, but Alliance is still taking their time to allow Nande more and more gold to come in. No need to rush this game at all. In fact, Roshan's maybe going to spawn in 25 seconds. We'll find out very soon. And now it's taking the time to get some farm up themselves, but again, they have fallen behind here. We haven't seen too much presence from Yuma either. Like, Yuma's been relatively quiet this game. Here we go. Top lane, they are grouped up, but the top T2 tower, it is well defended. In fact, Alliance are rushing towards them. Copy could be in pretty big danger, but he does get the zip away. And Yuma, he will TP immediately upon seeing the Tiny. Oh, that was close. That was very, very close.
Yeah. If only he was a little bit closer to jump onto the actual storm, you'd have a nice free kill. Still, there's a big timing here for Nouns that I think they cannot underestimate on Alliance. Gunnar is trying to rush out Sight of Vice now. So, Blink initiation with a Sight should lead to much better control, of course. Like, you Spear 2 with your Shard, once that's also up for Gunnar. And things start to look a little bit more controllable if you can find that.
They were 1 second away from seeing Roshan respawn on Alliance. They literally left the pit as there was 1 second left.
Get it done, Desire. There you go.
It's always the supports, John. You know, the supports, they've got to think about these things. The carries, all they see is creeps. That's all they see.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, would you be happy with your carry just standing in Roche instead of
You know what, John? Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Maybe I'll carry the game. Maybe I could, you know, afford that Glimmer Cape if there was a camp left in the jungle, John. Not that that just happened or anything, I'm just saying.
Into the Roche they go. With Goo, this does not take too long. The Roar should reveal it. Of course, Nouns are aware they'll take a tier 1 in exchange. But you're going to be very pleased with yourselves here on Alliance to get second Roche, Aegis, and Banner. And now, the threat on high ground is very much real. With Banner up, you don't have great reach into the backline to deal with Banner as well. We'll see what the game plan is for Nouns. Again, they're still kind of waiting for the Sight of Vice on Gunnar. Still a ways off. So still needs some time to farm up. Maybe they can try to find some punish if anyone sneaks in for tier 2s. But as we've seen from Alliance, they really don't care about the initial tier 2s. They allow at least 2 to fall before they maybe care.
Yeah. Alliance, they'll just smoke up behind Nande. So they are going to now commit for that tier 2 mid tower. The question of whether Nouns want to try and defend this tier 2 or maybe just even wait for the high ground attempt. Thing is, Nande looks ready to go. Like, I think you do just commit for high ground if you are Alliance here. You've got everything you could possibly ask for. And they are going to try and start chipping away. Nouns, in the meantime, they are chipping away at the bottom tier 2 tower, and Yuma will get it done, but here come the TPs to defend. They'll force the glyph first. Can they find the jump they're looking for? Mobay, he's the first one in, and that's Lila Scott. It is just that easy for Mobay, as they are going to try and jump the Tiny now. Mobay, he's a tanky target. He will just casually, slowly walk his way out. But now he has no BKB. The problem is he may not need it because he just blows you up with Avalanche Toss anyway.
Yeah. They nerfed Crash Landing, just not enough. Even cancels the TP. Even just walking around healing up, of course, from Kidaro. Just like that, the Rax is gone. They don't even need to commit Banner. Still up on Kidaro. And look, I appreciate Yuma going for the full Silver Edge this time. Getting break on Tiny is actually meaningful because of that damage reduction from Craggy. It's just... I don't know where the damage is supposed to be coming from. It's hard to line up for a good Requiem, knowing that there's BKBs as well on the side of Alliance. You don't have a blink to get on top of the Requiem. Physical SF just kind of takes time to really ramp up. You don't have that time right now in Nouns.
Alliance going to retreat once again. Maybe start on the top lane, just knowing that there was no defense that really showed up for that mid lane Rax. Tier 2 tower is still standing, so they'll go ahead and take care of that. Seems like Nouns are going to try and pressure the bottom lane once again and maybe force a defense back from Alliance. But Alliance could just make the choice to keep going. Right? I mean, it's just... You can push the bottom lane as much as you want, but if you're not going to commit for the push, I don't see Alliance needing to back off. And in fact, they are committing. They'll smoke behind Nande again. Still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis timer. Disruption out. They're going to try and jump the Bristleback first, but he's still fine. Instead, Nande now the target, but Nande, he'll get the Eclipse off in time on the Luna, and that is Fly just deleted. That's one down, but Fly's going to buy back. Lelis also going down. Meanwhile, Copy. Copy is down. Skylark surviving all of it. Just no chance in hell of killing off anyone from Alliance, apparently. Do you want to give up the Aegis? Nande says no. He'll go reset with the Mask of Madness first. And probably a couple of Shadow Word spams here from Kadaro.
I mean, you have nothing to be scared of now. No arena, no initiation. Gunner manages to get that jump. Does not pin Nande down. A great Manta BKB usage from the Luna. And that's just your window.
Oh, Fly brought back, but that's an immediate dieback on the Shadow Demon. Not much you can do about it here for Fly. That's a secondary Rax down, and of course Alliance now smelling blood in the water. They will go for a third lane of barracks. Yuma, I mean, he's going to make a miracle happen here on this SF with Gunner, but it's looking pretty impossible. But we shall see. Respawn time is a lowering jump. 10 seconds for Copy, 1 second for Lelis. They're going to jump in, but oh, a nice Manta dodge from Nande. They've got the Mars locked down, and Gunner, he's losing a lot of HP. Should go down perhaps to another Lucent Beam out from our Luna. And Gunner, oh, he's still alive. Just barely, but not for long. Desire takes him out. There's no committed terrorize now from Lelis, but it does nothing. Just delays it for a couple of seconds. Delays the inevitable, that is. So now the buyback from Gunner. Arena down. He's going to try one last time with the BKB active as Copy now. Going to zip right through onto Nande. They're trying to chip away, but look at the damage from Obey. Copy cannot stand there and take it. Gunner's going to die back immediately, and that should be it. The game is almost certainly over here for the side of Nouns. They will not call it yet. They've still got 4 heroes up, but they are up against Mega Creeps. And Alliance, they're going to let them enjoy the Megas for a little bit. Or are they?
No.
No, never mind. They don't even want to give them that.
No, the insanity in all of that is they never had to use Roche Banner. They isolated Skylark with Arena when he was half HP, but because Copy goes for a different target in the backline trying to get Nande, they have no damage. It's just not connecting from Nouns. They'll try again one last time, it looks like.
Yeah, they'll give it a crack. Copy, though, just locked down immediately, and Mobay will just delete him as now Nande takes the Eclipse and puts it right up Yuma as the GG is called. And what can you do? Alliance proving to be too good today here up against Nouns. And John, I said this yesterday and the day before, but I'll say it again. I like this new Alliance roster. I really, really like this new roster.
I like them as well, Mike. I agree with you. I think this was a very smart move from Alliance to pick up Dandelion, seeing the potential they had. Like, again, their performance in the qualifiers, they placed second to AVULUS. They lost that best of 5, unfortunately, but they had a great journey into that point. And I love the confidence they have coming in here. Right, like they're getting to play heroes that really no one else picks. Who the heck picks Warlock in this day and age outside of, what was it? The last time we saw Warlock was what? From John Uel and Blacklist? Not that team's around right now.
No.
And they make it work. They have such smart ideas with how to make these drafts work. I think Nouns, they try something different. Again, they go for this sort of hyper-aggressive draft this time around. They go with Gunner's Mars, which looked pretty damn good in this game. We got early activity out in comparison to Sand King in Game 1. We were getting some great arenas early on. But again, there's just this dead period where they're not able to threaten for more. Like, they had to never step off the brakes on the side of Nouns because they had such high tempo with SF as their carry. Like, SF just doesn't scale unless he's supremely far ahead. he is supposed to be an oppressive hero to be up against. It never felt like that in either of the games here for Yuma, unfortunately. Alliance just... Again, their understanding of how these teamfights are executed, like the position they take, the golems being dropped, just how they spread the damage out, and just how they prioritize their targets, it's just so clean. And for Nouns, it was split apart. Like the last fight on that bot defense, not quite here. But when they did manage to isolate Skylark, Copy's going for a different target. And here, Nande manages to BKB Manta right before the spear comes in. After the arena, there was a delay for Gunner. So he's not able to just pin down and take the Aegis away from Nande early on.
It's certainly fantastic play from Alliance, and this is a draft that they basically ran back twice in a row. You know, three-fifths of the draft was the same. It had the exact same idea, and it just Nouns could not really find a way to deal with it. And I think it really was more of a matter of Alliance just played too damn well today. I mean, this is the team that took a game off Falcons yesterday in a best-of-3, John. So it should tell you something. Certainly a lot of prospects I want to say here for Alliance with this roster, and well, props to the boys. They do secure a 2-0 victory up against Nouns. MVP wise, Jonathan, who was the standout in your eyes?
It's got to be Mobe. I think his mid lane matchup for Storm Spirit, like we saw Copy do a little bit more by his level 3, right? Like double Vortex, he did go for a double overload with a Vortex, but still that lane held steady for our Tiny. We were getting great rotations out from Mobe. He was the tempo for the team. Right, this Tiny with Blink was all of the fights coming out here early on, at least for the side of Alliance, and he managed to buy that space. Like Skylark had a much freer time in lane. All of the if the attention was on him, the Tiny would be there with the Avalanche toss to burst down. He'd clean up. He did outstanding work on the Tiny, despite it when we saw, you know, the win rate here in Wallachia, it's 0%. They do give Tiny its first win. Mobe's performance was outstanding this game, but overall, I think it's just how good Alliance is as a team, how well they know each other from their time in Dandelions, from all the qualifiers they've played. These guys have just been steadily improving, and it's scary what they can do with like a coach on hand, you know, with the wisdom and experience that Loda can kind of provide to these fresher players on the land setting. It's bringing out their potential. They're doing crazy stuff in draft. Like, who else thinks about Fatal Bonds damage in 2024? No one but Alliance, and it always looks scary.
It does look very scary. I like what I'm seeing. I think things are going very well here for multiple teams. In fact, this is what I was saying in day one, John. Something I appreciate about Wallachia is you've got all these teams that you just don't get to see too often, and I think this is what we've been missing, right? Because we don't need to see Gaming vs Liquid every single time. We just don't need to see it, right? There's other teams in Dota 2 esports that we can kind of look back to, and as you can see, Jonathan, the games do prove to be relatively entertaining. So it's nice to see them coming back. And speaking of entertaining, Jonathan, I believe our next series is between MOUZ versus Na'Vi. What year is it? My God, I feel like I was watching these two all the way back when Dota 2 first started, so can't wait to see this one. Of course, we're going to head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with MOUZ versus Na'Vi. We'll see you soon.
Alliance have picked up the team of Dandelions coming into this new season, and they're looking to turn some heads. And joining me to talk about this is Loda of Alliance itself. So firstly, I mean, I've got to start with the obvious question. You know, Western EU, huge region, a lot of talent, a lot of different teams you could have chosen from. You could have made your own roster. Why did you choose to pick up Dandelions? What did you see in them?
I mean, the true story is that I picked all the players from the beginning, actually. I've been working with them since February.
Okay, wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, so I actually handpicked all of them.
Right.
And have been working with them since the start. So
interesting.
It's why did I pick them? I picked them because I felt quite hungry to, not only because of Dota, but overall for esports, you know, be on the ground a little bit, working with the players, really be reminded about some of the stuff when it comes to working with teams, working with players. You know, what do they say that is emotional? What do they say that is actually logical? All of these things, yeah.
I see. So What's that been like then, getting back into it for you? What's that process been like?
It's been good. I mean, I love Dota. I've always loved Dota. It was a little bit tough in the beginning, I would say, because in the beginning, I was pretty straightforward. So when I started working with them, the first plan was to do it until summer. I said, no matter what, it's going to be a win for me. You know, no matter the results, no matter anything. I think that you guys need and will benefit from growing a bit as players. So whether or not we stick together or not, it's going to be a good experience for you as well. It was for sure a bit of a headache in the beginning. I think drafting is challenging, but very, very fun. But it's been very enjoyable, to be honest. Very, very enjoyable, very easy. I mean, a lot of time, but it's a good group of guys. We've made continuous progress. Yeah.
So what have you been able to kind of show them, improve in them individually?
Oh, a good question. I think that something has been performing under pressure, I guess. I think that when we started, if people go back and watch those games, you know, we started at the bottom of tier 2. It was pretty struggle on and off, like we could perform really well in certain games, but then as soon as we played a team or a certain player, might not be a team that is better than you, it might be that you have some individual beef with this guy or whatever, right? So that was probably the first important thing, to get people to perform under pressure. Now we're at LAN, so I think it's a different beast. Now we're kind of getting back to that next step where performing at LAN under pressure, that's an extra level. So
yeah,
no matter what, it's just going to be a very good experience for us to be here.
So going back, all the way back now to, I think 2018 it would have been, you started working with a group of young players. Yeah, Boxy, Mickey, Insania were amongst them. And what was that like for you most recently, watching them win TI?
It was pretty good, to be honest. I think that, you know, in the first year, second year, there was maybe some rivalry, but in a friendly way. I think at this point, I kind of felt like I always knew they could win TI. I think that 5 years was a bit long for them to take that road.
Awesome. All right. Well, finally, I mean, you know, you're always a kind of long game kind of guy. And what is the long game for this team at the moment? What are you looking at as your kind of goals for the season?
By the end of this year, or before the end of the year, we would kind of break into maybe qualifying for some of these tier 1 tournaments. I think that us making it here to PGL was a little bit ahead of schedule and a little bit luck, I guess, to get invited when somebody else didn't make it. But after that, I think that by early next year, I would imagine that we start being able to fight these tier 1 teams at kind of a little bit more equal ground, in the sense that I would expect us to win 50-50, but let's say, you know, 40-60, something like this. I believe that if we can keep working the same way and everyone can stay humble and not let, you know, often when you're close to becoming good, people let that get to them.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a little bit overconfident, maybe you are not as patient with your teammates, you know, because people are like, what I've realized is that when people are close to achieving something, they understand that they can do it, and then they're suddenly scared of losing it. They feel like they already have it and they might lose it. And this is what I think is very important for players that are growing, kind of that, you know, every step of the way, you can't take anything for granted or yeah.
Awesome. All right. Loda, thank you very much and best of luck to you and Alliance at this event.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second series of the day, and it's going to be between Na'Vi and MOUZ Esports, and it's MLP, Dota, and Jonix Fire joining you for today. Jonathan, I've been transported back into time. We've got Na'Vi here against MOUZ. We've got Puppy on Na'Vi. I mean, what the hell's happened? How have we come to this stage?
Well, it's just a little bit of a throwback to 2013, you know, all the way back. That's what it feels like. And it's going to be interesting to see because I feel like this matchup, again, it's also because of the format, because of how close it is. I feel like this match for Na'Vi and MOUZ is going to be very interesting. Na'Vi's lineup, of course, with Uragi, BZM, Boom, Zayats, and Puppy. On paper, this is a very strong lineup. They did take a lost series to a pretty respectable team in Heroic, who is, again, within the top 4 right now, undefeated in this tournament so far in terms of series. So not a bad opponent to actually drop that series off from. Maybe a little bit more of a struggle for Na'Vi's win when they did find it over Waska, going all the way to 3 games. But up against MOUZ, yeah, we always say this with MOUZ. They can always surprise you. They took a 0-2 loss to AVULUS, who is also undefeated in this tournament so far. So also not a bad opponent, and you know, we can kind of measure out now who is coming out on top in this one. For MOUZ, again, that steady improvement we've seen from the past year, and we have seen them every now and again on the LAN. It has looked impressive. I believe I was looking at some of their games yesterday. We were seeing a little bit more of the Force Darkseer coming out. So I'm curious if that's something that, you know, they'll be trying to pick up again here on MOUZ, whether or not we actually get a bigger Force hero sliding through, like, say, the Primal Beast, which we always think about with Force because it's literally him. I'm curious to see what the IDs are, because it feels like outside of maybe just Alliance right now, everyone else has kind of stabilized in drafting around pretty much almost the same heroes right now. It feels like the ideas in Dota are closer to what we saw out from Nouns for the most part. So I don't think either side will instantly adapt to, say, Alliance popping off, because the series just happened. You know, you're in the middle of very important matches. For both of these teams, again, a loss doesn't mean you're out, but it certainly does slow down your process into that playoffs phase of Wallachia Season 2. So we'll have to see who comes out on top. And it's going to be a fun one, at the very least, you know, Force loves spamming voice lines, so we will have to contend with that. All of us in the lobby will have to contend with that, at the very least.
We'll have to contend with our voice lines being spammed because you sent them to Force, Jonathan. So thank you for making this a hard cast for me, at the very least. You seem to love hearing your own voice in the game. I can't stand it. We do have a draft underway, so we can probably bring that up and hopefully see some interesting drafts coming out from these two sides. Obviously, the ban phase started. Shadow Demon, Bat Rider, Clock all being removed. Na'Vi, they'll get rid of the Witch Doctor and the Primal Beast. Ench has not been banned yet, so I imagine we'll see an Ench ban anytime now, if ever. So hero is still extremely popular. Obviously against MOUZ, there are some specialty picks you want to ban as well, because they love playing around things like the Bristleback that we saw. There are a few drafts that we do see often from MOUZ that they do specialize in and tend to perform very well on.
Yeah, I think you've already taken one of the big tools away here from Na'Vi, like this Primal Beast of Force, Bengen's Witch Doctor, which I don't think anyone else has also been picking up. And so those are taken out of the picture instantly from the side of Na'Vi, knowing that's something MOUZ is very comfy with. I'm wondering again if this Darkseer we've been seeing from Force in the past day is going to be something that they'll allow through as well. They leave big stuff like, say, Timbersaw, we tend to see first phase banned, is still in the pool. The Enchantress you mentioned, still there. Omni-Knight may be lower on the totem pole, but certainly something that can be picked up early as well by either side if they want to go for a saving support with some decent laning presence. It's the SF ban here for Na'Vi. Curious to see what they open with. Enchantress is still there. You know, Puppy Ench doesn't sound too bad to start things off here for Na'Vi. They'll go to Doom first.
They will go for a Doom first. MOUZ, again, they do have the option for the Ench first pick. They have Naga Siren available as well, which has been banned, I think, almost 80% of the time in all the games we've seen in Wallachia Season 2 thus far. They did bring up the stats just a little bit earlier. I think it was like 78% or something. But MOUZ, they're actually going to prioritize picking up the Luna first, which has been a pretty popular carry in Wallachia Season 2. Now, John, this carry does take a while. Like, the build-up is probably about 30-35 minutes before she really feels good. But it does have a plus 50% win rate, and as you can see, there's been plenty of picks to allow us a pretty confident kind of win rate. So obviously the carry's still doing very well.
That it does. Yeah, you can see on the opposite side, the Doom win rate not as high, but it has been banned more often than not as well. So maybe when you do get to pick up the Doom, it's just not the ideal Doom game. I think this Doom opener for Na'Vi was maybe preemptive of, say, a Nature's Prophet pickup from MOUZ, so that just kind of cancels off an NP in lane, and that just makes it safe for the Luna pick as well.
We'll see the Naga Siren finally getting banned out. Kind of shocked we didn't see a first pick Naga, because it's just been banned that often. You'd assume these teams would just take it if it was left, but almost like a gentleman's agreement between these two teams not to pick the damn hero. Na'Vi, one more ban to go. MOUZ will have one more ban themselves before we can continue with these drafts. We'll see the Centaur ban here from Na'Vi. I do like when we do see focus on banning out Force heroes as well, because Force, he does tend to set a very quick pace to the game if he does get off to a good start in the laning phase, so you do have to be somewhat careful about giving him a hero he really wants to play.
That you do. And again, that early emphasis is there with the Prowling Beast and the Centaur. Again, Darkseer still in the pool if they want to go for that. For MOUZ, they're likely to look for Bangin and Narman's heroes first. We'll get the Dark Willow coming out here for MOUZ. So, again, still ignoring the Enchantress overall. Na'Vi, I mean, you don't have anything to worry about losing your enchant creep over. Still lanes really nicely here. It's a pup, you know, Puppy loves his micro. Wouldn't mind that ench overall for the side of Na'Vi. It still looks decent. The Dark Willow is strong enough. I'm curious what the combination will be on the off lane, if that is what we're getting here for Narman to pick up as 4. So tying in with a Force hero can be nice. They'll start with a Snapfire first on the side of Na'Vi. Starting with a pretty tremendous lane. Doom Snapfire does have a lot of reach. We saw a lot of this again in third-party qualifiers in Southeast Asia. This is something that they love to run. Just the cookie combination with Scorched Earth, the Threat of Infernal, the long reach you have with the full bore Scatter Blast. It's a ton of damage, and it allows you to play pretty safe from back here for the snap to still have laning presence. I like this out from Na'Vi. Lanes, just with these two alone, look aggressive enough to maybe slow down the farm that you'd want to build up here on Own It.
Na'Vi, Snapfire picked up, looking for the Ench. Of course, it was left alone. Why not just give it to Puppy? Makes enough sense here for Na'Vi. What's the response from MOUZ? I mean, nothing too surprising coming out from either draft yet. I dare say it's been pretty meta as of pretty much right now.
Unfortunate stat there for Puppy. 0% win rate on the Ench, 38% win rate overall. Yeah, we saw that with the Titan in the last game. You know, it's fine. Stats lie sometimes, especially when it's just one game. They will go with the Invoker early on for MOUZ. So already picking up and this pesky mid that can just do a lot of different things at once. It can scale as a right clicker with how you itemize nowadays. It has a lot of output with just the Witchblade in terms of its right click, with how Exort works nowadays. Lane matchup wise, it doesn't feel like you really lose out on the Invo as well. So I like this early pickup here for Supreme. It's going to be interesting to see what the ideas are from Na'Vi to give a playable lane coming out here for BZM. I mean, BZM is also a prolific Invoker player, so he should know what matchups do work out up against the Invo. But overall, from what we've seen, outside of something like Puck, which can just sustain through the lane and trade farm, it's a really pesky mid. Maybe you could go for something like Storm and just play static slide from the back. Could be one way. The classic answers used to be like a Ricky. I don't know if that still feels good in this day and age, or whether or not that's something Na'Vi will even try to consider as well.
We'll see. I mean, MOUZ still yet to make their own 4th pick. Still another support required here for MOUZ. So could just go for the easy support pickup. Just probably a pos 5 to come. Well, they'll go for the Marcy. We haven't seen much Marcy here in Wallachia Season 2, but you know, it's nice to see her back, and it is with the Luna after all, so you have the anime combo as well, Jonathan, even if it's not the Mirana. You get my point.
Yeah. Somewhat. It is, you know, you've got Invoker as well, right? So you have Alacrity and Sidekick to toss onto your Luna. Maybe not going to be as long for the Luna to start feeling painful early on. There is a lot of buffing that can just enable her to join these early fights, threaten onto towers a little bit quicker, and provide a lot of output here for the side of MOUZ. I am very keen on the Luna Marcy lane as well. I think that lane is very stable. It has a lot of aggressive potential, Lucent Beam to set up for rebound, straightforward to execute on if you can get on top of the Doom without losing too much of your HP from the Snapfire, Scatter Blast. And that can still line up to be an aggressive lane for MOUZ if they will want to keep Marcy Luna together. Na'Vi just straight into the Pangolier, so that should be our answer to the Invoker. It can still play into that lane, just swashbuckle, clear out the creep wave. The Invoker maybe has a little bit more threat into a melee matchup, of course, but Pango has enough mobility that there are some tools to at least back off from, say, early cold snap combinations coming out there.
Wonder what the flex potential is for this Marcy, like, because we do know Force plays a pretty mean POS 3 Marcy as well. I imagine maybe MOUZ could consider throwing it into the POS 3 role if they see that it's going to be a bit of a free Marcy game. And so far, it doesn't look too bad for a POS 3 Marcy. If they want to go down that route. For now, they are still lacking a position 3 pick. We'll see the Bristleback ban out from MOUZ, and Na'Vi, of course, still banning out position 3s, getting rid of the Underlord. See the Prophet removed from MOUZ as well. I imagine it should just be another position 3 ban out for Na'Vi.
There's a sneaky pick left for Na'Vi. I've seen that they've been running this idea of a Yuragi safe lane Broodmother. You do have some safe clearing out from MOUZ. At the same time, the early tempo of Broodmother with the Spiderling facet, it is a lot of damage early on that you might not be ready for on the side of MOUZ. So I'm wondering if that's something they could consider on Na'Vi as a bit of a pocket pick. I mean, otherwise you don't really have the widest core pool left. Maybe, I mean, Morphlings in the pool if you want that for Yuragi. Still is around. We'll ban out the Timbersaw. One more Force here out of the pool, and they'll just go for the Alchemist. Nice and straightforward. Early tempo. Should be able to outfarm Luna early on. It's all a matter of Na'Vi playing around that early spike. The Alch will be able to secure. Tend to start with seed money, so you're not going to outright lose lane. You're going to have a little bit more stats to play with, a little bit more regen. You end up with a fairly, I mean, can be aggressive when you've got Enchantress on hand, but it can also be a pretty hard lane to kill with the Nature's Attendant Wisps on hand. So it's a very stable time for Na'Vi, already set up on that safe. I don't see anything disruptive left for Force. Again, Darkseer is still there. It feels like it's only been Force that's been picking it up this tournament, a little bit less common overall. Nothing else really jumps out. Maybe a Tidehunter could be an idea as well. Into an Alchemist lane is not too shabby, but it can also just not apply enough pressure onto the Alch, at least in the laning phase, especially with the Ench standing back. You can just get poked out quite bad.
Well, final choice. MOUZ still thinking. I mean, again, they still have the flex for the Marcy if they want to try for offlane Marcy, but it doesn't look quite as good anymore against the Alkench. Have a think about it. You want something a little bit more tanky and perhaps even just a bit of mobility here. Got things like the Visage as well if you want to play Visage, but they're going to go down the Mars route instead. I mean, that's a pretty nice pick, you know, just gives you the safe route of escaping in case they do jump you with the spearback plays. Obviously, we just saw in that previous game, does offer you a crap ton of team fights, so it does kind of tick all the boxes here for MOUZ. I mean, drafts are completed, Jonathan. Do you have a preferred one?
It's hard to say. I feel like if this game does drag on, the scaling from MOUZ might be a little bit more concerning, but this early tempo from Na'Vi looks very overwhelming. If BZM manages to at least draw even or even slightly ahead of the Invoker, and you get Boom with a decent blink timing, if he wants to kind of go around with blink first, he does have Gluttony on hand instead of the Devil's Bargain, so you're not going to be able to refund it. It's a big commitment to buy out blink first. But if they do go for that more aggressive route, I think the tempo coming out from Na'Vi is enough to overwhelm MOUZ early on. It, like you said early on, right? Like Luna takes time to become a massive threat. You do have buffs for the Luna to come in here. Your team fight is stable enough on the side of MOUZ. Like Arena plus all of the spells coming out from Supreme can be quite good. It kind of boils down to laning. Like if Olnit and Bengen can bully out Boom and Zayat on this Luna Marcy, then you get that stable start, you slow down the Doom, you maybe even just force him to go straight Midas to recover, and you can kind of just drag the game out a little bit longer where the Alchemist net worth lead is coming at a huge sacrifice of the other cores. Your Luna is within, I'd say within 2,000 gold at 20 minutes is a bad sign for Alchemist. With 2,000 to 4,000 can be a little bit iffy, only one item ahead for Alch, and that can be your window there for MOUZ to start to feel comfy. But as long as Na'Vi plays tempo, you know, and Boom's lane is secure, you're in a very happy spot for Na'Vi. Just play around some tempo. There's nothing to stop this Pango from just bouncing all over the place. I'm keen on seeing how much force can really get out from this Alchemist lane as well into Alchemist Ench. It's highly defensive. You're likely not to find as many kills as you'd want. In fact, there's some kill opportunities going back to you there as well. And it's kind of hinging on a blink timing here for MOUZ to get aggressive. Almost like what we were saying about Gunner in that last series there for Nouns. It hinges on the blink timing.
Yeah, here we go. Thanks, John. Well, we love your work, John X5. Thank you for this. Tips already coming out for Boom, so there's a lot of Boom fans here on both sides. Very nice to see. Good luck, have fun's coming out as well. And already Na'Vi grouped up as 5, already smoked up, maybe looking for an early engagement. Looking to try and get into that Radiant Triangle, and they are going to probably be able to do so quite freely if they continue moving, but they don't have any vision. Zayat's going to break his smoke onto Olnit anyway, and now there's going to be a counter smoke. And MOUZ now going pretty much the exact same way, through the Radiant Triangle, up towards the north, by the secret shop. BZM is holding the staircase, so he's going to be able to see the smoking coming, unless he goes into that tree line, which he does, but he will see them eventually. Of course, MOUZ realizing this, they do not want to go into a fight completely blind, so they'll back off as well. Everyone run back down to the bottom side of the map and hope the bounty runes are free there.
Well, see if this contest leads into anything a little bit extra. Of course, extra for Na'Vi is a big boon for your Alchemist. They are in a really good position to take more, although
Puppy, feeling confident, will be able to walk away with the Nature's Attendants and force... Oh, God, man. This could be a 3-game series with me having to hear myself the whole time.
Suffering from success, Michael Phoenix? You know? Someone likes your voice line?
That was a good joke, John. I like the DJ Khaled reference. You know, it was well done. Mid lane, BZM against Supreme. I bet you didn't even know that was the name of one of his albums.
That's an album? I thought it's just something he says on his Instagram stories. I don't know. I really have no clue about that kind of... I really have no idea about that world of music, Michael Phoenix. What I do have an idea is for this matchup mid. We've seen a couple of times. It's not even worth talking about. DJ Khaled. When was he last relevant? I actually don't know. What's relevant?
I was going to say it's a stretch to call it music anyway, John. Let's be frank.
Okay.
Go on, John.
That's
so
fair enough.
Analyze something. Yeah.
Yeah, mid lane matchup for BZM is still not the comfiest of times for Pangolier. Again, you can kind of play poke with Swash, get some durability out with Shield Crash, but there's a reason why Invoker mid's been on the rise. Elitist, you get some lifesteal to play with, you can trade blows as the Invoker, you still have the utility of your spells, you get the spell amp once you can level up Exort, and you have a lot of ways to cut off BZM. Tornado EMP is already on hand here for Supreme, no mana on the Pango is very sad days. Rune control is a little bit more important for Na'Vi if they can get rotations out. And that's one way to allow BZM to recover, just ensuring he'll have access to his Water Rune and denying off the other one if Supreme just runs it down. We'll see if they have the room for that in Na'Vi. Taking a look at the top lane right now, you've got Yuragi, of course, playing tag with Force right now. Puppy on hand to provide some assistance. Narman there to make it more annoying as well on the Dark Willow. This should still be a stable lane overall for the Alchemist. And you can't really hope for an early kill lining up as long as Puppy's in the area. With the attendance up, there is a good enough amount of healing coming in, although down bot is a different story.
Yeah, first blood being drawn by Bengun. Of course, level 2 on Marcy is a bit of a spike for the laning stage for the Marcy, so Bengun and Olnett just chasing down the easy kill onto the Snapfire, and already a fantastic start here for MOUZ. Even the Pos 5 Marcy, you don't mind giving all that bonus gold away because she does tend to transition into a core at some stage.
And she does. Again, you've got Lucent Beam set up into rebound, nice and straightforward. And they are starting to poke back just a bit. They did manage to connect this time with a Scatterblast bot, but you are just getting good spacing for Olnett to be very comfy in farm. So I'm curious to see how much more Na'Vi can try to get this lane working. Level 3 can be a good spike as well, though, for Na'Vi. That level 2 Scatterblast is a significant amount of damage in the long-range zone for additional output.
Aggression at top lane as well. Looks like Uragi and Puppey have been trying to move on to Force and Narman, but still a pretty stable lane between these two duos. Hard to see any kills really coming out because you don't really have great follow-up to the unstable concoction. So Uragi just cares to farm anyway. Doesn't really care for the kills too much. Uragi has been left alone, but still feeling confident enough to be able to walk his way out of any kind of engagement from Narman or Force, and the engagement never really comes anyway, so we'll just continue the farm game. Mid lane actually working very well for BZM, by the way. Still 19 and 6 in CS compared to the 15 and 2 of the Invoker, so it doesn't really feel like Supreme is able to really kind of abuse the advantage he should have on this Invoker.
And it's all just down to BZM being an Invoker player himself, right? Like, he knows the early levels and the early timings of the Invoker, what happens when you go for a certain build-up. Right now, fully Quas Wex, of course, so that does give him some leeway to not be scared of magical output right now, like no spell amp on hand. A little bit safer for him to just play with Shield Crash tempo instead for BZM. And he still has Water Rune access anyhow, so you always have a top bottle. Of course, Invoker never goes bottle nowadays. No one's contesting either for BZM. So he's always just going to be fully ready to trade blows with Supreme. And every time you get 2 bottle top-ups in Water Rune, you're just supremely happy on the mid. You just get so much more out of your lane off the back of this.
Well, Bengun disposed out onto the Doom. Olnett not going to have really much to follow up with, but they do remove half his HP, and now the TPs will come in. And Narman going to reveal himself, though. Na'Vi should be able to play a little bit more carefully here, knowing that Narman has rotated. The problem is the creep wave is so far away from their own tier 1, and Bengun's just going to casually jump in. Narman now revealing himself again. Narman, though, dropping quite low as Na'Vi are happily fighting back, and they've got the Dark Willow kill. In fact, Boom's going right after Olnett here with this Arc Lightning spam of Puppey. And Boom, well, he won't be able to keep up with Olnett, but they do successfully get a free kill onto Narman. And I do believe the side of MOUZ is just not anticipating Puppey to rotate, but it does certainly pay off, as now they'll even take down Benga.
That gate rotation from the Ench working out quite nicely for Na'Vi. And that's the one thing when your top lane can just solo. Alchemist, again, very tanky with seed money, having that initial stat item build up. No threat whatsoever when it's just the Mars alone. So you can afford to make these moves across the map. No protective ward here from MOUZ either. So it's not a very easy move to read here from the side of MOUZ, and you get a nice chunk of change out for Na'Vi. Very early on, this laning phase already looking a lot sharper for Na'Vi in comparison to MOUZ. And the movements lining up, you've got a great time for BZM on mid, 40-9 in comparison to Supreme at 30-3. 10 CS above, already has that level 6. Could look for a recommitment down bot. He's just finding all the runes. All the bounties his way, always fully topped up, always having a full mana pool on BZM. It doesn't feel like this Invoker's really done anything to stop BZM from just working the map. It's down to just the supports not able to move out. Right, like not assisting in securing Water Runes, lets the Pango have a lot more in the laning phase than, again, you'd naturally want here as the Invoker matchup.
Certainly hasn't been the start that Supreme would have liked, that's for sure. I mean, he's not doing too badly at the very least, like still finding CS, just not as much impact as he would have liked so far. Wisdom Rune's going to spawn, and they'll go one way on each side. It's like Force finally getting a creep wave, pushing it to him, as now Bengun being chased by Boom. So he's going to be just fine to rebound away. You are getting pretty close to that level 6 mark for Boom, though, so he could afford to get pretty aggressive rather soon. In fact, they're going to go right now. Bengun not expecting the rotation in from Zayats, and that's going to cost his own life once again. Another easy pickup here for Boom, and oh, he's going to be that much closer to level 6 now, and times are going to be getting tougher and tougher here for MOUZ if this keeps up.
It's that early tempo we were talking about coming out from Na'Vi. Their lineup doesn't need too much farm to get online. Even the Alec, again, can just flash farm into a quicker power spike in comparison to Luna. Allnet?
Oh, Allnet, that's a big one. Allnet caught with his pants down in the forest, and BZM will take advantage. A very nice kill here from BZM. And that's a guaranteed bottom tier 1 tower to drop now, as Puppy has just continuously been working on this. And well, there you go. That ward in the lane really paying off dividends. Is now BZM getting jumped mid lane. They'll try for a Pangolier kill. BZM still barely alive, gets a swashbuckle away, and Bengun now might be the one in danger. In fact, Boom, he moves in with the Doom out onto the Invoker, ensuring Supreme could not help, as they will just smother Bengun. One more hit will do it, and BZM will be the one to take the kill. And he doesn't even die throughout all of that.
I like that idea. I like that cheeky play coming out from Supreme, getting the combination off. It's just, there's not enough damage coming in with these supports. Like, you don't have level 6 just yet on Bengun. Narman's still stuck at level 4. Force isn't willing to make a rotation just yet, with free farm up top. So your output is just not there. And again, with Supreme going all in Quas Wex, you don't have any Spell Amp either with no Exhort. So your output right now is just not there. Not that it would be amazing anyhow without the Witchblade. In terms of a right click with Exort. So just kind of stuck trying to play a farm game. You are 5k behind comparison to Na'Vi. To be fair, this is what Na'Vi needs to get done. You know, it's not like this is a bonus for themselves. They need to have this kind of advantage early. You've got Alp Doom. If you weren't 5k ahead, you'd be pretty sad at this point. So this just sets a strong foundation to play off of. You've got early level 6 already up for Puppy, so even bursting down this Ench can be a little bit more annoying, although...
Yeah, rebound in. Boom is still very tanky though, and BZM's showing up out of nowhere. He was just in the triangle waiting for this moment, and Allnet's been caught again. Bengun's already down. Allnet trying to run and maybe hope for a deny on the neutrals. Oh, he's not going to get it. Boom will tank the neutrals instead. Oh, but that's so rough for MOUZ. I mean, the Marcy kills whatever, but the Luna dying again is not going to feel very good. And there was 4 heroes there from MOUZ rotating to try and find a kill, and they still get nothing.
I'm just curious what the idea was from that rotation here for MOUZ. You don't have level 6 with Eclipse for Allnet. You don't have the Unleash yet on Bengun. Damage is just not there. You can slowly poke with Lucent Beam, sure. But bursting heroes down, bursting a Doom down at this point with a casual cloak up, just doesn't feel like you're going to be finding that anytime soon, at least not until these level 6s line up. 1 to 7 now for Na'Vi, finding freebies across the map. So they are able to just apply some soft pressure here with Puppy on the mid. A smoke out for Zayats and BZM. And they've got the kisses ready. They're looking at Force. He's been left alone for a long time. Delaying this Blink in the Morris just slows down MOUZ's game that much more.
They're coming, Force. Maybe not the right time to use the Force line, sir. Because they're coming. And they got him. Force is down. Oh, boy. What have you done to me, John? What have you done? You've created a monster, sir.
I'm pleasing myself.
Narman feeling charitable here. Narman will go down. BZM is having a great old game on this Pangolier, 4-0-2. And it does not seem like it's going to be getting any better for MOUZ Esports with the way things are going.
It certainly isn't. Again, even Supreme not ready yet. Still needing that full Witchblade to have some output here with the right clicks that the Invoker tends to enjoy nowadays. And the spell utility is still there. It's just the follow-through doesn't feel clean. Another smoke out from MOUZ, going as 4. At the least, they have Eclipse. If they can catch one out and get these beams on top, it could lead into a nice siege onto mid as well with the extra damage Allnet gets.
They're looking at BZM again. I mean, this guy has been very hard to catch this game. Power Rune's going to spawn top. BZM is going to still be spotted here by MOUZ, but the smoke will break. Tornado sidestepped by BZM, and he's turning around. He wants to fight, even without Rolling Thunder, but they're not going to be able to close the gap. So there's just nothing really working in the favor of MOUZ thus far. We continue to sit at 1-9 in scoreline with a 9k advantage for Na'Vi. And every smoke we see from MOUZ just... They chase, they try, but nothing comes of it.
All the cores on Na'Vi are just a little bit too tanky. Like, even if you try to get an isolation play on Uragi, as long as he has Chemical Rage, he's sitting at 1.7k HP. Just with double bracer power threads on strength. Even he's not an easy burst down. Now he's showing up with Radiance to help on mid.
Supreme. Uh-oh. They'll get the Ghost Walk off, but the sentry is placed by Puppey. And Supreme immediately doomed by Boom. No hesitation whatsoever as BZM does secure the kill himself. And that'll of course be the mid-tier 1 tower now to go down as Na'Vi will claim it for their own. I'm trying to find the silver lining here for MOUZ, John. It's just getting more and more one-sided as now Force. He was probably the silver lining I was looking for. But not so much anymore as BZM going to set up for a kill and Uragi going to be able to take that one easily.
Yeah, just cleaning up across the map, finding a tier 1 mid, 1-11. 11k advantage for Na'Vi. All the ones coming out for Na'Vi and looking for this first game win. MOUZ, looking honestly a little bit lost, right? Like they tried to get these smokes out with no damage. They don't get the connection.
Supreme,
find Supreme.
Yeah, he's trying to clear out the creep wave and help defend his tier 2 tower. He's going to make it, though. The kisses were flying in, trying to get him blind, but they're not going to work out, as now they'll try onto Uragi. This could be the opening they've been looking for, as the Eclipse does take him down. It's a great start, as now Forces in. A big arena. They caught 2 supports with that, and that'll be Zayats and Puppey to fall. Eventually for Puppey. It's a very slow process, but they'll get it done. And this time, MOUZ, they are finally able to punish Na'Vi for diving deep.
And they are. They go up to 4 kills. They find a big one on Uragi, just taking care of that Alk, as he didn't manage to pop a Chemical Rage earlier on. They do finally have some damage. They get some EXP going their way, a 2.7k gold swing. With how ahead Na'Vi are, these losses are pretty devastating. They still maintain a 7k lead, but mind you, that was 11k literally seconds ago. So, if for MOUZ, that came off the back of this blink timing, right? Force has a blink, they have initiation.
They certainly do. BZM's been caught out, and he's worth quite a bit of gold. Giving the whole spree away to Supreme on the Invoker, who was falling behind. A very important kill once again for MOUZ, and it finally starts to feel like they're heating up here. Like that one good team fight up at that top tier 2 tower, it's given them the confidence now to find some kills across the map.
Yeah, and for Na'Vi, that is mildly concerning. Again, their lineup is very tempo-based. It does scale. It's down to how well you can get these dooms off from Boom, and just how far ahead you can stay on Uragi for, say, the next 10 to 15 minutes. If you can maintain at least 1 or 1.5 item in terms of net worth ahead, then he's still fairly happy. But look at this. Force just constantly on the hunt now.
Uragi getting jumped. Force doing fantastic work. He'll get the spear off in time as well. Uragi still has the Chemical Rage to play with. In fact, BZM's going to intervene. Force caught out, looking pretty low, should be going down, and so will Narman. Force still trying to find a way up. It does go down as Bengun looking for a TP, but a very nice cookie from Zayats on to Puppey will ensure they get a 3rd kill. And so it was a nice start to the fight, but if the Chemical Rage is still going on Uragi and his full HP, it's pretty hard to expect that you're going to burst him down.
And it is. Sunstrike doesn't connect, not that it would be the most impactful with level 1 Exort right now. Do maybe get a little bit trigger happy on the side of MOUZ. They fought under Vision as well. The side of Na'Vi just had a lot more understanding in that, you know, MOUZ weren't going to be dragging in this Luna anytime soon. Supreme is farming bots, so they had a lot of room to just go back in. Again, a lack of damage there for MOUZ if they can't come in with at least the Unleash from Bengun in that combination. Na'Vi, they've got their own tools up in line. Pipe up on Boom along with his full blink now ready. So they'll get the jump in.
Well, here we go again. They're going to try. Spear is out onto BZM, but Supreme just taking so much damage from Puppey. So Puppey will get jumped finally and does go down. Supreme barely making it out, but the chase is on. It's BZM cleaning up Narman. So they do get a support trade here for Na'Vi. BZM not done yet. Gets the Diffusal Blade off onto Bengun. And he's looking for a rebound target and does finally find one, but it's not going to matter as Bengun will go down. And so Na'Vi right back on top, establishing another advantage. Now 10k net worth the way of the Dire and looking for the tier 2 bottom.
Do still have Arena ready and Force, but at this point, MOUZ should just chill out a little bit. You know, high ground is still a very hard spot for Na'Vi to try to pierce. You can kind of afford to lose a couple of these tier 2s in the name of farm. Just get this build up on Olnet and on Force. BKB for Force coming up next. Olnet going for the Manta into BKB, so that will remove some of the impact here, although... Force.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Arena is down, but it's really only a structure there, as it's not holding anyone in. Force now being chased by Yuragi. Yuragi does not have Chemical Rage for a while, so Force could possibly find a way out of this. Problem is, the help is incoming. There's no help. Off we go again.
Yeah. Yeah, the nice thing about him spamming your voice line, Mike, he just sounds so cheery. You sound so cheery, so it's like Force is fine. He's chilling. He has his voice lines to fall back to, right? Like everyone else is farming. Olnet's not dying. Plus one Luna is getting your Manta into BKB, which is still like 4k gold away. But you know, eventually you'll find that 4k. Eventually.
Bengun is going to go down. That's not going to help out too much. T2 mid tower was taking a fair bit of damage as well from Na'Vi. Still going to remain standing for now, but it seems like Boom is looking for a target to jump, and well, he's got Doom up, so he might just go for Force. In fact, he does decide better of it for now, but Force is running right into him, which makes it even easier for Na'Vi to just go ahead and take the kill. Nice and easy as Force not bothered by this whatsoever, apparently. Meanwhile, Boom looking for more. Back into the mid-tier 2 tower, but they've got to drag their creep wave over.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't have anything to do right now on the side of MOUZ, unless we see that same overcommittal out from Na'Vi. Yeah, you don't have that. You don't have anything to reveal at the moment, so just get that build up. You've got the Midas on Supreme with Witchblade, trying to farm up back into this game. The lead for Na'Vi, yes, it's 13k. That's mainly on, well, it's actually on mainly all the cores. At least 1k ahead for Boom, and an outstanding 6k ahead or 5k ahead for Yuragi to the next core on MOUZ. MOUZ will try to smoke. They've got an interesting flank here on the left side of the map, but Na'Vi's under his smoke as well.
Al's looking for a target. Zayat's been left behind. Arena will be down. I say he's left behind. He's still got his team behind him. Zayat's is not dead. He walks out of there. He's walked out of there. Zayat's. Oh, he finally goes down. He's finally dead. Bengun will go down as well. Narman also caught. In fact, BZM, he's even found the Luna. Have some mercy, BZM. Oh, nice Manta though. Oh my. Oh, that's a little bit cheeky. It clips out BZM now not being shown mercy himself. Well, hold on a goddamn minute. That was a very cheeky manner. I don't think I've seen that one before.
I mean, we've seen some players try it. I think every time you and I've cast it, it's never been that lucky. Getting the high ground pushback right by the tree line, especially while the Pango's rolling fields, next to impossible. They'll maybe look for more here.
They're going for more indeed. Bengun going to try and jump in to save Force, but Force is still looking pretty dead in my eyes here, Jonas. He is gone. Still, the fight might just continue. MOUZ are bringing more bodies in. But they will retreat, at least for now. Desperately still trying to hold on to this tier 2 top tower, but the Na'Vi say screw it. We'll just go for the Tormentor instead. There's always another objective to secure. Jump in. Supreme caught out immediately from Boom. Boom could smell him in the tree line. Onto the tier 2 tower once again.
I don't understand why the re-engage happens in the first place. You don't have Eclipse. You didn't quite have Arena. You didn't have the damage to play in that area. No Unleash as well. We'll try onto BZM now.
Rolling Thunder, can he get it off? Oh, he can. Terrorize does not connect in time. In fact, the debuff was on him, but it was like 0.1 of a second too late to matter with the Rolling Thunder. As now, Olnet being set up upon. Bengun's still going to try and take BZM down, but can't quite do it in time. Bengun will drop, but at least he gets Olnit out of there. That they do lose Narman again. Olnit gets tipped. What can you do, Olnit? You're doing your best here, sir.
Now they are. Just again, MOUZ is getting... They find a good fight and then they overextend. And then it turns into a bad fight. And then Na'Vi suddenly find themselves 20k up. Again, the re-engage by the Tormentor from Force was pretty forced out. And that was not an ideal circumstance for MOUZ. Maybe they didn't expect so many heroes from Na'Vi. Still, they'll try to isolate.
Yeah, they jumped on Boom. It's a good target to start on, but he pops the pipe and Boom survives a little bit longer as Force has to trade his life away to kill the Doom off. Meanwhile, the Yuragi in a bit of a tough position, taking a fair bit of damage, but still with the Chemical Rage, he's able to get out of there as now Olnit needs to run. Puppy's wiping everyone out. It's kind of the thing with Ench, you know, you can't really forget about her in the team fight because she just keeps throwing all this pure damage at you.
And she does, already with the drums and Dragonlance here for Puppy. Tier 3 falls. Next set of racks, not long for this world. No outer towers left to defend here for the side of MOUZ. And honestly, Na'Vi should feel like there's no threat whatsoever. Some annoyances from Supreme. That's really it. Just trying to burn some mana and slow down the siege. Na'Vi in a very comfy spot. One rack's up. They could stay for more. They will play it safe. Won't back out and respect some of the power here on MOUZ. Full BKB up now on Boom, so that same play and isolating the Doom not going to be as easy to pull off here for Force. And that's really the one big reason why MOUZ could even find some trades there in the first place. They did remove Doom very early on. But again, BKB will just ensure that you really have nothing to worry about here for Boom. 9-28, 23k lead for Na'Vi. And the one thing we were saying about the Swiss group stage was that you didn't tend to have stompy matches. I didn't expect to see one at with our 1-to-1 teams, but Na'Vi's making this game one look pretty one-sided. We've seen some moments of brilliance from MOUZ, from forced overextensions from Na'Vi. My issue is MOUZ just also overextends too often to really equalize the game. They need to tone it down a little bit, you know, slow down a little bit there, Force. Just chill out a bit, try to scale on your Luna, try to hit some BKB timings first, and then maybe go from there.
Oh, that'll be Roshan going down. Nice and easy. I mean, in defense of MOUZ, they are playing against an Alchemist draft, which has taken off. Probably the best start you could have asked for Yuragi, so you could make that argument, but it's not just that, obviously. I mean, Na'Vi are completely outplaying MOUZ Esports, at least for now. You know, maybe if they buy a bit more time for Olnit to get to a stage with this Luna, it does become a huge problem. We could see a bit of a turn, but for now, it is all just Na'Vi. And I imagine Na'Vi are thinking about going high ground again. With an Aegis up, they've just got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. Smoke, they're on the hunt. They've again got their own BKBs up here on the side of Na'Vi.
Well, here we go. I mean, Supreme's going to be very careful not to get caught. Trying to delay Yuragi, but BZM is waiting for the jump attempt. Force, break his smoke. Jump is there though from Boom. Immediate Doom out onto the MOUZ. They want no shenanigans here from Force, and they have taken him down, plus Supreme, plus Narman, and in fact it might be plus Bengun in a moment. He will get back to the fountain successfully, but it really won't matter. It's 2v5 now. 2v6 if you count the Aegis on BZM. They are going to try to defend for this last barracks, but it's looking pretty darn impossible with only 2 heroes.
It is. I mean, at least with respawns being so short, you could hope for maybe one last arena play in the middle here.
We'll jump in. Olnit getting caught again by BZM. He'll get back towards the fountain. But the Mega Creeps will be coming very soon if this keeps up. The Rax is now under siege. Again, MOUZ, they've got one chance now to maybe pick up some stragglers as their whole team is back online. Yuragi happy to engage if that's what they really want. Bengun is trying. Stuns are out onto Yuragi, but Bengun already down. Yuragi trying to retreat now for a little bit as the arena is dropped from Force, catching up BZM, but that was the Aegis down. He still has a secondary life. Rebound not quite on target as Boom now going to jump back in onto Force. Meanwhile, Supreme taking a fair bit from BZM. Uragi now jumping in onto Supreme as well, wanting the Invoker kill, but the Force staff away will allow him the space. It's now rebound again. Bengun finding a nice two-man stun, but it's still not enough to kill him off. At BZM jumps in with the Rolling Thunder. Three-man stun out, and GG is called. Such a dominant game out from Na'Vi. And MOUZ, props to them for trying, but it really just felt like they didn't stand a chance.
And it really didn't. Na'Vi wiped the floor with MOUZ with his fast-paced, high-tempo draft, going for pretty solid lanes coming out. I love the combinations coming in. Zayats with a Snapfire, Boom with the Doom. It's not a lane that Luna feels particularly comfy in, that the Marcy Luna can really try to leverage, say, level 3. We saw them actually get a couple of kills in the lane, but certainly not enough to really set the tone. I think the big issue for the side of MOUZ, and we talk about this with MOUZ every single time, when Force has a slow start, the entire tempo of MOUZ just disappears. His blink timing came a little bit later. He was left solo in the lane up against Alchemist that you don't really stop the Alch from farming. This is one of those fights for MOUZ as well that was just a little bit too keen. Right? Like, it's Force coming in with what? I think Narman backing him up on the Dark Willow. Really no damage to speak of with that arena. And some of those forced movements out here from MOUZ was it just didn't pan out. Like, I get that they're looking for opportunities, but the way they look for them were also not the ideal way that MOUZ had to play their draft here.
No, absolutely not. MOUZ, I mean, again, they do try their best, but Na'Vi just winning out all lanes. And I want to give particular props to BZM, John, because BZM was just playing like an absolute madman this game. Like, how many times did they try to kill Boom down at bottom, and then out of nowhere BZM just shows up like a superhero? I mean, this is the one death he had that looked a little bit awkward. And as you can see, he wasn't too happy about it. But he was basically having a perfect game on this Pangolier. I mean, there's no reason to look upset, BZM. You're doing great, sir.
And he is. Like, he worked that mid matchup really nicely up against Invoker. You'd expect a little bit more play out there for Supreme, but there were a couple of things tying into that enabled BZM to have a great game, right? Like, he always had access to 2 Watt runes. There was never any deny movement out from MOUZ, no rotations from the supports to try to slow down that Pango on the bottle top-ups, which led to just a very nice lane for the Pango overall. And that just led to that snowball start. That's one thing as well with Thunderbolt. With that added speed on the Rolling Thunder, you can gap close really quick to take a fight with your team. All of Na'Vi playing really well. I would agree, though. I think BZM really stood out in this game, taking that early activity for Na'Vi to the level where it just snowballed out of control off the back of this Pangolier. And it's a great showing from Na'Vi, right? Like, again, Swiss stage format tends to give us very even matchups, especially as it develops once teams have played 2 series. This felt one-sided. MOUZ just never managed to find any opening. They were very passive in lanes. They were very focused on the side lanes. And it just allowed BZM to find everything he could ask for on his mid.
Yeah, I mean, props to BZM, John. If I can just complain a little bit, I hate the fact that Pango looks like it's back in the meta again, but, that's kind of what happens when you give this hero a very, very, very slight buff to one of the 2 facets, is you get Pango back in the meta, and here we go again. I mean, BZM, standout player, he deserves it. A fantastic performance from him. But God, it does scare me, It scares me, John, that we're going back to every game having Pango pick or ban.
Did it really leave, though, Michael Phoenix? I think that's the issue with your memory. I don't think it ever left anyway.
Well, why did
we were still
John,
seeing double jump anyway.
Well, why did we buff it then, John?
So we get some variety outside of double jump, right? I appreciate that, at least. It's not just double jump. We get, a speedy rolling thing, a rolling boulder. That's kind of funny, at least. It looks silly, so...
I need some variety from you, Jonathan. We're going to head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between MOUZ and Na'Vi. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for a best of 3 between Na'Vi and MOUZ. And in case you weren't watching game number 1, Na'Vi were able to pull off a pretty convincing victory against MOUZ Esports. Jonathan, what are you thinking here for MOUZ for game 2 to try and give themselves a chance at game 3?
I feel like they have to avoid getting ahead of themselves here. They were taking some good fights to equalize the game, and then they would instantly look for the next fight without the tools necessary to even net themselves those kills. So just getting a little bit ahead of themselves on Nouns. They were also not quite ready to win out the lanes. The lanes from Na'Vi looked a lot better, especially the mid. No commitment from the supports to cut off the water runes whatsoever, which led to BZM just having very equal time up against the Invoker of Supreme, and that just caused a lot of issues with how fast the Pango was able to hit level 6 into that diffusal timing that we tend to see nowadays for the easy chase down. Let's see if those adaptations are made, at least from the draft. You do have MOUZ banning out Batrider along with the Ench themselves and the Centaur, and they get to first pick the Doom. Na'Vi, for their part, do ban out the Bengen Witch Doctor once more, the Force Primal Beast, Shadow Demon, and Timbersaw, but they secure that Force Hero very early for MOUZ, just straight into the Doom. Very stable lane already set up here for the side of MOUZ, always impactful with Doom, of course, and it just provides some stability, some more leeway for, say, a higher priority or more pocketable picks here for, say, Allnet or Supreme without revealing too much.
I still can't believe Naga Siren's not banned out. I mean, Na'Vi, they could just go ahead and take Naga Siren if they really want to. You know, we've seen that hero banned so many times throughout Wallachia so far, but instead, they decided to just take the Pango once again, and you know what, John? I really can't blame them. I really cannot. It just reveals nothing. You know BZM's going to have a great time. Why not just take this?
Yeah, it looked amazing in game 1. It doesn't feel like it cares too much about the Doom anyhow. And you still have flex here for BZM and Boom to kind of figure out if they want to commit onto the mid Pango. So you have a flex factor here as well for Na'Vi. Back to your point about the Naga, it's a bit surprising because, again, as you said, it's been banned out a lot of times here in Wallachia. It's been banned pretty much 76.92% of the time. It's only been picked about 5 times overall. So even, I'm guessing even in some of the games where it's not banned out, it doesn't get picked up either. It has been a very weird hero in terms of just how prevalent in bans it is and just people not picking it up anyway. Perhaps it's maybe down to a case of these two teams don't necessarily maximize the Naga support potential in comparison to other teams, so they might be the outliers. That's why they just don't get to care. Do you see the Bristleback being banned out for Na'Vi and the Shadow Fiend plus the Luna being banned out by MOUZ? We're going to have something different coming out in Pros 1s for sure, as the Clockwork does make its appearance here for Na'Vi. This was banned out by MOUZ last game, and that does provide some interesting potential. It's been a very winning hero as well, 68.8% win rate. You and I had the pleasure of seeing some of that Clockwork in other regions. We saw Cuckoo kind of pop off in his qualifier games. Puppy's had a 100% win rate when Na'Vi does get to pick it up. And the hero does look really damn good. Like it just provides so much with teamfight and control. It can easily connect to the Pangolier. The Pango can easily follow up from a hookshot initiation. And then its laning is still pretty damn good on the clock. It's just a solid pick overall for Na'Vi.
I still can't believe Clockwork got buffed, I'll be frank, John. Yeah, again, I'm a person who really enjoys this hero, but I was quite surprised to see they actually buffed the cogs facet. You're seeing kind of the results of such as the team's naturally going to be looking to pick this up even more now as MOUZ. They'll go for a Tuskar pickup. So again, not revealing too much here. Not too surprising either to see that nobody's choosing the hookup facet for Clockwork.
No. It's surprising that someone actually chose hookup one time. One time.
That is surprising. That is maybe very surprising.
Maybe they forgot to switch facets, you know? It happens.
There is the viability of going the other facet simply because you want the smaller radius cogs to push people back after hook. There is that. I feel like that's the only reason you ever take it. Literally just because you want cogs to be smaller.
Probably so. It's just a little bit strange. I figured they would buff hookup anyway, but that's not what we got. Still, more developments in the draft. MOUZ do manage to pick up the Tusk and Hoodwink. Very solid support duo coming out already for MOUZ. Some potential for either here on Norman or Bengen seems pretty good here. Tying into Doom to Hoodwink lane does sound really good. Easy setup for Infernal Blade spam. But here's the solution from Na'Vi. Drow stands far back enough, especially in the Doom lane. You don't necessarily care. If you are jumped on, you always have Gust to play with. You've got some damage on the retreat with the repositioning you have with the arrows coming in there as well. And you do get to go back into the Snapfire once more for Zayats. We've seen how much output he can get, how much saves he was getting out with these cookies. Now you've got the natural clockwork Snapfire support duo that can just kill anyone as well early on. Once they hit level 6, you can just blow someone up even without a core connection as long as you have your ultimates up. I love this from Na'Vi. It plays into that faster style we saw in game number 1. And the Drow even ties into that as well. Like, there's just so much damage early on, even from the pause 1 after, say, a Dragonlance pickup. You can certainly just consider joining your team. There's enough front line that closing the gap onto the Drow is going to be a tall order here, even for something like the Puck that comes out.
Absolutely. Final bans to come, Na'Vi. They're still looking to ban some position 1s here against MOUZ. They've already got rid of the Bristleback. They'll get rid of the Nature's Prophet. Another hero that we do tend to see MOUZ pick up pretty often. Again, MOUZ is one of those teams that do have their signature style of drafts that they do enjoy running. You won't have the option for Luna either. Well, I was going to say we saw a lot of SF earlier, but that's also been banned out by MOUZ themselves. Gyrocopter ban out to boot. I mean, you could take Alk yourself as MOUZ if you want to try and run the Alk draft on your end of things.
It fits in and well enough. An Alchemist plus Tusklane's not too shabby. I don't know if you can kind of play to the tempo though. Like, I feel like there's enough tempo in Na'Vi that they will be able to match up and just commit early anyway. I don't think they care too much about the earlier spikes an Alchemist receives here. So maybe not the biggest deal in the world. I have this strange idea for some reason. I thought like PA. I mean, PA into Drow can be pretty awkward, but it's good gap close onto the Drow. There's a lot of ways of saving the Drow anyhow. Hookshot in, isolate the PA, battery assault her down, you get cookie saves. You've got long range poke from the side of Na'Vi. But it is an Ulnet special. Mind you, I don't think we've seen Ulnet play that anytime recently, as PA is pretty damn dead.
Here we go. The final pickup here for MOUZ. A carry is what they're looking for. A game of Drow that you and I casted did not go too well. Can't remember. I think it was Sammy Boy playing it, and yeah, it just didn't look too hot.
Yeah. I don't know if that's really the hero's fault, to be fair, at that point.
Oh,
unfortunately.
I wasn't gonna say that, John, but
I have to say it to defend the pick. I have to defend the pick.
You're feeling based. It's a base take, Jonathan. Based. I appreciate it. Okay. I'm not criticizing you, Jonathan. I like it.
Struggling. See if they can bounce back later on, of course, today. I think we'll see that series on the stream, of course. Later on.
And they're just using all that reserve time here. 23 seconds left for MOUZ.
Yeah.
And they do go for the Alk. Okay. They were out of pretty much every other option, right? Alchemist is, it's... I don't know. Do I like it, John? Not really. I'll be frank. I know I was the one who kind of pointed it out, but it was more of a, that's all that's left. Just take it. And Na'Vi immediately go into a Beastmaster, which I agree with completely. I think this is a very fast-paced lineup from Na'Vi. And I think they could easily make MOUZ have a very, very challenging game once again.
And that they can. My concern is, for the side of MOUZ, connecting with Doom Puck is a little bit all in. Certainly you're not expecting Ulnet to kind of show up early on to try to provide damage. You do have some burst play if you can connect these sharpshooters out from Narman. So you can kind of try to isolate and kill off some heroes here. I just like the lanes from Na'Vi a lot more. Like, you've got the classic Drow clockwork, a frontliner for the Drow to get some spacing, spam her spells out. You've got this really nice combination of Snapfire Beastmaster, Cookie on board with a slowdown. You've got Wild Hunt here for Boom, so he can just easily go for Helm of the Overlord to try to outpace the pacing that MOUZ would want to go for with an Alchemist, of course, and just kind of shrink the map before the Alch can be hyper efficient in farming. I think Na'Vi has the answers to just outpace MOUZ still. Like, Alchemist, despite being a high-tempo hero, does need initial gold to flow in. I think if Na'Vi just maintain that same pace from game one, I don't know where you find that initial gold here for Ultimate. He needs a recovery period to scale up. The matchup, at the very least, here for Supreme, Puck versus Pango, does work fairly nicely for Puck, at least in terms of defensiveness. You can just farm nice and safe. You have a way of stopping rolling Tundra as long as you get your Dream Coil off first. So pickoffs onto BZM does start to become a little bit easier in comparison to last game, but I don't know, just based on how we saw the teams actually play, Na'Vi just looked like a step ahead, and I think this draft plays into what we saw from game one there from Na'Vi.
No, I certainly agree with that sentiment, Jonathan. We will go into it. Game 2, of course, MOUZ, they've got their backs against the wall here up against Na'Vi. One game away from Na'Vi, 2-0ing them, so see what they can bring out here for this game 2. I mean, Force has already started. Here we go. Smoke up from Na'Vi, but it's just a watering run, of course, not looking to... Well, I mean, I'm sure they will get aggressive here with their draft early on, but not quite yet. I'll tell you what, though, John, they've got a safe lane clock Drow, and that is a pretty devastating lane for the offlane of MOUZ to have to deal with. In fact, level 1, you'd love to get involved.
It's really not going to be fun here for Force. They're going to go for a long flank around smoke from MOUZ. Through the gate behind the tier 1. We've seen this kind of move on the Dire side a couple of times. So on the Radiant flank now. Let's see if they can find an angle. Already holding a good spot to break smoke though for Puppey. It might not pan out to be the best movement out here from MOUZ.
I mean, Puppey lands a cogs on 1. It's going to be a pretty painful experience for whoever gets caught. And here they come. Smoke broken. Puppey will see them. Still waiting by his team. Bengun does move in. Puppey moving forward with a very nice cogs out, catching 3 of them. Oh, they still ran into him.
Why?
Well, what did you expect, MOUZ? What's that meme, John? Think, MOUZ, think.
I don't know. You say, what's that meme? It's like there's a lot of memes that fit in. Call an ambulance, but not for Puppey. That one fits in too. There's a lot of memes, Mike. And you can't just say, what's that meme? It's like, which meme? What do you mean?
You know the one where he says, you thought you could do this, think, you know.
That doesn't help. Mike, don't show your
bothers me about you
here.
You're into the cringiest memes, and you don't know the popular ones. I just don't...
Popular? What are you talking about? It's not as popular as Pango is right now, and Puck on the mid lane. I'm finding ways to transition from your outright lack of memehood, Michael Phoenix. You are the capaholic they were talking about in Parliament. As we are looking at the lane where you've got Supreme on the Puck up against the Pango, of course, of BZM. An outstanding performance last time from BZM. For Supreme this time, I don't expect the Puck to be bullied out, but it's almost the same story where at best you might be looking at a 50-50. You can dodge out, gain a little bit more with your Puckish innate, of course, which was nerfed, but still feels highly effective. The key thing is rune control. Even these water runes, let's say, the 4-minute water rune cannot... You can't just give BZM 2 runes in a row.
Puppey's not going to get within range for the cogs on Force before the creep wave does get there. And this bottom lane, once you hit level 3 timing in particular, it gets incredibly hard. As long as Naaman is around, you might still be able to save Force, but level 3 is really the big timing where Yuragi's going to do so much damage. And it's not going to be very fun if you are MOUZ. But we'll see if Na'Vi actually are able to abuse the duo. I mean, in fairness, you know, MOUZ could still just play far back and try to avoid any of that happening.
Yeah, just try to find some stable farm for Force. You're not going to leverage the aggressive potential of Doom in that lane, as it is range. You can't Infernal Blade, so you're not going to be looking for kills. Up top, though, that's where you can start hunting a little bit more as levels go up here for Boom and Zayats. Just a cookie into a snap can be nice. They'll try to get aggressive first on MOUZ, though.
They're going to Zayats. Zayat's going to be just fine. I mean, you've got a pretty tanky offlane duo between the Beastmaster and Snapfire, so it's not going to be too easy to try and burst either of those two down. It does feel like a pretty easy lane for Boom as well. That's kind of concerning as Force may get caught in the cogs here by Puppey. Puppey, yeah, nice block. Very nice block on the creep wave. That's all he wanted. They're still following Force in fairness. So these creeps have really got a vendetta. Might be due to that observer ward that was sitting there keeping up the vision of Force. So Force really never got out of vision. So Puppey, his own ward working against him now.
And he'll be able to at least soak safely. That's small win for MOUZ to find considering the laning circumstances. But all the lanes looking like freebies right now for Na'Vi. 19-3 for BZM on the mid. Yuragi running laps around in comparison to what you're finding here for Olnet. Trying on Boom though.
Zayat's trying to save Boom, and he actually gets away with it. With just the cookie alone, Boom does manage to barely survive. That's a little bit concerning, you know, just Zayats was left the lane for a little bit. It seemed like it was going to be almost a guaranteed kill onto Boom, but ultimately one little cookie and it's going to be enough to force him far enough away.
Yeah. I dig the fact that MOUZ are trying to play around the early potential of the tag team. It's just Boom is relatively tanky. Double circlets up, is rushing into the Dominator, of course, and as long as Zayats is close enough, you're in a very happy spot overall as that Beastmaster to just farm off. They do manage to get the Water Rune out for Supreme, and they already managed to get Narman walking out. So, course correcting from game one. No bottle tops up for BZM, but he's already a level ahead of Supreme anyhow. Like this, I mean, if you did this last game, you might have been better off. The Invoker could have done more, but in this case, Supreme's already lagging behind quite a fair bit in EXP. BZM's just going to have a free time anyhow. And you leave your Doom alone, Force gets a little bit less out of lane. At the least, Puppey's focusing more on trying to get the pulse, but they're not getting aggressive in that window. But Yuragi's still enjoying himself as well. Like, again, every lane for Na'Vi is just looking like a clean sweep at the moment.
Yeah, that it is. Still 1-0, not too many kills occurring. Bottom lane, Narman's got to be very cautious with his positioning here. Yuragi's going to get the slow. Though he evades the first hit again. I mean, these hoodwinks. 15% chance of redirecting attacks. And somehow, every game we've seen today, they just keep evading them. Meanwhile, John, I can't remember the last time I evaded a hit by being near trees.
Skill issue. That's it.
Yeah.
You're just not good enough to get your passive to proc might. You know, you're not doing enough.
That's fair.
See, that's the difference between a pro ogre as well. You know, a pro ogre always gets his multicast off. A noob, you're never going to get that Midas utilization. 0 multicast in your Midas every single time. What can you do? Just get good.
Uh-oh. Puppey might be getting good here. Johnny's rotating up top to look for a nice cogs, and Olden is the target. They completely ignore Bengun. TP's coming in from Narman, but it is not going to help out. In fact, the shards from Bengun making matters even worse as it just pushes around the Alchemist and the cogs.
Another timely rotation through the gate. Na'Vi's been very smart about gate usage. They did have a ward here from... Oh, well, it's a Na'Vi ward just to ensure that no rotations from MOUZ can also kick in. Yuragi?
Oh, Yuragi? I mean, he's being dived, but Force is the one who needs to be a little bit cautious because Puppey's rotated back down. Could not really find a cogs, though, so Force is going to be okay, but... he's going to require Narman to come back into the lane, I think, but BZM's going to find him. Bushwhack will land. BZM still chasing down. Pops the Rolling Thunder. Narman trying to get knocked to the low ground, not getting so lucky. In fact, he won't get lucky the second time either. BZM secures an easy kill for himself. Meanwhile, top lane, even more rotations coming from Na'Vi. They'll even bring Yuragi down. Or excuse me, rather up. And Yuragi eventually will go back down. But Secret Na'Vi I'm gonna push that tier 1 tower. Yeah, I hate the fact that these team tags remain. I really do. Can't get anything right today, John, I'll tell you.
Nope. It is what it is. Like we were saying earlier, get good. That's it. I screw up all the time. It's fine.
I've tried, John.
Cover my back. It's fine.
I've tried to get good. We've casted like 3,000 games, John. It still hasn't worked. It's not working.
That's why we're here, Michael the Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's all it is. 3-0 start. MOUZ has been trying as well, but again, the laning coming out from Na'Vi is just looking cleaner. And when you have the Alchemist Doom on your side and you have literally no net worth lead, that is not good news.
This would be a great kill. Oh, the bushwhack off the mark. Here comes Puppey to try and help. Uragi is actually walking out.
Come on.
Oh boy, surely someone snipes him. Supreme's going to try with an orb, but he's off the mark. Still chasing Uragi, who's looking to go towards the pit, throws the multi-shot out. Bengun now chasing down. Shards don't touch him. The shards didn't touch him. Uragi finally gone, but it's allowed BZM time to get in here. The cogs knocking back Naaman. Naaman will drop. Puppey's still running around, creating all kinds of havoc as Bengun trying to come in. Puppey will get spotted. Meanwhile, Force will join now, looking for perhaps a Doom. No, he's still level 5. One creep away from level 6. Finally has the Doom up, pops it. Meanwhile, Ulnit goes down a boom, but they'll get busy. They'll get. I mean, nothing went right, John. Puppey.
No.
Puppey still makes it out. Bengun's ankles are completely shattered.
I mean, at least they find VZM. You know, that's the least you can hope for. I have no clue. It's just, it looked like it should have shot, but just a little bit of a sidestep out from Uragi, and just to dodge out. And this is again, you look at this draft from MOUZ. When you looked at Na'Vi last game, at this point they had a 4K lead. You don't have a net worth lead with Doom Alec.
Oh, Force is trying to get away here from Uragi. Naaman is going to save, but the kisses are raining down on Force, though he's barely out of range. Run, Force, run. BZM maybe gets caught here in mid lane. Doesn't have Rolling Thunder for another 8 seconds. Coil will be committed. He snaps it immediately. Meanwhile, Bengun does close the gap. BZM this time will go down. A great pickup here for MOUZ. Boom is joined though, and Bengun is the target, so they do at least get the support duo. It's still a nice pickup for MOUZ, but the problem is now they are likely to lose that mid-tier 1 tower, especially considering Boom has the one of my favorites, John, the Dark Troll Summoner.
Yep, they've got it. They've got that Dominator timing lined up for Boom. It's a nice easy siege for the Drow on hand as well. Doesn't take too much commitment out from the side of Na'Vi. For the side of MOUZ, I mean, you're buying some space for Ulnit. Still no Radiance up. And slower tempo coming out from our Alchemist. And this is just what we were talking about from draft with this kind of draft from Na'Vi. And that early advantage you were looking for on MOUZ, it's not even panning out. You don't have a net worth lead. You've got double Devoured Doom. You've got Alchemist. And you still have no net worth lead. It's a painful process for MOUZ to kind of recoup and recover through these losses. And Na'Vi is just set to get stronger and stronger. You know, we don't have level 6 yet on Puppey. No hookshot threat yet. Still have the Roar, and BZM's just on the hunt.
He doesn't have phase shift for 3 seconds. Roar's going to come out off the back of the stun from BZM, and Supreme is down. Bengun trying to get away. Meanwhile, Force is committed a Doom down a bottom lane, trying to chase Puppey. So they will at least find a position 5 clockwork kill in the meantime, but they've lost their mid-puck. They're going to lose Bengun to boot. It's still a fantastic trade for Na'Vi. And with this style of draft, with a Beastmaster on hand, it is not going to slow down anytime soon from Na'Vi. In fact, Boom, I think, might even have the Helm of the Overlord coming in. No, he doesn't. He's actually just going for a pipe instead.
I can appreciate that, just looking for ways to stop some of the output that MOUZ does have on hand. It's so painful when you have to doom up something like the Clockwork. Like, yes, you need to find any kill that you can at the moment on the side of MOUZ, but that's a massive commitment. You're not going to have presence on Force anytime soon. They'll try again on
Puppey again. We'll get him another time.
But their top
is still just a position. Their top is exposed and going down, so MOUZ are basically trading their T2 towers for a position 5 clockwork kill. Supreme eventually will rotate over. Even just the scatter blast takes out half the HP of Supreme. So they will eventually back and come back another day. But the T2 tower, it's sitting on 508 HP now. It's in dire straits, John. A gentle breeze would push that over.
And it would, and Boom is not necessarily leaving that area. They've got the good forward ward watching right in front of that bottom forest tree line that you can TP into here on MOUZ's end. So they feel very secure to just force this out. They know it's just the puck Puck alone is not going to find kills on this duo. And
Supreme.
even just Zayats moving forward is enough to shove Supreme away.
I think Zayats doesn't actually believe Supreme can kill him on his own.
No.
In fact, Zayats does have more HP than the... he doesn't quite, but 100 HP less than the Puck. Bottom lane, TP in from Zayats. Looks like Na'Vi wants to try and give it a crack against MOUZ, and Olin is nearby if they could spot him out. He will eventually retreat towards the Dire Triangle, though. And in fact, Puppey leaves anyway. They're going to group up with Boom. Up at top lane, where Force is trying to gank Boom by the looks of it, but he's been blocked in the tree line.
Oh,
and
Lord.
that will be Force's life and also Nam's. Welcome to Europe, they say.
I mean, MOUZ has been playing in Europe for a long time. This is just a little bit of a wake-up call, I suppose, for MOUZ. As Na'Vi with stand-ins are just wiping them. Supreme.
Supreme also going to get caught out. You know it, the game's getting bad when John starts to analyze my play-by-play comments. I know they've been in MOUZ for a while. John, thank you for that. I was trying to be a little bit dramatic here with a one-sided game, John, but I appreciate you putting a complete kind of damper on that.
Welcome to Europe. They've been here. You tell me that meme, Tron. What meme? Mike, are you okay? Did you forgot your medicine today?
I'm not
Here goes
okay.
Puppey.
John Puppey's being jumped. He's being jumped, but he's still he is down. But the problem is the Snowball and the Cogs have locked them in with a rolling thunder of BZM into the kisses of Bengun. So Bengun probably just going to die here to Zayats. And Force is being forced to die to Boom. In fact, Supreme feeling charitable now.
Lord.
Supreme going to go down. It gets worse.
It does, and I really don't see this getting any better at this point. I think when you have a Doom Alk this far back, I think you're just in a really bad spot in your game. Almost unrecoverable. Unless Na'Vi start to overextend one by one, it feels like in a natural progression, there's no real openings you can hope for. Maybe this blink timing and Force can surprise us if he finds a big control piece onto, say, BZM here. It just feels like you have more to be concerned about other than just BZM. Like, say, alright, you doom up BZM, no roll. There's still the roar, there's still the kisses that can fly out from Zayats, the disruption, or the disruptiveness of the clockwork in these team fights. They'll try, though. They'll smoke out here on MOUZ, see if they can find one isolated hero to feed off of.
It's a 7k disadvantage when you've got an Alchemist draft. It's kind of tells you all you need to know. For MOUZ, they're going to run into Zayats at least. Zayats still has some of his teammates around us. They're actually going to jump in the support duo. They will lose Zayats and Puppey. Here come the rest of them. Yuragi now starting. BZM will do the same. Apparently they're just going to 2v5 them. Here comes Boom. He's been doomed up, but he's still happy to right-click. So guys, I can still hit you. It's no problem. Narman down. Isn't that demoralizing, John? You find the support duo, and it's a 3v5, and they still rush in.
Yeah, I mean, basically a 2v5, they didn't have Boom capable of doing anything doomed up, and it still doesn't matter. Right, like, the same thing kind of goes. If you locked in BZM with the Doom instead, well, you have to deal with Roar, you have to deal with the Hawks coming in, the drums active, kicking on, and you're still in a nasty spot for MOUZ. Again, their ideal now for their comeback is Na'Vi starting to play one by one. And maybe even that two-man wipe on the supports. If you manage to retreat off the back of that, reset, look for another fight afterwards, you might have had a steady path back, a slow path for sure. But a path forwards here for the side of MOUZ. Rather unfortunate, Na'Vi is very quick on the response, seeing the overextension for the two supports. We get the punishment. Roshan opens up here. Boom already starting with his creep army all by his lonesome. Yuragi will join in to help. And MOUZ really has no way of playing in that area. Especially without that Doom up. A minute until they can get that utility up on Force. And they find Puppey
at least
again,
get Puppey.
It really doesn't matter though. Like, this clockwork is 5 out of the 9 kills of MOUZ. Like, it just doesn't do enough for MOUZ to kind of play catch up here.
No, it does not. And with that, Aegis up, of course, on Yuragi. Again, this is a 7k deficit for MOUZ while they have an Alchemist. So things are looking pretty dire right now. Like Olnet's still trying to catch up, but he's behind Uragi and Boom. And Na'Vi, of course, are not intending on slowing down anytime soon. They're looking up that top lane, looking at Force now. Force will get jumped here by BZM, slowed up by the Diffusal Blade, and the Gust does connect from Uragi. Force looking to go down before the fight even really starts, though. Olnet does get in with a nice stun, and now the Snowball to buy a bit of space for Force to blink out of there. A very nice save from Bengun. Supreme going to jump in. Buyback from Bengun. They're going to try and take down BZM at the very least, and they've got him. That's one kill down, and that's a big one. But Olnet is just taking so much damage. Jeez. Yeah, he's gone. Olnet cannot sustain. Maybe they can at least take the Aegis of Uragi as Bengun is rushing towards him with the Snowball, but he can't reach. He's short. Puppy, maybe Puppy goes down, but the multi-shot from Uragi just forcing them back. And it seems like Na'Vi, they're going to reset. They'll wait for BZM. They've still got the Aegis for 3.5 minutes, so plenty of time to try and come back here for the tier 3 tower. No need to rush this game.
Well, and that's not as bad as it could have been there for the side of MOUZ. They still have Doom up on Force, as he, well, just straight up died, or was zoned out super hard early on. No dieback instantly on Bengun, but respawn still relatively short at 19 minutes in onto the high ground move there from Na'Vi. You do have more tools from Na'Vi though. Blink up now for Boom, so Blink Roar ready to go. They find Supreme.
Supreme, he will make it out. BZM was being chased up by Force and Narman, but they were unable to keep up with the Pangolier. Smoke out now from Na'Vi once again, looking to perhaps infiltrate the Dire Triangle, but they want to run throughout their own jungle first. Scan is going to catch them though, so the smoke is pretty obvious. Problem is Supreme's already lost half his HP to Uragi. They'll chase down Zayats. Force is onto the Snapbar and does secure the kill, but here comes Puppy now catching out the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, Uragi is still perfectly fine. He'll take a Snowball from Bengun, but that is still going to be Bengun going down, as I believe he was saving Force. And so a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of Na'Vi. I think I'll just go ahead and secure some objectives. Bottom tier 1 tower is still standing. So they'll go ahead and make short work of this and maybe even just stick around for the tier 2 bottom tower. Why the hell not?
Yeah, doesn't take that much time when you've got the Dark Troll Summoner, of course. Should be able to just melt through these objectives, no problem here from the side of Na'Vi. For MOUZ, some space out for Force to farm along with Olnet. Radiance, Blink, BKB, only the recipe lacking here for Olnet. So some tools to withstand the onslaught. Still doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Tormentor taken by Na'Vi for free. Shard up for Puppy. Already having a pretty fantastic time drawing all that attention away and still finding angles in for some big hook shots. And they'll just go with a steady push onto the high ground. They do have Doom and Dreamcoil ready, but they need to TP back home here from MOUZ.
They do force out a Glyph at least, but Na'Vi is certainly not going to be backing off of that. Still a minute 15 on the Aegis timer as well for Uragi, so plenty of time to finish off this bottom racks. And MOUZ, I think the best they can hope for is just wait for the Aegis to expire and maybe try and go for a smoke, chase them down and find some stragglers. But they're not even grouped up in their base, like they're just letting the bottom racks go down. BZM's TPing onto Olnet, top lane, he's found the Alchemist. You could just take the racks, BZM, there's no need to rub salt into the wound, but the whole gang is here. Screw the racks, they want Olnet dead first.
Oh.
Dreamcoil, they're gonna lock down Boom and Zayats. Nobody wants to touch Boom, they're just trying for the easier kill in Zayats. Now they'll move on to Boom, but Boom will just fight back with a roar. Problem is he's blocked him by the shards. Zayats will jump back in. Supreme almost dead. Boom might finally go down and does, but here comes the rest of the squad. Oh. Hook shot from Puppy, landing onto Force. Force will hurricane his way out of there, but it's not going to work out in his favor because Uragi has shown up with the frost arrows. And so they just run across the map after killing Olnet and rejoin their team to take a successful team fight here, Na'Vi.
Yeah, Aegis does expire, but there's really nothing for Uragi to be worried about at this point. No coil, even with a respawn or buyback on Force, there's no Doom on hand. and they will play it safe. They still managed to find bot Rax despite BZM running off to look for pickoffs. MOUZ, 1 Rax down, 12k behind with an Alchemist Doom. And this game is just looking very dire right now for MOUZ. Even that Doom usage from Force is not ideal. Like, the Roar already comes off from Boom, so he's done his job. He already popped Pipe, he already popped everything he had. Really didn't have anything to do anyhow in that position. And he just ate another spell. That's just more utility that he's able to bring for his team and copying that Doom, allowing everyone else to just play their own game. Still on the hunt, no one hanging around top. Olnet does manage to back off, at least at the nick of time, but if Na'Vi want to play it smart, of course, Roshan in 2 minutes, we'll see that timer up. Can just go for Rosh, get the banner up, and then go for another set of racks. But I don't know how you simplify this right now for MOUZ. I don't see any items that help. Like, they have BKB up on Olnet, that somewhat helps. You've got Parasma coming up from Supreme, that can be nice. They'll just start in the high ground. They don't care.
Why even wait? But they do at least clear out the creep wave here for Supreme.
Oh.
Olnet jumps in. Cheeky stun. They'd love to pick off Uragi, but they will not get away with it. In fact, now Boom gets the Roar out onto the Tusk, and that'll be Ben Gun down. And BZM, even looking for more, has found Supreme with a Rolling Thunder. In fact, he's got a secondary stun, and now the hook shot is in. Puppy, he'll lock him down in the cogs. Supreme can't really deal too much damage on the Alchemist right now. He's just really got nothing going for him with his items. And the puck is still going to die. Supreme down. Top racks under siege. Narman caught by the cogs. Puppy just juggling him around, and they take him out as well. More buybacks to come. They're still trying. 1 racks left. BZM, Dream coiled up, but it means nothing to him. They'll even hold him down with the bushwhack, but he's still perfectly fine as Olnet. He's now the target. Boom. Turning onto Bengun instead. That'll be Bengun going down as Supreme getting caught again by PZM. I mean, they're not calling it, but it certainly looks pretty GG to me. Boom maybe trying to be a little bit charitable here and hand them over a couple kills, but they can't even get that.
No. This looks unplayable at this point for the side of MOUZ. Na'Vi just go through no, not even reset. Go for the full wipe. Go for the megas. Again, no concern, no Doom on hand, no puck, no buyback, no coil to worry about. They doomed up Uragi in the last fight too, as they're going for more now.
Nah, man, just deleted. I mean, they're trying to go all the way, you know. I guess the longer you play, the more experience you get here for MOUZ, and there you go. There's the GG call. They've come to the conclusion that it's just enough is enough. Not for Na'Vi though, who are still jumping in for more. They're not done yet. Takedown Boom. No. Not cool. Doesn't matter. There we go. Na'Vi 2-0 victory over MOUZ, and you got to give it to Na'Vi. It was quite a convincing series. Puppy
and
very happy.
I mean, you have to be happy with that kind of performance coming out here. Individually looking amazing on the side of Na'Vi. And we're seeing even some big plays out from Puppy, copying all of the attention. He was like, at some point, 5 of the 9 kills were just all on the clockwork, not meaningful for MOUZ. A bit rough for MOUZ, right? Like, they tried to flip the script, pick up this Doom Alchemist themselves, but Na'Vi already had tempo lined up. They had Beastmaster picked up relatively early there. And they had another Pangolier game that just looks insane with no hold, no one to really try to stop the Pangolier. And this hero just feels insane right now. Like, in lane, it's perfectly fine. In team fights, that added speed just allows you so many more angles to take. We will find some highlights in this match, and it's all just, it was the Na'Vi show. Start to finish, it's just Na'Vi shining through. And for MOUZ, I mean, this is kind of reminiscent almost of what they had to deal with against AVULUS yesterday, right? They got 2-0'd. They were the opponents in the qualifiers to Wallachia. And they played into the grand finals, I think into a trio grand finals for AVULUS there as well, or a 3-1. And I think for MOUZ, again, this team that has had steady improvements. It almost feels like they're a little bit stuck sometimes with their playstyle. And I think that's where some adaptations need to come in. We need to see maybe a wider hero pool, especially on, I guess, Force and Allnet. It almost feels like these two. It feels like the safe and off lane, if they don't get like hero matchups that work out in lane, it just feels really awful right now for the side of MOUZ. It just goes way too slow.
And that it does. I mean, just a fantastic performance here from Na'Vi. 2-0 victory again for them. And MOUZ, I mean, they tried their absolute best. I mean, obviously, they were up against a much better team here today. And yeah, sometimes you've just got to take it in stride, Jonathan. These losses, try to learn from them and come back another day and see if you can, if you can get a bit of a different result. But for Na'Vi, happy days. You saw the players looking very satisfied as BZM ultra excited after that series. And well, there we go. John, do you have a standout player for this game too?
I would actually just hand it to BZM again. I think he's really showing off in his Pangolier. It's looked amazing so far from the 2 games we've seen. He's been performing extremely well. And I think Pango is back to first phase ban, unfortunately. What can you do? The more things change, the more they stay the same. But hey, BZM had a fantastic time with us. And yeah, I mean, almost the same as game 1. Like, maybe a little bit more contested in the mid. You know what this implies, though, Mike? With Na'Vi winning, so Na'Vi's now 2-1. Guess who else is 2-1? And this will take you all the way back to 2013. Alliance is 2-1.
Wait a minute.
They could potentially play against each other. They could play against each other. For the Classico is back. What used to be called El Trágico, I think, is back to a classic status. These 2 teams look great with their current rosters. Very different players, of course. But I am actually so excited to see the rest of the tournament now. This format is just so exciting. We've got great teams. And, for some of those teams, like MOUZ, they're not out yet. They still have another series to play. And the next 2 teams we'll watch, this is their lifeline now, Mike.
How exciting. El Clasico in 2024, Jonathan. And it's probably going to be a good series. I dare say the teams are looking fantastic. I can't wait. You've got me excited, Jonathan. Consider me very happy. Well, with that, we do have to head off to a breakdown. We've got more Dota 2 action to cast, but not you and I. We've got Beepcop and Black taking over, thankfully, as we will head over to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our next series of the day.
All right, and welcome back. It's PGL Wallachia Season 2 here on the third day, and it is not what a lot of these teams who are playing now were waiting for, that's for sure, because from this point out, at least today, it's the 0-2 teams, and this is now elimination. And we've got, well, what looks to be just the Americas region coming at you live for the next two series. But as we take a look, you know, let's start introducing the squads here, as you may not see them again, which is tough, because I think these teams have been working hard. They'd love to be seen some more. They'd love to play some more Dota. They'd have to win 3 series straight. And we first see Infinity there. Infinity, one of the invited teams, but mainly a Peruvian squad with the Brazilian safe laner, Costa Bile. And then you've got who they're playing up against right now, which is Team Waska. Waska, who, in my opinion, underrated. I think that they shouldn't be 0-2. They were close to being 2-0. And it's a little bit upsetting to me a little bit, because I have really put a lot of faith in these guys. They are 0-2, and they've unfortunately found themselves in a situation where they've kind of Groundhog's Dayed it. Which, in what I mean is, both days have gone the same for them. They really have kind of struggled. And they've tried to do the same.
They won game 1, and then lost 2 consecutive games. Twice. Definitely doesn't feel good. But, you know, some teams, when they're on this like verge of elimination, they gather their thoughts, bring out the best strategies, bring out the best gameplay. So, as you said, I think they definitely have what it takes to stage a little comeback. But it's never nice to stare down the barrel in a big tournament like this. You don't want to be the first team to go out. And against Infinity, what do you actually think about Infinity? So we've had Waska on the B stream here twice already, and they look solid throughout.
Yeah.
What do you think about Infinity?
They took that second game off Na'Vi yesterday for Waska, but for Infinity, they lost 2-1 to Azure Ray. They took the second game in that series, and then yesterday they got 2-0'd by Nouns, which I don't know if with the new Azure Ray lineup, I don't know where I'd rate Nouns and Azure Ray. I would probably say that Azure Ray is the better team between them and Nouns. So, you know, there is always the possibility that we just haven't seen everything from Infinity yet. This is also in region, this matchup. So it's a little bit different. And these teams did technically, like, yes, Infinity ended up being a invite team, but Waska did beat them in the finals of the qualifier, but they lost to them in the BO3 prior in the upper bracket final.
Well, that's always the interesting thing about regionals, though. Like, you could be the best team in the world, like internationally, but regionally, teams can beat you no problem. Just because they know you so well, they have probably played with you a ton, so they know your habits much better than international teams. And it's always been like that. Like, they have
a thing in China.
Little regional meta. Yeah, exactly. It was actually one of
huge.
Probably, if not the biggest region where it happened constantly.
Yeah. Because I would
wasn't
say
like #1 team, especially. You remember back then, 2014, 2015, when you had qualifiers for literally every tournament.
That was literally what I was going to talk about. I don't know how you read my mind like that, but like that was the time frame I was thinking about was then. It was insane. I mean, the qualifiers were like 8 really good teams, and somehow the same like 4 teams would qualify.
Yeah. Now those qualifiers were brutal, which is one of the bigger reasons why during that time China was so dominant. The competition in the country itself was absolutely insane. So they had the best practice out of any team possible.
Back in the days of DPL and H Cup and all those small tournaments that really had
DPL,
China playing
H-Cup,
each other.
We had BTS, you know, the summits, all that. There were so many tournaments. And every qualifier was basically, you know, a big LAN tournament in itself, at least in China. Because a lot of them were held in a LAN environment. You wouldn't play those online.
Yeah, they really did get the most LAN experience, and this is something to be said about these teams too, who may not have had the most LAN experience, these players. So certainly, as well as the fact that the qualifiers too for the South American region for this event, this is not the same Infinity roster.
Yeah. It's a tiny bit different. But I don't really know if it was, you know, for the better or the worse. I mean, I guess the series will tell us a little bit more. But again, a regional competition like this, it can be anyone's game. Although they're really running out of time.
Yeah, minute 57 on the reserve time.
Yup.
Naga Siren, still an 80%.
Wait, I have a glitch.
4 out of 5.
Well, why does it say 5 seconds for me? It's not 5 seconds.
in your Dota?
Yeah, I was panicking because I saw 5 seconds and it ran down to 0 and then nothing happened.
No, they still have a minute 35.
Yeah, I checked the footage. It's like 150. I was like, why is he panicking?
I was like, oh, that's still a lot of time. I mean, oof, this is a, hey, I'm picking the meta, call me back later draft.
Dude, Centaur Omni Knight Snapfire. Now that is some real aggression right there. I really like it because they can basically force Waska, well, at least try to force Waska to play their game. But Naga, Luna, Doom, that's some pretty serious competition you're going up against. Like,
Yeah.
in lane, they're insanely strong.
Rubik.
Oh, against the Omni Knight, the classic.
This is what? Maybe Naga, Siren, Rubik support. I mean, they already have the Luna, so I doubt it's going to be Naga, Siren in the core. But Doom, could you throw Naga, Siren off lane and throw Doom in the floor, technically?
It is possible. It's just Naga support offers so much. Because the biggest upside to it is you can use all your illusions to scout permanently. Whereas as a core, you kind of need them to farm. So that additional information as a support is absolutely massive. You have a reset and initiation tool with a sleep. Naga Siren loves building mana boots. So items like Greaves are perfect on her. It's just, right now, this patch, too good of a support here, which is kind of funny to say, because, as we know, it can also be an insane carry hero.
I've been looking at a lot of these guys' Dota buff, or not Dota buffs, Wikipedia Dota profiles, and I was looking at Kataro's, the carry for Waska, and he has, you know how we talk about CIS region, and everybody's gone through Power Rangers and Empire, and everybody's been around the block in those teams?
Yeah.
Kataro's done the South America equivalent to that, I would say. You know, starting off with Unknown, going through Infamous, which I feel like is one of those, you know, South American region teams that has been a staple. Not Today was a staple if you were there back then as well. Went to Elite Wolves, back to Infamous. Like, the guy has definitely done the the South America equivalent to CIS and Empire and Power Rangers. It's very interesting when you do look at the career rundowns of a lot of these players in South America. They've all played for a couple of teams that have been around a while.
So TLDR is basically, he's been around a lot.
He's been around the block. He's got a long history on his Wikipedia, Kataro. And he's looked good. Like, I know this Waska team, I know this squad is 0-2, but they've looked good. I want to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I really like the way they play Dota as well. It's a very aggressive style. Though nowadays I kind of feel like being aggressive can backfire quite easily. Especially if you're overly aggressive in the early game and you give up your laning. Because they oftentimes pick for strong lanes, right? But then if they're over-aggressive, they lose the lanes, and then the enemy team just has these strong early game items that make them too tanky, and then suddenly being aggressive just doesn't work anymore.
Medusa Earthshaker.
Earthshaker, yeah, that's an interesting one. Is it a mid-shaker?
It could be.
Support shaker mid-snapfire.
It could be mid-Earthshaker.
Like, for Shaker Centaur is not a good lane against Luna +1.
Yeah, you just
really
get
don't want to do that.
Slugger and go mid, I believe.
Huh. Well, this is interesting. Mid-shaker, but they don't even see the matchup yet. It could really backfire as well. If they pick like a hard counter.
The only time it got played in this tournament was Azure Ray, Game 3 against Nigma Galaxy. And it was played by Planet in the 4, so...
Yeah, for Shaker makes sense. It's just in this game, it doesn't cause Shaker Centaur. It's just, you know, Luna's going to free farm there and Centaur is really going to suffer.
Yeah, I think Shaker goes mid.
I think he pretty much has to off 5. We've seen that. That could potentially work.
PP Shaker, I think. I wonder what this last pick will be, because I guess you have to make the assumption it's either Snap or Earthshaker, but is there something that you could pick mid for yourselves on Waska that kind of change, you know?
You could go for like a...
Timber, okay.
All right. I mean, they have
So
a lot
now-
of strength heroes.
Again, is it... Yeah, it's Timber mid. I was going to say, is it all of a sudden a question mark where it's like Rubik mid, Timber in the off lane, and a 4 Doom, because that wouldn't have been too far-fetched. But they do go to the mid-Earthshaker. And it will be Knight on the 4 position, Snapfire.
And this Timber is going to be really, really scary.
Yeah.
He has such a good matchup against so many of those heroes. And Shaker, he will get a lot of denies early on, but when Timber gets some levels, he can't really contest CS anymore because of the damage coming out of the Whirling Death.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because Dark Mongo, he's definitely one of my highlights, I would say. Coming into this series, I think he's looked very good. And I also think that Matthews looked really good. Like, unfortunately, they lost that series to Na'Vi. That third game was really not what they wanted. I think that had been a long series, and they kind of petered out. But
Game 2 was a long one.
There was a lot,
for sure.
Yeah. It was a long one. It was definitely a lot of pressure. There was a lot of panic in the end of that game. But I think the promise was there. Like, I do think that Waska has shown more. And I hate it because it feels like I'm sounding really biased towards Waska. And for me, I think that's just recency bias. Just we've seen more Waska, the two of us, on our casts.
Yeah.
And I
Every day,
think this is going to be I think this is going to be a close series. But again, from what I've seen and what we've seen, I think Waska, I'd have to give the advantage to.
I think I'm inclined to agree, especially this game. However, Medusa this game is pretty much untouched. All 5 of the heroes, if Medusa gets 4 or 5 items, which is definitely possible in this sort of game. I think Medusa is a very strong hero in this current metagame. It's severely underplayed in my opinion. If she gets there, they have no great answer to it. You can doom her. She doesn't really care about that.
Yeah.
There's an Omni Knight to support her. Lots of background stuns with the fissures, with the Centaur coming in. So there will be a lot of meat in front of her. If they get to their 40-50 minute mark, it could be really, really easy for them to close out the game from there on out.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how this goes and get it started with the 5-man smoke from both sides. We haven't really seen much fighting, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a more chaotic series. It just that seems to happen when you're in region, in specific regions. CIS, when those games are you're on international land, you're not playing no ping, and you've got CIS Eastern European players playing each other. That seems to be series that go buck wild. I feel like South America and SEA kind of follow that trend.
No, you're completely right on that. I would really like to ask again. It's probably been asked many, many times, and maybe get your thoughts on it as well. How do these players feel when they suddenly go from 100 plus ping to land ping? Is it like kind of Goku training arc? The ankle weights are coming off? Is it like much easier to play, or is it perhaps even a sort of backsetting them because they're so used to that little delay,
I do wonder if it's similar to Piccolo when you see him for one of the first times he takes off his armor and you're just like, oh my god, Piccolo's strong, dude.
Yeah. Like the weights crush the ground, make holes into them.
Man, I would wonder. It's definitely a good question to ask on the interview. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to text Nomad after this.
Yeah, I think that could be very, very interesting to hear from.
My good friend Nomi. We'll have to give him an ask. How is I don't think this Earthshaker does well against Timber in this lane.
No, not at all. Like early levels are fine because you can always deny creeps with an enchant. But once you get like level 2 Whirling Death, every time you do that, you take a Whirling Death, and that's pretty much a third of your health gone every time. You can't sustain that.
Do you realistically just hope for Ironwood Tree if you're Dark Mago?
It has been historically one of the best Timber items in the game, so yes.
Because there was that trend of Timber getting it and Wind Ranger getting it. I remember when we were covering China DPC, and 7E loved getting that Ironwood Tree with a mid Wind Ranger and just throwing it down and shackling to it.
We do have to say about that though, it's much easier with Timber Saw to actually do it.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger was so hard, and is so hard still.
Definitely is so hard to pull that off, and we can look over bottom. Sacred, he struggled, I would say. throughout the event so far. I feel like Sacred's got the short end of the stick. It's not been the most fun event for him thus far. Matthew, though, playing another one of those playmaker heroes on the Rubik, can definitely do a lot of damage with this. There are a couple of spells in this game, honestly more than a couple, that he's going to be really happy with.
Yeah, now Matthew's Rubik is really good. We've seen it many times. It's probably one of his best heroes, if not his best even. Although he's also historically known as a courier sniper. I think, yeah, Rubik fits him very well, and he plays him insanely well as well.
That clockwork was quite a treat.
Yeah, it was. It was beautiful.
It feels like when you see good games like that, I'm just like, ooh, a treat. Like I'm being rewarded. And you can be like, all right, B-Cop, sit. All right, here's a good game. Thank you. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I love this.
B-Cop the puppy.
Really. Sometimes Dota feels that way.
Like, if we were all dogs, you would be a really, really cute one. Like,
like, clip that for me.
I don't know, that sounded maybe weird, but I hope you know what I mean.
No, I do.
I do.
Oh, I am. But it's just, what a wild sentence. It's 7:30 in the morning for me.
Well, what did you expect you would wake up to?
I have no
Not this
idea.
question, huh? Well,
oh,
a couple more surprises for you in store.
Oh, no. Top lane. It's looking like a pretty quiet lane so far, but obviously Illich and Knight can get pretty aggressive, I would say. You throw level 2 into the double edge, you scatter blast, cookie, hoof stomp, and have a double edge or two of them, and all of a sudden you're just pretty much dead.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming through, but don't underestimate Naga's health pool. She's sitting at over 800, which is kind of crazy at this point in the game.
Definitely kind of nuts. And you say health pool for Naga, but look at the health pool for Centaur. 3.5 minutes in, 2 bracers, 1,200 health. Oh, so stupid.
16 health region. It's great. He's living the life.
Been pretty quiet, as expected. Pretty close overall, though. And I'm trying to think how well both these heroes really do rotate.
Radiant structures.
Yeah, well, Shaker, it's always a little hard to rotate with him early on, especially.
He's similar to Sniper, right? You TP the lane and you don't walk over.
Haste is probably the best you can find. Panda in trouble.
Panda could be first blood and will be first blood.
Yep.
I was talking about Sacred not having the funnest time in this event so far, and he gets first blood even with the Gorgon's Grasp. It was just a little bit too late, and they end up getting the Omni Knight.
Yep.
As 2 in the Purification, it's a little bit surprising that he ends up getting taken out there, but Purification and his mana pool don't exactly mix too well.
Yeah, he also got a Fairy Fire off and a stick. There was a lot of damage coming through. But of course, Doom, he's one of those heroes. If you stand next to him with Scorched Earth on for the whole duration, it's just an insane amount of damage.
So, Panda going over mid. He'll refill that bottle. Help PP stay in lane.
I'm impressed with PP, to be honest. This lane is not supposed to be this even.
Hey, with Slugger, it feels like you could secure a lot more, right?
Yeah,
top lane. They will try to go for the Naga Siren. They should have another double edge and should be able to get the kill. Don't even need it. Knight gets the Adomi. Now they can go for Kataro, but Matthew is here. Telekinesis, throwing him down onto the Snapfire. And that will be stopping that aggression coming through onto the Luna. Kataro's got to be a little bit careful, and Matthew comes up towards top. However, now we'll see the Naga Siren TP to mid. Matthew should hang around. They'll refill that bottle on Dark Mago, and the matchup staying pretty even as Earthshaker is now level 6.
One more of those enchant totems with an Echo Slam. Yeah, it's
especially with Slugger. So, you don't expect the extra damage, but it really hurts.
Gets the rune top though, so he should be fine. But yeah, Shaker at this point can output a lot of damage, especially because Timbers don't really go into the reactive armor anymore. At 1 level is usually where they stop, and they just go full nuke.
Bottom lane Panda again, pretty low. Sacred's gonna dive the tower and will use the Chain Lightning with the Scorched Earth to get the damage out to get this kill. And Maybe a little bit of a mispress there going on the smoke. Sacred inside the creep wave and will end up dying tonight. Top lane, they're going for the Centaur. Illich is going to fall to Kataro, and it's kills all over the map. Not for the same team,
from
but
both teams. You really had to stop the Centaur too. He's sitting at 600 health, 1600 health already. Triple bracer and a chainmail. Like if you don't stop him, he's just going to deny every creep from the Luna.
And this time's up with the Wisdom Rune, but Panda's going to be here. Does Yadomi want to stay? Now PP comes over and Hilldale. Okay, 1 for 1. Or 1 for 2.
Yeah.
1A.
And a Shaker TP, which is pretty valuable.
There we go. I got there. So, Kataro now wanting to get some infused raindrops. They got the Naga Siren coming back. Kataro, his lane going a little bit better with the kill onto the Centaur, who is back up towards top and following this courier all the way to Yadomi, allowing it to deliver. But back over mid and just waiting for that Echo Slam to drop and wondering when it will come through. He's going to the early Blink Dagger, picks up Treads, then Blink. Bottom lane, though, they've used the Doom. They'll go for the Medusa, trying to get this kill. Panda, though, has that 1 level in Repel in the top lane. They're trying to get the Centaur. They'll kill off Illich. They use that Eclipse. Bottom lane, Doom's going to die here. However, he will take out Costa Bile, and that will be a trade.
Yeah, nice try to save him with the Lotus there, which of course is double effective on a Medusa. Barely died with the last right click. Oh, we have an Echo mid.
3 heroes here, and Echo Slam even committed to this. But
that was very close,
really
though.
Do anything.
If he gets a totem off there, I think Dark Mago is actually one dying. But now he's sitting pretty with an Arcane Rune.
It's a little bit rough, though. Echo Slam now on a pretty massive cooldown, and I feel like that makes you a little bit vulnerable. If you're going to sit mid continually and try to farm for this Blink Dagger, they know you don't have your ult.
Yeah, definitely. Like your first Echo, you really want to get a kill, usually, at least, and then farm towards your Blink. But, you know, it was a close call. Just like half a second longer, maybe he gets the kill instead. But very nice rotations by Waska. They're all over the place. Now Timber back mid. Wow.
Oh, that was a lot. That was a big chunk of damage right there.
What is a stack?
Oh, this stack, like, yeah, and he does not have Echo Slam. Like, this is something that you could have done to deter him in this stack, but he is just going to swipe it up. They'll even Fade Bolt it to make sure that he does grab it. And he's got that Twisted Chakram, and they get a lot of gold off that. That is not feeling great, and especially the fact Kataro is also taking a big stack here. He is very happy with the gold he's getting. He's top of the net worth over this Medusa by about 600. Not a lot. With Costa Bile standing bottom and just continuing to farm. But you could see the lead expanding, and that's coming from the fact that mid is behind and the off lane is really behind now by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, I really, again, love Matthew's rotations. Like, if he didn't help with the Luna top, the snapper wouldn't look like this at all. Like, Centaur would probably be ahead of her even, but him staying there, basically triple lane the Centaur that was kind of getting out of control, made it so that Luna has a pretty free game from now on. Because at this point, she can just jungle faster than she can lane, so she's very happy.
Sorry, my mute button didn't work.
It's all good. Did you also work up a little bit of a cough? It's like flu season, I think.
No, I expected my mute button to work, and I was.
Because I know I got a pretty bad cold right now. Maybe you can hear my voice is a little bit throaty.
There we go. It works now.
Hey, you know what they say about technology. It never works when it has to.
Definitely.
PP is actually pretty close to his Blink, just 400 gold away. So a rotation with a smoke there could be pretty massive. Are they gonna TP Panda? If you get the Guardian Angel off.
Panda, oh,
he just TP's out.
He rose his hands to Doom. Just gonna say that.
Yeah, but we all know doesn't cancel TPs. Of course, there's gonna be a lot of mana back. Yeah, he's fine.
They're still looking. They're diving.
They gotta go for the Blink. Oh man, if he had that there and gets a nice TP. I honestly love Shaker. I kind of miss seeing the hero. He wasn't like super big at TI. Usually he is.
Top lane.
Now he has a blink, and now it's fun time. Time for a 5-man echo right off the bat.
You'd like to think so. He has to get this delivered. Telekinesis, throwing that centaur back up in the high ground. Who cares? He's fine. Level 6, though, what did he pick up? He's got Mystic Snake on this Rubik.
Which is an amazing steal. No. Where are they trying to go? Well, there's a Rubik there, but
it's a Rubik there, but is that, yeah, exactly. Is that really what you want? Mortimer's Kiss is even flying through. We'll say PP did hold the Echo Slam, so they do have the opportunity to still go for something.
But it was also the blink reveal, which is, yeah, less than optimal. But the cores just weren't showing themselves. They were farming really safely in the jungle. They had no option, really. There was no pathway towards them. So I think they read the game situation pretty well. Like, Shaker was farming for a long time. They suddenly went missing, and they're like, huh, something's fishy. Top tower should be going down. Blade Mail Centaur. Pretty typical with the 4 levels Retaliate, just to farm faster as well. But yeah, still 3k gold lead for Waska.
It's just still extending because Kataro's getting a lot of farm out of the map. And yeah, you get that kill into the Rubik and you show off that Blink Dagger. You've got some okay farm for PP, but he's behind. Just a little bit on his mid component. It's also the off lane. Doom getting a lot of gold, of course. Reeling in the Centaur. This might be an opportunity to lead them in to go and drop this Echo Slam, but they go to the Song. They're going to try and catch the rest of these heroes. It'll be onto the Centaur at least. Dark Mago focuses on Knight. They'll let Knight leave.
Blade Mail, though.
And they'll doom this Centaur. Pretty tanky hero, but the rest of the team has already bailed on him, and he is going to die.
They're like, well, good luck.
Yeah, see you later. They smoke out right after that, too. They still want more. The net with Reelin just feels like you can really go for kills pretty aggressively, and PP goes in. This is going to be him netted up. And around him is 3 heroes that I'm not sure he's happy to deal with. They've got the Repel. They go and use the Guardian Angel. PP trying to survive, but the Eclipse is going to be dropped on the Panda at the same time. They get the kill on a PP. They'll look over as Dark Mago's on him. Chakram, a kill again for Kataro. 4,000 net worth lead here for Team Waska.
That was such a good movement. Like, they kind of thought Naga's by herself, but they didn't expect all of the team to smoke up behind the Naga just after they killed the Centaur there. So Naga D-watched, they're like, oh yeah, what are you doing here? You see the support player? And the entire team was behind him. PP.
What a damage.
Man, dude, as soon as he blinked in, he was probably like, oh, crap.
He blinked in, but a lot of damage being done there by Matthew, too. He's stolen Purification. Let's take a look at the replay, because let's get a little interesting look at PP. He blinks on the Adobe. He just doesn't know that the rest of the team is there with him.
Yeah, this was super good movement by Waska. Luna also rotating over to the triangle. That is how you collapse into an enemy. A good old pincer attack.
Matthew just outputting damage the best he can with Rubik, just throwing Fade Bolt and right-clicking and having fun. And has that Purification level 3, going into the Glimmer and the Mech.
This is kind of what we expected, right?
It's just opening up so much space for Kataro. Like, what does Medusa need, though?
Yeah, that is the big problem. Like, Medusa can definitely carry this game, but if you're leaps and bounds ahead on the Dire side, then there won't really be an opportunity for her to carry anything. Because, yeah, this is getting to the territory where you take Roshan soon-ish, and then you control the map from there. And even for a Medusa lineup, it's going to be hard to hold high ground at that point.
Right.
Also got an amplified damage on the Timber, so his spells are really going to be painful the next fight.
You mean they weren't already?
Even more painful. It's like a roguelite game, you know? You keep finding 15% bonus damage.
Ooh. I like the sound of that.
Me too. It never happens, unfortunately. Maybe Hades too.
I feel like you're gonna like Wizard of Legend too. Blink forward from PP. Also use Stampede and Naga Siren. Not even going to get the sleep off. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses. It's on to Matthew the Telekinesis, and now Matthew trying to run. He doesn't have anything stolen just yet. He doesn't really want to turn around. Dark Mago with the amplified damage, maybe looking to help out. Chakram, Blink, PP gets the kill and knocks him all the way through the hell of the map.
Oh man, it looks so funny when the heroes get knocked down like that.
Smashed him through trees. That's like getting that one punch through from Goku where you just get destroyed through the planet. It really looks like it hurts. That's one of the abilities that actually in Dota looks like it hurts.
Yeah. That facet is brilliantly implemented for sure. The way it looks is absolutely ridiculous.
Not great to get hit through some trees. Again, though, still keeping Kitaro just happy, farmed.
Yep, happily farming away.
Man,
that is another big problem that we often see with the mid-shaker, right? He's going to go into the Aghanim's to kind of circumvent that problem, but you fall behind really easily if your first couple of rotations with the Blink Dagger don't really do much. Which is also why a lot of Shakers opted to go for an Axe first in the past, because that's your farming item basically, and then a Blink afterwards. He chose to go for the aggressive route, but it hasn't really paid off yet.
And that's something that I'm thinking about. It hasn't paid off yet. And I think that that is such the optimal word there, because it feels like it might. Truthfully.
Yeah,
I know
they're
they're down
one big echo
6K.
away from getting back. But so they're definitely not going to fall for this. They know everyone's behind Medusa.
You'd think so. Sacred just kind of moving forward. He's trying to bait out a little bit because he's got Pipe, he's got Vanguard, he's pretty tanky with 2100 health.
Yeah. He's really tanky, actually.
I think this is one good team fight away from Infinity being even in this game, because the Medusa gets to a point where you're really farming going for the Scotty next, but PP, a good fight gets him into the Ags quicker. A good Echo Slam wins the fight, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's so much damage nowadays, too. You have to get like the 2 ripples per hero. Lots of room to stage a comeback. Sacred is pretty much by himself right now. Oh, whoa.
Tanky, but not tanky enough, potentially. Fissures thrown across, as I believe Matthew has picked up Fissure, but it's only level 1. Still a good spell to come out for the Rubik, because that's instant instead of the wind-up. And you can work with that from a distance. Like, just the question really becomes, can they follow it up? And right now, Sacred dying. Again, his game's kind of honestly slowing down. The Doom over bottom that he went for on the Medusa, where he ends up dying, but Costabile still dies, but it just doesn't feel like he's had much strength just yet. And I think your Doom target, in all honesty, is Earthshaker and not Medusa.
Yeah, I think he felt very confident after destroying mid lane like that and not getting jumped, you know, that they wouldn't do it again. But it was one of the cardinal sins of Dota. They showed him multiple lanes while being very deep in enemy territory. As soon as Infinity saw that, they jumped right away. They didn't even wait a single second. I think it was Naga that showed top, instantly jump. Bam, you're dead.
Well, for the moment, Costabile getting a courier with the illusions mid.
Illusions still count as a quarter health, right? That didn't change?
I think so. Costabile is really close to this Scotty.
He's
and it makes
big.
me nervous for Kitaro.
Yeah, Luna is pretty easily kited by Scotty. And Scotty in general is going to give you so much tankability. But we all know that's not really Medusa's strongest point. One damage item after that is when Medusa becomes really scary. Like a butterfly. Some people opt for Daedalus as well. Disperser was a very, very strong option back then, but after the nerfs, not as much.
Are you surprised that Waska's really sat back? And they're going for Roche now, but they haven't played really that aggressive. It's only 16 kills in 21 minutes.
Yeah, they have been pretty laid back for what they've shown in the past couple of series, for sure.
Because I
think they've done a good job at controlling the map, right?
Yeah.
So they're still up 4K. They're gonna get the Roshan, so it's still looking pretty good for them. But at the same time, the Naga is getting a lot of space.
Right.
Sorry, the Medusa.
Right. I knew
Yeah, I keep thinking about how they call it in China, because it's Big Naga and Small Naga. They're both just Naga.
Really nailing the names.
Yeah. I think I've told you this in the past, but I really love Chinese communication in Dota. It's so precise and quick, because it's just very literal.
Scotty is completed, by the way.
Yep. That is a super big item for her to stay alive, but again, she needs that 1 damage, and because right now she's kind of tickling.
Right.
Tickle monster. Once you get that butterfly though, you're no longer tickling, you're actually a big threat. And once you get that next item, that's really critical mass, especially with the Omni Knight behind you. I think Infinity being
like
6k
you're kinda
behind,
close.
they don't mind too much.
I feel like you're kind of close to being critical mass in the moment.
100%.
And you could kind of tell the teams haven't really seen each other because Matthew doesn't have a spell at the moment. Blink, though, Totem. Ooh, looking for the fissure. It's a long wind up, but has that Ags. He'll kill Yadomi instead. Mortimer's Kiss is used, and flying out, those will be short of Sacred, but the fissure lands, and Matthew's still not stealing anything, kind of waiting for something big, maybe to try and turn the team fight around. Mago's leaving, Sacred walking away, at least for now. They do have PP trying to tail them, but, well, they're not going to chase much further than they have, and they'll start to back away.
Did you see that tickle monster at work? Costabil hitting Sacred for like 40 damage. They smoked right back up, and Dusa TP'd to mid lane is running towards top. So they might be able to catch someone, maybe the Centaur.
He's a tough hero to kill. You'd probably, I would say, want PP more. But they'll find Illich. He'll hoof stomp. They'll steal that. So they do have the lockdown now added to Matthew's arsenal. Though if Matthew gets close to these heroes and throws a hoof stomp, I think he just dies. Not really the spell you want as Rubik.
Yeah, especially without Blink Dagger. With Blink Dagger, it's actually pretty good. As I say that, he changed his quick buy from Greaves to Blink Dagger. I think Blink on Rubik is just so good. Kind of necessity. So.
Well, especially, well, he's actually taking Frugal Filch. Which
with
is
spell
not,
steal.
not the AoE one, which I like more, but obviously personal preference.
Yeah. I would also say though it's kind of game dependent too, because let's say you play against like a Lina and you have super spammy spells that Filch.
There's Matthew doing a good amount of damage with the hoof stomp into the purification, steal and using it, but they won't get the kill in the Omni Knight.
He is
able to just repel and leave, because now that repel is level 4.
Yeah. Second time we just did that. Just TP lol. We don't know about it. Especially with Omni Knight now that it works quite nicely.
Totem, Mago,
he jumped in the check alone.
Blade Mail, and the Echo Slam. Dark Mago's not going to survive, and the song is too late. I think this might just be a retreat.
Wait, they're staying?
Your damage dealer, they're going to go. They know the Blade Mail's already been popped. They go to the Eclipse. The damage just not doing anything. Panda's behind them now, uses that ult, has that Guardian Angel. They will use the Stone Gaze to disengage, and Waska's staying, but I don't think that that is the wisest choice yet.
They actually made Infinity retreat though, which is pretty. I mean, they did use pretty much every ultimate in their arsenal for the Timbersaw, so I guess it makes sense they don't want to overstay their welcome. Medusa did actually end up going for the Diffuser Blade, and now goes back to the Butterfly. Makes me wonder what the Diffuser Blade is for, because it's quite a big investment.
Maybe a Disperser later down the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good Dusa item. It's just basically more than half a Butterfly, this Diffusal.
Right.
Well, top tower's gone. Map is getting smaller, but Dusa is getting closer to critical mass at least. And they don't, again, have the best heroes of dealing with her. They have no lockdown really. They have no halberds.
Truthfully, I think Deuce is the only one who really needs a lot of farm continuing now, and now they'll go to the Gorgon Grasp. They look like they're going to get this Aegis out of the hands of Kitaro, and they will. They don't have Echo Slam for 30 seconds. They don't have Stone Gaze for 14, but the Fissure locks him in. They've got the force staff to get him over, and now Kataro able to back away. Again, I've been sensing it for a little while. It does feel like Infinity, despite the deficit in net worth, are the ones who are controlling the game. Or maybe not controlling the map, but I think that they're the ones who feel more confident.
Yeah, this is this kind of game where it's kind of in the air, right? Like this one fight and the game is just kind of done. Like if this DOTA team wins one fight, I'm not sure how Waska is gonna come back into it. And it has this like very like horror movie kind of suspense, you know, like when is it gonna happen? Because at this point it kind of feels inevitable.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Dark Mago, who I would say had a pretty good advantage from mid, didn't really move around too much. We talked about 21 minutes, they had 9 kills. Since then, they only have 1 kill. The kills have gotten harder and harder to get. You've got 3,000 HP on Illich. You've got an Omni Knight that's going to give Repel and Guardian Angels. Like, he just supports you and keeps you pumped up and ready to go. The Medusa's feeling quite hard to kill as well. I mean, almost 3,000 health on the Earthshaker. He's about to have his BKB, and you're really not killing the Snapfire at all. You've only gotten close to killing Snapfire, but you never have. The Snap's 3-0 and 5. And that's a hero with the heroes you have on Waska, I feel like should be dead a half dozen times.
No, I agree with you. They're really building up quite tankily on the Radiant side. And once the BKB comes up on Shaker, they can't really control him anymore. And who's your Doom target? There's so many heroes you want to Doom. You want to Doom the Omni, for sure. You want to Doom the DOTA if you can. There's actually going to be a pretty big tool once Doom is 25, the break against the DOTA. Disabling the split shot. That could be a pretty big one. But will they even get that far? Because I feel like this game might be decided when the next Aegis, when the next Roshan spawns.
Yeah, because that should be a fight.
Yeah.
And I think one that Infinity might be happy to take, especially if they get to the butterfly before that Roche, if this is a long spawn timer. It's possible, probably not gonna happen, because you're still 2,200 gold away from it.
Yeah, a long respawn timer would be a big blessing for them. If it spawns instantly, you might actually just go to Dire right away. They're kind of huddling around it already. Ooh, Panda.
Panda caught before he's really able to get anything off. Yeah. That was only their second kill in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't a support, but it is a crucial time with Roshan respawning in 50. Because being one hero down means it's very difficult to establish or hold any sort of map control.
Right. And there is almost this Conda, there it is, picked up, had the gold for it, and now Kataro may be able to output a little bit more damage there with the Conda.
DOTA one component away. Clock's ticking for Roshan
30
too,
seconds,
20
too.
seconds.
Yeah.
And they're setting up at Roshan already. I think this one's gonna go to Waska again. And that might be all they need.
They've set up on both sides. It's going to be bottom. Definitely one that you could take or try to take on Infinity as well. You do have that re-entry on the outpost by that Roshan pit if you want to like slow burn this and hope that Medusa gets the butterfly. If you do. And there's Roshan. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us again.
Welcome back, friend. Would you like to donate us a banner?
Has one available. Has the Aegis as well, of course. Second Roche.
I always feel a bit sad. Is there like a law behind Roshan? Because it kind of just feels like everyone is pummeling him all the time.
No idea.
Yeah, like, imagine you're just like cursed to die and give people your Aegis all the time, and then you respawn and the same thing.
So they're going to concede this Roche.
Yeah.
Conceding it at about the timing where this butterfly comes through for the Medusa as well.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering a bit. Like this diffuser blade kind of slowed down his timing. Shaker, call,
They
has
found
a BKB
PP.
though.
And he's got an Invis rune, so he'll just walk away.
The classic.
Yeah, invisibility, invincibility, and all that.
It's funny how it always works, though.
Really does. PP, Fissure, and the totem, but the purification from Matthew, the telekinesis, he'll steal totem, actually clips him.
Damage.
But the damage is coming through. He's still surviving. They go to the Stampede. They'll find themselves Matthew. They go to the Eclipse, and now they've got 2 dead on the side of Waska. The totem onto the low ground with the BKB being popped. They've got the stunning Yadomi, who's singing a song that PP can't hear until the end when his BKB runs out, but it's already looking too late. Yadomi's going to die. 3 heroes fall on Waska and Infinity. Ooh, shooting out Costa BLA looking with that Ags on the Snapfire, the Gobble Up, and the Spit Out. They do not find that Luna, and you can see good amount of damage being done there by the Medusa as well as the Earthshaker. Just kind of holding their ground, and we take another look at this as it becomes a little bit of Save Your Friend syndrome. They drop the Eclipse on this as well, the Gorgon's Grasp. There's nowhere for Sacred to go.
Yeah, Matthew actually blinked in to give him a Lotus, which put him in a really rough spot himself. Yeah, this is kind of what we spoke about, though. You know, that suspense building up. When are they gonna really take their team fight? Because this was as one-sided as it gets, pretty much. And now the network is about to swing over into Infinity's favor. And this might be the point where they just take over from here on out. Next is gonna be a Disperser, then maybe a Daedalus. And then that damage of the Dusa is really, really intense. And they don't have the heroes to kill her.
Yeah, they seem to have missed a timing to slow down Infinity. And Kataro.
Wow, okay. He just very all by himself. Jeez. Calm down, my friend. But that's the kind of thing, like, you would never jump this guy, you know? You definitely think there's someone behind him.
Truly. I guess that's why he didn't commit, right?
Yeah. I hate playing against players like that. You never know. Like, some Dota players are psycho in the way they play Dota. And it's so scary to play against them.
Nullifier being built for the Earthshaker. For PP, that's going to be a lot more damage for him as well. And they don't even need to blink initiate anymore. You could gobble up and spit out from a distance with Night.
Yep.
Truly, gobble up the Earthshaker, spit him out into the middle. He drops Echo Slam. And the fight might just be won right there.
There are so many avenues of initiating now. And we still haven't seen the full power of Omni Knight either. Like, that repel on pretty much anybody is going to be absolutely massive.
Now the bonus strength / HP regen per debuff is an interesting part of that repel. The magic resistance 60% is quite a lot against this team.
Mm-hmm. As we all know, Dusa doesn't really care about getting doomed.
I don't really know who cares about being doomed on this team anymore.
Well, I think you want to doom the Shaker if you can't find the Omni. Omni Knight is #1 target, but even then, can you stick on him? It's a request.
Stampede looking for Mago. Fissure quick lands now. Totem on top of Dark Mago, but Matthew did steal that Guardian Angel. So Dark Mago able to sustain for now, but do they want to reinitiate on this one? They still have Echo Slam. They're even going to smoke up. Sacred looking for a jump, looking for a doom. Dark Mago goes in. They'll find Panda. He's dead with buyback and might need to just use it if they go for more, but they've gotten back up into the high ground. So they will just retreat, and Infinity will work without Omni for 40. And Omni even buying out here.
Yeah, now getting the next tormentor. It's not super important anymore at this point, but it's always nice resources to have. Yadomi's shot. Oh, it's actually a really good one. Never mind. That heal might be massive in one of these fights. But that's exactly how you want to fight. You want to kind of make them break formation and then pick off the easy targets, like the Omni, like the Snapfire, because the other three are incredibly difficult to kill.
Now they want to pick up their Wisdom Rune, go maybe for their own Torm when it's back up. Keep an eye on that, because they are starting to pick up all the shards. By starting, I mean they have 2 of 5.
Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is under
but
attack.
arguably the 2 best ones they could have gotten.
Yeah. Flamethrower is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm very annoying to deal with as well. Omni. Oh.
Omni has the crest, has arcane boots, has a force staff for safety, looking to pick up a gem. And MKB next for Costabile, as the butterfly is on Kataro, but will be countered soon if that MKB comes out quick.
Yep.
And it looks
Yep.
pretty close, honestly.
They have to cut back line on Waska. They cannot take a frontal assault. Like, these 3 meat shields are just too much. Dusa, Centaur, Shaker standing there with 3k health or more each. You can't break that.
Illusion's just eating the right clicks from Kataro, who has ninja gear. Smoke's broken. They have the obs down and they know where they're all standing. Illich does not make the aggressive play just yet, but there's the blanket of the hoof stomp to start. Fissure to follow it up. They go to the totem. They've got the Gorgon's Grasp. That's going to hit to the edge. They go to the song early, but the BKB, it's been popped by PP. He's also been doomed. They want to keep up with him when the BKB is over. They've got the Gobble and the Spit Out. They're going to keep him out of the fight. Well done there by Knight to throw him away, and realizing this Eclipse may not be enough. They go to the Stone Gaze, do so low, but they still got the control on a Kataro who is not working with an Aegis anymore. They look over as they get the kill to Matthew. They're going to net up PP, but it looks like it doesn't matter without the damage coming up from Kataro just yet. Finally, Lucent Beam with the Kana. They kill off PP. They get the kill to Illich. That's 2 down the side of Infinity. Can they get anything more out of it? Knight's pretty low, Panda nearby, Shiva's with the Timber Chain right on the Panda, Purification, not gonna matter, they'll get the kill to the Omni Knight, they'll look for another, as Knight
Net
just
was
TP's out.
Yeah, like that net was literally in his face. That was an illegal TP.
Good fight from Waska there. It looked like it was setting up well for Infinity, but it got a little bit disjointed with the song. It got a little bit disjointed when PP's thrown out of the fight and is not adding to it anymore, and he's away from his team. And that comes from the fact that Knight doing what he thinks is the right move, and I agree with the thought process. He gobble up and spits out PP who's getting jumped on, and I think that's the right play. But now he's away from his team and kind of gets picked off by Yadomi and Kataro in that fight.
Yeah, the big issue was really the Shaker is the only with the BKB as they try to initiate into the base. Dusa.
Telekinesis, buyback from the Centaur. Dusa, gobble up, spit out onto the team. Oh my god, Knight! Are you kidding me? If they just had a little bit more, maybe this is a little bit more devastating for Waska. Instead, they're able to sustain. Scatterblast lands, they go to the Stone Gaze. Once again, the BKB is going to be popped by Kataro. It's going to be Dark Mago running away, but he's got this egg, so he's activating that reactive armor. The Gorgon Grass not going to work on Kataro just yet. BKB's run out. Mortimer's Kiss is coming in with the Force Staff. The Hurricane Pike pushing away Centaur while going forward. They've got the Doom on the Medusa. Sacred's in, but he's surrounded by 4 heroes. This is going to be him dying. Now 5 heroes as PP rejoins the fight, and they will lose the Doom. But man, oh man, Knight. If PP was alive, I think that ends up being just a wombo combo, gobble up, spit out, Echo Slam. That was pretty sweet.
They would have been on 4. It's absolutely ridiculous, this kind of initiation. And it's not really something you expect, you know. Like Snapfire Axe, of course you know what it does, but it's not purchased in every game. So sometimes you just forget what it does. They all huddle up because they try to initiate on a Medusa, who's of course incredibly tanky, who now also finished up the MKB. So next fight is going to be very different, because Luna won't be very tanky whatsoever in front of Medusa. But yeah, the Snapfire, absolute MVP of that fight. Super well done.
I truly thought they were going on the Medusa, and Knight's mindset was, okay, just gobble up, spit out, throw him in the fountain, right? Let him regen. But then I saw the Medusa going out of the base with the spit out, and I was like, oh my god, they're going for it. I was shocked.
It was, I wonder what Costabile thought, you know, whether it was communicated or not, or he was just like, all right, I'm in, let's go.
Yeah.
Because these kind of split-second decisions, often you can't really communicate, you know, you just got to take them.
Yeah.
So, if your support says you're in, you're in.
You're in.
Yep.
You're in. Oh man. I guess I'll try saying that in my pubs.
Hey man, they can't do anything, you know. Even if they complain, they're in. It doesn't matter what they say.
The facts.
Yeah, once you're in, you're in.
But what's the figures?
Dusa, they have Doom for her, but of course she doesn't really care too much about that.
No, didn't care in that last fight either.
Oh.
Smokes are gonna break. Looking away. Dark Mago's gonna go in. The nullifier thrown over onto Dark
all by
Mago
himself,
from
though.
PP. Now they've got the song. That'll lock up 4 heroes. On the edges, Illich, who does have Stampede ready to go when they're out of the song. They'll go to the hook stomp. That's going to be onto the Doom. Sacred in a little bit of trouble. They drop the Eclipse. They're trying to get the damage out. Naga Siren, Yodomi in trouble. The Totem hits. They'll get the kill on the Naga Siren. And the Gobble Up, the spit out. They're going in deep. Free flying.
Oh, he's got it up.
Is Costabile, and they'll land the stun. The fissure from a distance. The hoof stomp is there where the Gorgons grasp. They get that kill on a Sacred, but behind them is Dark Mago. They've got the nullifier. The buybacks are used on 2 heroes from the side of Waska. They're going to activate that reactive armor on Dark Mago. Timber Chain and the Whirling Death around the side. They'll get the kill on a Panda as he explodes. They'll take out Illich. The damage being done here with the help of Kataro's going to be enough. Dark Mago's not dead yet, but now they go after this Medusa who's losing that mana very quickly. Costabile needs to run with the Gorgon's grasp, locking up the Doom as well as this Luna. The BKB's going to be popped by PP. They'll back up together. But now Yodomi's in. They've got the net. They'll look over as they've hexed up Panda. He gets the repel off, but he doesn't look like he's going to survive. Knight's low. TP's out. The Guardian Angel is there, but it won't save the life of Panda. And somehow Costabile also gets out of the fight.
Oh, Jesus, that Snapfire is actually playing out of his mind. Saves the Medusa by throwing her out of the fight, then TP's out herself. Good buyback by Dark Mago, salvaging the fight and getting the Roshan, because that could have gone south real quick. On the verge of dying there as well.
Damage.
My Knight is literally carrying this game right now.
Refresher shard, guys. The other goodies are there. Oh,
nobody wants them. Everyone's pinging them.
I've not seen everything left there, but I guess Matthew's coming to pick it up.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for all the stuff, guys.
What? I'm a Ruby. I usually don't see this stuff.
I never get a hold of cheese. Man, that
I like how you say it. Hold the cheese. That's exactly what he does. He's never going to use it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I know his purpose. He's using it on somebody else or giving it away. A lot of damage being done by the Timber in these fights, by the way. He did about 8,000 plus. I'll cover myself if he did more. And the reactive armor explosion, everything just...
It's a ton.
Kind of really doing a lot here, and he is feeling pretty tanky.
Yeah, no, 100%.
He buys BKB straight up.
His buyback basically salvaged the entire fight, but next time, he won't have that. And he doesn't have the Aegis, mind you, so if he gets bursted somehow, it's rough times ahead for you. Dusa now level 25 as well, so the split shot modifier is online. One of the best 25 talents in the game. How's Doom looking? Still quite far away from 25. But yeah, I think now it's a little bit of turtle time until that Aegis runs out at least. And you can see, even though the fights are pretty hard around the Medusa, as soon as Dark Mago gets the formation break that he's looking for, because he's so aggressive in the backline, right? He's always jumping these supports, which breaks formation really easily, because there's a lot of chaos suddenly. That's the only way to fight. Because again, these meatballs are too much to handle otherwise. You need Dark Mago to go crazy.
Step him on the high ground, the illusion gets cookied. My eyes are on Knight. Costabile. Hexed up,
yeah.
By Dark Mago.
They have Repel, they have the Gobble Up. He's very happy to stand there in front, and they shouldn't be able to take Rexy.
PP farming bottom, he's got buyback as well. Holding on to 4,500 gold. So is Dark Mago, he's holding on to about the same amount of gold. So he had bought out straight up on the BKB. See what he wants to do afterwards.
Next up, he has Octarine Core queued up for some nice CDR. How's our boy PP looking? The Nullify hasn't really shown his full strength yet, or any strength at all.
Well, he bought the shard.
Yeah, I mean, the shard is pretty good. Going into the Octarine next himself as well. One slower cooldown too. The question is, what does Centaur get here? You can always sell the Blade Mill, of course, or you can upgrade into the big AVULUS.
PP bought out on the Octarine Core. He's got no buyback now.
That's pretty risky.
Yeah, full buyout. Gobble up. Just gonna drop Costabile off to the side, not initiating with that spit out. Now, Kataro is level 25, so the Lucent Beam hits an additional target. Random target within 500 range of the primary target. Jumping in with the Shivas, and Illich is going to go in with a hoof stomp. They've got the double.
Hey, there's no buyback.
The damage on the Dark Mago with the BKB being popped here. They go to the Song. They're trying to get the kill into Matthew. They'll take the Rubik, who does not have buyback. Stampede to follow this up, though. TP attempt from Yadomi, and they've got the Fissure. They'll get the kill onto this Naga Siren as well. And
for more.
Naga does not have buyback. Dead for 94 seconds.
Yep, Dark Mago makes it on the skin of his teeth as well. Well, that's what I spoke about. You know, you need to make sure you break formation if you want to initiate, but if you can't do that, because he pretty much blinked into the 3 meat walls, this is the result of it. You have to make sure you break backline, otherwise you just cannot fight. It's impossible. This Medusa is now incredibly strong. Salt the boots as well. Daedalus, MKB, everything is there. Moonshot probably next. And as you said, it's going to be 3v5 for the time being.
For quite some time. Yeah. They're at least going to break the tier 3. The Aegis expires. So now, how willing are you to fight? 8,000 gold being held onto by Kataro. They have this glyph. And eventually afterwards, they will take the tower. They're wrapping around the back.
Yeah,
they want to break formation. They're going to have Matthew up. It'll be a 4v5, but they won't have the Naga Siren for 30 seconds. They're going to jump in. They'll look over at PP. They've got themselves the Hex with the BKB. They go to the Doom. That will grab him, but the Gobble up from such a distance. That is some long range. They go to the Stone Gaze. They've got the Eclipse drop down on the Medusa. The formation's been broken for a moment, but they're back up together. They should be able to get the kill here on a Panda. They're right in the face of Kataro, but the blink in again from Sacred. They've got the stun. They're charging up the reactive armor with BKB being popped here by Dark Mago. Cookie, some distance, a TP attempt. The reactive armor jumps and drops as they go for this PP Earthshaker, who bought out and does not have buyback. That's a bit of a yikes.
That Octarine purchase might now... I don't know if it's going to cost them the game, because Dusa still has buyback. But it's going to be very tough to defend 3v5 now for them, because we all know what happens when Luna starts breaching waves. Oh my god, the damage on the Luna.
Kataro. Not a lot of mana remaining. Telekinesis on an Illich. Costabile going in. The Gorgon's Grasp will land. They do have buyback on the Luna, but they don't want to lose them. They've got the shard on Yadomi, so a little bit of heal coming in here, and it looks like a lot of heal coming in here for the side of the Dire. They're going to turn this back around. They'll look over at Costabile as well as the rest. They'll go after Illich. Illich going to be hexed. They've got the Stampede off cooldown. They'll go to that with the Telekinesis on a Knight. Cookie onto the high ground. They're not looking to dive too far. They know what happened last time they even thought about diving. And even with it being a 3v5, this is such a hard fight to take with Medusa standing their ground.
Yeah, the Iron Wall standing strong. Didn't get anything, even though it was a 3v5. Okay, I expected a lot worse, to be honest. But it's just a tough matchup for Luna. If you can't outrange Medusa or jump on her and burn all the mana immediately, Luna just, can't do too much.
Gobble Up is quite the range if you hover over it. It is very, very far.
How many screens is that?
It's not screens, but it's 500, which is honestly quite a bit.
Oh, you mean the eat range? Yeah.
Yeah, the eat range is pretty nutso, I would say. And by the way, they still Stampede, and that's a level 3, so they'll have that to work with. They still have this banner too. I'm gonna assume that Matthew was not the one who ate the cheese. I feel like that is...
I'd assume so. I mean, in the bottom fight, he literally just died by walking in trying to help teammates because the
long Roche.
annihilated him.
Very long Roche.
What does DOTA get next? We still have Moonshot to be consumed. Axe, Blessing is pretty good.
Luna going Swift Blink next, or at least wanting to go Swift Blink next. Grab this Tormentor, and the shard will go to Kataro. So a little bit more net worth there for you. Now getting the Lunar Orbit upgrade.
Oh, do you like the Axe Blessing on Luna? I'm very conflicted because that stun talent is gone. It was basically why it was so good.
I think it's fine.
It is good damage, but again, DOTA doesn't really care too much about that. Axe Blessing almost done on him as well. That Stone Gaze Mystic Snake is going to be a big deal as well.
Smoked up on the side of Infinity.
Yeah. Shaker now does have a buyback.
Yeah, everybody does. It's a whole list of yeses. A bunch of yes men.
Yes.
Will you go in?
Waker?
Yes.
Ooh.
Guitar showing. PP. PP.
They can't burst, and there's a Naga right there.
PP. And they use the stolen
They're on the Naga.
Stampede. Now they're going to go. They jump in. They've got the hook stomp. Naga Siren in a little bit of trouble. They're going to jump in with PP. They go to the Eclipse. They're going to drop down with the BKBs being popped as well as the Doom coming through on the Centaur. They look over as now Costabile might be in a little bit of trouble without the BKB, and they've got the Song. Flamethrower, reactive armor being charged. Everybody locked up thanks to the Song. They try to get this kill. They go to and find themselves the damage on a Knight, so they won't have the gobble up or the spit out. Illich throws his Stampede out. He survives for the moment. PP also trying to get their hands on a Matthew as well as Kataro. The Timber Chain across. Dark Mongo coming in with the Hex. That's going to be on a PP. They've got the net coming through from the Naga Siren, taking a lot of damage from the split shot coming through from Costabile, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Totem backing up. Dark Mongo right here with the trees. Goes into the Whirling Death. They find themselves their hands on Panda. Panda hit with the Chakram. He'll end up dead. He's going to be gone. Buys back as well. So, godlike for Dark Mongo. They look over Costabile. They should be able to get the kill up in the air thanks to the Aviana's Feather, but it won't matter. Kataro gets the kill to the Medusa as they'll look for more, but nothing there to grab just yet. These heroes are buying Domi. Totem, gobble up, spit out, throwing the Earthshaker towards Sacred. Uh-oh! That's going to be a buyback coming out from Costabile. He's going to try and get back into the fight thanks to the TP over to the outpost. Fissure lands on 3. He's got the Totem, locking him up even more. But do they have the damage? Knight's in trouble. Hinda ended up dead for the second time. He already used his buyback. Yodomi ends up falling. The gem's going to be on the deck. They get the Kona PP. He's got buyback as well. Guardian Angel onto the Centaur. They're going to Timber Chain across the bow of the Omni Knight. They look over at the Luna, who's being cliffed. Kataro ends up dead. Dead for 100 seconds. Does have buyback. But will they use it knowing that Roche is available?
It's going to be tough to kill DOTA twice, especially if there's someone that can give her the cheese. Unfortunately, as you saw, the Luna swift blinked up the cliff. A little bit unfortunate for him. But yeah, this is going to be a refresher shot as well. Aegis, cheese, banner, everything. Give that to the DOTA. She's going to feel really, really comfortable in the next fight. Oh, she bought back anyway.
Now? Kataro buys back now.
Well, there's still a chance, cause it's a... Yep, it's a 4v5 fight.
Though, it's going to be tight. They'll go for the Hex. It's on the Medusa, but they go and use the Stampede. The Reactive Arrow is going to be charged. Didn't get him out, but they go to the Eclipse. They've got the Song. Oh, not exactly the symphony of skills you were hoping for. The BKB is going to be popped by Sacred. He'll look over at PP, who's going to pop his own BKB and go to the Totem. He's on the high ground. They've got the Stone Gaze. Kataro's locked up. He already bought back, but the Fissure's going to be there. He's in trouble. He does have a BKB, but can he get it off? The stuns are coming in. The Echo Slam's going to be dropped on Kataro, but he's still in trouble. He's got the Satanic. He's trying to get back up into full. The Guardian Angel's going to be on Costabile. Panda's going to get a little bit low with the Twisted Chakra right on top of him. They look over at Kataro. The Fissure is there. They get the kill on the Luna. He's going to be dead again. He's gone for 2 minutes. They take out Matthew, who does have buyback. The only one gone is Panda in this fight on the side of Infinity. They look over at Dark Mongo, who's going to Timber Chain away. But with the kill onto the Luna, with the buyback being used so late, they don't have an Aegis, and they will not have Luna for 2 minutes.
Yeah, this time around, it was a very... It's an interesting decision that they actually still tried to go for it that late. Like, the decision came in really, really late, right? Like 10, 15 seconds after we thought he wanted to buy back initially. Then buys back, dies, and how do they defend now without him? It's pretty much all Timbersaw. Doom on cooldown for another 30 as well. this
Glyph.
second side. Maybe Mega Creeps. Maybe they want to go for the GG also. They know no Luna for 80. No Luna means no damage.
Yeah, Matthew buys back Divine Rapier even in the quick buy here. The Medusa having this Aegis, you might just buy off of it.
He has to go for it if he wants to do it. That could be the game-ending move.
Infinity, they had
bought it out,
Waska the first time in the upper bracket final of the qualifier, but lost to Waska in the grand final. It was different rosters, but the history is still pretty recent.
That building damage is pretty massive. You have to go. You can't wait for Luna.
They'll jump, but again, it's just they've got the Aegis. They go to the backlines. They've actually spit up and gobbled up the Centaur into the base. They get the Doom. They get the kill to PP, who's going to be dead for 2 minutes. Maybe that's enough. They go to the song. It's going to lock up this Medusa as well as this Centaur, but the kisses from a distance not really doing enough. Telekinesis, the Hex from Dark Mago. They're trying to get the kill here, but he is inside that Glimmer Cape. Not going to matter. Knight ends up dead, and now Medusa, do you feel confident to go for this? 25 seconds until Kataro is up. They'll activate the reactive armor. They'll go after the Centaur. The Medusa's the last one on their list. They do not care about Medusa. If they can get Medusa alone, with Kataro coming back up, this might work out for Infinity. They've got the beacon popped here by Illich, and no creeps are in the base. They don't have to worry about that. The fight's happening in the creep wave. They go to the Chakram. They've got the Timber Chain once again, but he's going to be locked up thanks to the Gorgon's Grasp. They'll mirror image on the Naga Siren, looking to throw these illusions onto the creeps to make sure that they don't push into the base. They get the kill, and now they've got Medusa all alone. Finally, this is going to be Omni Knight coming back into the fight. They've got the Eclipse alone on the Medusa. They should be able to get the first fight, but he soaks it all up. The Gorgon's Grasp once again fighting this off. 1v5, Handa over to the side, but he's not helping out just yet. They've got the disarm. He's run out of mana. The Chakram's on him. Maneri gets a little bit back with the Mystic Snake. The Flamethrowers on him. They'll take out the Aegis, and now they've got to do it a second time around. They've got 30 seconds until the snap fires back up. They'll jump right back on him. They'll look over at Panda. They'll wipe out the Omni Knight. Now he's got no help. It's just the Medusa. Running into the opponent's base is an interesting move, but the Gorgon's Grasp is there to get the root. They've got the disarm. He can't hit back. They'll jump right on top of him. They've got the Hex from Dark Mago once again. Shiva's Telekinesis trying to lock down the Medusa to get the second kill. You thought it was over. You thought Infinity won it as the creeps are pushing in top at the same time. They go in the Stone Gaze. It is so hard to kill this Medusa. They look to TP him out. Can they stun him up? Yes, they can. Lucent Beam. There's the Doom. They've got the Hex again. Medusa's going to get low. It's 5 all on him. Can they finally kill this?
No buyback.
Rip off her head, and they take the Divine Rapier away. It's Waska, who look like they've just won this fight, taking out Medusa for what felt like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Medusa can't do anything by herself. I think, literally, she was Hellbirded 90% of that fight. Doom Hellbird, then Naga Hellbird, then because of the Octarine Doom's Hellbird is back on cooldown again. It's
I've never seen a longer death summary.
He didn't hit. How many Hellbirds were there?
So many. Just open up the death summary on your screen as well. It is insane. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, that was truly beautiful. How did you deal with Medusa? Just Hellbird her to Infinity and beyond. That defense was so good. Like,
yeah, Waska didn't panic to go just do so.
They ignored her completely. They killed PP, who's the most
Gobble up, spit out, Echo Slam dropped out. We thought it was over once, we thought it was over twice, but when we think it's over thrice, they're trying to get the kills here. They drop down the Echo Slam. The tier 4s are going to be taken once this glyph is no longer, but they start to back away a little bit.
Yeah, Luna is a bit scared.
Kataro comes back in, jumps forward, has the Divine Rapier, should be able to take the throne. They will stampede Telekinesis, Fissure. Oh, the totem.
We're taking their damage.
Kataro, the song's not in time. Oh, God, the Divine Rapier's on the deck again. They really need to take this throne. This is going to be problematic. They're trying to pick up the Divine Rapier. It's going to be picked up by Illich. Yadomi's in there with a song. They're trying to get the damage out of the throne. Illich is trying to control up the rest of the team. They're looking as Dark Mago right-clicking, but they don't have their Luna to do so. He was the one who was trying to take down the throne. They've got the disarm as well as the root on Illich. The Gullo, the spit out. Matthew, he's locked up. The Cookie's going to get the stun as well. Dark Mago focusing on the throne. Dark Mago, they should be able to get the third. It's now down 54-42. Can they get it? Yes, they can. Finally, Waska take the game.
That was no damage.
I can't. Luna dies, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, did we just watch it get thrown back the other way?
What an entertaining game. What an entertaining finish, too. Waska played that so well. Like, they played that so well. That base defense was absolutely surgical. The way they killed PP in the backline there. They know. If you kill the supports, Medusa can't fight by herself. 2 Hellbirds is all you need to permanently control her. I mean, I did debate. What did they even do? They were just hitting throne for like a minute. They have no damage for the throne, but they also have no damage to kill the Timber or anyone, really. It was...
It was so ridiculous, honestly. Yeah, I need a couple of highlights here, please. I mean, we are already 31 minutes into the game. We thought this one was going to be just a slow burn. It's 10 to 11, 32 minutes in. It was so nuts.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't believe that Waska won this. Like, the writing was on the wall for a long, long time. This DOTA was nearly indestructible. And they did exactly what they had to do. Ignore the DOTA forever, control her, halberd her, use her, do whatever you need. You know, the Doom warstomped her like 5 times as well. Just don't let her attack you, and you don't take any damage.
It was, yeah, that last fight was honestly played perfectly by the side of Waska, but then it was played almost as perfectly back over by Infinity when they had to kill Kitaro, and they did. They really did come one hero away from, I think, running it the other way down the lane, because they picked up the Divine Rapier again.
Oh, I felt so bad in this fight, man. This is the fight. Look at DOTA. Just look at disarmed on top of her the entire time. Disarm, then sleep, then disarm, then disarm, then warstormed, then disarm again.
Then watch them just ignore the Medusa. Medusa's like,
they don't
no,
care about
guys,
her at
I want
all.
to fight.
Now he's rooted, now he's disarmed.
And they're going for the Centaur the whole time. They're not even thinking about the Medusa at all. They're like, oh, okay, just disarm and then we'll fight everybody else.
Oh, look, he's disarmed once more and stunned and lifted. Oh, this is so ridiculous.
The whole time.
Oh, you thought you could hit?
Tops
Well,
of racks too. Oh my
Get
god.
disarmed. Dude, Halberd is insane. 5.5 seconds duration. Even more if you have the Timeless Relic. Like, that was absolutely ridiculous. How DOTA just didn't do anything. Literally just looked at them. It's like, hi, how are you guys? Did you have your breakfast already? Yup.
It really is ridiculous. Dark Mago,
He was
41
owning
and
so
13, by the way. He's my standout player. I'm going to say that right now.
Like, he is the reason they even managed to win any of these fights. Like, the way he broke their formation and cut into the backline every time, it's just insane. Like, he knows no fear.
Yeah, no fear at all. I mean, that was really just absurd. Like, that game was so fun to watch. It was, like I said, a slow burn initially, but all of a sudden, it got really crazy in the last 4 or 5 fights. Gosh, Dark Mago played it really well. I think the Hex pickup was so crucial, too.
Yeah, Hex, the Octarine, just everything he did was pretty much a spot on. He was last pick, of course, so he was set up for success, but he definitely delivered. No doubt about it. That's what we kind of expect from him, too.
There we go, third Dark Mago.
There we go, big boy. 85%, or 84%.
71,000 hero damage. Holy hell.
Yeah, and that 2,000 billion damage doesn't look like a lot, but that was pretty much all on the throne, so it's quite a bit. That's important damage, you know? Yeah, exactly. That was important damage. That's like the game-winning damage right there.
Pure cinema. That's what it was. That's all I can say. It was pure cinema game number 1. Hopefully we get pure cinema game number 2. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back here to PGL Wallachia Season 2. We got game number 2 between Waska and Infinity. Hopefully living up to the hype of game number 1 because that was a 60-minute banger. And now we're going into game number 2. Got the draft underway. Should be a fun one. I expect more fireworks, maybe a little bit of a more brutal early game. But let's see. Maybe these two teams get a little bit more antsy. Want to do a little bit more, but I'm not sure. I'm ready to see. What do you not want to see in this game? Is there any hero in particular? And what do you want to see? Answer them however you feel.
Okay, separately. So what do I not want to see? I don't want Infinity to go away from their playstyle, because Costable is a hard carry player, and that's how they get their biggest success. At the same time, though, their best strategy was just beat them. So what are they thinking right now is the big question, right? Because they love DOTA, they pick it super many times.
Right.
And it has been beaten a number of times now in this tournament. What do you do when it happens repeatedly? Because at some point you probably lose like faith in it, right?
Yeah, I would say so. But I think
now
that...
Shadow Fiend first pick again. We've seen it so much this tournament. Carry SF really starting to be, well, it was already pretty meta, but the prioritization on it now is pretty damn high.
It makes the hero pretty vulnerable, though, right? When you're picking heroes this early.
It's just the problem is with SF, it's very hard to punish on a safe lane, because most offlaners don't really do well against SF +1. Like whether it's like a task or something, just a hero that's in front of you.
Right.
And yeah, once you're level 3, those races, they really hurt. The minus armor is insane. Like level 2, you have just -4 armor, which means the lane is always pushing, means you can always pull. Yeah, SF is just incredibly difficult to deal with in the safe lane right now. As a mid lane, it's much easier, which is why we don't really see him there anymore.
Now you've got Primal.
Yeah. I would love to see Naga ban, because Naga is absolutely insane against Primal Beast.
Radiant team back.
Handing out the Enchantress. We've seen that do some damage. Dark Willow has definitely been one of the heroes on my radar, and as it has been for a lot of people. But I'm excited to see.
Pretty good hero.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Trying to see
5 seconds.
if it gets picked up.
Yeah, or banned even. We've seen lots of bans as well.
Bristle gets banned. Tusk is banned. We've seen Tusk with Tag Team and Drinking Buddies coming out. Most banned heroes in the tournament: Naga, Siren, Shadow Demon, and Puck. That's not a shocker.
Now, Puck is a little bit surprising to me. I just don't really value the hero super highly as of now. Maybe it will change throughout the tournament, but yeah. It's, his spell damage seems pretty low in his current meta, where every hero is so tanky. We've seen it yesterday as well. Kind of just tickling.
Long time being used on this ban.
Yeah. I really hope Infinity does ban that Naga Siren.
There's that Willow.
Yeah.
No surprise, honestly. Yeah, Naga Siren with SF is the combo. So I think that you definitely should look into banning it. And they ban Clockwork instead, maybe taking it themselves. No, they go Shadow Demon. So I think this is kind of potentially a way to stop the SF combo, but not as effective if the Naga's there and the song lands on Shadow Demon. Whereas, say, Hookshot, you're usually out of the range and can Hookshot at least slow down the combo.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to ever get into range as Shadow Demon. With level 1 song, you can maybe do it, but yeah.
That was an easy call, honestly.
Yeah, with Shadow Demon, you're never really going to be in range. And as I said, Primal Beast just gets mega hard countered by Naga Siren. I can't actually think of a support that counters Primal Beast harder than Naga. You have a massive slow, and you have a net.
remaining.
Primal Beast damage, all based on movement.
5 seconds remaining.
Really interesting.
And if you didn't know it, beak up. If you can't move, you can't damage.
What are they going to pick now? A lot of reserve time, really thinking about it. And I assume the reserve time is definitely not the Naga Siren, but what they wanted now in the draft for themselves.
Yeah, what do they want now? That's... Rubik is an option. If they want that, it's pretty good against Shadow Demon.
Dire team pick.
And there's the Mirana.
Oh,
So now you're going to have
Mirana,
Solar
alright.
Flare even added to this.
That's an interesting one.
Not fun.
I like it though. Naga, Mirana can also
10 seconds
just
remaining.
kill heroes by themselves. If it is a support Mirana. I like core Mirana too.
5 seconds remaining.
Cormorana, but where would you put it in this situation? Would you throw it safe lane and then go Shadow Fiend mid?
No, I think if you run Mirana, it probably has to be mid. You really need levels into the Starstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you just build into a right there. Kind of like a sniper from the mid lane. But a very different hero, obviously. It's just like sort of the same core idea behind it.
See what a double pick will be here for Infinity. They also use a lot of their reserve time.
Dire team pick.
And they go Beastmaster. So this is leaning now towards a mid primal. And what would you want as a mid against Primal Beast? Could you just go like Viper?
You could, but the thing is, mid lane nowadays, unless it's like an absolute hard counter where you can't lane at all, it's very hard to shut a hero down, right? You get this these water runes, these bounty runes, bottle is just too good. So I think you just want a hero that's really good throughout the game. And that would be maybe a spirit. Like Storm Spirit is pretty good. If they want that against the Shadow Demon as well.
Radiant team pick.
Disruptor.
Now
Disruptor. That's a
Disruptor.
good pick. Yeah. I was going to say if they pick another strength hero, Timbersaw could have been amazing again.
I think Timbersaw can still do well in a situation like this, though.
He can.
Radiant team.
He's just a damage house.
Mars kind of making
Mars.
sense.
Okay. Mars Mirana, the classic. And honestly, Mars Shadow Fiend also makes a lot of sense. Like the rebuke damage is massive with that minus armor aura.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
Bong.
5 seconds remaining.
And what will the bans be now? What are you trying to get rid of? It's obviously a carry needed for Infinity. Maybe not the same to be said for Waska if they want to switch up the SF mid. They could try.
Yeah, they're much more flexible. However, Waska seems to be pretty set with their drafts usually. So it's probably just going to be their last pick for Dark Marco.
Remaining. Dire team back.
Yeah, Storm Spirit is a bit risky now against Disruptor. Can go both ways though. Disruptor also hates playing against Storm.
I still like the Viper.
Viper is
10 seconds.
okay, but the problem is Beastmaster. If he chooses to go for the Helm build, Viper can get overwhelmed by that quite easily.
Back.
Because with the Solar Flare, you're going to do a good amount of damage.
I'm just looking through the ranks.
Also, this could just be mid-Mars that Mago likes. And that's what they're assuming right now.
The last time he played it looked not that good. I honestly, Pangolier looks really good. Against Primal Beast, doesn't care about Shadow Demon Disruptor. I think it's a Pango game. Pairs up pretty well with Shadow Fiend too. More minus armor, more physical damage.
And the Luna, make sure they don't have that. And they're going to have to show what's mid for them first. The assumption, I guess, right now is the Mago Mars mid. But will that stay to be the case?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. It seems to be a little bit harder to find a good offlaner now. It's also interesting that Infinity is like, yep, that's a mid-Mars. Maybe they know something I don't. Like, maybe Sacred just doesn't play Mars?
Dire team pick.
Timber, so now this doesn't even let you know what's what.
Okay.
This is flex enough where now if you're Infinity, you kind of have to guess. Because Mago could play either mid, and either could go off lane. I actually love this pick.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a little risky though against Shadow Demon and Disruptor. But it is a good hero, for sure. And as you said, it keeps the flexibility open. And I got 17 seconds to figure out what they want to do. What carry is it gonna be? More fling, okay.
I don't know how much I like that. I mean, it's definitely a solid carry, but I don't know if I like it enough. And it will be offlane Timber mid-Mars.
Yeah. So no real setup for the Mirana. So he'll have to show his inner god gamer and hit those arrows all by himself. Overall, I like the draft. They got lots of combos. MOUZ Mirana, Naga Siren Mirana, Naga SF. Timber just there to give additional damage. And backline cut. It's a very solid draft. From both teams, though, I think. Yeah, I don't know how much I like the last pick more.
5 seconds.
It's not terrible, but it's also not great. Like we've seen many times, if you're actually ever forced to morph down and your armor gets really low, this SF is going to shred you.
Right.
You know, like minus armor is actually deceivingly effective against morphling.
And I worry maybe in lane as well. We've seen some morphlings kind of struggle, but you're going up against Sacred and Matthew that maybe you just can Timber chain and Whirling Death. Like Timber, we've seen before take out a full Agi morphling. Easy.
Yeah, no problem. Also, like a random arrow out of the woods can easily do that as well. So there is a little bit of danger, but Costabil is a very good morphling player, so most of the time he should be fine. But yeah, that gives flashbacks to yesterday where the bounty hunter just came and bonk.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Yeah. That was that was a rough one for sure for the morphling, giving, like I said, some vibes of a player. I won't name at this exact moment, but maybe a little bit later in the game they do accidentally get name dropped. However, that being said, we'll see how this morphling does. We'll see how this game 2 does, because now Infinity are playing for their lives. This is a do or die game for them, and I don't have I'm not confident in their draft, but I have more confidence in Waska's draft, I feel like is the right way to say it, because this morphling can go off, but I don't think it's going to be that easy of a game for him.
It won't. But if he ever gets into like a BKB and a good couple of right-click items, as you said, there's definitely potential that he just takes over the game. Because, yeah, the Radiant has no real answer through BKB. And we have already also seen, don't forget, Dark Magus Mars fell short last time. Pretty badly, too. Like, that game was completely one-sided. So, I'm quite excited to see what he actually has to offer in a more normalized game, I guess. Because, yeah, that game, they just got run over.
So we'll start this one off. Waska smoking up. Mago, how does he do against this Primal? Because if you try, Take like what? You take a level 1 spear, you just spear him away if he tries to trample on you?
Yeah, you just God's Rebuke him. Both spells are really good. Because the knockback is going to be easily enough to get you out of there as well. It's a good matchup for Mars, for sure. Like, if you want to play mid-Mars, it's like Primal is a prime here to do it against.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see how
Full
this
edge
goes.
morph. Where's the random arrow?
Yeah. That's the scary part.
Man, the Mirana ult is actually so strong with that facet.
SF getting a CS on that boar.
Battle begins.
Mirana
Thanks for the
getting
soul.
a CS on the OBS. Easy soul life. And 2 bounty runes apiece.
Alright, can you explain to me, alright, why does SF get a soul when he kills an observer ward? He doesn't have a soul.
I don't know.
Right? I'm asking the hard-hitting questions here.
I don't know the answer to your hard-hitting questions. Let's
Yeah.
see this mid lane and how this goes. I'm very interested to see as Dark Mongo's got this OBS. How will he do against PP? 3 lanes, 2 eyes. Take a look. Gander upon this enjoyable game. And Nagasar just running at night. That's really not feeling too fun. But where is the kill potential? Is it just top lane? Was Sacred and Matthew if an arrow hits?
Bot lane, also very possible on the Shadow Demon.
Oish.
You got the reel in and the net. Yeah, mid lane should just be a trade farm sort of lane, but top lane pretty much only if Radiant makes a mistake or if they hit a nice arrow.
Arrow used, not going to land. You can see Whirling Death already doing a bit to Costa Viola there, who is shifting into the edge. He needs to be very careful about his positioning if he's too close to a tree.
Always brings back memories of the green room talks we had with Razor and Timbersaw and...
Razor is not super popular, but we are seeing inklings of him show up.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad about that, my boy.
I like Razor.
Yeah, I mean, we all do, I think, after our times in the green room.
Yeah. Panda has this camp.
Panda versus Matthew. Damn. A fight for the ages.
Yeah, not really the biggest fight here, but Matthew gonna go and maybe throw an arrow from an odd off angle. At least that's what I'm thinking that he wants to do, and there's that arrow, but just it's a creep. Always aiming to have a creep behind whatever you throw it at. Bottom lane, Knight in some trouble. Blood Grenade is down. SF, though, disrupted, so that's going to be a wasted Blood Grenade, and they're not going to be able to get the kill onto the Shadow Demon. This early disruption, annoying Katara, but he's still 11-3, having some fun time. Illich, he's the one to watch. He's going into the helm of the Dominator. And not going to be the Ags game that we've seen. It's been about 50-50 on this stream with us. Arrow hits on the Disruptor top, but they've got a glimpse.
Back. Yeah. It should be a pretty slow early game. Like as you said, bot lane, every time you net, you just disrupt the SF, then there's no raises. Top lane, there's always a defensive glimpse. Probably when Mars gets 6 and when levels get higher generally, then we'll see some nice rotations. And then we see the kill potential. On mid lane right now being dominated by Dark Mago actually.
Bottom lane again.
It's a pretty big lead already for the Radiant.
It really is, and they are going to get first blood. Kataro's going to get it. He's taking a lot of damage here. Oh,
ooh. Has no axis, so that shouldn't result in a kill.
You'd hope not.
And Deluge is off cooldown. There might be potential for turnaround soon.
Kataro into the trees, trying to survive, trying to get away from the honk, and he'll be alive.
Yep, Deluge is too good. That slow is pretty crazy.
It's not easy to bring down Illich. He's got an early Helm of the Iron Will because he went branch, 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 Helm of the Iron Will. Top lane, Costa BLA, he is dead. Oh boy, not what you want. That is certainly not what you want. Just the Timber Chain, Whirling Death. And Timbersaw only did 213 damage there, and he only had 340 max health, so full Agi gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, that is obviously the most common thing we see with the Morphling, right? Full Agi gone. Unfortunate.
And hell.
But happens to pretty much every Morphling player we see. I think it's just part of being a Morphling player. You play the hero, you die full Agi at some point.
Yep, it's gonna happen, and you can't stop it. TP bottom, Kataro dead, too late here from the Mirana, but comes over to try and get this Shadow Demon kill, and they will look for the high five. They do get Illich, despite the fact that he has that Helm of the Iron Will with the extra armor and the extra health regen. So they at least get that, but they do lose the Shadow Fiend afterwards.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning how the lanes are going right now, because they're losing all three, and we all know how important the early game is right now.
It's also, you know, now Morphling going to be 1v1 against this Timbersaw. Timber's level 5 already. I think getting into the Chakram is going to be a potential downfall here for Costa BLA, as he's going to be probably run at by Sacred, honestly, if he's not too careful.
Yeah, historically the matchup is pretty good for Morph, just because they have infinite HP. MOUZ is almost level 6, and Matthew is here to set up for an arrow in the arena combo. Here we go.
There's the arena, and follow that up with an arrow, but it misses. And now you've got the disruption on the Primal Beast. Onslaughting, trampling, God's rebuked. As the arrow doesn't land and they don't get that kill. A spear thrown down. They'll have Glimpse. It's level 2. They have some range on it, and that'll bring them right back to PP. But Dark Mago now going to die tonight, and his Shadow Poison stacks.
How many were those?
Regen picked up by Matthew on the run still. But there's the disruption. They've got the trample on top, and this is big for the side of Infinity.
Yep, 2 kills back to back. Very nice rotations. That's exactly what they needed, because those lanes were going very poorly. And now they recover pretty much all of them. They're going on the Beast, though. It's only level 5.
Yeah, level 5, the raises, though, they're going to hurt. Illich is going to die here, despite the fact that he's got the Helm of the Iron Will. Look for the Requiem, charge it up for a moment, thinking that maybe Panda was going to go to the Glimpse. At the same time, Costa BLA is dead again. And that's solo again.
Yep, twice. That is just rough.
It is quite the death summary. I'm not allowed to look at it on my screen, but I saw it on the PGM. Meanwhile, Wisdom Runes 1 apiece. And PP even tipping Dark Mago. It's got arena again in 10 seconds. Goes the BLA, has to be careful. Once more under the tower, now sitting at about half Agi.
Yeah, that burst damage is pretty serious. Timbersaw, of course, if you don't skill any reactive armor, which he hasn't, your pure damage is pretty unmatched probably in this game. Is there anyone who does more pure damage? Maybe OD, but not as bursty.
3,000 net worth lead.
They're gonna pulverize now. Maybe set up another kill onto that Mago. But they don't have the greatest follow-up damage.
They have Song, but there is no TP here for the Naga Siren. Again, they're going for Costa BLA, but now let's see if they can get this kill over mid onto the Mars. Pulverize already used. Arena is down. Dark Mago, he's dead. They'll try to get PP in return. The Star Storm, the disruption.
Oh,
is it a save though? The Shadow Poison stacks, the Twisted Chakram, and now the regular one to get the kill on a PP. So it is at least a trade. They've got the Roar, they go to the Song.
Nice.
It's a level 6 Yudomi Naga Siren. Shadow Fiend's TPing over mid, wants to get involved. They'll have the net, they have the reel in, they'll go to the mirror image. And the kinetic field, they'll go and glimpse, but the arrow's going to be blocked here by a boar. They're still trying to get the kill into Illich. He goes into the Seeds of Serenity, and Illich is able to survive. They've got the vision thanks to this OBS. They have a mirror image chasing after Illich. They've got the raise. They'll get the kill onto the Beastmaster. And now Yadomi will finally be traded by Knight as the onslaught goes all the way up out of the high ground towards Sacred. And now PP's in a bad spot. He just died. Maybe he could kill Sacred, but unfortunately there's a spear. The Twisted Chakram again. PP, he's sipping on that bottle. And Sacred, how close are you willing to get? As PP, the safety bubble is safe to leave. Onslaught, Yadomi, he's gonna get caught. Waveform over, mirror image, arrow flies through, doesn't land, pulverize out. But are you willing to stay? PP again with the uproar, but Sacred with a little bit. Oh,
I can push.
He's got Timber Chain. It's not a big deal. He's backed down already, but I did not expect that.
Oh, nice
misses. And those also get the kill to PP though.
That should be an easy D1 here. Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
There's a point where I'm thinking, why did you dodge that?
A long fight for sure. That ends up going Waska's way, I would say.
Yeah, any even trade when you're at that sort of net worth deficit, always good for you. Brought it back just a little bit, getting the bottom tower as well. Helm of the Overlord queued up straight away. So no axe shenanigans. We see it more and more. Axe is falling out of favor a little bit. Midlane again, Static Storm.
Static Storm with the Pulverize. They don't have Song for another minute, but they didn't get this kill. They'll go to the Glimpse back, and now Dark Mago is going to drop down the arena. Behind them, though, is the Raze is getting the kill in a Panda. They'll take out PP, and now they'll look for more. Knight's in trouble, and it is daytime, so Knight will perish.
Yeah, those rotations are spot on again. All 5 heroes here this time. Completely outnumbered, and they know Morphling doesn't want to be part of any of this. It's also very much Costabil's playstyle. Like, he doesn't get too involved with the team many times. Whoa, I thought he was going to eat that arrow.
Not an easy game for Costabile to try and bring it all back. It's Vlad's on Morphling, which is normal. We see this. They committed a lot. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, as well as the Pulverize just don't have the damage here, and then they even glimpse him back, but here comes Kataro off to the side to just wipe out this Disruptor, and there isn't really much that Knight can do. He could have disrupted, but he knew he was dead.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of the problem with these two support heroes. They're pretty defensive, and Disruptor without a lot of damage behind him, you can't really do too much. You really need a Beastmaster there. He's pretty much the only hero right now that has some sort of damage. Well, Primal Beast as well, but it's easy to stop him with a Naga, as we spoke about before.
Things right now ending the way of Waska.
Man, this Deluge spell is... Why is it so good?
Not sure.
Do you ever read it? 35% status resistance gone and 240 max movement speed. Movement speed arguably the most important stat in all of Dota. 240 max basically makes it snail movement speed.
Yeah, but the status resistance reduction feels awful too, right?
Yeah, 35% is so much. It's basically half duration, one stun. Then you get speared, suddenly it's just a 3.5 second stun. And we haven't really seen Mirana ult in action yet. That thing buffs you up significantly too.
So a little quiet here. I'm hoping that Waska kind of stay on the gas pedal.
I agree they should.
Faster blink than normal too for Mars. No surprise, by the way, considering the fact that he is mid and has had a decent amount of success. He's 0-2-5, but getting the gold he needs. Still sitting above his opponent mid laner by about 1,000.
He's done very well this game, 100%. And he will scale naturally just because SF exists in this game.
And they do have Solar Flare now, so I wouldn't Be shocked to see them want an all-out fight. Yadomi's getting a lot out of this game. Actually, both supports for the side of Waska are getting a lot out of this game. Blink, Arena, Spear, it's on Illich. They've got the disruption save. The arrow's going to be soaked up. They go to the Primal Roar. They've used this Solar Flare, but now Sacred kind of in a bad spot. Timber Chain onto the low ground, turns into the Mirana. Starstorm is on a Dark Mago. They go to the Requiem. They've got the Fear. They get the kill on a Costa Bile. He's dead, diving in so far away from his team.
He went in all by himself into the backlines, 1v5. Whoa. He definitely a bit of money he could chew there. Level 2 morph only. Maybe if he had max level, would have worked out for him, but couldn't get enough HP back. And Sacred, of course, with that pipe. Absolutely essential item again. That item is just so strong.
Oh. Onslaught coming through, but just the blink away. They went for Illich. They end up getting a better target. Who deals with these ancient creeps well, though?
Well, you can just nut them and SF kills them pretty much in the net duration.
Illich. There is a glimpse. The arrow. Oh, just not lined up.
An ancient creep and 250 gold into the coffer.
Tried to line that up.
Crazy hero kill.
Yeah. Honestly, worth it.
I have to admit, going for an Overlord against the Naga Siren is pretty risky, because that net can fly out any time, and if there's any core nearby, well, as for Timber, the creep can die pretty easily.
$6,000 net worth lead here as SF going into the Shadow Blade next. Mirana has those drums ready to go, walking at the beat of their own drum. What is Mars going for after the Blink Dagger? BKB, no surprise. Blink Dagger next for the Timber Cell, who has a pipe. Not for the pipe who has a Timber, as my brain was trying to make me say.
I kind of wish SF went for BKB though, because I feel if he had that, the team fights become really quite simple for them. Of course, they have 2 BKB pairs in disabled, but his teammates should be able to cover him for that, no problem. So Shadow Blade means Silver Edge at some point, but you know, for what? It doesn't really break anyone in this game.
Right. Go for the Disruptor. Is Panda taken out? And
Denied the Amplify damage rune. Worth it? Maybe. We'll see next team fight.
I don't know if I would say worth, but certainly of a value.
They didn't just die for free.
Yeah. And you're giving up that kill to Dark Mago. I guess it's not SF, so you're not giving up more than just that kill. Still not great, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Well, these beasts are putting a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the map. But that's the thing. He can only do that on one side. The other lanes are getting pressured massively by Waska. And Matthew is just going Aura bot. Well, the 2 heroes are going Aura bot. Drums up, Vlad's next on the menu. Spoke about Pipe already, and then he's going Blink into Shivas. And Panda might be dead again if he's not too careful here.
Matthew nearby, but I think their big target, who they're hoping for, is Costa Bile. They do have this obs down from Panda that is spotting this SF heading towards mid, as Yadomi just runs over towards PP and forces them back. Should be able to take the mid tier 2, or at least pressure for a response.
Should have been activation. Reel in, yeah.
Far net, reel in into an arrow. And they will use that Solar Flare. Thought about the Requiem, and now they've got the Glimpse. Sacred kind of under the tower, but he's fine. Not, again, the symphony of skills that we thought. But with these illusions going after this Disruptor, Panda still needs to be very careful.
He can't move.
Blink, God's Rebuke, Spear connects, and the illusions with the burn from the Spear with the Shard will get the kill.
That is such a sad death.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Beastmaster still just letting this Thunderhide sit there. You're giving away 250 gold. I don't know how much that's truly worth it.
Second time now. It's a lot of gold. Yeah, Hammer of the Overlord is...
Oh, they know exactly where Panda... where
hero
Illich
kill
is.
every time. Yep. Top Margo on the prowl.
They're going Roche.
I mean, Morph is pretty good at it, but it's gonna take a little while. The thing is, Waska probably is not expecting this. As I said, they ping it, so they're definitely expecting it. And it's
Was
pretty
that Marana ping or PP ping?
I think it was Sacred.
Now Mago pinged it.
Well, the thing is, it's... So even if they got this Roshan, right, it probably took like a minute. Is that worth it? Like, even map resources wise.
Oh,
but they're
no.
taking
Mars
the
is
Radiant.
Mars gonna be here. Oh, no!
No!
Oh, they got the kill on the Roche, but he got the Aegis. Oh, that timed out almost so well. That could have been brutal.
Yeah, if they got the Aegis as well. Panda is the sacrificial lamb. Good night, my friend.
He'll die. Just a matter of time, and it will fly through. But they got the Roche kill, so the gold is theirs.
Yeah, just a couple of creeps away from getting the aura talent for SF, so buildings are gonna fall real fast. They don't have it yet, so the top tower should be pretty survivable. But yeah, the map is once again shrinking in size rapidly. And still doesn't have it. Ah, no, he has it. Goodbye tower. The armor reduction on this on buildings should probably be halved. That's too much.
It's pretty
You can't just
insane.
reduce the building's armor to 0. Almost.
Torm now being taken, but at the same time they're pushing and pressuring the top tier 3.
Yeah, you don't want to go too deep in case they're gonna glimpse you back.
Panda's spotted here. They know he's around, and Matthew
they're going
needs to
deep.
go and get this kill, and that's what he'll do.
Right.
Panda willing to be there to try and deward with no health after the Tormentor. And now the Wisdom Rune's going to be swiped by Matthew. Or given to Dark Mago.
You always have an excuse as a mid laner. I got bottle, no charges.
I'm almost level 15. I'm almost this. Blah, 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 blah. My supports don't need anything. Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it.
Really? That's surprising to me. I would never bully my supports. You know me. I gave you first blood. I give you all the kills. And I didn't complain about it at all.
We'll say you gave first blood when you gave it to me to an idiot. I was playing Zeus pretty horribly that game, if that's what you're referencing.
That was. It was a pretty good game. I don't know what you're saying was horrible. Was it a game where you just bought like 10 mangoes or one?
I bought Sage's Mask and mangoes to start the game.
Yeah.
And it worked.
You set a new trend, see? After that, everybody bought mangoes on Zeus.
I did it in that game, got first wood, life was good. Let's take a look at the shards and the items. BKB soon for Dark Mago, as well as 3 shards to 2 shards. So obviously, one team is winning.
The shard game.
Phylactery soon here for the Morphling. We'll see if that ends up being enough. But they are down about 10,000. These supports have a lot of gold on the side of Waska.
Yeah, especially Mirana is mega.
A lot of Atos for Timber this time around after the pipe. Going into the shard next.
What
has the shard already. I don't know why he's got it queued up still.
He just got it from the kill, right? Or did he buy it himself?
Yeah, he got it from the kill.
Yeah, you got it, yeah. So, he probably, just forgot to change it for now. Maybe Octarine. Maybe just some more survivability. Illich, if you get speared, or if Constable gets speared. 1 minute of the Aegis, though.
Smoke from Infinity, but I don't know if they realize that right outside their base is Waska, Costa BLA. Oh, no, blink forward. Dark Mago might just blink forward. They go to the Rod of Atos. There's the blink into the spear. They've got the pulverize onto the Mars. He gets Primal Roared as well. They're not going to have Dark Mago. He's dead pretty quickly off that. And we're willing to jump in, but he never dropped the arena, and now he's dead. But Kataro thinking about the Requiem again. They go to the Glimpse. Sacred Timber Chain over towards the SF. He's trying to bait them in. Thinking about this Requiem.
I think it's time to leave.
Oh, Rod.
It's just Aegis.
Goes the BLA. They've got the Aegis. They use the Requiem for that. BKB, Onslaught Trample. Song comes out. Locks up the heroes behind them. Now they'll go after PP, who's in the Song. They start to retreat. They'll pop the Blade Mail. They've got the Glimpse on a Sacred. Timber's pretty tanky, but is he? That is going to be an adaptive strike with that Phylactery that does the damage to get the kill. They've got the Static Storm onto the Mirana, and now 3 heroes dead on Waska, all for an Aegis.
Glimpse him
Tara
far.
with the Shadow Blade trying to leave the vision so they don't glimpse him back. And he will escape as well as pick up an Invis rune to be Invis once again. There's the BKB. Blink up in a second, maybe wanting to drop an arena, but doesn't have a Requiem. Don't really suggest it, but it is the BKB charge wasted on Waska.
Yeah, very good fight for Infinity. I'm not entirely sure why they wanted to get the Aegis so hard. First Dark Mago, brings in the mid, then up on the Ancients. It was about to expire within like a minute. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why they were so stuck on killing him there. Brought the game back to pretty much even. And we said Morphling can definitely pop off in this game. And Beastmaster's popping off as well. With all these auras, BKB almost done for him.
Is that, you know, we kind of felt this from the last game. Is that Infinity feeling like they're back in it? Because it was about a 9,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, exactly. It was a big setback for Radiant. Of course, it's not like the late game is weak or anything, but this really gave Infinity a shot at this game.
Yeah, it definitely did. So we'll see how they continue on with this. And if they want to fight and get Roche next time, that all stems from the fact that they do swipe that Aegis though, right? They're able to swipe the Aegis, take that away from the side of Waska. They don't have that second life if they don't take that Roche.
Yeah, the next Roshan might be pretty game deciding. If the Morphling gets it again, it's tough for them to kill him twice. They got lots of burst damage, but after that, not so much anymore. And he's pretty farmed now as well.
Requiem off to the side. They'll jump in. They'll try to get this kill. The Static Storm is there with the disruption save. They go to the Flamethrower as well as the Chakram still on Coast of BLA, but they can't get the kill. The Primal Roar is going to be on the Mars. Mars in trouble again. Pulverized through the BKB. Killed and gone. Song too late. And Dark Mago once more does not get the arena out. They go to the Glimpse. It's onto Yadomi. They've got the Solar Crest on them onto this Naga Siren, but it doesn't quite matter. And I think that this game has been flopped on its head. Illich looks for more. He hasn't even used his BKB yet.
Time to knock on the high ground. They got the aura for the Morphling, hitting for 400 damage. They have some cute ideas that they're trying to execute, but it's never really working for Shadow Demon is there. Matthew, they have a glimpse if they can time it.
First one to break the high ground is going to be the side of Infinity, and they just slam Matthew to the ground once. He ends up dying. So Rod of Atos isn't doing anything. Illich not feeling like he needs to pop this BKB. And they take the center racks.
Got it. Beastmaster, no problem. So this game completely turned on its head. 9k lead now turned into a 1k disadvantage. Infinity, they pretty much have all the items they need now. At this point, for Waska, it's going to be quite hard to actually get back into the game. They have BKBs. When Morphling has his, they have 3 total, so that Naga sleep combo is not going to do anything. Even if they were to try to do it.
So it just becomes a 2,000 net worth advantage, and I think, again, it's a little bit of the fact that Waska played too safe, maybe, and took a bad fight.
Yeah, it all started with Aegis, and then, again, mid lane, they're getting very cute, you know? Like, they're not really just trying to play it down, they're trying to really outplay the opponent. Whereas they could just, take a cookie cutter fight and probably come out on top. It's pretty hard though, because SF opted to not go into any sort of BKB, so his stayability in the fight is not the greatest. Roshan is up. That's a big one. But they're all there already. That Margo might be on a chopping block again.
Yeah, they'll see if they can get this. Dark Mago, Matthew, Glimpse coming through. They've got the onslaught coming in. No leap because of the kinetic field, and Matthew's already dead. He's got buyback, which he might have to use just so they have the solar flare. They buy back, they go to the arena, the static storm is down, they'll look for the spear. Solar flare is used, but do they have the damage? They're looking for the Requiem, but the Primal Roar is out. And SF, Song is out, but the Adaptive Strike with this Phylactery means SF is dead. And it is Infinity's game. They are going to blow up this team, and I think off that, this one has been signed, sealed, and delivered for them on the side of Infinity.
Yeah, this game is pretty over now.
I don't know. They just have let it go.
They have a bad
that's
as well.
3 or 4 bad fights in a row for the side of Waska.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes back to, if you don't have BKB and SF, you can't hit anyone. Primal Beast is Blade Mail, you can't hit him.
And he's still not doing BKB.
Yeah, I know. I know they have BKB piercing abilities, and as a carry player myself, I know it feels bad to go BKB even in these scenarios, but as I told you before, QQQ really Sacred. They have Glimpse for him as well. Is Disruptor around? No, in the bottom river. They should be fine. Yeah. But yeah, as QQQ told me, it's not just about those ults. There's so much magic damage, so much disable coming through otherwise as well. You need that stability in the fight, or you just can't do anything.
And he's still not queuing up BKB. He wants Daedalus and Satanic.
Oh, that Margo, he has no BKB. If you get, he might be dead again.
3 seconds. But I don't think it matters.
They're pulverized anyway, yep.
Yeah.
But now you could, no. Morphing was also there.
Now it's just a wasted BKB.
Yeah, it turns from bad to worse for them, unfortunately.
This is a 19,000 net worth shift. Just about. I don't think Taro, without BKB, his effectiveness is near 0.
He needs one for sure.
3 times top solo, and I think just the hesitance from Waska allowed him to come back into the game.
Yeah. No, you're completely right. Like, they pick lineups that aren't really allowed to make these kind of mistakes. That mid-fight, okay, yeah, once can happen, but it happened again, and then again, and then again. You can't get away with that. Like, Morphing is way too good of a hero for that. And now, as we said, they have 3 BKBs. They have all these auras. How do you fight now? I'm not sure. Like, SF needs to somehow get space to just hit them for.
Going for Costabile, though, is it really worth it?
That arrow,
He's
though.
Going to lose his Aegis potentially. But now, Static Storm pulling back Dark Mago, who doesn't have a BKB for 8 seconds again. This song has to last long enough for him to TP back home, which it does. They go to the Solar Flare. They've got the Pulverize, but it's reflected with the Lotus Orb. And now they're going to look over at Costabile. Maybe they have the damage. This is Sacred. Primal roared up. Arena down onto 2. Spear connects onto both. Now they'll look over. Costabile getting a little bit low. Blink out from Knight. They get the kill on Illich. They'll take the Beastmaster. And can they turn this around? They've got the Glimpse. It's onto the Mars. They'll go to the Adaptive Strike with this Phylactery. They will get the kill on a Sacred, who will buy back into the game. Costabile with a little bit of health, but he's starting to shift. They'll go after PP. They've got Dark Mongo in his face. They'll land the Spear. He's on the wall, but the Glimmer Cape comes through from this Disruptor. They've got the Disruption as well. PP being pretty tanky, onslaughting away, but he's rooted up thanks to the Rod of Atos that came through from Sacred, and now they'll go and get this kill. It was actually the net that came out. I mistakenly thought that was the Rod of Atos, but PP and Knight will fall. It was the net from Yadomi, as I believe that Rod of Atos was sold.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, to begin with, it was a pretty interesting pickup. But yeah, nice team fight execution. Cost them a buyback, but they're more than willing to spend that. Now being 4x down. It's actually quite unbelievable that they're only 4k ahead on Infinity. Being 4x up. Because usually that's like a 10-15k lead scenario. So maybe there's a slight chance for Waska to make a comeback. They have the heroes to do so. They deal damage. But that was basically the perfect scenario, right? SF completely untouched in the backlines. Didn't need the BKB. They couldn't really get to him. But if they ever fight outside of the base, it's going to be so much harder to achieve.
Unless he gets the BKB, and again, he's not going for it. He's going for the Satanic. He disassembles the Mask of Madness, and...
Yeah, that's a decision I definitely heavily disagree with. Like, you need that BKB. Maybe it works out, but it just makes fighting so much harder for you. You need to be in perfect position every time.
That's the net that came through for a second, rooting him, I believe. Maybe I'm misseeing.
I think you are correct, my friend.
Amplify damage, Tom.
Yeah, if Morphin gets his hands on that, that would be absolutely brutal. See if I give it to him. No.
Bottled.
Yeah. But generally, like, a team like Spirit, for example, they would definitely just give the bottle to Morph.
Good chunk of gold
DD
there,
Morph thing is pretty nutty. What was that?
I was going to say, good chunk of gold. Scotty on Costa BLA, it was a good chunk of gold. They took the Tormentor, and it was 280 each. So that actually just cut a lot of gold away from the advantage. And Ags for Knight. So he's got 2 on the Demonic Cleanse thanks to the Shard and the Ags, and then 2 on the Demonic Purge, which is going to make these fights really difficult for Waska.
Yeah. And they already were.
And if he gets to level 25, which he's 11 levels away from, he'll have 2 on the Disruption. Also, Disseminate is going to feel really strong.
Oh yeah, that spell is severely underrated by a lot of people. Insanely strong ability.
Satanic
also, AC picked up
Butterfly
on Beast.
Pike.
Yep.
He's just refusing BKB.
Yeah, we have seen lots of cases of that in the past, right? Usually it doesn't work out too well. There's just too many control abilities in the beautiful game of Dota. I mean, it's everything, right? You can't hit the Primal Beast because of Blade Mail. Shivas is gonna slow you down. The boars are gonna be super annoying. You get glimpsed, kinetic field. There's just too many things. Like, too many things. And in every game there will be a lot of things. That's just how Dota is nowadays. How's our Morphling looking? Pretty good, pretty stacked. Going for a Kaya Yasha. Very interesting. No butterfly or anything.
Kaya.
That AC on Beast is gonna make a big difference too against the SF.
Yep. Buyback's only Primal and Naga Siren, by the way.
Yeah. They can definitely burst heroes now to die. Like one roar, you can die so easily.
SF TP's back. They need to defend. They don't have smokes, so it's not looking like they're going that direction. Roche potentially up in 30 seconds, something that I don't think they can give to the Morphling. They've shown that they can kill him once.
Ui.
They're up here. Yadomi's under obs, and Yadomi's dead. He's the only one who had buyback for the Radiant side, so he's in that position.
Where are they going? Well, planning to anyway. Can't really find anyone, but this Morphling with the Wolf Aura is hitting for over 500. That is pretty serious. He doesn't even need to hit the Rex. Look at the Wolf just go. I think it's crazy.
The Wolves are doing a lot. Glimpse back on a Dark Mago. He's got the BKB as well as the Arena, and the Refresher. The Primal Roar is going to be reflected with the Lotus Orb. Costa Bio is going to go in here with the BKB popped of his own. He'll back away just in time. They're trying to get the Requiem off. Nobody's dead on the side of Infinity just yet with the right clicks coming through. They go to the Refresher. Do they have the Arena again? Oh, no! Oh, Yadomi!
Arrow, though? Arrow? On who?
Oh, no! The refresh for the Arena Spear, all in vain as Yadomi songed in. They'll try for Knight. The Static Storm, the damage, Sacred is shredded, gets tipped by Knight. The glimpse on the Lotus Orb, not going to matter. Kataro is dead. He doesn't have buyback. That's going to be the game.
That is game indeed, yeah. Massive comeback by Infinity. They almost had 2 big comebacks in a row. Of course, game 1 ended up losing still, but well done. Good perseverance, because being 9k behind in this current meta, this current version of Dota, is very difficult to come back from. Waska definitely just need to focus on, you know, the basics. Because again, they tried to get very cute around that 9-10k area. Yeah. And they just lost fight after fight after fight.
Yeah, they were a little bit too patient, I would say, and they've ultimately let that lead slip out of their hands. They had a 9,000 net worth lead, and I think they just gave the Morphling too much time, and it's, I don't know, it's really tough. They've looked really disjointed in their fights. The bottom fight felt like panic, especially when you see Yadomi blink in and sleep as they're going for the Arena Spear, which means, at least to me, that maybe the communication is off. And now it all comes down to a BO1 for your tournament life. Because that last fight is a last fight where Costa Rica does not have an Aegis. So if you kill him, I want to say the game goes back to even.
Yeah, at least you will have a much better chance. Or at least you will have a chance. Because the game doesn't end right there. But yeah, we'll see it here soon. It was pretty unfortunate. Because, like, again, it's a split-second decision. Right? Like, I don't know if MOUZ said, I'm going to refresh, Arena, Spear, everything. Probably not. Like, that's not really how communication goes. So he wanted to set up for the MOUZ, and the MOUZ had his own idea. And it kind of just happened at the same time. Like, we see it here. You know, he had this, like, yeah. It's really hard to blame either of them for that. They just had like their own.
And then Matthew,
they both had the right idea. And then where did the arrow go though?
The arrow was thrown towards PP, but it missed anyway.
Yeah. So the arrow should have also gone towards the Morphling probably. But the problem is just at this point in the game, they can't kill anyone anymore because there's going to be disruption to save them. And they don't really have any save on their side. Like their lineup is really aggressive, which they really pulled off very nicely early game. Building up, again, a 9k lead. But you can't really let them slip against the Dire Draft. You have Beastmaster, they'll punish you. Morphling late game, unbeatable with your composition.
Yep.
Well played by Infinity. Nice comeback. Again, the comeback also almost happened in game 1. Like, once they build a lead on Waska, they really have to start holding on to it.
Yeah, they do. It's just unfortunate there that they weren't able to pressure more and put, I would say, a faster look onto the game. 10,000 net worth lead, I just think that you gotta feel a little bit more confident going forward. And
I'd have to agree. Yeah,
I think giving that up is just a little bit rough. PP getting the nod for standout player. So
yeah,
he's
I think
got
he did
that
really
at
well.
6-4 and 12.
He had nice initiations later on, especially. It kind of did what Dark Margo did in game 1, which is just cut into the backline, make them feel uncomfortable there. Of course, it might not be the hardest ability to use, but the way he used his Pulverize as well, it never got cancelled, especially early on when you don't have a BKB. That's not the easiest thing to do. Always was very patient with it.
Yep.
Yeah, good stuff. Again, that comeback was nice, but can I do it a third time? Third time's the charm, you know? Like, being behind early game never feels good. So that's probably what they have to work on, and Waska has to work on just holding on to that early game lead once they build it.
Yeah, they'll have to see, because now one game for Tournament Lives here, and we're going to see game number 3 when we come back. So we'll see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. All right, and welcome back here, PGL Wallachia Season 2. We got Infinity against Waska going into Game 3, and we'll see who ends up staying alive here, because you lose and you're done, and win and you still have 2 more series to try and qualify for the next stage, because you have to win 3 series to move forward, and neither of these teams have won series yet. But one person or one team will have a series at the end of this one. The question is whom? And I'm not really sure at this point. Both teams, not exactly this crazy A game, but let's see.
Yeah, it's definitely anyone's game in this series. Maybe we'll see an outdraft. We haven't seen that yet either. I think they're pretty evenly matched in terms of draft as well. Although, as we said before, Infinity is pretty late game oriented. They like to have a hard carry on Costable as much as possible.
Snap, Doom, these are the 2 heroes picked up. And bands of SF, Bristle, Invoker, Monkey, as well as the Shadow Demon, Alchemist, Pango, Tusk, and Tiny, as Puck gets banned down. Now they'll go into the picks, and they pick the Naga Siren immediately.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess it's good that I didn't lose any confidence with it, because there was quite a lot of botched combos in Game 2. Naga is never an easy hero to pull off. Like, if it works, it looks absolutely amazing. But if it doesn't, then it can look a little bit silly. And they don't have the best combo with it. Like, Doom Naga is, you know, not super good together or super bad. It's just not really a combo. But Naga by herself is, yeah, I mean, she's just S tier. Can't go wrong with picking her.
And now Luna Snapfire.
Oh.
With a Disruptor pickup.
Now, I don't know if I like that, because yes, Luna is a very strong hero, and the lineup right now looks pretty decent altogether. But again, it's not really Infinity's style to draft or play like this. And is Game 3 really the game where you want to go away from that?
Right.
Maybe they'll just prove me wrong and completely steamroll too. That's possible.
It's definitely possible, but both these teams I haven't exactly seen steamrolling. They get to a point where I feel as though they should be winning the game, and it gives this sense of slowdown and maybe really the sense of a feeling that they just don't know the best ways to close out these games.
Yeah, they built up a very comfortable lead, but then, as you said, where do they go from there? It's been a big question that's still left unanswered so far. Hoodwink, first time I think that we've seen it on this stream. Oh, back to Gyrocopter, okay. I quite like that. Naga Gyro is strong. Hoodwink Doom is strong. Very good lanes.
Right.
And Gyrocopter into Luna is not bad at all. Like, usually Gyrocopter's problem is the head-to-head carry matchup in the mid-late game. But Gyro Luna doesn't really matter. They go pretty much head-to-head, no problem. No real advantage there. They're both low-range carries. And it will just depend on the amount of net worth they're able to accumulate until then. Snapfire Luna Disruptor. What do they want for PP? I have to admit, I'm not entirely sure what PP is a god gamer at.
Theoretically, this should be fast laning with the Visage.
Yeah. Like, the Snapfire Visage is a strong lane as well. So it's all around really strong lanes this time. No more morphing shenanigans.
Yeah, that's true. And Visage was the final ban a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely a hero that later in the draft, if you kind of get it as a gotcha pick, can be very strong. Oh, the Gyrocopter Can also be very good against Visage, of course, and killing the birds.
Mars band, Sand King band.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm honestly
5 seconds remaining.
wondering if they're gonna pick any sort of combo with Naga, because from the mid lane there aren't like super many. And what does that Mago want to play? Because I think they kind of lost trust in their Mars middle now, for sure.
I was gonna say maybe just fall back to Timber.
Could work, is not that good against Disruptor, and they're banning a lot of mid heroes themselves. This is maybe the Thompson special. Mid Hoodwink. Probably not.
5 seconds.
But there's a chance.
I would say most likely not. Not even just probably not.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let a man dream, you know.
Ultimate reserve time still available, so not rushing this ban or anything like that. Which is fine.
Yeah, last pick of the game. Last pick of the series. Want to make sure you really think it through properly.
Certainly so, as you are out of the tournament if you lose this one. And
so do you have more knowledge about PP? Like, what does he love to play usually? Is he more like a mobility kind of guy? What is like his go-to stuff?
What is PP's go-to stuff?
Yeah.
I would like to see him play his Invoker.
Oh, that would be actually really good with Luna too. Now that you said that, yeah. Let's do that. Give the Invoker some flashiness towards the end. Give him his time in the limelight.
Earth Spirit. All right, so mobility.
Okay. Okay, not what I expected, but it's a good mid hero. I've seen Stormstorm pop off on it quite a couple of times. It combos pretty well with the rest of the team. I like the draft, it's very complete. But of course, Waska will have the answer to that, hopefully. Again, you can't really stop Earthspirit from leveling or farming middle, so...
And Earthshaker
there you
again.
go for the Shaker this time. Okay.
Wow.
I like that. I think Shaker middle, if you get free farm, is very strong. I wonder if he's also going to go for the Blink first, or if he's going to decide to go for the Axe first.
Is this a good matchup, Earthshaker versus the Earth Spirit, though?
Yeah, lane is super easy. But of course, mid-game can be a bit annoying. He can cancel your combo. They have Disruptor too, which isn't the easiest. Like, it's not a perfect Shaker game, but his laning stage at least should be good.
Right.
And once you hit 6, it should be a pretty easy kill on Earth Spirit too. If there's like a support rotation.
So coming into game number 3 will be interesting to see who does what. That's the real question here. And who are you favoring?
Who am I favoring? I think I like... like overall, Waska is just a little bit more complete to me because they have a reset with the Naga sleep. And late game also they should be favored because you can always doom the Luna so Satanic can't heal her up. So the carry matchup should also go to the Gyrocopter. But I will say the early game they have a lot more pressure on the Infinity side. It's just not really their playstyle, so I'm not entirely sure how much I will buy into that. They love to have late game. They love to get Costabil there. And it can happen in this game as well. It's just early on they need to output a lot of pressure with this draft that they've chosen.
We'll see if they can, if they will.
Munch cookies. Oh, too bad.
And we'll get a pause. Okay, so just a quick pause for now.
I gambled. You lost.
Nothing too crazy.
Caught you in your stuffies, did we?
But we'll see how long this pause ends up lasting for. It shouldn't be too long, I would say.
Probably. Unless it's one of those toilet breaks. The infamous ones.
No.
Although I don't even think they're allowed to do that in this tournament.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. That was always the best. Getting ready for LAN. I need to go to the toilet. Okay, cool.
Toilet break.
Alright, now. Early game should be pretty uneventful, honestly. Maybe the Visage lane. But I feel like in Visage lanes, oftentimes you don't really kill heroes. It's more, you just bully them out and then farm. I will see what happens. Actually, a 5-man smoke. Yadomi is on the high ground.
30 seconds.
Now retreats, though. This could open up an avenue here for Infinity.
Giving Yadomi back this Naga Siren, having a little bit of confidence after what we saw in the last game in terms of just the disjointed ults, I will say, is definitely interesting.
Well, how did he know they're there? He pinged right on them.
Smoke's gonna break. And nobody moves just yet.
They're only 4 here.
As they're gonna find Sacred. And Earthshaker trying to catch up. Rocket Barrage, Boulder Smash, Fissures there. Sacred's got the first blood. Illich dies. Panda looking next. We'll place this ward down, but Panda is dead.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned how strong the early game has to be. This is pretty much the worst start they could have asked for. I'm really surprised they took that fight 4v5. And what I'm also surprised by is how they actually knew they were there, because Yadomi pinged on them while they were smoked. I don't know if they gave it away somehow, but there was really good game reading there. They were all 5 prepared, no problem. Perfect stuff.
Right. Now I'm a little bit worried. You gave up this first blood, you gave up second blood. Lanes, we'll see how they go, but that could be a huge issue. It was Matthew who got the second kill. Sacred got first blood on Illich, so he's working with an earlier lead.
Yeah, their bot lane's gonna be really strong with those 2 kills.
Naturally gets gold, yeah. Get both those kills. They were both involved in both those kills as well.
Jericho, they're dropping quite low. You gotta always be careful of Soul Assumption. It deals a ton of damage, especially with a facet.
Yeah, when it gets to level 2, it's just even more disgusting. And you gotta assume that when Bushwhack comes out for Hoodwink too, you can just maybe run at them with Scorched Earth.
There's some danger for Panda for sure. Constable should be somewhat fine, cause high armor. How's mid lane looking?
Margo's low, but he's got a full bottle still to sip on.
Yeah, no, he's doing very well in the CS department. PP is.
Yeah, 10 and 5 to the 8 and 2 of this Earthshaker right now, and eating a little bit of that slugger.
Nice dodge. We'll have to go bottom now to get the other rune though.
Yeah, just get a couple sips on that bottle. 2
Zipper of
sips,
D2, but
fine.
it's free CS, you know? That's another good play by PP.
Free denies, at least trying to, and keeping the wave where he wants. Dark Mago just trying to get everything out of this he can. There is obviously one mobility hero compared to what Dark Mago is giving. Top lane, again, they'll look over as
the
scatter blast hit. Under
So much
the
damage
tower, Dark Mago still has another sip on his bottle, so he should be okay anyway.
Yeah, bottle's a great item.
Illich. Cookie. Guitaro. If he gets another Soul Assumption, doesn't even need it yet. Now Soul Assumption at Yadomi, but they end up trading Guitaro for Illich. I don't think Guitaro thought he was going to die in a situation like that, but not exactly great for him to go down. But they do have a 1,000 net worth lead for the moment, of course, with Doom, who's gone 1-2-0 at this point in time.
But these kind of trades are always very good for Visage, because of course you have the facet that gives you bonus gold per charge. So I'm always going to be pretty happy there. They're going to go in him again, getting reeled in.
Yeah, reel in. Rocket Barrage, Scatter Blast, Illich, Cookie, and Illich now has Soul Assumption again. Is Illich dead or is Kataro dead?
The fight
two of them trying to fight the Soul Assumption. Oh, man. Gets the Deluge double kill. And now bottom lane, Panda on the run. But I believe he will die anyway, and Matthew will get that kill. 6-2 for Waska, but they have lost Kataro twice.
But Naga is almost over 5. Like, his game is absolutely insane, and he can make a lot of space later on for the Gyrocopter. And good news is Gyrocopter is a hero that can come back quite easily into a game. They will have to, however, probably help with the rotation there, because once Earth Spirit is 6, he's also going to look to pressure the Gyrocopter even more.
Try and shut him down, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the only thing they have to make sure now. That the Gyrocopter gets back into the game somewhat nicely.
Knight, this might help. Reel in, and the Cookie away. Now they're not going to have that to stun, so Knight is just dead on his screen. Yudomi about to hit that level 4, the Soul Assumption. They've got raindrops, but I do not know if that is going to be enough.
Well, raindrops at least are, you know, a pretty hard counter to Visage, or of course, only 3 charges now. And the cooldown is pretty low, together with that Lurker innate ability.
And I think, yeah, this is the right move. Naga Siren going to go through the Twin Gate? No.
Faking it.
Going to throw a ward on there. I think you could. With level 5, 3 in the Deluge, you get a net and a reel in on Costa Bile. He doesn't have a lot of mana right now, and I don't think he survives.
I think so too. Could have been a very sneaky or reel in there. Dude, that is such a long distance, actually.
It's a long lockdown in general.
Yeah, I mean, net is just a... Yeah.
At level 4, 5 seconds?
A pretty well-scaled ability, let's call it that.
Bushwhack with the Acorn Shot, Echo Slam, Scatter Blast, the damage in. They've got a couple here, and, well, this is going to be a kill for Panda on Dark Mago. They went to the Kinetic Fence instead of the Kinetic Field, and now they'll get the kill in a PP. Matthew...
Naga.
Oh, Matthew survives. The Scatter Blast doesn't hit. Here's Naga. Naga, by the way, with an amplified damage. He's dominating. It's 4-0-4. Somebody get the man out of Fusel. Get him out of carry build. This is insane.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Like, every fight, somehow, he's always the biggest winner. Oh, no, the clip's back down.
Mago.
You had to see that coming, man. Well, he's going to have a fun time contemplating life.
Yudomi, this is a big feed.
That's a lot of gold. And
it's a big feed.
Wow, that was close. The Cookie hits top, Gyrocopter's also dead.
Wondering if Gyro just got some of that wisdom rune with the way his game was going.
It's very possible.
Because Naga Siren's close to 6.
Yeah, Naga, super high level. Mid now. There's 3 heroes again for the
back. Dark Mago. The Kinetic Fence again, making it so Mago has to go the other way, but Yudomi's already 6. That means a song will save Mago, and Bushwhack connects. Kinetic Fence again, but a little bit late, because it doesn't block the Naga in there. It was just a little late, so he leaves.
And then the classic, just walk out.
They still have 3 heroes just monitoring this mid lane.
Well, they really gotta make sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, Panda, very dead. Just a matter of to whom. And it will be to Dark Mago.
Getting catapulted through the trees again. That animation is just glorious.
They've got the scan. It's onto the gyrocopter.
Oh, they roll.
The roll is off the mark. But the boulder smash,
anyway.
the scatter blast, the call down is there, but nobody is here. I mean, this is a good amount of damage that somebody could have come over and Naga Siren, if you want to clean up.
He's on the way, he's on the way.
heroes.
You called the firefighters, I'm here. Shake us the two, he got Echo. And they're sitting pretty low. They're baiting, they're baiting.
Slam. Fissure on a 2. Illich. Soul Assumption. Doom used. They'll go for the kill on a Coast Ability. They get the kill on a Knight. Now they'll look over at Illich. They'll get themselves a 3rd. They'll roll away. There is no hero to block him off at the pass.
Yeah, it makes you wonder who was really baiting here. There was such a nice setup by Waska. And the other 3 players, they were pretty much half HP after the gyrocopter kill. And they were all just waiting. They're going for more? No. Should be able to reach PP.
Glimpse. Back on a Sacred. Kinetic Fence. Blocking him in. Now another Kinetic Fence. These are really well done. Static Storm, but you have no Kinetic Field, which means they're not locked into that.
Yep, that's down to the fence.
The fence can be cool at times, but not sure it's always the right move.
Do you like the fence over the other one?
No.
Yeah, same.
Bushwhack Sharpshooter with the fissure. But the roll away, Yadomi, I thought he was going to net and then reel in, but instead he'll do that onto Knight. They've got the Soul Assumption thrown over. Echo Slam, whoa! Move over, 2-man Bushwhack into the call down. Roll hits Yadomi. The Kinetic Fence isn't going to block everybody. Waska, where was this? Where was this the whole series? They kill another. Luna's just farming, but my God, Waska. 17 kills in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's the bloodthirst we've been looking for. And that's really what they're known for too. They love to play aggressive Dota. It kind of felt like in game 1 and 2 they somewhat lost that. But, you know, yes, free psychology lessons here. Sometimes when you're on the brink of losing something, that's when you regain, you know, that lost confidence. I mean, being 0-2 could also be pretty damaging to your confidence, right? But I really love the fact that they're playing really aggressively again. And hopefully, of course, game is not over yet. Infinity has made a similar comeback in game 2. But if they do win this game, I really hope they can keep this. Just aggression. If you lose, at least lose your way. You know?
As Limp Bizkit once said, my way. My way or the highway.
I couldn't have said it any better. Man was onto something.
A couple times. Mago has this Blink Dagger. No Echo Slam, but does have the Blink if he wants to go Fissure Blink and then Totem. But the roll in on the Sacred, and now the Static Storm with the Kinetic Fence. They should be able to get the kill on the Doom and Will. They'll come from behind to go for Kataro, and he's dead too. What is he doing there?
Well, that's kind of what we spoke about. They have been in a situation before.
PB?
Dark Mago.
Oh, the fence. The fence. The Geomagnetic Grip silence, but now, do you go back in? Echo Slam's up in 14 if they can have this fight last long enough. The longer you stay, the more trouble it could be for you if you are Infinity. But they disengage.
Yeah, much needed too. Like, when you're a Waska, you really just want to slow down. Ooh! PP has another roll and yeah, he's fine. Yeah, so Waska's biggest problem that I've kind of seen in this series is they don't know when to slow down. You know, every time they kind of bait each other in. There are 3 heroes alive against 5, but then one hero hits a really good spell, and then the others go in again, but because they're so outnumbered, another hero dies, and then it just keeps going like that. Dark Mago's in again. Like that.
On a Dark Mago, they've got the silence. The cookie connects. He is surviving for a little bit.
Yep.
And he is able to blink away. They'll go for the roll. They'll try to keep up. And Dark Mago sipping up to full. Fissure lands. They've got the glimpse on a Mago as well as the Soul Assumption. Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, PP gone, Static Storm down on a Sacred, who
Echo Slam available.
Walked out immediately, but now the blink, Echo Slam. Do they have anything to follow it up? Not enough to kill Costabile. They lose Dark Mago instead. It's a shared bounty. They lose Knight. Now they go over for Illich. Should be able to get this kill onto the Visage. They avoid the birds. They've got the net. Costabile off to the side. They even Doom for it. That was a bit much, in my opinion. They maybe even were able to Doom Costabile if he showed his face.
Nah, I think that's the statement, Doom. It's like, get out of here.
Mago kind of throwing his life away in a fight like that, though. The Echo Slam, yeah, sure, but not amazing in terms of him dying right after that.
Yeah, he's set up quite nicely, though, for his team, so at least the Gyrocopter is really back into the game now, and look at that Mago's net worth. He's not suffering all that much. Going into the BKB first too, which is something I love. He really doesn't need that against Disruptor. Smoke up. Radiant moving into the enemy triangle where, oh my gosh, he's low. One glimpse could just kill him. He gets out. Oh, man. But I see Matthew.
Roll in. Magnetize, kisses, all for Matthew.
Good night.
Not everything they would have wanted out of that.
Yeah. Although, they just got 1,000 gold from that. That was a massive streak. That's ridiculous. How did they get 1,000 gold for that kill?
I don't.
It wasn't even a big streak. It was a 3-time streak.
600 and the 369 shared.
That's bounty need to get reworked for kills. Yes. I took that answer for you.
Okay.
Thank you. What is Visage building
Ags
into?
almost finished on Gyro.
Yeah.
Visage, Pipe.
Pipe.
Hey, this is starting to feel reminiscent of Waska last game.
Well, I really hope it doesn't have the same result, because 3 games in a row, if it does happen, that would be pretty heartbreaking. But I think they're still on a good trajectory in this game. No problem at all. And their late game is much better this time around. So they're actually really happy being ahead by this far. Because it's supposed to be Infinity that is supposed... that is ahead at this point in the game.
We'll see if they can keep it up. At 20-9, you'd think that they maybe would be a little bit more aggressive, but they're finding themselves being very patient again, and I worry that maybe Luna gets too much out of the map like the Morphling did.
Yeah, but the good thing for them is that he doesn't scale as much, and he won't be the strongest carry in the game. It's like Gyro, Luna, they trade pretty evenly, so it really just depends on the levels of farm. And Costabile right now a little bit behind.
Reel in on the Earth Spirit, but nothing doing. Matthew trying to get some information and some vision down. Which, looking to grab that pipe, has got 2,300 gold, so that is close.
Yeah, pipe is going to make a huge difference too against the shaker damage.
Yeah.
Who's almost got his BKB now? Roughly 1,000 gold away. PP with the Bateman as well. Yeah, both teams are fine, just farming up for the core items right now. Doom with his Blink Dagger and 300 items are coming, or starting to come together.
Echo, Visage,
Good night.
Sharpshooter not even needed. Dark Mongo's got the damage to get the kill on the Illich, who is just short of picking up this pipe.
Yep, easy peasy. With an Arcane Rune too, take that any day.
Now the question is, what objective do you want to get? And right now it's the bottom tier 1, but will they go for anything else? Any tier 2s? Do they want to set up maybe a sneak and early Roche? I doubt that, but Is there anything you want to get with that kill? And unfortunately, the respawn timers this early in the game aren't that long.
Yep, just farm a little bit more. Their strong time in this game is really going to be the BKBs. It mitigates the entire damage of the Radiant. Like, BKB makes you literally immortal this game. They have no counterplay. Now, who's building for one? Doom is. Dark Margo has his. No, actually bought out on a Scepter. Okay, that makes more sense. So all the three BKBs will align a lot better. They don't mean looking for a net. Potential real into.
They have vision on Doom here, though. They know he's there.
Yeah, it's a good ward.
Usually one I would think might be just cleaned up.
Sometimes
now
the best wards are the simplest ones. You'd be surprised. Okay, I don't consider myself a great warder, but when I was warding for my team back in VG with my Invis Dark Margo shouldn't find anyone. Yeah, my wards were dewarded the least just because I didn't know what the hell I'm doing. You know, I just put them in like the most standard spots and I never get dewarded because it's too previous level. They would never expect it.
Tier 2 being pressured, and the response is not here yet from the side of Infinity. They've got Visage pushing top. And let's see if anybody comes over bottom. They're going to Glyph instead. Glyph comes out from both teams.
Naga giving good vision, though.
See the snap fire, roll away, and they'll just give up the tier 2 tower.
Are we chasing?
They don't answer, and there's a roll actually landing onto Matthew, who picks up the Arcane Rune. Jumping with the totem. They go to the Doom before he is glimpsed away. The Doom lands, he jump over the fence, and they get the kill on a PP.
Good night, out of here.
Now they'll look for Panda. The fence again is not going to work out, and they'll get the kill onto this Disruptor. They'll wipe him out and kill him off. These illusions, though, TP immediately from the Luna back into the base. And
yeah, I thought Dark Margo there was going to be on a roll. I just stun him through the forest, blind fissure, cancel him too, get the another kill. But we don't live in a dream world, do we? Now, what's next on the menu for them? Another 5-man smoke. What are they looking for? They know... No, they don't know they're going to TP down. Didn't have vision. Just the Wisdom Rune? Okay. Maybe the Tormentor too? Yeah, let's take it. I love this kind of play. 1-2 punch, and now get your own. 11k lead now. If they take their own as well, it's going to be more like a 14k. Oh, it's a 5-man smoke.
Yeah, they went from mid. They're coming around. They'll roll. They'll boulder smash. But the Song now on a PP. Do they want to go? They are slowed up. They're going to TP out and leave.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. They're not ready to fight there.
Ooh, Yadomi losing his Guardian Greaves on his Courier. That sucks.
Yeah, it's a very important item. Did that creeps?
Now they're going to go for this Torm on the other side. They've got the Wisdom Rune available.
The BKBs are now coming up as well. They're getting all the pieces they need to close out this game nicely. I like this a lot better than what they did in game 2. It's very methodical.
Just got to make sure you can get up onto the high ground and finish it. Otherwise, it's a repeat, and that's where they struggled a bit, was trying to go high ground.
When do they feel ready for Roshan is the real question, because that is what will enable them that high ground push we spoke about. I think they could already do it, but they're probably a little bit afraid. They want to wait for the BKB on the... Well, Doom didn't really prioritize it. So he's quite far away from it, and Shaker isn't that close either. Should be a good time now because you control the entire bottom half of the map. You still have a tier 1 there. They don't even have a tier 2.
Just a maxed out Guardian Greaves because of the dead Courier for 45 seconds. This time Yadomi's going to get that shard, which is really good in these fights. To have that extra heal. And the BKB is soon for the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that heal is pretty redonkulous if you think about it. It heals so much. Half HP basically.
BKBs are going to be out for a lot of heroes come the next fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a big clash, and probably whoever wins that one fight just wins the game, because they're going to get Roshan, and then they just have a pretty insurmountable lead from there on out, I would say. But for Infinity, if they lose, the next fight, the game is just over. They actually need to win that fight just to have a chance. They're so far behind right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't really stop the bleeding either. The advantage is growing and growing every minute.
It is, but again, feels like it's teetering on the edge. The supports are the ones who have a lot of the gold in this advantage, which is always good. But I'm worried that Luna might take over the game if given an opportunity to.
Definitely very possible. And Luna is one of the heroes that can. You literally just get into 3 tower after a fight, and Rex are gone instantly. Now they're going for Roche though. BKBs are flying out. They know about it, but can they react in time? Not even trying to. Yeah, and they're just going to take the towers. They know they're quite far behind.
Take the mid tier 1. 25 minutes into the game. And Roche is Dyer's.
Gyro
Immediately
copped
through
it
the twin
twice.
gate because they want to work on the top lane.
Yeah. Pretty easy towers to get for them now. I don't think Infinity wants to fight them at all. Split push, get your Luna as big as possible. Try to get a BKB on your Earth Spirit, because he went Shivas first. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of that, admittedly, because of the BKBs that are going to be there on a Waska's side. The Shiva's guard isn't going to change anything. A BKB would change quite a bit, though. How about the Visage? Pipe, almost Crimson done, so full aura on him.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Easy tower top. Working on his Daedalus as well. Once Gyro hits Daedalus, that's gonna be where he hits really hard, and that might be the point of no return. If they don't manage to win a fight until then.
Kiss is mid. They'll go for Mago, Fissure, and the 4-staff forward, but unable to get him just yet. Now the totem onto the high ground, and Mago survives with 130 health. They've got the glimpse. They'll go for the supports. They should be able to kill off Matthew, but he gets invis with the Glimmer Cape. Now focusing their attention on Yadomian, just getting that. They'll look for the roll. They'll try to get Matthew, and he's going towards the Gyro. You're going to want to be careful. But Gyro used call down, so he doesn't have that at the moment. And they've got the geomagnetic grip. They have the vision. They'll get the kill on Matthew, TPing out as the gyrocopter. They just don't get Dark Mago. It's clean, though, in terms of dying for Infinity, but not clean overall in terms of how their spell usage was.
Yeah, and I would wager it's actually not a terribly big loss for Waska, because they got 2 towers. They got 1 tier 2 left. Map control is massively in favor of Waska now, and you don't really have any space in the map to move out anymore freely. Once the supports respawn, Nagasiren can set up a fight no problems. Also going for the Blink Dagger again. Now Doom's BKB's up. Daedalus is up, yeah. That's all the pieces you need. Now it is go time. The high ground defense of the Radiant is okay, but it's not amazing.
See where they go with this, because again now they're trying to force bottom, trying to go high ground, something they struggled with. This is actually the lane in which it happened in.
Falling fast though.
It is, and they've got this Aegis, but they need to use it well.
They got 3 BKBs again. BKB in this game is literally immortality. Luna is not outputting enough right click damage just yet to do anything about it.
Call down and used, and that'll cut across the Visage. Soul Assumption comes out.
They're solo health already.
Moment, still trying to get this set of racks. Roll in, the attempt is there. They'll go for Kataro. They're going to actually push him back into the base. They go to the Doom, and they'll throw that out onto the Earth Spirit. They get the first life out of the hands of this Gyrocopter, but can they get the second with the BKBs being popped? Doom has not killed this Earth Spirit just yet. They'll get the kill on a Panda who has buyback. Mongo's deep in the base. That Doom does finish off the Earth Spirit. The Fissure on a 3, Blinking, Song, and the Kinetic Fence. He has Echo Slam, but can't position himself into the right spot. The roll hits, and now he's unable to TP out. They go to the Eclipse. They get the kill on Yadomi after the Song. He's got buyback. The TP attempt here from Matthew, but he's going to be stunned up and killed off afterwards. He'll try to sharpshooter out. They also get Dark Mago. So you get a Ceterax over bottom. You get a couple of buybacks, but it costs you 3 lives, and is it going to be enough to continue walking forward this game?
Well, it is what Infinity needed to do. Buybacks to get a couple of trade kills, but it was a very expensive defense. Lost your barracks, as you said, couple of buybacks too. If those heroes die now, the game is pretty much over. So overall, still very much worth it. And I think it was pretty well executed the way they fought. Maybe they didn't really have to dive, but Infinity kind of forced the hand. I like the fact that Infinity, when they defend high ground, they don't just sit back. You know, they're really trying to force arrows out. If you just wait, Gyrocopter will just take your Rex for free, and you're not going to gain anything. Luna is getting quite big now too, though. Same number for the Gyrocopter. Daedalus almost ready. And when that item is out, his damage is going to be high.
Yeah. See Mago going for the TP, but the roll and
They don't have Shaker yet.
And they found themselves this hoodwink, but can they get these kills? The call down comes through. Slam on a Costabile, but is it going to be enough? Static Storm comes in. They get the kill on Illich. They look over Costabile, who's trying to TP out. The damage, oh, whoa! Just survived.
I think there was a mishit because of the Elven Tunic. That 16% really playing a big role there. Yeah,
that was close. A lot of damage from Doom.
Well, Visage wasn't the one that bought back, so he's not dead for too long. Shouldn't be able to get too much here. Get the last T2 tower. Map is getting smaller. Windows are getting tighter. At least there's still some game to be played. He needs that Daedalus though ASAP. He really needs that damage infusion. They have no damage outside of him. How's the Earth Spirit looking? BKB? Yeah, somewhat soon. How confident is Waska in going high ground again without the Aegis is the question.
Yeah, they lost the gyro pretty early. The first time.
Yeah, probably wait for Satanic. Then it should feel a lot better about it.
I'm not sure if they'll go before Roche. It's up soon. Might as well just get Satanic and go to the Aegis. There's no reason to force it. The timing doesn't exactly matter if you could just wait 2 minutes.
No, you're right. They could definitely play a slow methodical game. Because that one also is going to have a nice banner.
Costabile kind of understands that though, so he's farming near the Roche pit.
If it is a quick spawn and Waska is a bit lazy about securing the correct area, it could just go to Infinity if they're right there and planning for it.
Shard for Sacred, so he'll have that heal with his Scorched Earth. And Courier for Costabile going to be taken out, as that was the Demon Edge.
Oh, that is actually absolutely massive.
The Demon Edge isn't dead. It's just that would have been the Demon Edge.
Yeah, but getting out of the base is
very
difficult at this point in the game.
I think they're smoking, and they might even, they've already written the line to just go to the secret shop.
Yeah, he needs that item. No way around it.
Let's see. Scan, kind of understanding where they're coming from, and
it's a bit scary for
avoid
Luna.
them. It really is. It's going to be a minute till Roche respawns, and he'll pick that up. He doesn't have a TP for another 10 seconds, though. Roche up in a minute, and the side of Waska inside their jungle.
1 minute for the Roche. It's going to be incredibly tough for Infinity to fight, but they have to, I think. They can't really afford to give another Aegis to the gyrocopter.
Right.
But they're smoking up, they understand that too. Now it's time to go and find them. What do you do though against BKB and Just TP? Nothing much. If they even found a single target, but they're all together. I love that movement. This time around, they're not playing games. They're kind of giving up the high ground though. They really wanna probably play around there.
They're off to the side. A lot of teams like this fountain area to fight at.
And okay, counter smoke.
Back up. Panda. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. The totem jump was right on a Costa Bile. They'll go to the Eclipse. They've got the Static Storm down with the MOUZ that's on the Luna. Now they've got the damage coming into the Familiars as well as the Luna. Echo Slam dropped off. Sacred Panda both dead. Soul Assumption being thrown out, soaking a lot of this damage. They didn't get the kill to the Luna, but now they'll work on Illich, who is just surviving a long time as Knight ends up dead to Dark Mago. Finally, he's back up to form, and they should be able to get the kill. The Soul Assumption not doing enough. Kitaro gets the kill into Illich. 3 heroes dead on the side of Infinity right when Roche respawns.
Yeah, making it look super easy, and that was probably the last chance they've had. Now with the Roshan banner and Aegis, it's going to be incredibly difficult to mount any sort of defense. You can't even kill the creep wave anymore. Gyrocopter is looking absolutely unkillable with that Satanic. The fight actually started out quite nicely.
Yes and no. I think the totem that dropped down right on the Luna was a little bit of a shock.
Oh yeah, for sure. But the Luna Glaives actually almost killed 2 heroes. But they got the Doom out on her, and of course, once the Luna is doomed, there's no HP regen, there's no life leech. Nothing much you can do. That is really the strength of Doom nowadays. It's just a targeted A ult that lasts quite a bit longer. And it's basically just an anti-carry spell in a matchup like this. Alright, high ground, round 2.
Mid with an amplified damage.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be not that fun.
No Eclipse for 13 seconds, still is BKB now. And there's the amplified damage with the flat cannon, the gobble up, the spit out. The second time we've seen it in this series.
Yes,
Totem, though, looking for the roll back to leave. They've got the glimpse on a Matthew, but that's not much value. As it's Aegis, call down used. And they've got the stun with the fissure. They go to the totem, they hit the roll, they'll kick him into the base, and now they're trying to get this with the Static Storm. Dark Mago unable to drop down the Echo Slam, or unwilling to drop down the Echo Slam. They go to the song, that'll heal him up. And now you no longer have the Aegis. Magnetize was used. The Glimpse still held onto. They've got the Glimpse. Yadomi's dead. And another high ground attempt that does not go right for Waska.
Ooh, this is getting a little bit dicey. Now they're the ones on the chase. I don't know what it is. Scan. Okay. Yeah, the high grounds, they look so, I don't know, scared. You know? And then there's always like some sort of panic movement. Ooh, you gotta be careful, because Infinity is coming for you again. And we all know what Luna does. Like, she can kill thrones so fast. You cannot allow yourself mistakes like this.
They have a way to
running.
Far with the Ags again picked up by the Snapfire.
Okay, they're not gonna give up any kills here. That's very important. Snapfire Ags, yeah. That could be game. Well, it was a game changer right there. Okay, not losing too much. That's good. Now it's time for round, well, 3.
First time Lotus on Hoodwink. Ogre
It's a great Lotus
totem
game
for the Visage.
You just want to buff up your gyrocopter.
And just pushing it down mid right now.
I think that's what they need to do and want to do, but yeah, let's see if they can mount another defense like that, because the last one was pretty easy. Gobble up Earth Spirit on top of gyrocopter and go. Oh, Butterfly is done for him though. This gyrocopter is an absolute monster now. Imperious to magic damage, pretty much. And of course, all that evasion against the Luna is going to be absolutely massive.
Luna going Scotty also has this Ancient Guardian. So 2,000 range of the in Ancient, not their Ancient.
Yeah, it's pretty good for base defenses for sure. 100 damage is no joke. Octarine picked up on Shaker.
Silver Edge next.
Who is?
Luna.
The Luna. Oh, wow, really? Well, that's the problem. Satanic doesn't work against Doom. But do you want Silver Edge over Butterfly? Or maybe even MKB? Because I feel like you just need to burst heroes. You need to kill heroes. You can never win a drawn-out fight just because of Doom. Interesting.
I guess we'll see.
Waska saying hello again. Oh, they're so scared to go up. There might be a glimpse coming there. It is. Okay, no.
Just saying hi for now. And I think that we're in it for the long haul. I think they're going to wait for Roche. I think there's no reason for them to go high ground again.
Well, yeah, the late game is better, so in theory that's right.
But again, this is Waska's biggest issue, is not pressing the advantage appropriately.
Yeah, it's definitely closing out games for them. That has been haunting them this whole tournament. But that's a big issue of a lot of teams that we've seen over the years. Like, it is probably the hardest part of Dota. Getting a lead is great, but what do you do with the lead?
Right.
Because as hard as it is to get a lead, it's very easy to lose a lead in Dota. Like, incredibly easy.
In a patch that, truthfully, feels like it's not easy to lose a lead.
Yeah, but, you know, a little positioning mistake here. You lose your life. A little bit of friendship syndrome there. You lose another life. Suddenly the enemy gets the Aegis. It can snowball so quickly in a game like Dota.
Certainly can, and we are seeing them, yeah, kind of committing to this. We're just going Feroce movement. And we'll see if this Luna Costa Bula commits to this Silver Edge.
I hope not. I think it doesn't do much for him. I would love to see MKB or Butterfly. Like, you just need to be the damage for your team. Because once you're doomed, it's a very attractive option to just try to run away. But I think in this game, he's required to just stand there and actually hit through it. He will die. Yeah. But he's the only real damage source his team has. Through BKB. Without him, they're nothing.
Another Tormentor, this time Shard for Gyrocopter. So we'll have a little bit of extra damage with the homie missile upgrade if it... able to do what it wants.
Oh, it's
you
still
gotta
rocket
think
barrage.
that Costa Bula isn't just dead set on Silver Edge, right?
Nah, I don't think he's gonna buy it. Although it might be like some sort of regional thing. Because even last game, he loved to go that Silver Edge on SF. For no apparent reason.
Ags aplenty here. Ags for the gyro. Ags for the snapfire. Going Ags for the Earth Spirit, maybe to kick somebody into the fountain.
Nope. Ags and Earth Shaker. The list goes on and on.
No, that was it. That was the last one.
Yeah, I mean, for now.
Definitely for now. And Roche will be the longest timer.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, which means dire territory. So Kostabi isn't buying out, which means he's at least considering. That's good.
Yeah.
And he's 25. That double beam is also pretty painful.
Certainly is. And they smoke up. Maybe they're not going to wait for this Roche, as they do end up taking another tower here. There's no outer towers remaining. You lose a fight on Waska as they get the kill on a Panda, and this could be a problem.
Yeah, if there was an early Roche on spawn, would definitely go to Dire, but luckily for Infinity it wasn't. But how did
and
they
now
regain?
this goes top, so it's an Ag's blessing.
Yeah, but how do they regain that area? I don't think they can. The creeps are constantly pushing in. Didn't spawn yet. So Axe Blessing, who does that go to? It's not that good on Doom.
I mean, that's assuming that Waska get it. I'm not going to make that assumption anymore.
Well, I think they should. But yeah, as you said, maybe not. I kind of like Hoodwink, to be honest. Naga's pretty good. The BKB and Snare. Or you can also reel in BKB targets. That's pretty neat. Imagine trying to run away as a Luna. You get netted and pulled back in.
Would be pretty rough, truthfully.
6,500 gold now on Luna.
Disruptor wants Ags too, so I mean, there are certainly people who want it on Infinity.
If Disruptor get Axe, that's like a recipe for a comeback. It's the strongest Axe in the game.
Just
Probably
wish
quite
it
a big
had
margin.
kinetic fields, truthfully.
Yeah, true. His kinetic fence is kind of griefing his ambitions. 20 seconds for the road spawn.
It's got the extra static storm duration. It's not till 25 that you get that extra radius. Maybe the 20, the extra kinetic fence duration will be better. Still feels a little bit rough though. Roche up in 10 seconds, and I mean, I don't think that Infinity need to exactly contest it. They've shown that they can take out the Aegis very quickly and reliably. But I would like them to see... I would like to see them contest it, because I just don't think that they should give it up. I think they've shown that they can win these fights.
It's just a tough area to fight into, but as you said, they're very comfortable just staying high ground. It's just a question, at what point is the advantage so much that you just have no chance to fight, no matter how good your high ground defense is? Or is there a point even? Don't give it to the Doom. I don't. Alright, he ate it. Cool. Screw you, supports.
Basically. And still no buyout for Costa Bile either, with 9,000 gold just about. Visage has that Hex. Blink Dagger for the Snapfire if they choose to buy out on it. Ags getting closer and closer for Panda as well.
Well, we've said it many times, but it is go time.
And he sold his Bracer to get it. Well, to get the point booster.
There's a Hex and Visage, we haven't really mentioned that, but that could be pretty important. Minus 5 second flag cannon cooldown now too. Amazing 25 talent.
Roll in. They've got the kick. They'll have the Hex. The damage coming through. They'll go and thought about the Doom for a second, raise their arms, and they just lose this Aegis.
How does this keep happening every time?
Static Storm, Kinetic Fence. They go to the Eclipse. They'll look for the Song. The Kinetic Fence perpendicular to each other. Not easy for him to get away just yet, but he'll finally pop the BKB. They go to the Soul Assumption. The cooldown's going to be used. And they've got the kill onto Yadomi. Gobble up and snap up this Earth Spirit to go for the gyro. They get the kill with the Lucent Beam. They'll take out 3. They've lost 2 so far, making a 4th with Matthew falling as a fissure comes in from Dark Mago, but this is going to be a glimpse. Echo Slam. Why?
He definitely thought he got
jumping away with the totem.
Yeah, he's out of there.
And that's a 4 for 2. No buybacks used yet, but Luna can push very quickly. They're still trying to find the glimpse vision on him.
Oh, they got him.
They got him. Totem attempt. He'll try to get this kill. Fissure on it too. Panda is alive, gobbled up and saved. And it's a full team wipe here for Infinity.
And mind you, there was no item purchased at all until Luna throughout this all. We see it here again. They can't just always let the gyrocopter die like this. We also see, of course, Disruptor selling his entire inventory for that axe upgrade. Coming into play here, can't BKB on a gyrocopter. Nice try with the sleep to save him, but of course the chase potential of the Ray is just so high. But this initial life, it's not supposed to be thrown away like that. Like, you gotta get something for it. But every time they don't even use any BKBs, no cooldowns, nothing really. And then of course the Luna splash damage here. Man, the Rexes are just going down too. Top Rex is also gonna go down. If you don't buy back, top Rex, wait, you don't want to buy back.
They don't want to. They're just gonna concede these top set of racks. The game is, in my opinion, Infinity's favored.
Alright, BKB. I'm just saying.
And if Yodomi had that axe.
Exactly, I was about to say it. Like, the Doom axe just is not very impressive. And he actually is going for that silver edge on Luna. Okay. Okay.
Well, he still has...
Still has 12k gold.
Still has 12k gold.
Yeah. Alright, now, the problem is...
Where did all this money come from? Did he sell? What did he sell?
Just boots. I mean, dude, after the team fight, he had 12k. And then he got, like, 2 sets of Rex. So, yeah, he's rich. Moonshot at least. Like, you gotta spend your money.
Yeah, I think you gotta spend your money.
Because right now you're 24k gold behind, basically.
They don't really care about this butterfly on the gyro.
Yeah. No, but what could Luna get that's really like game changing? I still think MKB, like, you're gonna shred the gyrocopter.
I guess, yeah.
Question is, do you really need that Scar D? Because I feel like it's not doing too much for you. Sell that, get some more damage. Moonshot for sure.
I think you keep it. I don't know. Ag's Blessing. Might as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so, at least. Yeah, there's the Ag's Blessing. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Doesn't... Really? Yeah. This Luna has 42,000 net worth. This is insane.
His net worth was good.
They found Pee-Pee.
Oh, they found...
And they found Katara. That is well worth the price of admission.
They're both
gonna buy back. They've got the song. It's on to this Luna who is gonna try and stand their ground. Static Storm, and this is the Ags that comes into play from PP that's gonna keep Costa Melee safe. They go to the Lucent Beam. They've got the Hex. The Echo Slam comes out, but they get the kill on a Sacred. They're gonna look for the Refresher and the Echo Slam once again. But the damage just isn't quite enough to Fissure. Now it's a full line, but you gotta wonder, are they gonna finally finish off this Luna? They will. It's Katara who gets the kill, but he has buyback.
And uses straight away.
BKB is going to run out on Kataro. He is in trouble. The Ogre Seal Totem from Yodomi to try and get some distance. It's Dark Mago the save again with the Fissure, but it's not going to last long enough. Yule's up into the air, and they will eventually kill off Yodomi.
They have no buyback on the Doom. This might be game. It's going to be a 3v4 defense, but in a scenario like this, Nagasaki doesn't offer too much at all. Did Luna buy out on anything? Something is flying to her. Rapier again. It is time.
Rapier Gaming. We've seen it before. We'll see it again.
Okay. So this is... You gotta be slow. Oh my god, the visage. Alright, he's fine.
He's fine.
I thought there was another sharpshooter coming, but he also doesn't have the axe. And they're going back. You can't go back after purchasing Rapier, surely. They are.
Do they just want Roche?
Well, that's still quite far away,
It's
and
close.
your base is
It's
getting
close
pummeled.
enough, though.
Okay, they saw the Rapier on the Dire side, I believe.
I don't know. They
maybe he didn't show himself.
Silver Edge,
actually.
and he wasn't trying to show. He got behind the trees before he threw the Lucent Beam. I'm not sure that he showed.
And so new
All right, now that's some death.
Have we seen the Doom come out yet? With the Ags?
He was about to doom the Luna, and then he just died to Glaives. I know we have not seen the Ags doom yet. He has a refresher now, though. So he bought on the refresher. No buyback scenario for him as well. That next Roshan is going to be absolutely game-winning, probably, if the Luna gets it.
Now he showed.
Yeah. Yep. Now he has a rapier.
He certainly showed. Still 15 seconds minimum, but I'm going to go on the assumption that this is going to be 2.5 minutes away. Just because it's been every time this game.
25 seconds.
Fissure. That was an easy call. BKB, they'll go to the Doom, onto the Visage, and they will get this kill. He's got buyback, though. That's why he's in that position.
Kind of threw his life away, though. Again.
No BKB for Mago, though. He's got Refresher. He's fine.
Yeah, he does have Refresher. And the Octarine shot, too. Oh, sorry, Octarine core. And they're still waiting here. Buyback, of course, available, but it's a longer TP towards the outpost. Oh, they got the Luna.
PP doesn't have buyback, and that's what concerns me.
Yeah, the Luna.
Popped here by the Luna. They're trying to get the gobble up, but the AoE is going to be too much. They go to the Static Storm. They're trying to get the kill on the Luna, but they've got PP who enchants him and kicks him away. This is going to be the Eclipse drop down. They'll get the kill on Kataro. He doesn't have buyback. Oh dear, what a save from this Earth Spirit. They'll go for Matthew. Geomagnetic Grip. They've got the silence. They'll look to get the kill onto the Hoodwink. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Dark Mago trying to get away here and take their attention up, but they should be able to split and get both. Soul Assumption on the way. Dark Mago falls, and now they'll go for Matthew. They'll take out Thor. No buyback on anybody. What a save from PP. The PP is big.
They need to know they have no buybacks. This is game over right here. Go right now.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what they can do. Nagasaki can't.
And they call GG.
Yeah.
They just eliminated Waska, came back from a 30,000 net worth lead.
Yeah.
And won 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, like the comebacks in game 2 and 3 are pretty incredible, honestly. They're doing it twice in a row. Very resilient team. Their high ground defense is really damn good. They know exactly what they want to do every time.
Yeah.
And this Snapfire, man. Like, the way they use it, yeah, they lost game 1, but even in game 1, it was clinical. Like, this guy on Snapfire is really scary.
Yeah, it really is. And it's just insane that they just are allowing the Gyro to step up like that. They're allowing Gyro to sit up on the high ground and lose his first life realistically for free.
Yeah.
Every time.
Happened thrice. Also, the last fight, of course, they didn't doom the Luna. He doomed himself, courtesy to that axe, and he got taken out in like 2 seconds.
Yeah. It was nuts. I don't understand. Just, I mean, I understand the resilience coming in from Infinity, but man, that was really a shocker.
Yeah, we see it right here.
Like, yeah, Gyro's just up there for free. And Sacred's got dudes not using it. There's nobody to use it on, but like he BKBs and does nothing.
Yeah, like the last 20 minutes have been pretty rough here for Waska.
This Ags purchase was huge.
Yeah, it was.
The disruptor.
Like he sold literally everything. And then they chased the Gyro.
The spit out. This Doom, it doesn't really do anything. He's out of the AoE. The Lucent Beam rips him up, and you felt this game doing this. I was talking about it 30 minutes ago. You just felt that they were too timid, or I felt that they were too timid on Waska.
The pressure definitely got to them. Like, that is not what I think either of us expected. Like, they have such a big lead, and when they play online, they play completely differently. They're much more aggressive. So, I mean, land gyps is definitely a thing, you know? Like, you do get nervous. There's a lot on the line. Games become more difficult. It's more like a mental challenge to overcome as well. And this time it's Infinity that overcame it. not Waska, unfortunately. But yeah, congratulations to Infinity. They deserve it after game 2 and 3. Massive comebacks. I will have to say, though, the road ahead is going to be even tougher. So they really have to figure out how to just stabilize the early game a little bit. PP on the Earth Spirit. Yeah, that last save also on the Luna. Absolutely amazing. Good place.
It was everything they needed.
Yep. Earth Spirit is such a good hero in this tournament, too. Like, ever since Stormstormer, well, he brought it to my attention, at least. Like, he has played so amazingly on it. PP now as well. It's a really good hero that is not easy to lane against in mid lane. And if you have a specialist on him, can cause some real problems.
Yeah, so with that, it's a 2-1 for Infinity. Eliminating Waska from the tournament, we say goodbye to them, and we'll be going on to our next and final series, which is Beast Coast against Apex Genesis, and we will see them in a short while. After we go to a quick break, we'll see you guys soon. Take care. Welcome back. It's the final series of the day here on the B stream for PGL Wallachia Season 2. It's going to be Apex Genesis against Beast Coast. Both these teams still sitting at 0-2. Winner goes on, and the loser of this series is eliminated, just like Waska in the previous one. So a lot on the line here, right, Black?
Yeah, elimination again, and we sadly already had to say goodbye to Waska, who I never expected actually to be in this position at all. Well, will it happen to Beast Coast too? Because to me, right now they're at least the big favorites. But again, this doesn't really mean much in this patch. It feels like, you know, like any team can really just put the pressure on another team, and then suddenly you just go home when you least expect it.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going here, but it should be Beast Coast for the advantage in terms of where we think these two teams are. But, you know, I did say it wrongly about Waska. It was Beast Coast who wins the first game and lost the back two.
Yeah, that is the Beast Coast special. That happened to them every series, I think. Pretty much.
Yeah. Both series, yes. Yep. It was both series. That's who I was talking about in the last series, but I called that wrong. So we'll get into the draft in just a moment. But this Apex Genesis squad, they qualified through the North America region, but they were invited with Grin Esports. It was an ASDF team and the Hut. So they 2-0, 2-0, 3-1 and made it to the event. It's Sammy Boy, Wish, Fade, Bignum, and Yamsun. We are ourselves yet to see them. But Naga Siren, Pango right away. I believe the Pango is a team special for Apex Genesis. I'm not entirely certain.
Yeah, I think every American mid and offlaner plays that hero. It's kind of, you know, the disease of the server. Everybody has to play Pango. Absolutely hate playing against it. But you have some pretty well-known names on Apex Genesis as well. So I don't expect it to be a complete wash. But as I said, I still believe Beast Coast, on paper at least, should be the favorite. But again, they've had problems closing series out as well.
So Fade really loved the Beastmaster in the Dream League qualifiers. Ended up dropping out of that one in a matchup against Shopify. But let's see if these games can go better for Apex Genesis. Their road so far hasn't been amazing. 2-0'd by MOUZ and 2-0'd by IG. MOUZ then later getting 2-0'd by AVULUS and Navi, so they're actually 1-2 on the late road of this Swiss group stage. But that being said, Beast Coast did take a game off AVULUS who beat them and then beat MOUZ 2-0. So if we're doing like that, this team's greater than this team's greater than this team. It does lead into Beast Coast being the better of these two teams, I would say.
Yeah, on paper at least. But I still think it's a pretty close matchup overall. Maybe 60-40, 55-45. Nothing major, in my opinion. Wow.
The Lion's an interesting one.
Yeah. I mean, it is a counter to Naga illusions, of course. We all know that. But support Naga does not really care about that too much. It's an interesting pick there early on as well. I mean, I'm a big Lion fan personally. Instant disables are always great.
Would you throw in mid?
I would. Would anyone else? Nope.
Shadow Fiend Naga. I want to say with the Naga coming out first, you kind of have to expect this.
Yeah. Like when you pick a Lion like that, you, as you said, you have to kind of know they're going to go SF. It's just a standard combo of this tournament so far. Literally everybody does it.
And then Batrider is control here. I like this pick, and it's aggressive in lane. We have seen Batriders just be so abusive.
Oh yeah, that hero is... It doesn't matter, seemingly, how often you nerf it. It always just comes back stronger and more obnoxious than it was before. It's kind of crazy how you can't really... It's just the concept of a hero, though. It's so hard to balance. So unless it gets completely reworked, I don't think you're really gonna be, being able to balance that bad boy. But I love seeing Bad Rider as well. I just hate playing against it. But as an observer, it's super fun to watch what they can do. And like these on-the-edge plays, like 9 stickies. Oh, can I survive? Did you survive? It's pretty fun.
We'll see what the rest of the draft holds in store for them. Lion, Pango, Lion may be abusive in lane. If you get him up against the Bat Rider, maybe you just mana drain him or you stun him whenever he fireflies.
Yeah, I mean, Lion is pretty annoying in lane. We all know that. But is it enough to warrant picking it?
Right.
We'll see. Oh, okay, but they're completely out there.
Brood Phoenix.
Yeah, so
okay.
Phoenix Brood, Lion, Pangolin. They're absolutely out there. Like, this is not meta whatsoever. I guess Phoenix and Pango you can consider meta, but the other 2 heroes not at all. But I kind of like this, honestly. Like, what do you have to lose? Do what you think is best and what you're most comfortable with. Also, very unsettling that Brood is covering the other 2 heroes on this pick screen.
Yeah, on the large in-game screen.
Yeah. Have you played Wukong?
I have not.
Alright, so there is a section with spiders, and I have a mild arachnophobia. Dude, I didn't sweat like that in forever. It was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. I had to close my eyes and run through by pressing W.
I like this Mars pick. It does well with the Brood, doesn't it?
It does well against the Brood for sure, yep. It lanes well against Pangolin as well if they want to lane it middle. Although, Mars middle we have not seen the biggest success, so I'm just assuming it's going to be Whisper's hero.
Would you ever Brood mid?
Oh, it's definitely possible. Like, Brood middle, like, literally just doesn't lose lane. You have infinite sustain. Maybe that's even the preferred way to play it, to be honest. We've seen it a lot on carry as well. Of course, once you get 6, it's very easy for the support to farm jungle with spiderlings and all that. It's pretty neat. But a mid Brood is, pretty much unbeatable. Well, not unbeatable in terms of, CSing or whatever, but in terms of bullying the hero out. It's just not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant team back.
So the bans are morphling. This is... I hope nobody heard that weird noise come out of me, but I was that excited thinking about the fact that this lineup kind of goes together pretty well for Beast Coast, right? Arena, Song, if you land it right, we've seen in this combo already today. I'm going to be straightforward and honest. We have seen these 3 heroes together already. It can look great, or it can look like a pub, but I'm excited to see it again.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be fun, right? But yeah, it's how often have we seen a song actually backfire? I feel like quite a bit. Makes me also wonder, when a hero kind of emerges and you're not super practiced on it, but you just know it's super strong. Do you pick it anyway? Despite not being very practiced?
I think a lot of teams do.
Yeah, because a lot of teams do that, right? But with a hero like Naga, it's especially obvious. Like the way you set up, the way you execute team fights. There's a huge difference between, let's say, Tundra and non-Tundra. I'm just going to say Tundra because I feel they're some of the best Nagas out there. Falcons as well, of course. Like, these are probably the 2 premier Naga teams for me. When they play Naga, it just looks absolutely broken, and you can't give it to them.
Right. So what's this final ban gonna be? We shall see.
Yeah. Final ban, tiny, interesting one. So they're still looking for mid. Earthshaker again. Okay. There's lots of
Earthshaker.
Today's like Shaker Day.
Yeah, it's finding a lot of popularity.
It's good against Brute, of course. We know that. It's good against Pangolier in lane. In theory, it's the perfect laner here if they don't throw a curveball and put someone else middle.
That's true.
Because Brute can be carry, Pango can be off lane.
It can be, but we'll see if it is.
Man,
they
the
want
amount
out
of
of this.
disable on the Beast Coast side is disgusting.
Right.
Shaker, Mars, Bad Rider, the fear of SF ult, Naga, Net, and Sleep.
It really is disgusting. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, they can literally use one ult per person if they wanted to.
That's true.
It has to be said, though, they don't have the best Phoenix answers. SF is pretty good because he's naturally built into Mom and Pike.
Right.
But it's not like this hard counter. All right, Apex. What's your last pick?
Is it going to be some cheese pick? That's my real thought.
Huskar time?
Magnus.
Magnus. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm wowing over here as well. I'm a little bit surprised. Wasn't expecting that. But
it's kind of
Sammy
hard.
Boy. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say it's kind of hard for me to really gauge the strength of this lineup because by right, these heroes don't go together super well. You know, you have like a Brute Mother carry,
right?
Which isn't bad, but there's Bad Rider to counter you, there's Shaker to counter you. It's gonna be an interesting game, definitely for sure. But Apex, with it out there draft, I don't know how it's gonna hold up against the meta draft. I guess we'll find out soon. But this is like as meta as it can get for Beast Coast against Apex, who's like pretty far off the meta.
Yeah, the Lion, the Brood, the Magnus are kind of weird. It's, I believe, maybe a fade thing for them to pick the Magnus.
Yeah, I know he's a Magnus guy for sure. Yeah.
Now, he played Magnus against IG, and they lost that game. He ended up going Blink Axe.
What is the new Axe? Is it a Hauntos again?
I think so, yeah, right?
Or is it a double shockwave still? Or a triple shockwave? We'll have to check in game. But interesting item build up too, because usually we don't have a BKB. But yeah, we'll definitely have to see what Apex can make happen here. Because if they win, it could be pretty exciting for game 2.
Yeah.
And I love teams that break metas.
I agree with that, but it also has to be done correctly, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, you can break the meta and have these cool heroes and have these things that are a little bit different than the rest, but if they are completely far out of the meta where they just don't work, you just lose the game pretty quickly, honestly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You don't...
No, you're completely right there.
Yeah.
And that's what we'll have to see here, right? Even if they were to win this game, it can't be really called breaking the meta if you can't repeatedly do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Agreed.
This game is going to be very interesting. Fade on the Magnus. Haven't seen it here in quite a bit. It's still very strong, I think. But is it strong enough? Together with the Brood Mother, so you buff up the Brood, buff up the Pangolier.
Is reverse polarity the shortest facet description?
It might very well be.
Reverse polarity pulls all nearby enemies in. That's it.
It's compared with Brood Mothers. That's a bit longer. Although also pretty short, that one.
There's no numbers on it. There's no like anything. It's just pulls them in.
Breathing in mic. How dare you breathe?
Do they hear somebody breathing into their mic? Is it like the admin or something like that?
That's a good question. The admin's just like sitting behind them.
That could be it.
Oh gosh. You're silly. I love you.
Yeah, I know. I'm flattered.
You should be. My love doesn't go around easily.
I'm interested to see Lumpy on this Earth Shaker, by the way, because we've seen him a lot on Invoker, which he wasn't having fun laning. Let's just say that.
Yeah. I mean, there was one game where he had a real stand-up performance on an Invoker. That was sick. I really want to have him find that magic again, because we know what he's capable of. But, you know, he's got to be able to tap into that on command, pretty much.
Right. Well, maybe after this pause we'll find out. Do we have anybody on the webcams that we could see just holding their breath, not breathing into the mic?
Yeah, how dare you breathe? Stop right now. I'm dying, help.
All right, we're good to go. Nobody's breathing anymore. Everybody's just holding it in. Well done.
Oh, man.
Well, I've never seen that excuse before. Breathing. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, breathing into the mic. That's a pretty good one.
30 seconds to battle.
It's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
Hey, B-Cop, stop breathing into the mic, thanks.
This isn't Chocolate Rain. I don't move my head to not breathe into the mic.
Oh, Jesus.
Mars, by the way, of Whispers, he has the double crimson. Look at that. I love good cosmetics.
How much do they go for in the market nowadays?
He probably opened them, I would assume, but they're old. The older ones go for quite a bit. Hundreds
but the most
each.
Expensive ones are the like exclusive ones, right?
What do you mean?
Like the ones that don't exist anymore, like the Terrorblade thing.
Oh, the ones that were like Nexon, like anniversary sets, like the rabbit mount for Mirana.
Yeah, like, stuff like that.
Yeah, that rabbit mount's actually gone down in price. Now it's only like $800.
Oh, only, yeah.
Well, it was like $1,400 at one point. I keep my eyes on cosmetics. And the annoying thing is, the glitched cosmetics, I found a market for them. There was an FY signed Bleak Hallucination Tusk Fist, and it was on sale for like $800. I didn't buy it. Now it's like $2,000.
Should have bought it. Could have made all the profit.
I want a Rubik one. A glitched Rubik item. I want to feel like FY when I play. I'm on like a 5 Rubik's streak right now. Please don't look at my profile production. Don't call me out, because I don't know if I'm telling the truth or not.
Hey, they would never do that. They're here to make you look good.
I hope so, but I might get a text saying liar a little bit later.
A liar? Like 100 DMs? Why are they lying for? Do you remember my my Terrorblade Arcana thing?
Yeah.
The blue one? Yeah. So I just got a message.
Blue, right?
Yeah, this like super rare legacy one. I just got a message the other day, and they offered an absurd amount of money. I was like, holy crap. I didn't sell it, of course. It has a lot of sentimental value to me. But that people offer that much money for such an old item, you know, I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, it is quite
I'm gonna go to numbers here, because it's pretty crazy.
Ooh, Skewer, Blood Grenade, and the raises. They get the first blood. It's MOUZ who gets it. Can he body block for the Shadow? He can. Oh,
that's really good.
He still has another shockwave in 4 seconds, so he does have to be a little bit careful. 9 charges on this stick for Fade, and he will throw the shockwave out. That was first blood for MOUZ.
Yeah, very important one too. Because if SF dies there first, it always is terrible to die as SF in lane, like double terrible.
Earth Spike on 2, shockwave, and the Skewer. Oh my god, he's still not dead.
And he turns around and just slaps him.
The damage just isn't enough. Gets a salve. Happy with that.
Thank you, supports. Dude, I love playing with support players like that. You know, they just give you everything all the time.
Net into the raises. Oh. Double raise. Which one does he have left? He has the short range.
The short one, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Naga SF is such a strong lane, actually. In so many different ways.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. Wish.
Wow.
Solo killed by Lumpy. On a fissure, I believe.
Yeah, pre-level 6. That is very uncommon. Did I shake it like that? Nice play by Lumpy. Maybe he's getting, you know, into the zone again where he was in the other first game. But that's the thing. Beast Coast in game 1 are monsters, and then they turn to little kittens in game 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's... Well, or they lose a tight game 2 and then lose a quick 3 is what we've been seeing. And then we'll get the replay from mid. Oh, production, you guys are great. I love you guys. Fissure and the Totem.
Yeah.
Thank you, observers. Thank you, production. I send my love and wishes.
Did you do an IRL heart shape, though?
No, I told them how I feel.
Okay.
MOUZ looking... he wants the reel in. You could see him, like, feinting the net. It's so annoying. You're just like, is it coming? Like, I don't know.
No, that Naga utility now, this is crazy. And you really gotta play against it to realize how far that reel actually is. It's like further than the Force Staff.
Yeah, it really is a lot. Channeled for 5 seconds towards them in a 1600 range. So it's in a 5-second channel, 1600 range. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's really far for sure.
That's kind of crazy.
Of a speed of 200, a speed of 200. Oh, there we go. Go in.
Oh, good earth spike. And the skewer away. I actually like that, but MOUZ isn't the easiest to kill. They have the long-range rays, but do they have the damage? With the deluge, they do. And now they'll look over at Bignum, who will eat some of that damage, and this lane just gets easier and easier for Take and this SF Naga combo.
Yeah, that's a 2k lead, courtesy of top and mid lane. Bot lane is somewhat even, or rather completely even, but the other 2 lanes are going horribly wrong for them right now. And Broodmother's not really a hero that can help too much, you know? Like, you can only push your own lane and that's it.
Spear connects. Mishu does not have Flame Break, though, but they have the Fissure on the web, and Samson's able to survive. And Lumpy just chasing. Echo Slam. Totem. And just needs a couple more shots. One more to get the kill, and will. So a solo kill there for Lumpy using that Echo Slam. And making Samson's life kind of miserable.
Yeah, now he doesn't have that Echo, of course, against Pangolier. There's a Naga TP in. They surely can't kill him.
I don't know. They could just reel him in if they had that. If they had netted immediately and reeled in, that's a lot of lockdown control. But instead, just netted, deluged, and didn't. But now they'll go to the Rolling Thunder, and this is Rolling Thunder, which has been the favorite recently with Thunderbolt. And they will get the kill on a Lumpy. They've got the Hex from the Lion, but because they've gone Thunderbolt, the Rolling Thunder doesn't last nearly as long.
Nice rotations, though. That's what they need. Outnumber the enemy, really make some work happen in the other 2 lanes. Cause, yeah, Broodmother isn't free farming, but he's more than fine by himself. And once you get level 6, of course, you can always jungle. But at the same time, now they gave MOUZ a lot of room as well to get ahead of the Broodmother. And we all know, like, one God's Rebuke with a decent amount of farm, all the spiders are gone.
Yep. Is this a different build for Mars coming up? Like,
no,
you're
usually
going
just go
more
the same.
Mobility.
No, probably just Blink Dagger again. The only thing that changes is that you max Rebuke rather than Spear.
Okay.
Yep. You're welcome.
Top lane. Reeling in. Not the easiest hero to kill with 1300 health and 14 wand charges, but Bignum comes through. They've got the TP coming out from the Bat Rider. They're on to the Shadow Fiend, but there is the Requiem. Fade, he has Shockwave, but he doesn't have Skewer for a while. Already used. Bignum's gonna run down this Lion. They'll get the kill there. They've got the Ensnare. They'll go to the Reel In. And Fade, eventually, 4 seconds, if he can survive, will have another Skewer. They're trying to stay in front of him to maybe get into his Skewer line, but they'll kill him anyway before he's able to get out of that one, and they still keep alive the SF.
Yeah, and that's now the big problem of the Magnus. If you're really far behind, you have only 1 level into Empower. It's kind of hard for you to get back into the game, truth be told. Like, Magnus doesn't really want to lose lane, ever.
That's the truth.
And already doesn't feel that good. And that's the reason we don't see Magnus so often. They're looking for him again. Lumpy's there.
Lumpy has Echo. And the skewer away from the creep wave, but there's the Echo Slam and the easy kill. Fade dead again. And it's the Brazilian scoreline and a 3K lead here for Beast Coast.
I'm very proud of the scoreline, by the way.
7-1.
Yeah, because we all watched it at TI together, like literally all the pros. We were all in one pub. And it was like the most one-sided game ever.
Uh-oh. Arena, net, and they can spear late and then reel in. They don't even need the reel in. They've got the damage. They get the kill into Samson, and he is dead. 4,000 net worth lead. My big question is, this Beast Coast team, they're experienced, but are we going to see them have the same troubles that Waska had? And it doesn't look like it right now.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever an issue of theirs, to be honest. They're historically pretty good at closing out games. It's just in game 2 and 3 that we have seen, at least, they just didn't look as coherent. You know, their draft wasn't as good. Spear, ooh, barely misses a 3. But yeah, like something just happens, and they're like a little bit more timid than they usually are. Rolling.
We'll see. Mars is going to be the one who's focused on this and dead.
Good night. Big rotation though. They're looking for Fate. No, just SF TPing top of the farm.
He's got a kill and an assist and 5 assists now. He's happy with that.
Yeah, no deaths. Oh, they have an RP for him.
RP used, but do they have the damage? He's got Requiem and a wand. He'll just get the kill and a fade, but the Requiem is only in death.
Also got
not what he wanted.
Side,
he popped that wand, he just didn't survive.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I think if he gets the fear off, maybe just a kill. Wish. They do have Echo.
They do have Echo. He does have Blink now, too.
Damn, yeah, he's fast.
Top the net worth by a good margin over his own teammates and an even better margin over anybody on the side of the Radiant.
It's no spiders. If Sammy Boy ever steps close to those spiders, which he's not, that's a very smart thing to do.
He's keeping them in lane. Echo Slam and the kill. Easy on Yamson.
Goodbye.
2 suns up there.
Oh my gosh, those spiders.
And
yeah, Shaker is really good against Brute
away
with the slugger.
Yeah. You just clean them up pretty easily, right?
Like, not even really good. You're like an actual hard counter. We're on the mid lane again.
Arena. Spear connects. They'll get the deluge, the damage from the Arena to get the kill there, and also take out Wish. 14-3 as they finish off Yamsun again. Hake's got another kill.
Down.
This is gonna be a tower getting cleaned up as well.
Did you see Wish? He was rolling, but SF just clicked him down. Like 5 right clicks and he was just dead. That's the power again of the lasting presence, right? Minus 13 armor this early into the game. It's ridiculous.
9, 10, 11. 11 times, yeah. Same thing. Anyway. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
5 equals 11, I'm fine with that. I'm sorry.
Massive stacks as well for the SF.
Yeah, some fun stacks to take.
Yep.
Wonder if he gets any help here.
What if he wants any help?
That's true. Won't be, by the way, Ags kind of soon, considering the game timing.
Yeah, they're all having amazing games. Look at the 3 cores.
They're really happy with it. 2,200 gold away from him. Mask of Madness finished here for the SF. 14-3. And just Slugger really helping. Just farm, kill off these creeps, move forward, keep being happy.
The Slugger actually, if you think about it, it's everything that Shaker missed, right? Like he just needed the tool to really farm, and he got that with that. So maybe we'll see much more of him in the future too. I don't think he was picked that much at TI, but in this tournament he's really coming into the meta quite rapidly. At least from the games that we've seen.
Naga Siren going mech early on, so they'll have that sustain. Uh-oh, yam son. It might happen again. Oh no, he's actually just going to show on the creep wave. I thought they were going to jump this Phoenix. Icarus Dive already used, but there's the blink shown from Whisper. They have the spear, it does connect. They can throw a fissure to keep him locked down, as well as the totem. I almost think they want him to use Supernova, because they let him live a lot longer than they needed to.
Maybe they also just wanted to give the kill to SF, because of course you get that bonus damage, the bonus line from your ult as well. Every kill on SF actually matters quite a bit. I don't know if they thought ahead that far though. Maybe just wanted to, you know, make them suffer.
Arena, Spear, Hex before. Bignum now with the Earth Spike, but the Flame Break, the Seeds of Serenity, and the Mirror Image Illusions trying to chase Bignum. He'll get away from that one. Arena not getting anything.
Crafting B-Cup. How do they get back into this game with the draft they have? Because it's not really a comeback draft.
I'm not really sure. This is really a draft where you have to be ahead and hope that a fight goes right. It's going to be very difficult, especially losing Fade like that. Whisper gets the kill there, and they're onto the tier 2 tower.
Still have Glyph at least. Shouldn't lose it just yet.
And these
things are looking pretty dicey.
Towers aren't going down as quickly as they can be. You still need 3 more levels here for the Shadow Fiend, but because it's so early in the game, he's not level 15. He doesn't have the presence or affects buildings yet. But they're still taking the towers at a relatively quick speed.
Yeah, it's a bit tough to see an Avenue coming back here. But, I mean, they do have Magnus. That's always a huge one. 5-man RPs have won, you know, many games before.
Of course.
We got a good follow-up on it too, with Lion, as well as the Phoenix, Supernova, and Pangolier. But how realistic is it really to 5-man RP? You know, there's a Naga song to interrupt, Bad Radical interrupt. There's just a lot of things going for Beast Coast. And a lot of things have to go wrong for them in order for Apex Genesis to have a comeback here.
Right. Where will they go? Where will they be right now? Lumpy, 600 gold away from that Ag, is going to show up as the arena is dropped down, the lasso and back into the arena, so the spear lands. You thought you were gone, but you're not. Whisper on a killing spree, and this is now 17-3, 9,000 net worth lead for the side of Beast Coast still. But we've talked about it, and I hate to be reiterating a down point for Beast Coast, but this is how we see them so far every series. They feel strong, they're competitive game 1. It's game 2 that we need to worry about.
Yeah, when you say competitive, I would say outright dominant, because most of the game 1s they win quite convincingly.
Yeah.
And again here, yeah, same thing. Top tower is gonna go down. SF dealing a lot of damage. Goodbye, spiders.
Still 2 levels away, though.
Yeah, but you know you don't want to make it too fast. Where's the fun in that?
They're shifting over towards mid. Earthshaker gonna show. And blinks away. This Ag's now flying out. Makes life even more difficult with the range that he'll have in the blink as well as the totem.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest upgrades for the Shaker. Probably gonna go BKB next, just like the Shadow Fiend. Lasso up in 10, so that's the next avenue for a kill. What is Brute Mother building into? Just the BKB, okay, got the Echo Saber.
They see.
I haven't really seen carry Brute for a long time. Like, I'm not sure how impactful it really is.
Fissure. Totem with the Ags upgrade, but instead electing to go south, everybody's here for the side of the Radiant. Swashbuckle, Thunderbolt, Rolling Thunder. And there's the song, so if anybody tried to blink in anyway, but they've got the last one, the TP attempt from the Rolling Thunder.
That was nice.
And God's Rebuke misses because the song was still going, but they've got the reel in. They'll get this kill anyway. The Wish is going to die. They were around this Earthshaker with what seemed to be everybody.
And it was such a nice lasso. Knew exactly the range, because it's quite easy to just run in and kind of get bounced
on
back.
top of the, yeah.
Yep. Well done by him. And now we got that dreaded level 15 just around the corner.
And then your buildings go real fast.
Yeah. That definitely needs to get looked at. As I suggested before, I think like half of it should apply to buildings, not all. It's pretty ridiculous. Here we go. Big boy, maybe looking to get the tier 2 top tower right away.
Surely he takes the presence or affects buildings. There it is. Takes it. All right. We're where we thought we were.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Probably just gonna be
Magnus. Oh, they knew, but they weren't quick enough.
Yeah, the spider senses were tingling. As you said, just not quick enough. Smoke out by the 2 cores alone. Right, they both with ults. Just want to look for a good kill. But yeah, I think at this point it's just waiting for Beast Coast to kind of decide to do Roshan and then probably end the game from there. Cause I don't really see too much resistance here. They just need to be careful with the Magnus.
Has there been... There was the RP top. That was the only RP I remember. Reeling in. Don't do it. Arena on 3. Oh, dear. Supernova, though. RP. Earth Spike, Rolling Thunder, and the Finger. Everything on the Mars, but he just uses Yules. Oh, no. He's still alive for now. Eventually, Whisper will die, but everything has been used. Rolling Thunder will run out. They've got the blink away. SF off to the side. They're still trying to chase. They've got these illusions in front of the Broodmother. That was everything for a long, drawn-out Mars.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen it on the camera, but Lumpy's blink was actually cancelled, so he echoed the ground.
Ooh,
courtesy to the Supernova. If that hits in the arena on the 3 heroes, that is a team wipe right there.
Yeah.
So, a little bit fortunate. But nice reaction also. Like the Phoenix instantly popped Nova as soon as he saw the Mars. That was a good reaction.
Mars was kind of playing with him a little bit. BKB available for SF. He's almost got Crystallis too.
He's huge. His damage is huge. I like it. They're tormenting the Tormentor, taking it real slow. It's still low on the Tormentor, by the way. What is that thing?
That's a Slacks question.
A Slacks question, okay. Got it. Thank you.
But it does torment things. I guess.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't be called Tormentor, huh?
It's stuff you don't want to know. Like, when you find out that the Shadow Temple in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is actually just a torture chamber, and so is the bottom of the well.
Well, how do you find that out? Is there actually lore about it?
Yeah, there's a lot of lore about that temple, and you're like, oh my god, this is this? And you're like, yep. It was anybody who was an enemy of the Hyrule Castle was tortured in that temple. That's your little sliver of lore for today from a game that's not relevant to Dota. Come back next time.
You say that.
I'll do another game.
I think pretty much every Dota player knows the game. Or should know the game.
True.
If they don't, they should go back and play it.
Roche for Beast Coast.
Easy peasy. No real contestation. Now just the question, what do they want to do next? They just want to kind of do it the most straightforward way, run the high ground, or the more methodical way, take all the outer towers first. Beast Coast, I think, is a pretty methodical team overall, so they're probably going to play it a bit safer. Maybe even wait for the next Roche if they really want to.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fade. 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 Fade.
Oh, they pinged on him. They know he's there, but they didn't check. He literally pinged on him, but didn't check. That's interesting.
Okay.
He's fine.
Sanjin Yasha for this Broodmother.
BKB, Echo. I mean, he's very farmed on Semi-Boy, at least. That's a very good news. And an Empowered Brood can deal a lot of damage.
If given the opportunity, yes.
Yeah, but they also have Lasso. And a ton of right-click damage from the SF.
MOUZ gonna lose his courier that was giving him another component of Crest. Fade now spotted. He doesn't have BKB. RP? TP? Does surely not. All right.
I wonder if we could have echoed that.
I don't think so. I think he got unstunned as the TP ended.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you just do it and hope it works, you know? If it does, you look cool. If it doesn't, we didn't see anything. Smoked up Bad Rider. Might be trying to pull someone out of the base. Or they might be able to catch the Magnus here.
Yeah, they're hoping to find somebody. There's the OBS. Brood's not in the base, so.
We just see this again. Like, just look at the buildings fall when SF is there. Also went for the Dragon Lance. Interestingly enough. Oh my gosh, that damage.
It's not the Greater Treant 25, though.
Ah, what? You want to see that
damage
again?
Per hit?
Yeah, the 300, was it? Or 370 even?
Something like that. Lasso got the BKB. Not sure it's going to matter. They'll go and get the kill. They didn't even use the Echo Slam yet. And he does not have buyback as he bought out on the BKB. So this mid set of racks are gone.
Well, at some point, they'll have to try to fight back. Because Apex so far, they have been trying to avoid every fight. But how long can you really do that? Your base is in shambles.
Still have BKB Requiem. Still have Aegis. Or, well, no, you don't have the BKB on Pake, actually. Popped his BKB. Still has Aegis.
Yeah. And 4,000
has the gold for
gold
Daedalus, too.
Yeah,
But his
they just wanted to
career's
take a little
still
detour, but they don't even have to.
Or no, is it flying out with it? No, it's dead.
Korea's dead.
Ah. I was like, you got the gold for it. Why not go get it? And then I realized his courier's dead.
And now he's going for it.
Yeah, you can back up yourself. Just pick it up. Maybe turn back around and go for these kills if they try to look out at you.
That's going to be so much damage. And then the next power spike with 20.
You got Aegis. You just smoke and go back too, right?
Yeah, I think so. That should be the play. 350 damage now on the SF. If he crits anybody, it's probably a 2-tap.
I'll be counting again.
Okay. Please do.
Pike now flying out for SF as they take this top set of racks.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Yep, still making it look easy. We have yet to actually... Okay, now they smoke up. Now they want to take a team fight. 40 seconds on the Aegis, though. You can't really go on him just yet.
You want to time it where you don't have to kill him twice, and unfortunately now he's got his BKB. I thought maybe when they were going top that might have been the timing.
Well, he's gonna hit that building again, and I don't think you have 20 seconds.
Yeah, BKB, Fade, Shockwave, RP, Skewer. All right, he's got it. Now they jumped in, though. El Micho, he's just dead. They get the Aegis out of the hands of Pake, and he can turn around and slap them. They've got the Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder. The Fissure blocks. They jump in. They've got the Hex. The Spear is off the mark. They might need to be careful now. Skewer, Echo Slam, maybe not. All right, Arena down. Fade's dead. Song behind him if they could catch anybody. They're looking in the trees. They don't see them. They'll buy back on the Phoenix. They'll focus their attention on the Tier 3 again. Earth Spike, Ravage. All right. Sunray, Finger, Fissure, Totem, dead is Big Gnome, and now Samson turning it around. He's trying to use that insatiable hunger to get the damage out of Lumpy. Totem and a swashbuckle, they'll kill off this Earthshaker. Can I get anything
Still
else?
chasing. But they don't have the best chase out there. Break in on the Lion. That stun just saved them the game there. Well, at least their barracks. They could potentially turn around. That SF slaps really hard if he crits.
They still have Blink Spear if they go a little bit too far.
Oh, they're smoking up. So they do want to play. Or if they get a spear on Wish, he's so dead. Or the lasso.
They got a lasso instead. Our spike on 4 is available again if he had thrown it. Didn't actually have it available.
Crit him, crit him, crit him.
1, 2, 3, and that's 2 heroes dead.
Yep, and that's 4 charges on the lasting presence. So minus 15 armor. Literally 0 armor on the melee barracks. Look at it go. Bong, bong, bong. See that?
Mega creeps now. It's not going to be easy to go up against.
No. I mean, I'm sure they're just kind of digesting the loss at this point, but I can't blame them for staying into the game because you don't get the opportunities to go to lands too often nowadays.
Arena, Spear. RP though. And the Skewer back towards the base, but they BKB and the Rolling Thunder, but the right click damage is there. They had Requiem, which will now throw out Sunray Supernova. 4 staffs back. Pig trying to survive. Oh, even with the extra speed, he avoids the Rolling Thunder, but they do get the kill. Finally taking out the Shadow Fiend, but they've got the lasso onto this Pangolier. They'll take out Wish, the Flame Break onto Samson, the buyback from the Pango. Lumpy, he gets right-clicked pretty hard by this Broodmother. And now the song is out.
They're going to Echo too.
They've got mech, they have everything, they can heal up. They really are going to look over as they land the spear, though, drop the Echo, they get the kill on a Fade. The Fissure is down with the BKB being popped by Lumpy. The Sunray is on them. They'll finish off MOUZ. The mech's not going to be enough. 4 staff the other way with the BKB being popped. Spear pushes back the Pangolier, the TP attempt from Whisper. And these heroes will start to leave Flame Break Throne, but they'll follow the Firefight trail. El Micho has a Blink available in 6, so they won't catch up to the Bat Rider anyway.
Well, at least they weathered the storm. So they stay alive for now, but Mega Creeps are actually going to be posing a little bit of a problem. It's quite early into the game. But not really. Do you feel like Mega Creeps need a buff, by the way? I've been thinking about this a lot.
No.
They're kind of weak.
I don't really... I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think so. They're strong. I don't think they're weak.
I'm weak against heroes, yeah. Of course, against the other creeps, they... Or maybe give them like a passive, you know, like take 30% less hero damage or something.
Or carts give True Sight when Mega around them in an AoE.
I mean, that's a potential buff you could do. That sounds interesting, the True Sight one. Or like you should get bonus range on the cards.
I don't know, those are strong too.
Or the cards
so strong,
become
right
like an
clicking.
artillery instead of a catapult. And it shoots from your own base.
No. That's too much. We're too far. We're too far gone. They're gonna wait for next Roche, it looks like.
Yeah. Also got the SF talent now for the 2 additional damage per soul. He's gonna be hitting real hard. But he was already hitting real hard. He's gonna be hitting even harder.
Now just wait. It's gonna be another minute. Not too long, but a 22,000 net worth lead. Mega Creeps means that everybody on the side of the Radiant are stuck in their base. Not really getting much farm out of the map at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough now against the Mega Creeps especially. They don't really have any sort of leeway anymore. The Creeps deal so much damage as well. Oh, the Radiant Ancient definitely looks way cooler. They have the Dragon one.
99% win probability.
I'm surprised it's not 100 yet.
Me too.
There's always a chance, though, with Magnus. MOUZ, careful, MOUZ, careful. Okay, fine.
Lion,
always afraid of these
level
commenters.
12, by the way.
Lion is level 12, yeah. Has 0 finger
Super
stacks.
far away. Yeah. The fingers have just not been there for him.
I don't even think I've seen a finger.
We have. They just have not done much damage.
Oh, okay. So, time to rename
Roche
the
is
ability.
up.
It's obviously not a finger of death. A tickle finger.
Just in the situation that it's been in, that's, you know, where it's at.
As if it's joining the fray.
Yeah, might as well.
Pretty fast.
MOUZ, you might not want to be the one tanking Roche.
That clapped a lot of damage. Alright,
Aegis, Banner.
Do you like the old banner better or the new one?
I think the old Banner was a little bit too strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Tormentor, that's a shard on the mag. With a shockwave. Upgrade, okay. We'll see what it can do. He would love to have a horn toss right now.
Yeah, but that Axe is so far away, I don't see it coming this game. Smoked up, breaking the smoke. They have everything ready to go. Fissure. And now wondering if they can make the jump, but thought about the Rolling Thunder. This is an arena around 3. Supernova used immediately. The lasso is onto the Pango here. They get the kill on a Wish. Dead for 100 seconds. Still Echo Slam. Kill off Fade. That means no skewer into the base, but the right click's coming out from Samson. The finger will finally get a stack.
Oh, he hurts.
And the Brood does hurt, but the Brood can't sustain it without the BKB. They're going to buy back on Fade. He's got RP, but the BKB, now he looks for the RP, but doesn't throw it just yet. Oh, no. Well, he used it. The AVULUS was there. GG is called. Beast Coast take game number 1. And are 1 game away from eliminating Apex Genesis.
Yeah, 1 game away again. They're very familiar to the scenario. Now, can they finally break the... How do you even call that curse?
Yeah,
the win 1, lose 2 curse.
Just the repetition of leading the series, then losing the series, and you gotta hope now that they are able to lock it down and get the 2-0. And I think that this team has shown that they are way stronger, I would say, but the draft also was not forgiving for Apex Genesis. They had this off-meta draft that just never really did much.
Yeah, pretty much from the beginning they were on the back foot just because of the draft. And yeah, as you said, they never really came together. They didn't really give him a chance to on Beast Coast, to be honest. Like, they just crushed all 3 lanes. And in Dota, if you lose all 3 lanes, it's difficult enough as it is. If you then also have an off-meta composition, it just makes it that much harder. Nice little defense down here, though. That was pretty good.
It was decent, but you saw earlier in the highlights, they had 3 kills at 11 minutes and now 5 at 30. They never were really able to get off the diving board and jump into the pool of a game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're very right. This game felt pretty rough for them. Beast Coast dominated from start to finish. Now, makes me wonder for game 2, are they gonna try to go... Oh, that Ravage Impair was super nice. Makes me wonder, are they gonna go back to like a more traditional draft? Or more meta draft, I guess is the correct way of saying it.
Well, I don't know. I'm not real. Where is your mindset at after a game like this?
Yeah, it's a good question. It also depends, of course, on their own expectations, right? Because they tried this now, like, pick what you think is best for your players. But if that doesn't work, I think you kind of have to go back to the meta. Because, let's be real, the meta is the meta for a reason. Like, these heroes are just the strongest. So, nobody can really break the cycle that easily.
Do you think in a potential elimination game, they just go back to this, like, whatever they like, not meta for Apex Genesis?
I mean, I would advise them not to, because if this game was any closer, then maybe I would just be like, yeah, go, let's do it again. We can definitely pull it off. But it wasn't even close. Like, they lost all 3 lanes, and from start to finish, it was all Beast Coast. There was like no sort of ray of hope, you know? It was all Beast Coast. It was like an apocalyptic sort of sky the entire time. It was just dark.
Yeah.
No hope. Nothing.
So who's your standout? Because I'm going to go with probably... I liked MOUZ in that game. He did a lot to open up the Shadow Fiend lane, and I think that was the most important part.
Yeah, MOUZ, Whisper, Lumpy, Pike. Again, when a game is so dominant, you can kind of just pick whoever you want. True. They all play really well. El Mishu with his good lasers as well. Oh, we're going to go with Lumpy this time.
Okay.
I think it's well deserved. He crushed his lane, solo killed the Penguin at level 4.
Yeah, without even having Echo Slam, and then had that quick Blink Dagger, then the Ags afterwards, and it was overall a really good game from Beast Coast. Apex Genesis really need to figure out what to do with this upcoming game, because this is do or die. You're in a LAN environment that you want to take advantage of. I just don't think that you can have another game like this.
Yeah, I really don't think, honestly, player-wise, that they're that much behind at all. But the draft was just pretty much unplayable. And they were, yeah, pretty set on, you know, going off meta from start to finish. Started off with that Lion, then Brood, then Magnus. And it can work, but it didn't.
Yeah. It can work. We'll see if they go back to the off-meta stuff to see if it can work again. But that's going to be a 1-0 so far for Beast Coast. We'll be back with game number 2 in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
I am here with NA legend Sammy Boy from Apex Genesis. It is such a pleasure to speak to you. This has been a long time coming, and I'm so excited to see you here at this event. How are you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. I mean, it's just been, as an NA Dota guy, a fan for a long time. You've been a huge prominent member in the scene, and it is good to see a true NA team here kicking ass.
We're almost. We got 3 out of 5.
I mean,
we're working on. We're better than all the other ones.
Shopify is 0 out of 5.
Yeah,
all right?
Tomato's like half an NA because he lives here, but like, yeah, they got like a half. They got a half NA out of 5, so it's like half star.
Absolutely. I wasn't planning on starting this interview talking about NA, but we're here, so we might as well do it. How do you feel about the region? How do you feel about, you know, the scene itself? What's Dota like in the North American sphere?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, no one plays NA pubs. NA pubs are filled with match fixers now. Like, if you go to the US leaderboard, like the top like 10 of them are all match fixers. And then they'll go, like, they sell their accounts, and you'll see them on EU, and people avoid them like the plague. It's really funny. But yeah, everyone just queues Europe now, which is okay, because you know, it's just good. You know, you get better pubs there.
Sure.
And the NA scene's been okay. I think there's a lot of streamers. Like, it feels like a lot of people have just realized that you can make good money streaming in NA, because the AdSense for the American viewers is actually not so bad. And so it feels like a lot of the NA people are kind of going more into this content, or kind of this sort of direction, like Twitch-oriented direction, which is kind of sad, obviously, because you don't get that many competitive teams. But yeah, I think this team I'm on, Apex Genesis, you know, been excited for. We've been grinding pretty hard, and yeah, that's exciting. It's sad that there's no other like NA teams grinding. Like I would say, oh, well, Shopify's grinding, but they're not really NA. And then Nouns are grinding, and they're kind of NA. Like they got like Gunner, they got Fly, they got Yuma, who's like Central American. So I'll count them. They Nouns are kind of grinding, which is good. Lelis is like an honorary American too. So Nouns are NA. So we got like one NA team. We'll count that. But hopefully we can make it 2 soon. That'll do well at tournaments and qualify and stuff.
I mean, you've always been pretty passionate about the region, though. Do you feel
definitely.
do you feel like there's hope, or maybe you guys could be the shining beacon of saying like, oh, here is the new age of North American Dota?
I think Fade, my teammate, is definitely one of the new age players.
Sure.
I think RCY also is a really talented player. Like Fade is almost 14K. He's like top 50 on EU right now.
Yeah.
Grinding. RCY is a mid laner from NA. He's really young. Like I played with him when he was like 17. He was in high school, but now he's graduated. He's not going to college. His parents are really mad at him. So he needs to qualify to something. He needs to make some money before his parents kick him out of his house. And his parents are really upset at him. So.
Oh dear.
But RCY is really talented.
Okay.
A really talented kid. And he's a bright future. He's like Abed. He like plays like Abed. He's like a NA Abed. He's really good. So really impressive.
That's some impressive pedigree.
Yeah. So there's a couple players. I wouldn't say there's any like real like other like stacks or like teams or anything like that. But there's a couple players I think.
For sure. Now I'd like to call North American Dota the pressure cooker. This is like we make diamonds and then we export those diamonds out.
Yeah, we
to
took
other
Quinn, we
teams.
made him a diamond and export. Yeah.
That's right. Snaking as well. Just years of pressure and aggression and toxicity, and then we send them out.
Yeah.
Is this ever a future for Sammy Boy? Is Sammy Boy ever going to be a diamond distributor?
No, I don't know. I think I just I want to stay in North America just because I'm kind of close to my dad. I lived in South America for like 4 months this year, like 3 months and almost 4 months, and it was just a lot just to not live at home. Like I have a cat at home, and yeah, my family too, just trying to stay close to my family, spend time with them and stuff. So I don't know if I'll ever go to Europe. It's definitely a better opportunity there. Like I'll definitely would have more opportunities there, better chances to improve, maybe make more money. I'd definitely make more money there. So it's probably for the best of my career maybe, but I don't know if it's for me. Like I kind of like my life in NA. I like living there, and I like my team too. It's fun. It's good to play in NA.
Do you feel like through your career, you're solidifying now, you're at your peak, or do you feel like your peak was a bit ago?
I'm definitely more mature and experienced. I mean, growing older, like definitely like you learn some stuff and learn how to be like a mentor. I think that's been maybe one of my best skills on teams. Like I make sure that I'm like there every day. Like we're grinding together. We're gonna improve together. We're gonna help each other improve. I think that's been a good skill that I've definitely grasped. But I mean, honestly, like playing on Dota teams, you learn a lot of life skills. Like it's like there's a lot of team building and like just understanding how to work with people. Like people get emotional or people get upset, and which is all reasonable. But just learning how to like handle people's emotions or your own emotions. For me personally, that was like the first step, is handling your own emotions too. But all those things are good and definitely life lessons.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it's very rare in your life that you're ever going to meet someone in real life that has the same emotions as a Dota game.
Yeah.
That's like, you get to see them at their worst, their absolute worst, and then figure out how to fix that. It's an incredible skill, and one that, clearly you have been mastering over the last few years.
Yeah, I've been working on it.
Yeah, you're getting better and better, man, every year. So let's talk about this squad here.
Okay.
Apex Genesis. What is the deal with what is Apex Genesis? Can we talk about this?
Okay, so yeah, it's this guy Eagle. He's an NA Dota fan, and he just really wanted us like basically help the team sponsor a team, get us to some lands, and put his name on it basically. Yeah. And so he's been sponsoring us, paying us a salary, and getting us jerseys, like paying for like lots. Yeah, he actually pays for a lot, like salary, food, like lots of stuff. He's like he's a full-time org by himself. Like so, shout out to Eagle. Yeah, he's a beast. But he did AI generate the Apex Genesis name. Like he just ChatGPT like. He gave me an esports name on ChatGPT, and that's how he came up with the name Apex Genesis. So like, he's got some problems going on. Like man, like but we're happy to have him. For
that's
sure.
sick.
Like,
that's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. I didn't even know. He told me like a little while ago that I had coached him in 2016. Like I was like 16 years old. I was like in high school or whatever. But I was coaching for like side money. I was like side hustling. Like I was trying to be a pro. I was side hustling for cash. So I was coaching a lot. And yeah, I ended up coaching him. That's how he actually knew me or whatever. Wow. And then now years later, he's like some rich like software developer or whatever, and like sponsors my team. So that's cool.
That is incredible. Yeah. What a cool story, man. I will say that I am a huge fan of Apex Genesis. I really hope we see you go pretty far. I'm looking hopefully for Sammy Boy, not Sammy Soy.
Yeah.
So who are we seeing at this event, by the way?
Samson.
Sam
Samson.
What is that?
It's my name. It's on the back. Samson.
Oh, Samson now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just my name, actually. It's literally it's Sam Anderson. I just took the first and last name. So Samson.
All right, we'll see more from Samson and the rest of Apex Genesis here at PGL Wallachia.
Hello and welcome back here, PGL Wallachia in Season 2. We got ourselves game number 2. I love that part. I love saying Season 2, Game 2. It feels like it flows just like Beast Coast game number 1. They flew and flowed pretty well. They're up 1-0 over Apex Genesis, and we'll see if Apex Genesis, their draft in the last game wasn't exactly conventional and meta, but it's their identity. So let's see if they stick to it. That's the question.
Yeah. But sometimes you're going to discount your identity to find your real self, as we've learned from Tokigu. No spoilers, of course. If you haven't watched it, go watch it. But can they overcome the wall that is Beast Coast? Or rather, can Beast Coast overcome their own wall that is Game 2?
Yeah. And that has been their biggest issue in the group stage so far. They have won the first game in every single one of their series up to this point. They won Game 1 in 40 minutes against AVULUS, and then lost Games 2 and 3 in a combined 55 minutes. So, well, an hour and 5 minutes. My math is really bad. Then, against Nigma Galaxy, they won the first game in 40 minutes, and then they lost the second and third games in a combined, this time actually the correct number, 55 minutes. And then in this series so far, they won the third game in about 40 minutes, and now we'll see where they're at come games 2 and 3. The trend is there, and I'm paying attention. I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
Well, this time they go with the Invoker first, but that's much more meta. So, that's good. Directly answered by the Luna, which, yeah, I don't know, it had moderate success, I guess, not that crazily good. Honestly, I feel personally, Luna's second spell, like the glaive rotation one, is completely out of place on the hero. Like, they need to kind of rework that or replace that. It just doesn't do anything. Because to begin with, for it to have any effect, it means somebody's on top of you, which is something you don't want.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously the old one was too strong where it just blocked the percentage of damage, but the new one just seems really out of place. Like, people are going stats over it. you know. It
Makes
just doesn't
sense.
do anything. Like, it doesn't help you farm, it doesn't help you fight. One thing I am very critical of, though, is that nobody is going for the Feast of Souls at all. They're also getting stats over that, but 40 attack speed is pretty good for like a value point.
Right.
But no SF yet. Maybe Apex can pick it up.
I'm ready to see what comes to the table for these teams. No Naga Siren this time around. No Beastmaster this time around, which Fade really likes in the offlane. And they banned the Void Spirit. That feels very targeted. We have not seen a Void Spirit between you and me.
No.
And Void Spirit has 4 picks.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm surprised.
How many did he win, though?
I think 2.
5 seconds remaining.
No, he's won 1. He's won in
Oh, yeah,
one
okay,
3.
yeah. Now, Void Spirit is he's in a weird place. It's a good hero in the right circumstance, but creating that right circumstance is pretty tough. It's like a very specific one. And it requires the enemy basically to have no lockdown and that you need a silence.
Brood again.
Wow, okay. Early again, too.
Interesting. Really interesting to go for Brood again.
I mean, his name says it all. Mode really having fun right now.
Yeah, but now the question is, do you just go Earthshaker again against Invoker mid?
Yeah, or you could just pick the Mars again, or 2 in the offlane. Willow Mars. That's super strong. Luna deals well with Spiderlings too, once she has like an item or 2. Yeah, I'm wondering what Lumpy wants to play against Invoker, because Invoker is a pretty damn strong laner.
Really gonna have to be a good pick. But if you're a good Invoker player, are you a good Invoker opponent?
Well, at least you should know what's good against it, but are you good at playing against it? That's a different question and story, of course. But again, Lumpy game 1 was strong. It looked really good.
Tusk.
Tusk is here.
And
Pango, yeah,
Pango.
okay, yep.
Okay.
That's good against Brood. That's good against Invoker. And I think Lumpy likes that hero a lot. Well, then again, which mid laner doesn't like that hero a lot?
I'm not sure. I mean, there should be few that don't like that hero, truthfully.
5 seconds remaining.
Because it's a mid staple.
Yeah. So many nerfs, and still is. Really makes you wonder, you know, how wasn't it just like first picked all game, every game, when it was like, I don't know, 10, 15 patches ago, where he was just insanely strong. It's really funny how people oftentimes take really long to figure out how good a hero is in a certain role, and then everybody plays it, and it just keeps getting nerfed, and it still gets picked a lot. Kind of like Bad Rider, which could come out again here as well.
Would you
I
ever
kind of like Bad Rider for Apex.
Yeah, it gives you more lockdown. I like it. You can always follow up with like the cookie right after.
Bad Rider Snap is good together as well. Okay, be honest. Alright? When Snap initially released, I thought every fire-based damage would get increased. So I picked like Ogre and stuff with it. Obviously it didn't work that way. But Tree and Protector.
We saw that Brood can do damage, but does the rest of this draft feel like it's not going to do anything in terms of damage early?
They're pretty light on damage. Yeah. And so is Brood until she gets an item or 2. Tree. It's good against Pangolier. And it's decent against Tusk if you can catch him in it, but... Yeah, it's not like a hard counter to anything. Because you can just roll up out of the route.
5 seconds remaining. Beast coasts turn to ban.
Let's see what these final bans are. Shadow Fiend, Mars. Yeah, I don't want to give anything good in the safe lane. I would say maybe... Did you just ban Morphling as your last ban here for Beast Coast?
10 seconds remaining.
I think it's only Semi playing the Brood. So you probably want to ban an off-laner. Although, what's there? Mars looks decent. You're laning against Luna Tusk, though. Oh, Mars already banned. They banned it themselves, actually. Yeah, obviously Beast Coast is also looking for an off-laner. Both teams are.
Yeah. Well, they banned the SF, so maybe they're even thinking that they swapped the Brood off lane.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's the thing. I thought Semi is the Brood player. Like,
that's what I thought, too, but...
Maybe,
That's why I
Timbersaw?
suggested.
For Whisper?
Ban for... Yeah, I was going to say ban for Apex would be Timber, would probably be better.
Yeah, the Whisper's Timbersaw is pretty good. There's Bristleback. That's pretty damn good against Brood. If you want that. Because lockdown-wise, they're good, I think. 4 heroes with stuns, you're good. The last tier can be a little bit more greedy. Oh, so they are expecting an offlane Brood, okay.
What is this last ban for Apex? I think Timber fits the bill here on the ban, truthfully. Unless they do some weird, like, Whisper Tusk offlane. Or throw Pango offlane and they themselves go for something else mid. That Mars is a little bit of a flex ban there because you don't know if the Pango's offlane or mid.
Yeah, they do have the last pick, so they definitely have that option if they want to. Let's see what Apex thinks here. Because right now, it looks like they think it's the Pango middle, which most of the time it is.
Drow
So
Ranger.
it is an offlane Brood. Drow
Yeah.
Ranger. Huh, okay.
Against the natural Manta Carrier. Saves in the Tusk. A hero that can get to the back onto the Pangolier. Maybe you want something that can get on top of the Drow a little bit better. How does Earth Spirit look?
Good. Good, but then you have to put the Pango offlane, which kind of suffers against Tree and Drow. And Timber isn't the best hero.
They
go for
take the Magnus.
Okay,
Wow.
Okay, alright. They're like, let me show you how it's done.
Seriously. Interesting pick. And now
Drow
another
Ranger.
Brood player. That's always interesting.
Yeah, Brood is definitely a hero that your team should be able to play in 3 roles if you pick it early.
I like Apex's draft more this game than last game. I am a little bit worried, though, about their lack of lockdown. They have Overgrowth, obviously. Cookie, maybe. Tornado, kinda, but, like, the lockdown here for Beast Coast is Snowball Shards, as well as Bramble Maze, and then you've got Lucent Beam, RP, Shockwave pulls him back.
Oh yeah. When we talk about disabled only, Beast Coast is pretty much unmatched in this game. It will be tough team fighting, honestly. Like, can RP one, Pango can expand the role in one. It kind of feels like in a lot of games, especially with Beast Coast, they like to pick a lot of stuns.
Right.
So one hero can literally just use their stun for the opposing hero, and it should be pretty easy fights for them. Apex has to really outplay them massively in order to win these team fights. Like, Broodmother, Drow Ranger together, I don't really see the synergy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this Brood. It's another Brood pick, this time on a different player. So is it going to get as much priority as it did in the last game? Is it going to hit as hard? I just don't know. I'm just worried about it. I'm worried about the Brood. I'm worried about if the lane does go well enough, is Drow going to be able to make up that kind of ground? Maybe this time around you do have two hard hitters in Drow and Brood if given the right scenario.
I think he might be going Auras this game, since he's an offlaner. I know 33 likes to do it quite a bit. And maybe that can work, but again, like Brood Mother just, the skill set doesn't offer much in team fights. If you do that. Like your right clicks won't hurt. Ooh, nice positioning though.
They're going in already. They want to get a kill early on. Shockwave, Big Gnome took Scatterblast. Bramble Maze, if you're walking out of those shards, you're working into the brambles, and that's a rough spot, but they still don't have the damage to get the kill. Leech Seed, MOUZ in deep, a blood grenade, some frost arrows, another shockwave thrown over. Fade with these webs, just trying to get them the vision and the advantage. Lumpy off to the side, isolated if he's not too careful. And after all of that, nothing happens.
Okay. Even throwing the ops word up there to see the Brood Mother. Yeah, both teams, not the best level 1, of course. No damage.
Well, it looks as though Whisper, he's fine.
You guys are allowed to leave.
The battle begins.
And it will be 2 for 2.
Yeah.
At least it
Fate tried to sneak one away, but couldn't manage to.
Yeah, there it is. So how do these lanes go, theoretically?
Well, top lane should be pretty free for Drow. Tree and Drow is a very strong lane, dual slow. Very easy to harass out Magnus. Mid lane, we've seen this matchup quite a bit actually. So it's going to be a trade farm lane. Bot lane or Brood Mother, we spoke about it. You can't really harass out of lane, so she should stand herself just fine. No real kill threat though. On either side, I think. If anything happens, it's from the Luna and Tusk side. But shards are useless against Brood Mother also. Oh, she's gonna walk through it. Oh. No lane really speaks to me in terms of aggression. It should just be farming lanes all over.
MOUZ Tusk. Eyes wide open. Coming in from Sammy Boy. Samson. Listening to that Slacks interview. Oh, what is it? Is it going to be Sammy Boy or Bambi Soy? It's Samson. What's that? It's my name. All right. And he's like, it's on the bag. It's very funny. Oh, I like Sammy Boy. Very lighthearted, funny person. From what I've seen.
Have you met him?
No. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Again, it might have been some. I have goldfish memory. I may have said hi at one point. And I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I've definitely met him, and as you said, he's a very friendly, very easygoing guy.
I think in person is very. A lot of people are very lighthearted. They're very serious about the game, and well, I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna be hard pressed to find someone that isn't nice IRL. I agree. No, we all can be
Did I hear a squeak?
kind of mean in Dota, but outside, we all try to be friends.
For sure, and it's always about friendliness and whatnot. And we'll see.
I hate you.
When this we'll see when this ooh, 50. Is that over the Treant Protector? Oh, was that Tusk? It was Tusk. I guessed wrong.
Well, can't always win. The lottery is, pretty low chance. Honestly, winning the lottery. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go on a tangent if I think about that.
Well, let's see how the lanes go. We're back to playing the game.
Yep.
Whereas Triple H's entrance theme song would say, it's time to play the game.
Triple H. I wonder how many people in chat actually know that guy.
If they watch some Attitude Era wrestling, they would know. Hopefully.
Yeah, how is wrestling nowadays? Is it still pretty popular? It is, right?
Yeah, it's getting more popular. It's getting popular again, and what's getting popular is First Blood for Lumpy.
He's full HP and everything.
Yeah, that's...
Maybe we got the replay magic again.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. I was looking top. Yeah. And they get that solo kill. This is rough for Wish.
Yeah, just as I said, as a trade farm lane. Now I'm the fool.
And Bramble Maze, Shockwave. As they will end up now looking over at Fade in the bottom lane. Back and forth, a little bit of aggression from both ends of the map, which is always interesting. But I'm still curious about mid. That is kind of insane.
Yeah. Level 2 means he must have eaten a lot of right clicks prior to that. But that's a huge, huge start for that Pangolier, obviously. And he's going to get to level 6 super fast. Side lanes are going to feel a lot of pressure this game.
Well, that's the pressure they'll feel. They'll have to eat the pressure, and let's see if they can. Bottom lane, MOUZ, Pake. All the CS at the top right now for the Radiant side, something similar to what we saw in the last game. And things are a little bit quiet. Wish is under this tower. I worry about him.
No, no need to be worried. I think he learned his lesson. He's going to be a little more passive now.
You say that, but he was right under the tower. Shield Crash, Tornado, Lumpy just trying to get some damage in, doing so with a Swashbuckle in a second, but the Cold Snap. And good damage on the Lumpy, who does have 2 charges in that bottle, ready to go.
Yep. Also making his way for the Bounty Rune, for 2 additional charges.
I'll heal up and be okay.
Ooh, nice sidestep.
That First Blood, everything's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, the lanes really don't scream aggression to me. Everyone just wants to farm and harass the enemy out of the lane. And it's pretty difficult to kill anyone.
Bottom lane,
like Tusk is pretty much mitigated, right?
What did he ended up going Drinking Buddies, by the way, which is not what we've been seeing recently. But now the insatiable hunger with the cookie, that's going to be a kill on a MOUZ. You stay that close and you've already used your leaving or movement ability, then you're going to get caught like that if you're not too far away. Wish after giving up First Blood. These look good. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, it's really good that early game looks a lot more balanced now. Because last game was just 3 lanes already over at this point. Now, there's a lot of game to be played.
Right.
So maybe I actually really get to see what Apex is capable of. Because again, the players they have, they're not bad at all.
I'm curious to see Samson and how he does in this lane, but he's 18-0. He's doing fine. 6 denies for Whisper. He's level 3. Dark Willow left the lane for a second, blocking this whole camp for them. Shockwave in the multi-shot as they go into the Shadow Realm. Maybe going to pull a Bramble Maze down after this, and it's actually on a Samson. I think they had different targets in mind, but also probably the Shadow Realm strike couldn't have landed onto that Treant Protector anyway.
Yeah, out of range. But did you see that damage it dealt? It was like half health in one hit.
Certainly was a good amount, like 30% or so. As the shared Tango has the Leech Seed, it's a hard lane to kill unless you have a +1, and that mid +1 would be Pangolier when he hits level 6, but is starting to fall behind the Invoker. Even though that First Blood was for the Pango, net worth-wise, Pango's still slightly ahead, but the lane's been going better for Wish.
Yeah, mid lane can be very volatile sometimes, where he just like misplayed a little bit, got a little bit greedy, and died because of it. But again, Invoker is a very strong laner, so
Tusk
even
went
though it
top.
happened, be fine.
Multi-shot, and this is going to be Treant Protector in a lot of trouble and dead as
Nice
Yamsun
rotation. Yep.
will be taken out and makes the Drow a little bit more uncomfortable. Doesn't have that regen produced by that Treant Protector with the Leech Seed. Wonder if Treant's going to bring over another set of tangos or anything for this Drow Ranger or deliver whatnot, but they have 17 wand charges as well.
Yeah. All you want as Drow is really to reach level 6 unscathed, if possible. Snapfire is also tipping top. It's going to be a 3v3 brawl.
Ooh, Snowball in between 3 heroes, but the damage onto the Drow, healing up with that wand. It was quick damage, but just had that ability to regen and survives. So, Omisho now on the run. And he should be away safely.
Oof.
Say that.
Cookie.
Scatterblast, the cookie. Got him. I said safely, but full bore. You land that, and it's a rough life. Just staying under the tower, and all of a sudden, well, he's dead. Wish comes over. It's a 7-minute rune picked up by MOUZ. They've got the drinking buddies, the turnaround, looking over at Wish, who's put himself in a bed. Oh, 3-man cookie. Okay. Maybe they get something out of this. They place a ward down while doing so, and it will be Lumpy who gets the kill. Maybe they kill Bignum if they catch the vision on him, but the Bramble Maze is actually with the Shadow Realm on to Samson.
Yeah, and he's really low again now, so he has no regen left. He's not level 6, so jungling is a little uncomfortable. That dive was a little questionable. Like, Tree just died to the tower from full HP.
Yeah, that was just eating tower shots, oddly enough.
Invoker made a rotation over. Of course, they were trying to kill, but that looked very, very forced.
Certainly did. Certainly did.
How's our Luna looking? Pretty free farmy. Now, this is kind of the same scenario that last game was in. Like, suddenly, the networks don't look so good anymore. Now it's time to play around the Brood, try to pressure the bot tower, get Luna out of that lane. Yeah, Luna can't really stay here anymore. It has to be the Pango clearing the spiders here.
We'll see what Pig does, because it could get interesting. Although, Bignum Snowball, Lumpy here with the swashbuckle and the Lucent Beam. The shield crash gets the kill. And they're up 2,000 net worth again. They look for this Dark Willow mid, but won't exactly find anything. Fade now also being run at. If they could keep the vision, they might be able to get this kill. They'll even Eclipse. They take out the Brood Mama. And another big kill. And that's going to be a tower if nobody responds to this. The Glyph, they could keep pushing. Now they, whether or not they elect to is up to them.
Well, Invoker has a TP, so well, they're not pressuring it too much anymore, okay? But that was a really important kill on the Brood, because that's the one hero that can kind of bring you back into the game and restart pressuring that bot tower. Bull the Luna out of there. But one more rotation like that onto the Brood, and suddenly she becomes a non-factor. It's going for the Orchid, by the way, not the Rune Builder at all. The Aura Builder at all, sorry. Lumpy's still here. He doesn't want to go. He knows he has to be the one dealing with the Brood Mother.
Looking to do so. Pakes here again. No Eclipse this time, but here comes the Snowball. Cookie will put him on the low ground if need be, but he also has, of course, these webs. And Fade is away. They need some extra lockdown for that.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating playing Tusk against Brood. Like, your shots is completely useless.
Well, eventually, they'll have Blink Dagger on Whisper, and I assume that first RP goes down on the Brood.
I would expect so, or on the Invoker. Maybe Drow if they can find her, but she should be probably in the jungle by then.
The Mighty Jungle? Lumpy mid. Just farming up as best he can. Wish is nearby. But Tusk is looking. Sentry Ward was down. Not sure if they caught vision. They do dust. Expecting this Invoker.
They're trying to fight.
Got the Tornado EMP. Snowball avoids it. Now Terrorize on a 2.
Bye-bye.
Avoided by Wish. Still though, now Fade. Oh, again. Rolling Thunder. Broodmother's in trouble. Can you jump the cliff? Not really, but is he going to stick to it? He looks. Let me. Oh, and now he sees him and gets him.
Yeah. That is brutal. Yeah, he already has the diffuser blade, courtesy to that great laning phase of his. Ooh, he's huge, and he's making the Brood feel really uncomfortable. Again, I just don't know why they're so insistent on picking this hero.
It has not worked for them yet.
Yeah, it's very tough to make work. Even 33, who's like notorious for his Brood spamming, he stopped picking it. Oh, Dark Willow. Oh, Drinking Buddy's a nice one.
And Bignum's dead. They get the Walrus Punch out. They're still looking for El Misho. Overgrowth used for this. The commitment is there. Meanwhile, Brood's going for the Pangolier, but they look over at Wish. Pango joins the fight. They go to the RP, but it only catches one. They've disarmed on a couple. Here comes Pake, has the Eclipse. They'll clean up Wish. They'll look for more. MOUZ, he's got Snowball. So if they keep the vision, they might be able to catch up and keep up with him. But again, onto this cliff, this is something that he's tried to do a couple times. Maybe Beast Coast are aware of it. They turn this around and they get the Gust. That'll stop the Snowball. And he will die. That's the damage coming in from the Mortimer's Kisses, the blink away from Whisper. They'll go to the Rolling Thunder now to try and keep up with these supports as they are right on the edge. They push him into the low ground, have the Shockwave, battle him, and the kill. As this is turning from bad to worse, but they have more kills this time. They are reacting better on the side of Apex Genesis. I just don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, they really have to try to figure out how to get the Brood incorporated into the gameplay, because it feels like he's very, by himself. And I can't really blame him for that either, because Brood is not a team fighter. It's a hero that pressures his lane, gets the tier 1, maybe tier 2 tower, and just farms the enemy jungle and pressures that way. But he can't do that. The Pango is too strong. So maybe like bait the Broodmother so the Pango rolls in, overgrowth him, and try to kill him that way. He's pretty damn tanky though at this point.
Skewer, Bedlam, and Snapfire dead
Good
again.
Night. Sweet Grandma.
Tier 1 still stands. This is a tower I thought they were going to get 10 minutes ago. Not 10 minutes ago. That's an exaggeration. That would have been 3.5 minutes into the game. But definitely a tower I thought they were going to get a little while ago.
Yeah, but now they finally will. There's no real means of defense either. Do they have any sort of tools of initiation? Not really. Nobody can really build it either. That's the problem with the Dire Draft. They can never start a fight on their terms. They have to react all the time. And that makes Dota really difficult.
Wish going into the Witchblade. This is a Brood going into the Orchid. Multiple silences, but Manta almost finished here for the Luna. And Pango's got Diffusal going into the Blink Dagger. Next is the Force Staff or Ags. It looks like they're at least saving money for now for Magnus to figure it out. If you want that Horn Toss, and uh-oh. It's time for Bignum's nap time again on this Grandmother.
Yeah. Good night, Bignum. It was nice knowing you. Sleep well, princess.
This is just Beast Coast controlling the map so far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, once Broodmother gets the Orchid, how much can she really contribute to everything? Because he's not that far off.
But far behind what the Radiant has in terms of gold. This isn't what we've seen previously, where the net worth lead is also a lot on the supports. This is all core net worth lead.
Yeah. Yep. No, it really is. The Pangolin is having an absolutely fantastic game. Lumpy, the series in general, has been popping off.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Whisper chose to go for the Force Staff. I like that. A little bit more team utility. Oh, is it time for Big Gnome snap time again?
It might be. Bramble Maze
Quite
off
dead.
the mark. Dust is used into the Shadow Realm.
It is.
Blink, Shield Crash, Big Gnome. They're not going to allow him to get Cookie or the Kisses off. They look to get this kill on a Magnus, and the Terrorize lands out of the Invoker. One right click from this Drow. They still don't kill off the Snapfire.
Yeah, they probably feel bad for her too.
Rolling Thunder still available, as well as the Blink back off cooldown. But they will blink away, and they don't commit to this fight.
Yeah, Beast Coast is a very controlled aggression sort of team. I liked it a lot. I feel like it's a little bit, kind of what we said about Waska, that they shouldn't be here. I feel like they should not be 0-2. You know, the team has so much more to offer.
Yeah, I don't
and
think
I feel we're getting like
either.
more of a glimpse here now of that.
So it's going to be Manta for Pangolier as well.
Yeah, to dispel the sounds, it's pretty much the best option. You could also go for Lotus Orb if you wanted to, which is pretty good to help your teammates as well. But it's, yeah, it's not as core.
Morris Punch and the Rolling Thunder.
Whoa, that's a
round and round he goes. Where he stops, nobody knows. Meanwhile, Whisper almost dead. One shot from dying, but got away from this Brood.
Yeah, who picked up that Orchid, almost got the kill. Just like a little bit of damage. Lumpy's on the prowl here looking for him. Can't quite find him though. So Wish went into the Witchblade, but that's pretty much all he got. It's quite hard to scale from here.
They're going to try and go on this Pangolier.
He has no Dispel.
Yeah, this is a problem. Does have Swashbuckle, but there's the Orchid, the Drinking Blaze. There is the Snowball save. He'll have Swashbuckle when he's out of this, but he'll Shield Crash first. Swashbuckle, Terrorize, landing on the Invoker as well as the Broodmother. The Ice Wall is down, but the Skewer is there. The Deafening Blast comes out, but the right clicks from MOUZ onto this Invoker of Wish, and they will get this kill. They've got the Dust, they have the Vision, and Fade may survive, but their chances are fading quickly.
I see what you did there. Nice save by MOUZ again. Yeah, they're pretty much outplaying. They're outnumbering them, and they're also outplaying them individually. Really good Dota right now by Beast Coast. They're not really giving them any opening. Every time they look a little bit vulnerable, suddenly turns the other way.
And that fight was out the Luna too. So it's rough. It's rough days when Luna's getting free farm.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is, look at the Pangolin's net worth. He's keeping up with the free farming Luna. That's how good of a game he has.
Yeah.
Okay, he's cheating a bit. He got Empower. Okay, but you get the big picture.
Do I?
Yeah, of course. Oh, they see Sammy. Oh, they see a lot of heroes. They have RP up in 2 seconds.
If they keep vision on Samson, this could be an issue. They know where he's standing. And they want this Magnus to wrap around, but they're also talking about going over bottom.
Well, it's maybe finally time to lose that tier 2 tower to the Brood. Because they're all there, they're all controlling it. There's no Roshan down there yet, sadly. But I'm expecting a pretty big smoke down there relatively soon. If they want to defend that tower. Ah, cutting wave instead.
Cut waves, take your own tier 2.
Yeah, but the tower should still go down. There's a lot of spiders. Maybe the glyph. Might be able to save it actually.
It's not that quick.
Yeah, no one's hitting. They're all scared.
They're really trying to bait here.
Well, now all the creeps are gone and they cut 2 waves, so the bot tower is safe. There's no real trade that can go on. Maybe they want to try for Roshan? A sneaky one? It's not the fastest either though. I'm just trying to figure out what they can do to come back into this game.
The thing here, though, is Beast Coast, if they win a fight right here near where they're standing at the moment, near the 2-2 area, they just take your base. They go high ground. Luna does that. Like, that is a bad place to take a fight for the side of Apex Genesis.
Well, Sammy is about to feel the wrath of Magnus's horn.
And they're really trying to pull them away from the base so they could do this. And also Magnus going Lotus instead of the Ags. They have found Samson. Gust, Dust, and a stun. They also killed the Yamson. They'll get the kill on the Samson. They've taken out both sons.
Well, one is a son, the other is a son.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Couple of sons. Don't talk to me or my son again.
Oh yeah, we got a couple of memes with that too.
And bottom tier 2 still stands.
Yeah, they've been holding onto that really nicely. They basically made Broodmother's impact in this game completely unfelt. They lost one tower, that's it. Brood is supposed to be down with that T2 a long time ago. Probably on towards the mid lane already, but they're just not letting it happen. And now they're so far ahead, 14k. Probably gonna see the same scenario as last game. Get a Roche, try to go high ground, try to end the game.
Scan connects onto the Tusk.
Oh, they see Fade. That's refusal.
Rolling Thunder, they got to keep it tight though if they see him. And using this area of the map well so far, but now they're being bounced up. They've got the drinking buddies. They'll have the control with the snowball afterwards, and Fade is ripped apart. They stomp that spider. Squish him with the bottom of their boot.
Well
that is
deserved,
rough,
man.
and right by Roche.
Yeah, that was pretty much the best position for them to end up in. Luna already Crystallis again, going to the Kanda, pretty standard build-up. I don't know whether he's gonna get to the Kanda, to be honest. I feel it's Roche and then straight down the line. Probably
really should be.
Yeah, as you said before, you get the tier 3 tower, the Rex is pretty much a lost cause at that point.
So now Pake pushing bottom. Will anybody be here to pick him up? Because this tower, and now they're going to go into the high ground afterwards. You'd expect with the Aegis, they just move it up into the high ground, but the rest of the team is actually not here. They're looking for Samson, and they found him. The skewer back into the Walrus Punch. They'll have the snowball when he lands, and that's the combination of the lockdown that they have. And they don't have buyback on this Drow. So this is the 4 of Beast Coast and 1 hero bottom on the side of Beast Coast that are just taking the base. They'll move in. There's no Drow for 30. They don't know if there's no buyback or not, but they're under the assumption that who cares?
Yeah, at this point, really, it is who cares. And they might... they'll probably have one fight left in them, but yeah, one side might be going down.
Trying to cut a creep wave.
At all. There is no creep wave. Alright, well, there's one in the mid lane. That's one Rex down, mid lane next. What do you have to stop them? You don't have any tools in your toolkit.
No. You'll have Drought for one more fight, but that's it. Oh, actually loses the Kanda from the Courier. So you were right that they won't have the Kanda to end this game potentially.
Yeah, well, they didn't really GG out early in the first game though, so I'm not expecting an early GG here either. But that's the second side, and there's nothing you can do about it. They have no initiation. They cannot go in.
The last game was a little bit different because Brood was hitting a lot harder. This time around, Fade, it's BKB, Orchid, but I don't think that they're really hitting as hard as last game with this Broodmother at all. They're chasing these 3 heroes away. Shockwave connects. Fade thinking about going into Whisper. He does not have RP for 25 seconds, but they have found this Treant Protector. From the high ground, Samson will hit him, and it was actually, what, a swashbuckle jump with the roll-up into the Drinking Buddies, and the Pango ends up dead. So Bingham does get that kill, and they will finish off Yamsun. They'll try to fight this. Pake, though, he's got an Aegis. He doesn't care about this fight. The Cursed Crown goes off. The Mortimer's Kisses is there. They go to the Drinking Buddies again. The multi-shot from Samson. They'll look for the Magnus. Now it's starting to get a little bit iffy because Pake needs to BKB and TP out. The damage comes through. MOUZ is going to die here, and it's a good defense for the side of Apex Genesis. This is a sloppy fight in these trees where they just can't stick on their targets, and Apex Genesis take advantage of that, and they take advantage of Samson able to hit from the high ground.
Yeah, that is exactly what Drow excels at. Positioning was amazing. That's what they need. However, of course, big picture-wise, they did lose 2 Rex. So,
yeah,
nice fight, good defense, but they've got to pull it off again, and then probably one more time. And then they'll be good to go, because at that point, Drow Ranger will absolutely destroy both the Pango and the Luna.
Now, if Luna has that Conda, maybe it goes a little bit differently, but it died on the courier going out there. However, Fade, you can't be here. He doesn't have buyback, and this is in the lane that is the last set of racks remaining.
50 seconds. Yeah, against the Luna, this might actually be enough time to get the Rex, but it is pretty risky. Well, okay, goodbye Trinity as well. They know he has no buyback, and he's a big part of the defense. So now it might really be go time. Can Drow finish any sort of damage item till then? I don't think so. Just finish the Pike or the Shadow Blade.
Was that sold immediately after? I gotta assume so, right?
What was?
A Luna bought a Midas, I think, for a split second.
Oh yeah, that was a misclick. It's gone again. Right, what do you got? Ooh, nice Pike. Nice Pike.
Okay. Terrorize, though, gonna land on the Drow. Cursed Crown is there, but they don't care about the heroes. They're gonna try and go for the base. They should, though. Fade's here with the BKB. A lot of that duration is gonna be held up due to the fact that they've got themselves this snowball. MOUZ is gonna sacrifice his life, but Fade's starting to do the damage with the alacrity on him as well.
Man, they're starting to remake some good plays. It all started with a Pike on the Mag to make him miss his RP.
And we've seen Beast Coast start to panic in situations like this.
Yeah, they're still really far ahead, but as you said, it might be more of a mental game than anything. Like, they really need this win to break that barrier.
We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. It is starting to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I just wish we had these like really impressive plays a little bit earlier, you know, when they didn't lose 2 Rex, because right now they're showing some really good Dota. Individually, as well as a team too. They're baiting into each other. They're really just making good use of each other.
RP missing there was pretty pog.
Yeah, that was really well done. San Josh now done. Brewer's getting a bit stronger too. Right. Pieces are bit by bit coming together, but still the severe lack of initiation is a problem, and I think it's a problem they can never really get rid of. Maybe when Invoker gets hacked at some point, but that's a light years away still.
Can you use these illusions to just go up on the high ground? Bramble Maze on a Fade. The idea is just keep Fade strong, and life will be okay.
He's outputting a lot of damage now. Can't be underestimated. And they probably made him think twice whether they really want to end the game right now or not. Couple more fights like this. Drow Ranger is a hero that can definitely take over games. Crystal is now done. Pure damage crits can be very scary. Smoke though.
It's another one of those, is Roche close enough, but they go to the horn toss. They've got Fade. The RP is there. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Yes, they do. No Brood for 53, no buyback. They can hold for the time. Maybe they can fight, but Samson's dead. No buyback as well. They are in. They are cleaning up, and they will look to get the kill on a Wish. With the Ags there from Lumpy and the amplified damage, that is more than enough. They'll go straight tier 4s. They're not messing around anymore.
Yeah, with 2 heroes to defend, they have living armor, which is a little bit annoying to get through, but
not with Luna. You can only one target it.
Yeah, the kisses are coming, trying to delay it. Oh, saying hello in the fountain. I'm gonna try to score him out. Got a horn toss.
GG is called, and East Coast 2-0 this time around. They last till tomorrow at least, but unfortunately for Apex Genesis, it is closing time for them, and they will be eliminated here in this series. So they go 0-3. Beast Coast improved 1-2. So things are starting to turn the other way for Beast Coast.
Yep, on the up for them. As we say goodbye to yet another team. Genesis, unfortunately out of the tournament, will be joining Team Waska. But, you know, at least they went out their way. You know, with their heroes, they showed some really brilliant play towards the end.
Right.
Especially individually. Like, we all know individually these guys are great. Just as a team, they couldn't really come together. Beast Coast finally getting rid of that, you know, win 1, lose 2 curse. Really well played. Both games, very dominant, great drafts. I actually love their drafts. So many stunts all the time. Yeah, the RP missed, but then you still have like 3 more other stunts. You know, you're not solely reliant on that one ability.
Yeah, and I think that a series like this is potentially a momentum booster here for Beast Coast. And that could mean something moving forward, where the teams that are 1 and 2 now are Infinity, Liga, MOUZ, Nigma, Nouns, and now Beast Coast. And 2 teams eliminated are Apex, Genesis, and Waska. So of Infinity, Liga, MOUZ, Nigma, Nouns, who do you want to play against if you're Beast Coast?
It's all going to be tough matchups, and they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. I'm not entirely sure who they're hoping to play against, but either way, it's going to be a tough battle, because the rest of the teams, they are really good ones. Like, from here on out, it's pretty much the best teams in the world.
Right. Yeah, there's really good teams coming up. You can see this is the final fight. They got Fade, who is just a little bit too far away from his team. And unfortunately, it was too far gone at this point. 24-9 it ends. And a 2-0 series victory here for Beast Coast over Apex Genesis. Apex Genesis, it's LAN experience, and it's nothing to be upset about in terms of getting there. But now the goal should be on improving your position in an event. Go towards the next one, because you know they can be better. You know these guys are great. And look towards the next one.
Yeah, it's always about steady improvement. I'm sure they took a lot away from this LAN in particular. That's also what I like about this format. Like, even if you're the quote-unquote underdog team, you have a lot of chances to actually get some game time in. Because in some tournaments, you lose 1 game and you're out.
Yeah,
so
that is true.
That's definitely really good for them. Stand-up play this time around. Lumpy again. I mean, hard to disagree. Like, he crushed his lane completely. His presence around the map was felt everywhere. He definitely came into his own in this series.
Yeah, it definitely did. And, you know, it was a fun day of Dota today. Let's take a look. We got the results for you to look at for today. So it's been a bit of a longer one. I think that third series there between Waska and the side of Infinity was the longest one by far, but it was 2-0 Alliance over Nouns. MOUZ lost 2-0 to Na'Vi, 2-1 for Infinity over Waska, and then this 2-0 for Beast Coast over Apex Genesis. And that is, I believe, it for a Beast stream for this event, because the group stage from now on is tomorrow's just 3 BO3s for the 1 and 2 teams. The day after that is the 2 and 1 teams. And then the day after that is the 2 and 2 3 BO3 elimination or advance matchup. So there are 3 more days of group stage. They're going to be on the main stream. That's twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2 if you want to go take a look at that. And that will be there tomorrow. So it's been fun. It's been a joy. We'll see you guys again soon. And have a good day, evening, or good night. See you later.
See ya.